Chapter 1. Rebirth on the Wedding Night. In Yunzhong County, Great Xia, the date is November 11th, 2011, a day of significance that IT is not merely the much-anticipated Double 11 shopping festival that captivates online enthusiasts, but also the notorious Singles Day. To be precise, it is the Grand Singles Day. As the clock strikes 23:23, within the confines of a quaint three-story villa, a newlywed couple finds themselves in solitude, enveloped in silence. The woman, adorned in an exquisite fashion, captivates with her beauty. Her luscious crimson lips are alluring, her hair elegantly tied back, cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Delicate silver earrings dangle from her ears, glimmering under the warm glow of the lights. She is draped in a resplendent red, traditional Chinese dress, the fabric parting at the calf to reveal a glimpse of her thigh. The upper right of the dress is devoid of buttons, instead featuring a fabric knot that crosses diagonally from her left shoulder to her right side. Seated on the edge of the bed, she turns slightly, her legs crossed, the hem of her dress swaying gently. Her eyes radiate happiness, accentuated by a touch of blush, which becomes noticeable with each flutter of her lashes. Ping'an, the guests have departed, and you've indulged in quite a bit of wine. Would you like me to pour you a glass of sweet water to help you sober up? Her mellifluous voice resonates within the bridal chamber, tinged with a hint of shyness and excitement, yet predominantly imbued with concerned eye. I drink a lot. The man, taken aback, stands before her, gazing at the festively adorned stranger. His eyes wander to the walls, adorned with images of infants and the benevolent Guanyin, leaving him in disbelief. Had he not just been standing on the balcony of a 29-story building? How had he, in the blink of an eye, found himself in this room with a woman? He had been engulfed in the world of futures trading, ensnared in a pit of debt amounting to nearly 180 million yuan, facing scorn from any acquaintance he encountered that he felt like a pariah, a target of derision. Standing on the balcony railing, his mind was a blank slate. Once he basked in glory, earning $1 million a year, purchasing cars, homes, and land in his hometown. His triumph resonated like thunder. Relatives, upon hearing the news, flocked to his home the following day, feigning respect while incessantly seeking advice. Yet, without exception, they all sought to borrow money some for hundreds of thousands, others for mere thousands. Their audacity knew no bounds, as if failing to lend the money would invoke the wrath of the masses, rendering him unforgivable. Even distant relatives, whom he seldom saw, called to express their concern and arranged visits from afar. Now, he stood, disheartened and lost. With no capital remaining and having betrayed the trust of his clients, the opportunity for redemption had vanished. As he plummeted into despair, he closed his eyes, unable to reflect on the past or settle affairs. Perhaps it was for the best that there was nothing to settle a 40-year-old man, unmarried, childless, with little to bequeath. As for his parents, he had long prepared 2 million yuan for their retirement. After his departure, they would likely remain unscathed by debt collectors. Bang! Indeed, you toasted to our relatives 1 glass for each table, and we had 18 tables, so you drank 18 glasses that a group of relatives and family men came to disrupt the festivities. But our our mother intervened. The woman remained seated, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at him. From this day forth, Chen Ping'an is to be regarded as Tan Xiaomai's husband. Alternatively, one might say that Tan Xiaomai has taken Chen Ping'an as her spouse, for he has entered the Tan family as their son-in-law. The man's mind was engulfed in confusion as he noticed the calendar hanging on the wall, which read November 11th, 2011. He murmured to himself, "Is today truly November 11th, 2011? Internally, he pondered why it was not December 31st, 2027. Indeed, it is November 11th, 2011. We chose this date for our wedding banquet at the behest of our parents. The number 1 signifies yang, while 0 represents yin. The abundance of ones today surely foretells a flourishing future, blessed with many children and great fortune," she explained. Tan Xiaomai clutched a small plush rabbit in her left hand, while her right hand playfully tugged at its tail, tilting her head slightly upward to look at Chen Ping'an. She hoped to conclude their conversation swiftly, as this evening was not suited for excessive dialogue, wishing he would grasp the nuances of the moment. The man experienced a sharp pain in his head, sensing 2 conflicting memories intertwining violently, as if engaged in a fierce struggle. The pressure in his skull intensified, threatening to explode, and he grimaced in agony, followed by a grimace of despair. Seeing his distress, Tan Xiaomei wondered if he regretted his decision to join her family. Had they not agreed that his entry into their home would be met with kindness, devoid of harsh words, merely allowing the children to carry the Tan surname? Surely, it was not regret. Perhaps all newlywed men endure a tormented night? Yes, he must take some action. Tan Xiaomei leaned against the headboard, her breathing becoming rapid. Ping'an, if you do not require sobriety, shall I extinguish the lights? She suggested, hoping Chen Ping'an would nod in agreement. The man collected himself, inhaled deeply, and began to untangle the two memories. He had been reborn reincarnated into the body of a namesake. The man from his previous life was no more on this inaugural night of his new life as a son-in-law. The groom, Chen Ping'an, aged 24, had completed high school, lost his mother at a young age, and watched his two younger sisters marry early, leaving him alone with his aging father. Without brothers to support him, lacking any special skills, and with no inheritance to rely upon, he had no choice but to marry into the Tan family. The bride, Tan Xiaomei, aged 23, was a university graduate and the sole daughter of her family. Her parents' aspiration was for her to inherit the family business, to expand her lineage, and to continue the Tan heritage. Chen Ping'an felt a pang of anxiety within him that in his previous life, he had completed his university education, pursued a graduate degree, and subsequently entered the finance sector, working at a securities exchange before. Embarking on entrepreneurial ventures as a private equity manager and later trading futures, he had been consumed by his career, never marrying, proudly remaining a steadfast member of the Bachelor Association. He had never relished the joys of family life, the companionship of a spouse, or the laughter of children, always treading the solitary path. Now, reborn, he had the opportunity to start anew, to marry, to bear children, to nurture a family, and to share in the joys of life. Indeed, he must honor this new existence and not squander it. While career ambitions were significant, they were not paramount. Establishing a family and building a career could indeed coexist. He began to extract the memories of Tan Xiaomei from his mind. She is an admirable young woman, possessing not only beauty but also a profound understanding of the world. A graduate with a solid foundation in finance and accounting, she has secured a position within the county civil service, serving as a clerk in Section C of the management office, where she is responsible for verifying and recording funds for urban construction projects. Indeed, it is he who has elevated himself by aspiring to be with Tan Xiaomei. Marrying her is undoubtedly a fortunate endeavor. Although he may be entering her family, it is of little consequence when one is devoid of wealth. Humility becomes a necessary virtue. Once he achieves financial independence, it will be he who has wed Tan Xiaomei, and the lineage of the Chen family will remain robust and unyielding. Moreover, this is merely a trivial matter. With the financial knowledge acquired in his previous life, earning money in 2011 will prove to be exceedingly effortless. He is confident that it will not be long before his family attains considerable wealth. Thus, it is prudent to marry first, to fulfill the ceremonial rites, and subsequently nurture their relationship, indulging in the joys of familial bliss. Xiaomei, I will turn off the lights, Chen Ping'an said as he approached the door on the right, reaching out to press the protruding switch on the wall. Instantly, the room was enveloped in darkness, save for the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the window. The quaint house is situated in the eastern part of the city, overlooking the Peach River. Opening the window reveals the gently flowing waters. Tan Ximai's father, Tan Huaisher, serves as the deputy director of the Z department in the county management office, while her mother, Zhao Qiua, is a broadcaster at the county radio stationed at 8t this moment. The two of them stood outside the door of the marital home, straining to hear the sounds emanating from within. Occasionally, their brows would furrow, and at other times, their lips would curl in curiosity. Tan Huaisher nudged Zhao Qiua with his left hand and gestured towards the staircase with his right. Zhao Qiua shook her head, seemingly intent on continuing to listen to the happenings inside. Tan Weixi's brows knitted together, exuding an air of authority even without raising his voice. Reluctantly, Zhao Qiua acquiesced, her expression one of displeasure, as she tiptoed silently towards the staircase. Chapter 2. Forbidden operations. In the living room on the first floor, the younger generation had already dispersed, and the members of the Tan family had long since departed. Only close relatives remained. Zhao Qiyu had two elder sisters and their husbands, as well as a younger brother and his wife. Tan Huaishir had only one older brother and sister-in-law. With a stern expression that betrayed no signs of joy or sorrow, Tan Huaishir inquired, "Has Xiao Mei and that young man turned in for the night?" He tore open a box of Good Day's brand cigarettes from the table, extracted one, lit it, and was the first to speak. Among the gathering, his status was the highest, making his words carry weight. "Yes, it seems they have begun to sleep," Zhao Qiyu interjected. "As for this marriage proposal, I cannot consent. That young man, Chen Ping'an, is it? His family is devoid of any merit, and he is coming to our Tan family as a son-in-law. It's as if his ancestors are gracing us with a blessing." Tan Huaishir inhaled deeply and exhaled spirals of smoke. His gaze swept over the assembly, his words reflecting a sense of superiority based on lineage. Zhao Qiyu felt a surge of discontent. A son-in-law, regardless of his status, remains a son-in-law. Despite her dissatisfaction with Chen Ping'an, once he entered the family, they were all one, and there was no need to belittle him. Having experienced such matters herself, she understood that if a son-in-law is mistreated, it would ultimately reflect poorly on the daughter. Before she could voice her thoughts, her elder sister, Zhao Qixi, quickly chimed in, "Uncle is right. The Chen family is indeed small in number. Chen's father does a bit of farming, while Chen himself engages in manual labor, barely saving any money throughout the year. Is it any wonder he seeks to marry into your esteemed Tan family? Nonetheless, it must be said, not being of the same family does not preclude them from sharing a home. Xiao Chun and Xiao Mei are destined for each other, forming their own family. Uncle, as the director of the G Bureau, you oversee public safety and wield considerable influence. A mere word from you could greatly assist Xiao Chun. Their happiness depends on your benevolence. Indeed, as long as Uncle shows favor, securing a stable position is merely a matter of your word." Zhao Qiyue's second sister, Zhao Qimin, echoed. The Zhao family, engaged in business, often interacted with the G Bureau. Many times, a single glance from Tan Huaishir would suffice to resolve matters. The flattery from Tan Xiaomei's aunts invigorated others. Yet Tan Huaishir remained impassive, continuing to exhale smoke rings as if waiting for the conversation to conclude. Zhao Qixi and Zhao Qimin's husbands refrained from interjecting, sitting aside and surveying the scene, as they were, after all, outsiders to the Tan family. This left Zhao Qiyue's younger brother, Zhao Chirue, and his wife, Zhou Lili, as the only remaining silent participants. Understanding that his wife would have nothing to contribute, Zhao Chirue slowly remarked, "As a businessman, I approach matters from a business perspective. If Xiao Chun is willing, after his honeymoon, he may join my company. His salary will be on par with others in similar positions, ensuring he is not slighted. As for the specific role, that shall depend on his capabilities. Should he excel, I will promote him at the earliest opportunity. If he performs adequately, he will still receive advancement. Ultimately, it is up to my sister and brother-in-law's wishes." Tan Huaishir took a sip from his teacup, holding the tea in his mouth, neither swallowing nor spitting it out. Tan Huaishir continued to blow smoke rings. In the Zhao family, there are 3 sisters and 1 brother, along with 2 brothers-in-law and a sister-in-law, who have long grown accustomed to their connections in the powerful Tan family, often appearing inscrutable and enigmatic. Their intentions remain utterly elusive. What is known, however, is that the elder Uncle Tan Huaishun disapproves of the marriage, yet today it has taken place. What does this signify? The brothers remain silent, leaving the Zhao family to endure the oppressive atmosphere in uncertainty. After a span of over 10 minutes, Tan Huaishun and Tan Huaishir exchanged a glance and nodded subtly, as if reaching an unspoken understanding. With an impassive expression, Tan Huaishir remarked, "Today, Xiao Chun and Xiao Mei are wed, yet Lao Chun and his 2 daughters have not attended, clearly indicating substantial dissent. They were classmates in middle and high school and know each other well. Their feelings do not run particularly deep, yet they have come together for mutual benefit. How far this will go, none can predict, not you nor I. I will not permit any maneuvering regarding Xiao Chun unless their relationship solidifies and they are blessed with children. At that point, your actions will be entirely at your discretion." Tan Huaishan extinguished half a cigarette in the ashtray, lapsing into silence once more. Understood. We assist within the family, not beyond, and without offspring, any help would be futile. The brother-in-law is entirely correct. The implications of the brother-in-law's words seem to suggest an evaluation of Xiao Chun, and upon his satisfactory assessment, the application of various influences to elevate him to great heights. What nonsense! The brother-in-law has been quite clear. Assistance is unnecessary, as this is a formal proceeding. Why engage in baseless speculation? Such matters cannot be discussed openly. It will be prudent for you to keep these thoughts to yourselves once we exit this door. Indeed, Qi Rui speaks wisely. It is getting late, and we should disperse. Zhao Qi, you suggested. When the newlyweds awaken tomorrow, let us visit your homes so Xiao Chun can familiarize himself with the surroundings. However, it shall not be too early, as young couples often revel in their wedding night, and their sense of time may be rather vague. I will request your understanding on their behalf. Noticing the hour was late and seeing the fatigue etched upon everyone's faces, Zhao Qi Yu concluded the gathering. The relatives laughed together as they exited the courtyard and parted ways at the iron gate. Once the others had departed, Zhao Qi Yu sat beside Tan Huaishan, pouring him a cup of tea, and leisurely inquired, according to our customs, on the third day after a woman marries, the man accompanies her back to her family home with gifts. As Xiao Chun is marrying into our family, will he also visit the Chen household? Tan Huaisi, who did not smoke, lit a cigarette upon hearing her words, but did not place it between his lips. Yes, the two of us adults shall accompany the young couple to the Chen family. Ah, you are quite astute, truly considerate of your little cotton-padded jacket. According to regulations, we are permitted only one child. Raising a daughter is akin to raising a son, and a son-in-law is but half a son. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot afford to lose face. No matter how proud Lao Chen may be, there will come a day when he must relent. Xiao Chun is handsome and intelligent. Although his education may be lacking, it does not preclude a successful future. Our daughter will ultimately depend on him, a truth I fully comprehend. It is getting late. Let us close the iron gate and retire for the night. I am too weary to wash. I shall go directly to bed. Zhao Qiyu left the house and approached the courtyard, shutting the iron gate behind her. In the third-floor room, silence reigned. Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei found themselves unable to sleep, nor did they desire to. This day marked the beginning of their matrimonial journey, and any newlywed couple would surely engage in some revelry. Ping'an, I never anticipated you could be so inconsiderate, entirely lacking in thoughtfulness. Tan Xiaomei remarked, her voice tinged with playful reproach. In the dim light, she retrieved a tissue to wipe away the beads of perspiration from her forehead and neck. Although winter had officially arrived, the recent days had been uncharacteristically sultry. Even the slightest movement would incite a sheen of sweat. It was no wonder she reached for the tissue. She offered a piece to Chen Ping'an, her fingers brushing against his arm. Where was the consideration on this wedding night? I do not wish to be scolded in the future. Thus, she coughed lightly. Chen Ping'an accepted the tissue and placed it aside. Spare me your complaints. Once the wedding festivities conclude, do not toil away in labor. Instead, consider a position in my uncle's company as a minor manager. Tan Xiaomei lay down beside him, each inscribed in numeral. She a one, he a large character. What sort of factory does your uncle own? I have never heard you mention it before. Chen Ping'an could not recall any details about her uncle's factory, save for the toast shared at dinner that day. It is a garment factory located in the industrial park, sprawling over 20,000 square meters, employing more than 3,000 individuals, and it is a significant taxpayer in our county. Should you venture there, I assure you, even if not as a supervisor, securing a team leader position would pose no challenge. Tan Xiaomei grasped the back of Chen Ping'an's hand in the darkness, secretly wishing it were her own hand that he held. I refuse. Chapter 3. Father, I have returned. Chen Ping'an is not the sort to rely on others. The concept of marrying into a family is not synonymous with being a freeloader. The former often stems from familial misfortune, a situation one finds oneself in through necessity. In contrast, being a freeloader implies a lack of industriousness, an unwillingness to contribute, and an inclination towards laziness, indicating a flaw in character. Would you prefer to toil as a manual laborer unloading trucks rather than accept a modest managerial position at your uncle's place? He asked with unwavering determination. Absolutely not. Chen Ping'an replied resolutely. Tan Xiaomei fell into a contemplative silence. In the darkness, the expressions of both individuals remained obscured, causing her to become increasingly apprehensive. Throughout middle school and high school, they had been classmates, crossing paths daily, yet exchanging no more than a handful of words over 6 years. She was the quintessential good girl, an exceptional student seated at the front, regarded by teachers as a top achiever and a candidate for special cultivation. Meanwhile, he was carefree, lacking academic diligence, sitting at the back, often engaged in chess with classmates or sketching portraits of women in profile. However, one aspect in which he surpassed all was his radiant, handsome appearance, particularly that striking visage reminiscent of a celebrity from Hong Kong. After graduating high school, she pursued higher education and subsequently secured a position at the County C Bureau. During those 5 years, their lives intersected not at all, save for their names appearing side by side in their class group chat. Her parents had issued her an ultimatum. She needed a husband to marry into the family. On the other hand, his family, having fallen from grace, could not support marriage. Thus, the two found common ground, willingly agreeing to unite as a couple. A handsome man paired with a talented woman has always been a perfect match. In her eyes, once he entered the Tan household and took up a minor managerial role at her uncle Zhao Churui's factory, he would surely be able to support himself. Coupled with her salary from the C Bureau, while it may not lead to wealth, they could certainly manage a modest existence, albeit somewhat frugal. As long as he set aside the shovel of the Chen family and refrained from manual labor, it would be a respectable arrangement for her parents, who were accustomed to a certain social standing. Yet, now he was refusing to work at her uncle's factory or engage in laborious tasks. This could only imply one thing. He intended to live off her income. He would be idle, consuming without contributing. Excellence is achieved through diligence, while idleness leads to ruin. A man in the prime of his life who merely consumes without effort will inevitably find himself empty-handed in old age, regretting the lost opportunities. Sighing softly, Tan Xiaomei expressed with a hint of melancholy, "If you choose to stay at home, it's not impossible. My base salary is only 400 yuan a month, and with additional allowances, it totals around 700 yuan. Without the burden of mortgage, I can barely meet my living expenses. If we were to raise children, it would be woefully inadequate. You can only stay home for 6 months at most. After that, you must work at your uncle's factory, or else we will be left with nothing." "All right, I shall remain at home for 6 months," Chen Ping'an agreed cheerfully. Tan Xiaomei's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Her lips drooped at the corners, her brows knitted together, and her upper teeth pressed firmly against her lower lip. Her teeth quivered against her lip, leaving deep imprints. In the darkness, she reminded herself to exercise restraint. It was their wedding night, and under no circumstances could she afford to lose her temper. The most splendid day in a woman's life is today. Everything that has transpired just moments ago has irrevocably declared her as the lawful wife of Chen Ping'an. Once the mark of marriage is imprinted, it can never be erased, regardless of circumstances. If granted a modicum of time, she is confident in her ability to refine him. Both his knowledge and temperament can be transformed. Should she desire to mold him into a specific shape, he will undoubtedly conform to it. If she is willing, all will become possible. Numerous positions within management require at least a diploma, and acquiring a degree for him is an uncomplicated affair for the Tan family. Her mother discreetly informed her that for a mere 99,000, one could secure a diploma from the city's technological institute without attending classes. It is merely a piece of paper, and when the time is ripe, arrangements will be made to obtain it. Investing 99,000 for a diploma, followed by maneuvering for a stable job, is undeniably a lucrative venture. Chen Ping'an had taken her hand in his, holding it firmly before gently embracing her. He preferred the comforts of home, shying away from movement. A span of 6 months was ample time for him to amass wealth. In truth, he would not even require that long, for a profitable scheme already blossomed in his mind. At dawn, he would embark on a journey back to the Chen household. "It's still early. Let us rest," he suggested. "Not at all. I'm tired." Truly sleeping, not feigning slumber, has nothing to do with fatigue. Oh, then let us sleep, Tan Xiaomei replied obediently, nestling against his chest, while he remained far from compliant. The following morning at 6:30, she stirred. Why are you up so early? Let's sleep a bit longer. My mother mentioned yesterday that during the first 3 days of our marriage, we may sleep in as late as we desire, ideally waking naturally. Once replenished, we must visit my Uncle S's house together, she added, tugging the thin duvet over her abdomen and thighs, tilting her head to gaze at Chen Ping'an, who was clad in only his shorts. A look of weariness etched across her face. Chen Ping'an smiled at her, nodded, and silently retreated to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled Tan Xiaomei's ears. She mused, what is this fellow up to so early? Disinterested, she turned her attention elsewhere. After completing his morning routine, he approached the bed, gently caressing her cheek, brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her face. I will step out for a while and return before noon so we can visit your uncle, he informed her. Where are you going? To my home, to see my father and fetch some clothing. Oh, I will accompany you to meet father. That won't be necessary. I can manage on my own. As for when you will return to the Chen household with me, that is a matter to discuss with your parents and seek their consent first. Very well. Please bring some gifts for father. There are cigarettes and liquor in the room on the first floor. Feel free to take plenty. No need. Chen Ping'an descended alone, passing through the living room, where he noticed several sets of prepared gifts in a room, each comprising a pack of cigarettes, a bottle of liquor, a carton of milk, and 6 apples. He cast a fleeting glance, noting a total of 4 groups, presumably belonging to Tan Xiaomei's uncle, 2 aunts, and 1 maternal uncle. There was no arrangement made for old Chen. He let out a wry smile and shook his head, feeling no ripple of emotion. After all, he merely occupied the shell of Chen Ping'an, devoid of any genuine emotional connection to his experiences. Tan Xiaomei's parents had yet to rise, prompting Chen Ping'an to take out the key Tan Xiaomei had given him the previous day to unlock the iron gate and depart to the left. Tan Xiaomei stood there, dazed, her sleep now elusive. Why was she not included, nor offered any gifts? Was the stigma of being a son-in-law truly so profound? She rose and approached the wardrobe, pulling it open to reveal an array of garments. She selected a purple and white outfit, accompanied by a pair of blue jeans and a long-sleeve pink t-shirt. Before heading to the washroom for a shower, Chen Ping'an summoned memories of this lifetime. The Chen family resided 3 kilometers away in Qinjia village, easily reached by walking straight along the banks of the Peach River. Occupying Chen Ping'an's body, his father was indeed his father, deserving of care and respect, as he intended to provide for old Chen in his twilight years, thus honoring this vessel. With a click, Chen Ping'an retrieved the key to open the door of old Chen's home. Woof, woof. The sound of barking echoed from within. This was an old house, constructed from blue bricks, in his recollection built during the 70s. At that time, old Chen was just shy of 20, vigorous and robust, having earned the highest scores in the village. Old Chen's father had 6 children, and through toil and sacrifice, he had erected this residence. The house comprised 2 stories, each spanning 80 square meters, with a 40 square meter yard in front for storing farming tools. Behind it lay another yard, home to 10 chickens, a black vegetable dog, and a gray cat. Following his mother's passing, the chickens disappeared. The cat ventured out and never returned, leaving behind only the scruffy old dog, which had aged into a companion of over a decade. As Chen Ping'an entered the Tan family, the once vast house and yard now housed only a solitary elderly man and a disheveled old dog. Dad, I'm home. Chapter 4, Uncle. I am not sated upon opening the door. A black old vegetable dog lay at the feet of Chen Ping'an, incessantly sniffing, its tail wagging vigorously from side to side, resembling a clapper of a gong. Chen Ping'an mused that this old black dog could only sense the essence of its owner, failing to recognize the shift in human sentiment. In truth, it was not its master, Chen Ping'an, but rather a remnant from his past life. He gently placed his hand atop the dog's head. The old black dog froze momentarily, its tail ceasing its motion, a guttural sound of hostility emanating from its throat. In less than half a second, it returned to its exuberant state. What brings you back today? An elderly man emerged from the room. He was adorned with a full head of white hair, his face etched with numerous wrinkles, his robust physique slightly hunched. This was Chen Ping'an's father, Chen Ping'an. At the age of 50, he bore an abundance of white hair that belied his years. When he turned 40, which was also when Chen Ping'an was 14, his 38-year-old wife, Tang Xen, succumbed to tuberculosis, incessantly coughing blood, leaving behind a son and 2 daughters. There had been a chance to manage her condition through surgery to remove half a lung. Yet the lack of funds rendered this impossible. Gazing at the aged visage of his father, Chen Ping'an could not help but smile, as if he were beholding his father from a past life. Naturally, a son longs for his father, prompting a return home. This old house of ours, after a while. Once I earn some money, I shall promptly demolish it and rebuild anew. With his parents from a previous life absent, the presence of his aged father felt immensely comforting, perhaps a testament to the innate bond of blood. If I possessed such abilities, there would be no need for me to seek a son-in-law. Look at your meager aspirations. I feel ashamed to even cross the threshold of this household. Old Chen retorted with indignation. He was the sole male heir among 6 elder sisters, having endured a lifetime of hardship in a rural setting devoid of brothers. In every endeavor, those with numerous brothers in the village would often wield their fists to bully him, occasionally causing trouble for his family. Whether it was over land boundaries, irrigation of crops, or disputes over hills in rural life, the strength of one's brothers dictated authority. To bolster their lineage, the Chen couple bore 3 children within 4 years, the eldest, Chen Ping'an, the second, Chen Xiaoqian, and the youngest, Chen Sanmei. However, their family was consequently left destitute. Valuable possessions, such as a 14-inch black and white television, a custom-made wooden wardrobe, and an ancestral set of 8 immortals tables and chairs, had all vanished. Their water buffalo was also lost, compelling them to borrow from his sisters for plowing. And only after they had completed their own farming could he gain access to it. Years later, in 1997, with Chen Xiaoqian 8 and Chen Sanmei 6, they had surpassed the age for schooling. To ensure their children could receive an education, they needed to register their household. The couple, accompanied by their 3 children, ventured to the local H department to apply for household registration. The penalty was 4,000 per person, totaling 8,000 for the family. In the year 1997 of the Great Xia Era, how could a farming family possibly possess 8,000 yuan in cash? Chen Ping'an and his wife found themselves in dire straits, having inquired among his 6 sisters for assistance, yet none could lend more than 200 at most. With no other recourse, they turned to Tang Xin's family for help. Tang Xin, the youngest among her siblings, had 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and after her marriage, she had lost contact with them. When she wed, her parents, seeing the destitution of the Chen family, secretly provided her with a bracelet and a gold chain, while discreetly delivering grain to their household, cleverly concealing the white rice beneath a layer of yellow husk. Tang Xin's sisters were greatly aggrieved, questioning why they had received only a mere 100 buns, a single garment, and a quilt upon their marriages, while she had been bestowed with jewelry. They returned to their parents' home, lamenting to their brothers for fairness. Initially, the brothers paid little heed to their complaints, but as their parents hesitated in their responses, and the reality of the substantial grain shortage became apparent, resentment began to brew among them. By the 2nd year following Tang Xin's marriage, her siblings ceased visiting her. Despite her attempts to invite them over, they remained indifferent. In a fit of pride, Tang Xin declared that she would never return to her family. Her brothers dismissed her words, believing it was inconceivable for a sister to sever ties with her brothers. Historically, women without familial support faced uncertain futures, inevitably seeking refuge at their parents' home when cast out by their husbands. Indeed, in the sweltering August of 1997, Tang Xin returned to her family with her 3 children in tow. By then, both parents had passed away. The siblings exchanged little conversation, sharing a moment of sorrow as Tang Xin wiped her tears and urged her children to greet their uncles. Eldest uncle, second uncle. Look how big Ping'an has grown. He must be 9 now. And Xiao Qian, why are you so thin? Not eating well, she remarked with concern. Second uncle, I am hungry. I haven't eaten all day and feel like I might perish from starvation, the child replied. Dear sister, do not weep. How could it come to this, that the children are starving? Tang Xia lamented, her own tears flowing freely, reminiscent of an unwed girl, utterly distraught. In response, her eldest uncle provided 4,000, and her second uncle matched that amount, enabling them to settle the household registration fees. To repay the 8,000, Chen Ping'an and his wife toiled in a private brick factory after completing their agricultural duties. The rise of private brick factories in the 1990s marked a period of poor working conditions and excessive dust from the firing process, which would later be outlawed. It was during this tumultuous time that Tang Xia began to cough, her condition worsening to the point of coughing up blood, ultimately leading to her untimely death. In a single night, Chen Ping'an's hair turned completely white. Following Tang Xia's passing, he harbored resentment towards his brothers-in-law for their relentless demands for repayment, which he blamed for her demise. In a fit of anger, he severed ties with Tang Xia's siblings, leaving the 8,000 unresolved. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's intention to marry into the Tan family, old Chen was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, anger intertwined with deep-seated sorrow. The trials and tribulations of his past had culminated in the acquisition of a modest home and the upbringing of his 3 siblings. Now, however, he felt he might lose everything, becoming a son-in-law with no desire to take on such a role. It was utterly disgraceful, a betrayal of the Chen family's honor and a disservice to his parents' expectations. In his own home, even in poverty, there was a place to stand firm. He had control over his own life. What was the merit in marrying into a family where every decision had to heed a woman's command? A single misstep could lead to punishment, such as kneeling on a washboard. Old Chen vehemently opposed Chen Ping'an's decision to marry into the Tan family, issuing a stern ultimatum. If you dare to go through with this, do not return and do not call me father. It's as if your mother and I never bore you. That very day, Chen Ping'an quietly took the household registration book and, with his identity card in hand, accompanied Tan Xiaomei to the administrative bureau, spending 18 yuan to obtain their marriage certificates. This infuriated old Chen further. He refused to attend his son's marriage banquet and forbade Chen Shaoqian and Chen Sanmei from going as well, neglecting to inform his 6 sisters and Tan Xiaomei's relatives. Father, we are still father and son. How can there be lingering resentment? Give me 2 months, and I will make enough money to build a house and provide you with a grandson, Chen Ping'an proposed. He devised a plan, believing that the only remedy for his worries lay in constructing a home and having a child. 2 months to build a house. With what resources? The Tan family was not going to finance your dreams. 2 months to father a child? Let us see you accomplish that. The reality of the situation was clear to him. 2 months to build a house was nothing but empty bravado. With the rising costs of materials and labor, erecting a 3-story building of 80 square meters, including the foundation, would require at least 130,000 yuan, not accounting for decoration. Basic renovations for plumbing and electrical work would cost at least 6,000 yuan for the 3rd floor alone. If he were to purchase a washing machine and refrigerator, an additional 3,000 yuan would be needed. Without laying tiles, merely leveling the floor with cement and coarse sand would require no less than 18 tons of sand and a ton of cement, all of which cost money. Should he opt for upscale renovations, the expenses could easily soar to 150,000 yuan. Renovations are a bottomless pit, and affluent individuals can spend millions on them. If only he had that kind of money, he could build a house, and marrying would become much simpler. The lack of funds for construction was precisely what had led him to exploit the opportunity to marry into the Tan family. Carrying a child for 10 months is common knowledge. How could he claim he would have a child in 2 months? Did he think he could deceive an old bachelor like me? When I bore you, you were not even a thought. 2 months to have a child? Who were the green hat if not you? Realizing he was being imprudent, Chen Ping'an quickly helped old Chen to sit down, smiling as he reassured, Father, I will not take a single penny from the Tan family. I will earn everything myself. Trust me, give me 2 months, and I will deliver every cent to you. When the time comes, you can oversee the entire building process. When I mention 2 months to have a grandchild, I meant conception, not birth. Last night, I consummated my marriage with Xiaomei. With a little more effort, I believe we will see signs of pregnancy soon. Really? Old Chen did not push away his hand. Settling into the worn gray chair beside the dilapidated table in the living room. In this fractured family, nothing could uplift the spirit more than building a home. And nothing could bring greater joy than the prospect of a grandchild. Chapter 5. A Gentleman's Revenge. 2 months are not too late indeed. As I made my way here, Xiaomei expressed her desire to visit you. I did not consent, advising her to consult her parents before coming. Chen Ping'an leaned against old Chen, pulling out a chair to sit down. The old black dog lay at his feet, resting its head against his ankle, occasionally engaging in delicate nudges. The dog, aged and with coarse fur, caused a slight discomfort to Chen Ping'an's ankle, akin to the prick of tiny needles. Yet, he felt remarkably at ease. If she wishes to come, you should permit her to do so without needing her parents' approval. Otherwise, it suggests a lack of decisiveness on your part, failing to manage your own wife. Now, tell me, what brings you back? Old Chen understood Chen Ping'an. His return home on the second day of his marriage was certainly not merely to discuss building a house or having children. There must be other matters at hand. He decided to start with pleasant remarks before delving into the core issue. One must not be led astray, lost in a fog of confusion. Dad, I left my bank card with you. There's 2,000 yuan in it. I've come to retrieve the card and withdraw the money. Last night, during the wedding night, the memory that surfaced was of this body having stored 2,000 yuan with old Chen. It was a modest sum, yet constituted his personal treasury, his private funds. Old Chen, concerned about his son's spending habits, insisted on collecting a portion of his earnings each month for labor, also taking his bank card under the pretense of safeguarding it, promising to return it upon his marriage. However, given that he was a son-in-law, those 2,000 yuan were naturally lost. To earn money, one must first possess capital. That 2,000 yuan was indeed capital, for money can generate more money. In this information age, the most fundamental requirement is to possess tools for information retrieval. Chen Ping'an had previously been engaged in the financial sector, where all tasks were conducted via computer and mobile phone. Thus, he needed to purchase a computer to commence his financial endeavors. The losses endured in his past life need not be repeated. He could easily evade the traps laid out before him. The wealth accumulated in his previous life would remain intact, and he was destined to earn even more in this life. What? Get lost. You're back on the very first day of being a son-in-law, rushing over to ask for money. And speaking of building houses and having grandchildren in 2 months, keep your distance. Dad, please listen to me. I'm involved in finance. Regardless of Chen Ping'an's protests, old Chen relentlessly pushed him out the door, securing it with a bolt. Standing outside, Chen Ping'an could only hear old Chen's grumbling and curses. What a calamity! Desperately wanting to take away 2,000 yuan, an ungrateful descendant. I will not give it to you, not even in death. What an unworthy son to have produced this offspring. Woof, woof, woof. Chen Ping'an stroked his chin, sensing a sudden warmth on his face. Yesterday, and even this morning, he had not experienced such a sensation. Yet now, it had manifested. Clearly, old Chen's words had stirred something within this body, consequently influencing its emotions. Shaking his head, Chen Ping'an realized that his attempt to procure the 2,000 yuan had failed, and he would have to seek alternative means. At that moment, an elderly woman from the neighboring house hurled a basin of water outside, shouting, "Inverted door, broom star, worthless dog, disgrace to the Chen family." The water swiftly surged towards Chen Ping'an's feet. Instinctively, he jumped up, landing in the midst of the water. His canvas shoes were instantly soaked, and as the water seeped in, he felt an unexpected slickness beneath him. Taking a couple of steps, his shoes emitted a creaking sound. Chen Ping'an glanced sideways, noticing the middle-aged woman retreating with the empty basin towards her yard. Simultaneously, 2 men in their 30s rushed out from the yard, one wielding a yoke, the other grasping a kitchen knife. An elderly man drew a white cigarette, leisurely exhaling smoke towards Chen Ping'an while raising his chin defiantly. Faced with this situation, Chen Ping'an felt a sense of bewilderment. He slightly closed his eyes, seeking memories of the past. It turned out that this family had a long-standing feud with Chen Ping'an's family, dating back to their grandfathers, a grudge that had never been resolved. The elderly man, named Chen Limo, was 10 years older than Chen Ping'an, now a precise 60 years of age, with 7 brothers of his own. He had also fathered 4 sons. The elderly woman who had just entered was named Pu Rubing, who had long mocked Chen Ping'an's mother, Tang Xing, during her lifetime, deriding her for only being able to lay silver eggs instead of golden ones. Golden eggs, symbolizing roosters, silver eggs representing hens. The 2 men in their 30s were the eldest, Chen Ping'an, and the second, Chen Ping'an. The third son, Chen Pingshou, and the fourth, Chen Pingkai, had yet to make their appearance. Together, the 5 of them were a formidable force, unmatched in the village. They frequently bullied the elder Chen and Chen Ping'an the most. In the past, the elder Chen had kept a low profile, shielding Chen Ping'an from confrontation to prevent him from suffering harm. Today, the opposing family seized the opportunity, eager to find a pretext to pin Chen Ping'an down and rub his face in the dirt. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, a surge of murderous intent inexplicably welled up within Chen Ping'an. Taking possession of Chen Ping'an's being, it naturally aimed to resolve these grievances, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, leaving no one unscathed. With a complete ensemble of individuals present, he would invite the 4 brothers for a drink in a few days. Until then, Chen Ping'an nodded towards Chen Ping'an and Chen Ping'an, hastily departing. What the hell am I doing stooping to your level? 5 of you against me alone. And I'm supposed to fight? Am I crazy? We, the people of Daxia, are far more astute than foreigners. No matter the number or stature, they swing their fists without thought, only to end up on the ground calling for lawyers. I see you outnumber me, so I'll simply retreat. What's the point of fighting? A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years, but I won't wait that long. In just 2 months, I'll have earned enough to deal with Tan Xiaomei's family, especially with an influential uncle in the management. You'll see your family face the consequences. Dad, has this kid gone soft? His father used to protect him, making him think he was something special, a real troublemaker. Today, seeing him, I almost burst out laughing. He is nothing but a coward. Chen Ping'an, still gripping the kitchen knife, slowly discarded it to the side, momentarily stunned. Chen Ping'an laughed heartily, exclaiming that the father and son were nothing but cowards. The elder feared confrontation, while the younger one simply fled. Next time we seize the opportunity, we shall deliver a sound thrashing. Chen Limo shook his head, taking only 2 puffs from his cigarette before letting it smolder in his hand. They're not necessarily cowards. Do not underestimate them. A man who dares to marry into another family cannot be easily intimidated. With influential figures in the Tan family, once he establishes himself there, our family may face repercussions. You 4 brothers should strive to avoid provoking this duo. What nonsense! We will confront those 2 directly. In terms of strength, our Chen family village ranks second to none. Indeed, the second brother speaks wisely. We shall deal with them decisively. If necessary, we can call upon connections at the L Bureau for assistance. Fear is unwarranted. Chen Limo discarded half of his cigarette onto the ground, not bothering to extinguish it as he bent down and walked toward the courtyard. The winds of change were upon him, and Chen Limo could not halt their advance. Some individuals, through sheer effort, could suppress their adversaries, shattering their very spirit, rendering them irreparable. Take Chen Ping'an, for instance, whose marriage into another family brought him perpetual disgrace, or Tang Xing, who mocked their only talent of producing silver eggs, leaving them forever embittered. Should they dare to strike first, a lesson would be imparted. Striking preemptively would allow them to gain the upper hand, and mutual confrontation would merely be deemed a brawl, incurring negligible penalties. The strategies shared by relatives from the L Bureau had proven effective time and again. Some individuals exploit external forces, climbing to lofty heights, thus avoiding conflict. One must consider the owner before striking a dog, and when confronting Chen Ping'an, one must regard the 2 esteemed elders of the Tan family. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an isolated himself in his room, oblivious to the happenings outside. The bank card danced in his palm, and he could not suppress an indescribable lament. His son lacked capability, now relying on external forces for support. As a father, how could he bear such a burden? His son faced his own struggles. Living under the Tan family scrutiny, where every need depended on their favor, Even the purchase of a pack of cigarettes became a source of distress. Never mind. In a few days, I will have the second child. Chen Xiaoqian bring the card to him. Chen Ping'an arrived at the banks of the Peach River, where there were no guardrails, only a riverbank constructed of concrete and large stones. The bank was scarcely 50 centimeters wide, stretching into the distance. Chen Ping'an walked upon it without a hint of trepidation. Having stood on the balcony of a 29-story building, traversing the riverbank felt like walking on solid ground. He gazed calmly at the flowing waters. If I do not avenge this wrong, I shall have wasted this life. Brother, wait for me. I will restore dignity to your body. Now, he must continue his pursuit of wealth, seeking the first sum to purchase a computer. Chapter 6. Fighting and seeking. Chen Ping'an continued to delve into his memories. Neither of his two younger sisters had married within the city. Chen Xiaoqian resided in Zahashan village, 5 kilometers west of the county seat, while Chen Sanmei had wed in Siyuan village, 3 kilometers to the south of the city. Their husbands were engaged in farming, yielding meager returns. Chen Xiaoqian, heavily pregnant with a 9-month-old belly, was due to give birth at the end of the month, and the expenses associated with childbirth were substantial. Recently, Chen Sanmei's family had purchased a Jinpeng brand tricycle and had borrowed 600 yuan from him. At this juncture, the prospect of asking them for money was utterly unthinkable for Chen Ping'an. He continued to sift through the recesses of his mind. Having grown up together, the peach farmer from the neighboring Wangjia village currently operated a small restaurant, yet it had yet to turn a profit, and it seemed unlikely he had any funds to lend. He often felt that, with a casual word, he could secure a loan from many. However, when it truly mattered, he realized that everyone was financially constrained. Money was not easily borrowed. He shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness for the persona of Chen Ping'an. Within his circle, there was no one to turn to for financial assistance. The greatest distance between individuals is often the proximity of their wallets, yet the wealth remains unbridgeable. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his thoughts, Yang Siki, a high school classmate and former deskmate. After graduating, she had ventured to Guangcheng, worked in the entertainment sector, and received excellent vocational training. She returned to her hometown only last year, securing a position at the county's MZ Center as a competent female technician. She might possess funds. Indeed, she undoubtedly did. Should he inquire about borrowing some money? However, borrowing from a technician meant appropriating her hard-earned income, which was also the fruit of her youth. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Ping'an had no intention of asking her for assistance. Yet, the situation had become dire. He had no one to rely on, and having recently married into the Tan family, he was resolute in not requesting money from Tan Xiaomei, a matter of principle. While other men in similar positions lacked dignity, Chen Ping'an was imbued with it. With determination, Chen Ping'an descended the riverbank, traversing the overgrown grass that reached his chest, and made his way toward the largest MZ center in the county. The Huangqiao MZ Center was situated adjacent to the administrative office, with only a wall separating them. Though, in truth, it was more of a thin barrier, as the walls of the administrative offices would soon be dismantled for the convenience of the public. A 7-story building stood proudly at the center, its numerous windows reflecting the light, with the gilded sign Huangqiao MZ Center prominently displayed at the top. In front of the building lay a spacious plaza, seamlessly connected to the building by a gently sloping curve, allowing vehicles to drive up to the entrance before descending on the opposite side. A line of female customer service representatives stood at the entrance as Chen Ping'an strode purposefully towards them. "Boss, the MZ rooms are on the 2nd floor. Sound is on the 3rd, and private rooms on the 4th. I'm here to find someone. Is it a friend who has booked a MZ room for you? They've even reserved a private room for you on the 4th floor. I'm looking for a female technician. It's rather urgent. Given the hour, if you need a technician, you should go to the 2nd floor reception and inquire if she is on duty. If she isn't, you can request her service. Thank you, Miss." Chen Ping'an, with his tall and handsome visage, garnered admiration wherever he went, even in the absence of financial means. He stepped into the lobby, which was devoid of furnishings. No sofas, tables, or porcelain ornaments graced the space. 3 grand chandeliers adorned the ceiling, each draped with an array of acrylic ornaments, varying in shape and arranged in a visually pleasing manner. Though it was merely around 8 a.m., one could easily envision the dazzling spectacle that would unfold come nightfall. with the lights ablaze, creating a scene of resplendence within this small county of the Great Xia Kingdom. As Chen Ping'an ascended the wide staircase to the second floor, he observed two sets of circular sofas flanking a glass-top table. The second floor was bustling with patrons. Some were seated, awaiting companions, others engaged in card recharge transactions, while a few were escorting guests out. Just as he contemplated approaching the front desk to inquire about Yang Siki, he noticed a technician making her way down the left corridor. She carried a small basket in her left hand, filled with various trinkets, while her right hand held an identification card. Her face, adorned with a light touch of rouge, beamed with a gentle smile as she walked leisurely. Suddenly, a rotund man emerged from behind, wrapping his arms around her. "Hey, let go. I'll report you to the supervisor, and you'll regret it," he exclaimed. "This is absurd. I've paid, and merely getting a foot massage is pointless. Let go. I am a respectable person, selling skills, not my body. If you're looking for trouble, take it upstairs. Not here." The rotund man grew increasingly brazen, seizing her work basket and tossing it aside, causing various tools to scatter across the floor. Crash! The glass cupping jars shattered into fragments. Alcohol bottles broke, lighters fell to the ground, and the scent of alcohol permeated the corridor. Two white, triangular cloths crumpled on the floor, alongside a square hand towel used by the technician. Lip balm, a small mirror, a keychain, and a Nokia 5300 music phone tumbled towards the wall. "Supervisor. Security. Someone is harassing me." "I'll let go." With security stationed on the first floor and the supervisor nowhere in sight, the two clerks at the front desk were preoccupied with calling for assistance. In that moment, Yang Siki's uniform button was yanked free. With a swift movement, Chen Ping'an dashed forward, lifting his right foot to deliver a kick to the rotund man's waist. He followed with a right and left hook, landing blows on the man's mouth and chin. "How dare you strike me?" The rotund man grimaced in pain, retreating until he was backed against the wall, his expression a portrait of agony. "Ping'an, what brings you here?" Yang Siki asked, hurriedly fastening her uniform, though the button had come undone. She gathered the hand towel from the ground and tucked it into her chest to conceal any hint of indecency. "I came to discuss something with you, but it seems he has laid hands on you. Should I call for help?" Chen Ping'an offered. "No need. The supervisor and security will handle it. They're on their way. We can leave it to them." At that moment, a tall and imposing security guard followed closely behind a petite and delicate woman. The contrast between their sizes was striking. "Are you the one causing a disturbance?" The petite and delicate woman inquired of the man leaning against the wall, cradling his face. There was no disturbance. Rather, it was the woman whose service was lacking. The rotund man argued persuasively that spending money entailed enjoyment, and it was utterly unreasonable to deny him the pleasure of touch. The woman turned her gaze to the tall man, signaling discreetly. The security guard behind her understood and took 2 steps forward, grasping the back of the rotund man's collar, lifting him effortlessly and propelling him into the adjacent room. Bang! The door slammed shut. "All is well now. Yang Siki, please clock out at the front desk. Adjust your mood and continue your work." "Supervisor, I was on the night shift yesterday, and I have already completed 6 hours. I wish to clock out and return in the evening." "All right, go fill out your work card at the front desk and you may leave. Today, refrain from wandering about. I will handle this rogue and notify you further." "Thank you, supervisor." The petite woman grasped the door handle and turned the lock clockwise, entering and shutting the door behind her once more. Yang Siki playfully nudged Chen Ping'an's arm, her cheeks flushed. "Thank you this time. Come, I'll take you for breakfast. We can discuss matters while we eat." She crouched down, her legs together, with her left hand holding her short skirt and her right picking up a small work tool from the floor, arranging it neatly in a basket before heading to the front desk to fill out her work card and hand over her duties. Chen Ping'an followed her closely. "Siki, is this your boyfriend?" "He is so handsome. Let us get acquainted." The front desk clerk beamed at Chen Ping'an, as if he were a delectable morsel. The strikingly tall man was indeed a heartthrob, loved by all who laid eyes upon him. Yang Siki pouted slightly. "If only he were my boyfriend, that would be wonderful. But alas, he is not. I am merely a solitary white rose in unrequited love." The front desk clerk seemed to disregard Yang Siki's response, her gaze lingering on Chen Ping'an's features. Chen Ping'an returned her smile and followed young Siki downstairs. They did not exit through the main door, but rather through a small door at the corner of the first-floor lobby. Beyond the door lay the courtyard wall of the management office, and a short walk of 20 to 30 meters led to a pedestrian street. Various ancient-style buildings were erected in orderly succession, their gray tiles dating back to the Great Era, shimmering with a gentle azure hue. The yellow-hued wooden doors, whether blackened by smoke or intentionally crafted to resemble aged black, held an air of mystery. The second floor extended out into the street, adorned with a touch of ethnic charm. Beneath their feet lay blue and white cobblestones, flanked by narrow drainage ditches. As Chen Ping'an strolled along the street, it felt as if he had transcended time, stepping into the Qing dynasty or the Republican era, exuding a quaint charm. "Ping'an, shall we dine at this rice noodle shop?" "Sure, that works for me." I Haven Tea brought a single penny. Chapter 7: Borrowing Money? How much do you need? This question startled young Siki immensely. As long as Chen Ping'an felt no embarrassment, it was others who suffered the awkwardness. "What? You don't have a single penny? Did you not just marry Tan Xiaomei? Although it was a reverse marriage, surely not all finances had to be surrendered? Did you have to apply for pocket money every month?" Young Siki found this utterly incredulous and bombarded him with questions. In her opinion, during high school, Tan Xiaomei was a person of good character, speaking gently and possessing pure morals, hardly resembling a fierce woman or a domineering figure. Chen Ping'an entered a noodle shop with her, ordered 2 bowls of rice noodles, a serving of pan-fried dumplings, 2 sticks of fried dough, 2 bottles of soy milk, 2 servings of egg pancakes, and 2 tea eggs. After all, it wasn't his money, so he felt free to order lavishly, especially when catching up with an old classmate, particularly a female one. Young Siki quietly listened to him order a plethora of food, not attempting to intervene, as if such quantities were not excessive and could be consumed without issue. Originally, he had some private savings, but he had relinquished them to his father before marriage. Entering the Tan family empty-handed, during the wedding banquet yesterday, Xiaomei did not ask him for a single cent. It was simply that he had no money, which had nothing to do with Xiaomei. "Oh," calling her so affectionately, "Xiaomei, how sweetly sour. So, you two have already shared the same bed?" "Yes, indeed, we slept together." "Have you cohabited?" "Absolutely. All necessary matters have been attended to, and we have become a genuine couple, destined to share a life together henceforth." "Ping'an, what do you see in Tan Xiaomei?" "She possesses everything that I do, lacking nothing. Last year, when I pursued you, I did not care about your family's circumstances. I was willing to marry you and become your wife, yet you outright rejected me, which left me quite heartbroken. Did you know I have been waiting for you all this time?" Yang Siki felt a profound sorrow. The distance between a man pursuing a woman is like a mountain, while a woman pursuing a man is like a veil. Yet, she believed this veil was far too thick, thicker than a mountain and deeper than the sea. What kind of veil was this? Chen Ping'an recalled this segment with remarkable clarity. Last year, while unloading goods from a truck, surrounded by burly men with bare arms hefting heavy packages, Yang Siki, looking fresh and graceful, approached the freight area, radiating affection towards him. Nearby, the muscular men whistled playfully. However, Chen Ping'an remained impervious, feeling that women who had ventured into MZ City were not pure and could not be relied upon for a lifetime of companionship. He did not express this bluntly, but instead diplomatically declined, saying, "As for marriage, it is all up to my father. I will heed his wishes. Right now, I must unload the cargo. We can discuss this another day." That another day turned into a year, until just a few days ago, when Tan Xiaomei and he struck a mutual agreement, fulfilling each other's needs and becoming a pair. That very evening, upon receiving the news, Yang Siki consumed 12 bottles of beer in an attempt to drown her sorrows. However, despite finishing an entire case, she found herself not intoxicated, but rather remarkably lucid. The old adage proved true. Alcohol does not intoxicate. It is the heart that is inebriated. Reflecting on past events, she reproached herself for missing the opportunity, believing she should have persevered and acted decisively, moved into Chen Ping'an's home, utilized her initiative, and captivated him, compelling him to take action. Once the rice is cooked, regardless of whether it is delectable or unpalatable, one must consume it all. Chen Ping'an was unaware of her circumstances. He only knew that her career was flourishing. Many of their old classmates boasted, praising her remarkable skills and commendable prowess. In truth, she adhered strictly to her professional duties, never crossing boundaries, nor allowing her clients to do so. As observed today, she prided herself on her artistry rather than her physical allure, even if it meant offending clients. Given the situation, Chen Ping'an found little sorrow in the matter. Missed opportunities are merely that, missed. One could only conclude that fate had not favored the two, or perhaps their ties from a past life had not been properly cultivated. He hoped to support her both spiritually and materially in the future. Fate had not conspired in their favor. Such things cannot be forced, and all he wished was for her well-being. Chen Ping'an slurped a mouthful of rice noodles and then added, "Lend me some money." Li Siki, who had just taken a bite of a pan-fried dumpling, was caught off guard. Unable to expel the hot dumpling in time, she resorted to opening and closing her mouth as if performing a pantomime. "What? You want to borrow money? How much?" Chen Ping'an sensed her inquiry was a good sign. If a woman outright refused, it could be inferred she was unwilling to lend even a cent. If she asked what the money was for, it suggested a possibility of lending, contingent upon whether the reasoning could persuade her, and if the return met her expectations. However, if she merely asked how much, it indicated she had funds available and was likely willing to lend, no matter the amount, even if it were just a little. Thus, borrowing money is indeed an art. In a previous life, he had worked as a private equity manager, specializing in the art of persuading others to part with their money. Chen Ping'an regarded Li Siki with calm admiration, delving into his memories to assess the nature of their relationship, whether any ambiguity existed. Regrettably, there was no such ambiguity. They were merely desk mates. To him, she was the best desk mate, and vice versa. "How much do you have? How much would you be willing to lend me? Is 5,000 enough?" Li Siki pondered. A married man, even if idle at home, would not require much for monthly expenses, especially since he was a guest in her household, where she provided sustenance and entertainment. The man merely needed some personal funds for a smoke or occasional outings with friends to boast and banter. 5,000 would suffice. "Not enough," Chen Ping'an replied, shaking his head. His goals had shifted. He no longer sought the 2,000 from old Chen, but rather aimed to borrow a substantial sum from Li Siki. More would be better, allowing him to bypass extensive capital accumulation. 10,000. Li Siki raised the stakes, her gaze fixed on him, as if believing this amount was sufficient. Isn't that enough for a man's annual spending on cigarettes, dining, and leisure? Moreover, in her perception, Chen Ping'an had no vices or indulgences. 10,000 was truly adequate. Beyond that, there would be no recourse. Not enough. He insisted. "Siki, lend me a bit more. I promise to repay you within a month at the shortest, or no longer than 2 months at the longest." Chen Ping'an spoke earnestly, albeit absurdly. Regardless of the amount, he is willing to accept it. Money breeds money, and the principle is never deemed excessive. Li Siki fell into deep contemplation. The more serious he spoke, the more she found herself in need of reflection. Her small treasury held a considerable sum. During her years working in Guangxing, when business thrived, she would earn commissions of 30 yuan for each hour, working 17 or 18 hours a day, resting only 2 days a week. After accounting for special occasions, she managed to accumulate nearly 150,000 yuan in a year. After sending money home, her bank account boasted a substantial 800,000 yuan in cash. She dared not spend recklessly. When others inquired about her finances, she would merely claim to have a few thousand, never lending a single penny to anyone. In truth, she was a modestly wealthy woman, hidden among countless ordinary ladies. In the year of the Great Xia Era, 2011, a single individual with 800,000 yuan in savings could hardly be considered anything less than affluent, especially an unmarried one. 20,000, is that acceptable? That is all I can offer. Her heart raced. She yearned to give him the entire 800,000 yuan, yet feared it might overwhelm him. So she settled on doubling her initial offer to 20,000. Chen Ping'an, noticing her deep thought, speculated that her savings were undoubtedly more than 20. and decided to intensify his efforts to secure her funds. Siki, let us draft a loan agreement. I pledge to pay you interest at a rate of 10% per month. If you lend me 10,000 now, it will amount to 11,000 after 1 month, and 12,100 after 2 months. If you lend me 100,000, it will become 110,000 after 1 month. 550,000 after 1 month for 500,000. 2 million. Please, do not continue. I do not possess such a sum. If I were to lend you money, it would not be for the sake of your interest, but rather with sincere intentions. I am uncertain of your purpose for the funds, yet I trust it is for an urgent matter. You assure me of your ability to repay, and I have no doubt. In her heart, Yang Siki was curious about his intentions. Since he chose not to disclose them, she refrained from asking. To inquire about the reasons without lending a single coin would seem disingenuous. What she valued was the person, not the motives, the process, or the outcome. Thus, sometimes it is better not to ask at all. Indeed, it's an urgent need. Since you are so certain, I shall increase the interest to 30%. Let us prosper together, sharing both wealth and expenses. Chen Ping'an felt a surge of joy, knowing the matter was settled and the amount would be substantial. The prospect of building wealth together was the finest testament to their mutual trust. 800,000, all my possessions, every last cent, I shall lend to you. If you're in urgent need, let's go to the bank together, and I will transfer the funds to you at the counter. Do you have a bank card? If not, we can arrange one on the spot. Yang Siki laid everything bare. Even if she were married and had become a member of the Tan family, the situation was currently unchangeable. Yet, she believed that conflicts would inevitably arise in such a circumstance. When that day comes, should Chen Ping'an find himself with nothing, her opportunity would present itself, and she would not hesitate to seize it. She devoted herself to him entirely, hoping he would not betray her trust in the future. This was her entire fortune, entrusted to him. It is settled. Now, let us proceed to the bank to open a card. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. She astonishingly possessed 800,000, an impressive feat of savings. Chapter 8. The arrival of 800,000. Chen Ping'an successfully completed the procedures for his bank card and activated online banking transfer. The moment 800,000 was transferred into his account, he noticed a slight tremor in Yang Siki's body. He recalled that this might be the most significant investment she had ever made, surpassing even her decision to work in Ganqing. Yet, she acted swiftly and decisively. Approaching the front desk manager, Chen requested paper and a pen to draft a loan agreement. In less than 10 minutes, he had prepared 2 copies. On November 12, 2011, I, Chen Ping'an, borrow a sum of 800,000 yuan from Yang Siki, promising a monthly interest rate of 30%, with a maximum loan term of 2 months. Borrower, Chen Ping'an, signature, lender. Yang Siki took the loan agreement, read it thoroughly, sighed, and said, Ping'an, there is truly no need for this loan note. Do you think I don't trust you? After she finished speaking, she picked up the pen and signed her name as the lender. Then stamped her thumbprint with a red seal. 1 copy was kept by each of them. Chen Ping'an folded 1 copy and placed it in his pocket. A loan must be documented with a note. It is a fundamental obligation. Not documenting, it would be akin to a couple cohabiting without a marriage certificate. Keep this receipt safe. The maximum loan term is 2 months, and I will transfer the principal along with interest to the card number you provided earlier. He retained her construction bank card number, intending to transfer her earnings directly once he profited. Yang Siki was momentarily stunned. How reasonable his words sounded. Cohabiting without a certificate truly felt like a sham. Unfortunately, she was not the one who would receive that certificate, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Well, the matter is settled. I must return home to rest. I work the night shift and am utterly exhausted. Would you like to come over for a visit? No, I still have matters to attend to, but I will certainly visit your home once I earn some money. The 2 parted ways at the bank entrance. Chen Ping'an hurriedly made his way to a mobile phone store. Following his plan, he intended to purchase a phone first and then a computer. In 2011, HTC dominated the mobile phone industry, closely followed by Samsung, Apple, and Motorola, while domestic brands were still in development, lacking any significant advantage. A saleswoman, possessing a fair degree of charm and dressed quite flamboyantly, paid little attention to Chen Ping'an as he entered the store. In her view, a young, handsome man might not necessarily be a buyer, and if he were to purchase, it would likely be a lower-end model. Her focus was on high-end devices, and she believed that if a male accompanied a female into the store, he would inevitably succumb to impulse and purchase a phone for her. Hence, while ignoring Chen Ping'an, she was exceedingly enthusiastic and attentive to a young couple who entered the store simultaneously. The iPhone 4S is now only for 999 yuan, including a package deal that comes with a pair of Apple earphones. Sir, if you buy one for yourself, you can get one for your girlfriend as well. Totaling just under 10,000 yuan. What a bargain. I will consider it. I might not necessarily buy an Apple phone. Other brands are acceptable too, the young man replied hesitantly. Xiaowei, if you're going to buy a phone, it must be the latest iPhone 4S. It's classy and prestigious. It's worth the investment, the young woman said, holding the iPhone 4S with affection. The young saleswoman smiled softly and remarked, "The lady speaks with great insight. The prominent factory owners and leaders from our county's management office all come here to purchase Apple devices. They buy them for their grandeur and status." Holding an Apple device, men exude confidence and strength, while women enhance their beauty, glowing radiantly. One cannot go wrong with such a purchase. However, I am merely a humble clerk in Department L, with a modest salary that cannot accommodate such an extravagant phone. Please suggest another model. The young man candidly expressed his situation, asserting his status and indicating his lack of need. Alas, Director L from the management office recently came here to purchase 6 units of the same Apple 4S. If you do not buy one, you will miss out on their circle and fall behind. They will not include you in their good fortune. Xiaowei, she is right. Just buy one. It would only cost you a little over a month as salary. If you buy 2, it's just 3 months' wages at most. The young woman gazed at him with eager anticipation, wanting the phone. Lele, we need not tighten our belts to elevate our consumption. Our income is only sufficient for lower-end models. We should save whenever possible while we are together. No way. You must buy the Apple 4S today. If you wish to marry me, you must. No purchase, no marriage. Buying a phone and getting married are not mutually exclusive. How can you conflate the two? I intend to save some money for our wedding expenses, and after marriage, our expenditures will be significant. Why not consider a cheaper imitation model, the Tiandali, priced at 280 yuan, which resembles the Apple phone? After a year, when finances are more comfortable, we can buy the real thing, all right? 280 yuan? An imitation? With a design similar to Apple? How could you even conceive of such a thing? I will be embarrassed to use it. If you lack funds, you should boldly seek extra income. Aren't there large-scale seedling farmers who would buy your quotas? Just sign your name, and tens of thousands would be in your hands, allowing you to take home 2 Apple 4S models anytime. Shut up. Go to hell. What nonsense. If a 280 yuan phone is out of reach, then forget marriage. Just leave. The young man pushed the woman away and walked out alone. The woman collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out, "You scoundrel. Thank goodness I didn't agree to marry you. If you can't even spare for a phone, will you deny me cosmetics in the future? If you won't marry me, then I shall find someone else." Rising swiftly, she dashed outside. The young saleswoman muttered, "Penny pincher. If you can't afford an Apple device, then don't even look at it. You miser." After saying this, she cast a sidelong glance at Chen Ping'an, her meaning unmistakable. "You are also a miser, unable to buy an Apple device." Chen Ping'an ignored her entirely, choosing instead to browse the various Motorola models displayed nearby. At that moment, another female salesperson approached from the repair section and politely inquired, "Handsome, which model are you interested in? I can provide you with an introduction." Chen Ping'an turned his head to look at her. She was dressed quite ordinarily, with a slender face and a height of about 1.6 meters, her legs appearing quite thin, likely due to malnutrition. Glancing at her left chest, he noticed her name tag, Xiaoya. No need for introductions. Just bring me an Apple 4S and also set up the SIM card. For Chen Ping'an, the Apple 4S was a familiar companion. During his graduate studies, he collaborated on a project with his mentor, and as a token of appreciation, each member of the project team received an Apple 4S. He utilized it diligently until, many years later, it succumbed to wear and tear. prompting him to transition to a Hua phone equipped with the then state-of-the-art 5-nanometer chip, which subsequently became a rarity. Thus, there is truly no need for Xiaoya to provide an introduction. He simply proceeded to make his purchase. What? No introduction? Just buying outright? Xiaoya, on her first day of work, felt somewhat bewildered. The store manager had instructed her to patiently explain everything to customers. Yes, just go ahead and give me the SIM card. Chen Ping'an paused momentarily before producing his bank card, indicating that he could settle the payment immediately without issue. Xiaoya, jolted from her reverie, beamed with delight as she excitedly hopped to the counter to retrieve a pristine Apple 4S, then proceeded to the service area to set up the SIM card. Meanwhile, a flamboyantly dressed woman nearby wore a scowl, incensed at the thought of not having secured the sale for herself. A single Apple 4S yielded a commission of 300 yuan. How could it be that this inexperienced newcomer, Xiaoya, who was merely on her first day and handling her first customer, received such a lucrative sale? She was filled with indignation. Chen Ping'an then recalled that since he had wed Tan Xiaomei, it was only fitting to present her with a gift. Although he had entered her family without the customary 3 pieces of gold or a bride price, he thought it appropriate to reward her for their wedding, which had been quite an ordeal. Xiaoya, please give me another one, the same Apple 4S. I wish to give it to my wife. Chapter 9. VIP channel. Very well, I will arrange that immediately. You are truly considerate to your wife. She must be exceedingly happy. Xiaoya trotted to the counter, retrieving another iPhone 4S, and walked past the saleswoman with the box in hand. The saleswoman, a young matron, quickly understood the situation. Her anger transformed into an enticing smile as she playfully addressed Chen Ping'an, saying, "Handsome, do take care of my business and purchase 2 units under my name. One for your mother and the other for your mother-in-law. It's a fair trade." She batted her eyelashes and pouted her lips, exuding a blend of charm and seduction. Chen Ping'an found the display repulsive and retorted coldly, "Why buy so many? Are you out of your mind? They won't sustain you. You're the one who's out of your mind, humph. If you don't want to buy, then don't. What is the big deal?" The saleswoman, now furious, realized that with a commission of 300 for each sale, she had lost a potential 600. Before long, the 2 iPhone 4S devices were equipped with SIM cards and ready for packaging. Package 1. I'll just put the other in my pocket. Let us proceed to payment at the front desk, he instructed. Xiaoya led him to the payment counter. After settling the bill, Chen Ping'an departed with a shopping bag in hand. Xiaoya cheerfully remarked, "If you encounter any after-sales issues, feel free to come to the store or contact me. I'll place my business card in your bag. You can call my private number anytime. We welcome your next visit." Chen Ping'an nodded and turned to leave. On a whim, he stopped by the adjacent computer store, spending 900 yuan on a Dell laptop. He was quite satisfied with its specifications, 8 gigabytes of memory. Although it lacked a solid-state drive, it still operated swiftly for 2011 standards. He slung the laptop bag over one shoulder and carried the shopping bag containing the iPhone as he leisurely made his way to the Silver River Securities office. "Sir, are you here to open an account or to handle financing services?" A courteous female customer service representative inquired. Chen Ping'an was captivated by her appearance and couldn't help but glance at her a few times. She was formally and neatly attired, despite the November chill. She wore a dark navy bodycon skirt, complemented by skin-tone stockings below mid-thigh. Her upper half was adorned with a fitted blazer, accented by a red bow tie. Atop her head sat a small red round hat, with her hair neatly tucked behind the brim. If only she were a tad taller and had a rolling suitcase by her side, she could easily pass for a flight attendant. "I would like to open a stock trading account," he stated. At the reception desk, he filled out the necessary forms. "Do you have any prior trading experience?" she inquired. "I do have experience, although I cannot provide any records of it." In his previous life, he had extensive trading experience as a stock professional, exchange trader, private equity fund manager, and futures trader spanning 18 years. However, in this lifetime, Chen Ping'an was merely a novice without an account, let alone any trading experience. "This is the form. Please fill it out. I am your customer service representative, Jasmine. If you have any questions while filling it out, feel free to ask me," she said, leaning against the desk with her left hand while sliding the form toward Chen Ping'an with her right. He promptly took the document and filled it out quickly. In less than 2 minutes, he completed the risk assessment with a few checks. I wish to open a Chinext account, but the rigid requirement of 24 months trading experience is unattainable. Please find a way to grant me access. Sir, I apologize, but this is a strict regulation that cannot be altered. I am prepared to inject 780,000 yuan in cash. Could you consult your account manager regarding a VIP channel and also discuss the trading fees? Certainly. Please hold on while I report the situation. Jasmine turned on her heels, her black-heeled shoes clicking briskly as she made her way to the account manager's office. Chen Ping'an was well aware of such operations. The regulations set forth by the brokerage were merely for the general public. When substantial funds were involved, these so-called restrictions could be navigated and transformed. For instance, the 24-month trading experience requirement could be overlooked with a nod from the account manager, instantly granting access to a VIP channel, along with unexpectedly favorable trading fees. After a brief interval, Jasmine emerged from the manager's office, smiling politely as she said, "Sir, please proceed to the manager's office for a detailed discussion." Very well. Chen Ping'an stood, leaving the reception desk with a leisurely stride towards the office. The account manager at Yinjiang Securities was a man of modest height, yet exuded vigor, embodying a robust demeanor. His name tag read, Ouyang Daiju. "Mr. Chen, please take a seat." Ouyang Daiju's desk was adorned with a coffee grinder, alongside a pot of heated coffee. The office was suffused with a rich aroma, reminiscent of charred coal, undoubtedly the scent of charcoal-roasted coffee. Manager Ouyang enjoys charcoal-roasted coffee. I share the same affection. Chen Ping'an pulled out a chair and settled at the desk, presenting his documents to Ouyang Daiju. Indeed, among the myriad of coffee varieties, I am particularly fond of charcoal-roasted coffee. Perhaps it is a habit formed from countless late nights, Ouyang Daiju remarked, shifting the conversation. The rigid conditions for opening a Chinext account are somewhat challenging to bypass, but not impossible. With your current deposit of 780,000 yuan, additional funds in the future would facilitate the process. I will undoubtedly deposit more. This is merely the initial amount, and I anticipate a subsequent deposit of at least 10 million in 2 months. Chen Ping'an had not considered any withdrawals, only the potential for profits. This initial capital of 780,000 was sufficient for him to strive in the stock market, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he expected to surpass 10 million in 2 months. Thus, his claim of having 10 million was not a boast, but rather a prelude to projected earnings. How remarkable! In our small county, a net worth of 10 million would rank one among the top 10 wealthiest individuals. Aside from a few factory owners in the industrial zone, it would likely be the real estate developers. It seems you may be related to them? Ouyang Daiju was well versed in the affluent of the county, but had not heard of any wealthy individuals named Chen. He could only probe further, surmising a possible familial connection. Something like that. Once the account is open today, I will promptly transfer the funds. I have no ties to those relatives. Ouyang Daiju retrieved a paper cup, poured himself a cup of charcoal-roasted coffee from the heated pot, added a spoonful of white powdered creamer and half a spoonful of sugar, stirred it with a spoon, and slid it towards Chen Ping'an. "Mr. Chen, take a sip of this coffee. I will immediately apply for your VIP account, granting you access to both the main board and the Chinext. Furthermore, the handling fee would be set at a mere 0.05, and communication expenses would be entirely waived." What do you think? A mere 0.05. Astonished, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. In the recesses of his previous life's memory, during the year 2011, brokerage fees hovered around 0.15, commonly reaching as high as 0.18. In the subsequent years, adjustments would gradually lower them to 0.13, then 0.12, with amounts exceeding 1 million eventually reduced to 0.15. Eventually, fees would continue to decline, with substantial investments potentially being charged only 0.01. As for waiving 0.05, such a practice is prohibited by the Securities Regulatory Commission, rendering it an illicit operation. This could only be achieved through clandestine channels, typically accessible only within the industry. Ouyang Daiju's offer of 0.01 was indeed remarkably generous. Excellent. I extend my gratitude to Manager Ouyang. Mr. Chun, you are too kind. I hope to rely on your assistance in introducing friends to open accounts in the future. Certainly. Shortly thereafter, after providing a bank card and conducting an on-site deposit, the account was effectively established. Chen Ping'an, without hesitation, proceeded to install the Yinjian trading software on his iPhone 4S, directly transferring 780,000 in one swift transaction. He retained a little over 5,000 as operational funds on his card. Ouyang Daiju was exceedingly pleased, holding Chen Ping'an's hand for an extended moment. Under his eager gaze, Chen Ping'an exited the account manager's office. Chapter 10. Why not just rob it? Chen Ping'an felt that the matter had been settled, so he traversed the bustling main street, heading west past a cinema, several video rental shops, and 3 internet CAFs until he arrived at the banks of the Peach River. Upon reaching the entrance of the quaint villa, he noticed a Porsche sports car obstructing the road, parked in the middle without any inclination to the side. If a vehicle approached from the opposite direction, passage would be impossible. Chen Ping'an cast a discerning glance at the 2-door, 4-seater model, a 911 convertible with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. In 2011, its price after tax was 1.63 million yuan, and with registration, insurance, and interior enhancements, it would exceed 1.7 million yuan. In a small place like Xianfeng County, it was rare to encounter someone affluent enough to drive such a lavish automobile. Chen Ping'an circumvented the car and stepped through the open door, finding 2 young men with bleached hair in the living room, clad in sequined denim outfits reminiscent of Xianmate style. Beside them stood his mother-in-law, Zhao Qiyu. Oh no, he should refer to her as Mom. Since he had entered the Tan household through the back door, he could not call her mother-in-law. He must treat her as a mother and address her accordingly. Next to Zhao Qiyu was Tan Xiaomei, impeccably dressed, her hands on her hips, appearing rather irate. "Leave at once, do not disturb me," Tan Xiaomei exclaimed, pointing at the taller of the 2 Xianmate men. "I refuse to leave. It's unacceptable that while I am out, you marry a nobody without my consent. This marriage is invalid. We must start over," the taller Xianmate man declared, fist pounding on the wooden table. The shorter man chimed in, "Exactly. What is wrong with our brother Fa? He come from a wealthy and influential family, perfectly matched with yours. I've heard the Chun family from Chenjiao village has fallen on hard times, barely scraping by, and you chose to marry him out of desperation. Xiaomei, you should reconsider and enjoy a good life with brother Fa." Standing silently beside them, Zhao Qiyu quietly poured tea for the 2 Xianmate men. Chen Ping'an did not see Tan Huaisher and speculated he was out attending to business. He stepped into the living room. "Mom, we have guests. Please, let's sit and chat," he said. "Xiaomei, I bought you a new phone and computer. See if you like them." He had specifically purchased an Apple 4S for her. The Dell laptop was meant for stock trading, allowing for both buying and selling operations, while also serving to indulge Tan Xiaomei in her favorite idol dramas, including numerous Japanese and Korean productions, which were particularly appealing, especially for a newlywed couple. Analyzing stock charts was more convenient on a computer, although mobile trading was also feasible. "Wow, the Apple 4S. It's the latest model this year. I absolutely adore it. Though it's a bit pricey, I hesitated to buy one. I can't believe you got it for me." "Thank you, Ping'an," Tan Xiaomei exclaimed, grasping the phone in one hand while holding Chen Ping'an's hand with the other, her face radiating a delightful smile. Her visage exuded youthful vigor, brimming with collagen, plump and dewy. This marked the first time Chen Ping'an had witnessed her smile during the day, as beautiful as a blooming flower, as graceful as a bird. Tan Xiaomei understood that Chen Ping'an was not wealthy. The Apple phone cost around 5,000, and the laptop would be an additional 4,000 or 5,000, totaling nearly 10,000. Where could he possibly have acquired such funds? With others present, it was not the right moment to inquire in detail. She decided to retreat to her room later for a more thorough discussion. "What nonsense! A mere broken phone and a dilapidated computer have brought you such joy. If it pleases you, I shall gift you this Porsche at your doorstep." The young man with the punk hairstyle shot a disdainful glance at Chen Ping'an and motioned to a nearby subordinate. The subordinate understood and rushed over, snatching the iPhone from Tan Xiaomei's hands and flinging it into the courtyard. Crash! The The phone shattered upon hitting the ground. Taken aback, Tan Xiaomei stood in shock. And upon regaining her composure, she glared at the punk's subordinate and exclaimed, "Zhong Yimin, you could have just spoken. Why resort to violence? You owe me for that phone." Zhong Yimin shrugged nonchalantly, grinning. "No problem. I can compensate at any time, but let's settle your affair with brother Fa first. You are aware of his family standing. If he approaches his father to propose to you, do you think your father wouldn't be swayed?" Hif. Brother Fa stepped forward, saying, "Xiaomei, we are meant to be. No one can come between us. Discuss it with your parents, and I shall return in a few days. Auntie, we shall take our leave now." "All right, take care," Zhao Qiwa said politely. "You cannot leave. You must compensate for the phone. 5,000 yuan, every penny." Chen Ping'an extended his arms to block the threshold. What the hell did you say? You want us to pay? Are you out of your mind?" Unaware that brother Fa's father was the head of the management committee, overseeing Tan Huaishun's department, with a rank surpassing that of Xiaomei's father, he continued, "It's not just a 5,000 yuan phone. Even if we were to demolish this small villa with an excavator, you wouldn't dare utter a word." Zhong Yimin's words rang true. As Zhao Qiwa exchanged glances with Chen Ping'an began to comprehend the situation. These were the offspring of officials accustomed to arrogance and misdeeds. There's an ancient saying, "When the people fear not death, what can death do to them?" While others may fear his father, Chen Ping'an remained unfazed. He took out his phone, capturing images of the two punks before turning to photograph the shattered phone, then positioned himself in front of the Porsche to capture its license plate, ensuring both the car and the so-called brother Fa and Zhong Yimin were included in the frame. What is this fool doing? What use is a photograph? Has he never seen such a luxurious car before? Posing with it? Chen Ping'an approached while recording a video, stating earnestly, "This is the residence at 28 Tan Family Village. The son of the committee member has trespassed into private property, causing disturbance and destroying a brand new iPhone 4S, as well as damaging a coffee table with his fists, the extent of which requires notarization. Should the perpetrator refuse compensation under the guise of official privilege, this video and evidence will be submitted to the municipal committee's inbox and a copy sent to the capital." Brother Fa pursed his lips and remarked to Zhong Yimin, "Oh, what grand ambitions! Off to the city and even the capital? You want to leave Yunzhong County?" "Yes, let them keep an eye on him. As soon as he departs the residence, someone will follow him, intercepting him at the train station during ticket purchase and inspection," Zhong Yimin added smugly. "The troublemaker wishes to detain me, preventing my departure from this locality. How tyrannical! The evidence is irrefutable, with both witnesses and material proof." Chen Ping'an saved the video and uploaded it to the cloud, then declared, "The video has been uploaded to the cloud, and I can report you at any moment. Regardless of who you believe I am or the extent of your power, I will pursue this matter to the very end." After speaking, Chen Ping'an picked up his Apple phone from the ground. The screen was shattered, and upon pressing the power button, vertical lines marred the display, rendering it unusable unless the screen was replaced. The tattooed thug, Fa Gu, swung his fist towards him, but Chen Ping'an swiftly evaded. Zhong Yimin intercepted, Fajie, whispering in his ear, "Fa Gu, this kid is unafraid of consequences, so there is no need to confront him openly. Let us deal with him discreetly. We must endure for now to prevent him from reporting us, as it would only bring embarrassment to your father." Breathing heavily, Fa Gu nodded and tossed 5,000 yuan onto the ground. "Here, take 5,000 for a new phone and delete that video. Consider this matter settled." Damn it. That 5,000 was meant for spending at the MZ Center on the 4th floor, and now I have to spend it early. I'll still need to go get more money from the old man later. Ridiculous. 5,000? That's insufficient. I spent half a day selecting the phone, comparing numerous models and brands before settling on this one. The cost of transportation, the effort put in, and the disappointment of my wife, who was initially delighted but is now quite upset, all contribute to my claim. I deserve at least 50,000 for emotional distress. Anything less is unacceptable. You must be out of your mind. Fajie Kursid. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to set traps for others. Well, had he ever been caught in one himself? Why not just rob him instead? Zhong Yimin added. Chapter 11. On a dark and windy night indeed, it is theft. You may choose not to comply and leave at your leisure. I am indifferent. Chen Ping'an was not one to indulge them. He returned to the living room and took Tan Xiaomei's hand in his. This was his first gift to his wife, and no one had the right to disrupt it, regardless of whether they were the offspring of officials or not. Ping'an, let it go. It is not a significant amount. Just 1,000 yuan to repair the screen will suffice. Tan Xiaomei attempted to ease the tension, acting as a mediator. After all, the other party was the son of the head of the management committee, and one must consider the broader implications. Furthermore, his father held sway over Uncle S. Bureau. Zhao Qiyu approached Chen Ping'an and said, Ping'an, do not escalate this situation. Your father has known Xiaofa's father for many years, and there are various connections between them. Do not make matters irredeemable. In my opinion, just delete the video, let them leave, and we can discuss the issues regarding Xiaofa and Xiaomei. After all, everyone is involved with a second female lead. Who can provide a woman with more happiness is who she will choose to be with. Zhao Qiyu was calculating. Discuss? Chen Ping'an's gaze shifted to Zhao Qiyu. Having been married and consummated their union, what was there left to negotiate? What a peculiar notion. Did Tan Xiaomei marry one only to consider marrying another, behaving like a man? Absurd. No way. 50,000 yuan, not a penny less. I will not delete the video. If they do not compensate me now, I will submit it to the reporting mailbox immediately. Even if they do pay, I will retain the video. Should they dare to harass Xiaomei again, I will still maintain the right to report them. To deal with scoundrels, one must employ scoundrel tactics. 50,000 is 50,000. I will secretly pursue this to recover my money in due course. It is effectively in their possession, causing no inconvenience. Zhong Limin whispered to Fa Ge. Although he was a subordinate, he understood the stakes. Escalating the situation could jeopardize the position of the committee head, as his father relied on Fage's father for support. That tree cannot face any troubles, especially not a report. Fa Ge pulled out a check, filled in the amount of 50,000, and tossed it onto the coffee table. Glaring fiercely, you have some nerve. Here, your 50,000. If I find out you released that video, I will have you dealt with. With that, he kicked the door open and strode out of the courtyard. Zhong Yimin followed closely, occasionally glancing back with a murderous glare directed at Chen Ping'an. The two drove onto the main road. Let us pay a visit to Wu Ying and have him take care of this loser. Understood, Fa Ge. Zhong Yimin made a right turn, driving against traffic towards the Royal MZ Center. Inside the small villa's living room, Chen Ping'an said, Xiaomei, let us visit the bank this afternoon to deposit the money into your account. Having money should never be wasted. By the way, there is still 5,000 cash on the floor, which brings our total to 55,000. These two fools really do not value money. Chen Ping'an chuckled to himself. The 5,000 he had thrown into the courtyard was still lying on the ground. Why not take advantage of it? Tan Xiaomei found it amusing as well. They had only been married for a day, and she was already receiving 2 years' worth of salary. Yes, indeed. I believe replacing the screen of this phone will not cost more than 1,000. A few hundred will suffice. Uncertain. The screen of the iPhone is a specialized one and may be somewhat costly. I am too lazy to replace it. This afternoon, I will simply purchase a new one for you and discard the old device. No, I can repair it and continue using it. Zhao Qiyu shook her head, as she was not concerned about the 55,000 or the phone itself, but rather her daughter's happiness, and how Zhang Xiaofa would inform his father, Zhang Qijuan. This situation could become quite troublesome. Regarding her daughter's happiness, she hoped for her to marry a wealthy man, regardless of his character, as long as he possessed wealth, thus ensuring a life free from want and, surely, happiness. Ping'an, you have not been involved in systemic work. There are individuals one must not offend. Do not be deceived by their outward generosity, as they may conspire against you in secret, leading to significant losses. No worries, I am well aware. Chen Ping'an picked up 5,000 yuan from the ground, took Tan Xiaomei's hand, and they ascended to the third-floor room to be alone. Today marks the second day of their marriage, and life must indeed continue. It was somewhat stuffy, and closing the windows made it even warmer. Ping'an, you carry the gifts while I drive? Let us visit Uncle's house. Certainly, it is the same village. Would it not be better to walk there? Why drive when I can? No, our Tan family village is quite large, with nearly 5,000 residents. Walking from one end to the other takes over 10 minutes. So driving is more convenient. Chen Ping'an understood that this three-story villa was purchased by her parents 2 years prior, specifically to serve as their marital home. Located by the Taojiang River at the village's edge, while they resided with uncle in an older house at the village's entrance. Those in high positions at the management office, surprisingly, do not enjoy ostentation, living in modest houses built in the 1990s, which could be considered quite virtuous. He sat behind Tan Xiaomei on the electric scooter, holding a carton of milk in his right hand and a gift bag in his left, which contained a pack of cigarettes, a box bottle of Wuliangya liquor, and 6 apples. Seated in front was Tan Xiaomei, her feet pressing against the ground, her right hand gripping the throttle and brake, while her left hand playfully tapped his thigh, say, "Move back a bit. You're too far forward," making it hard for me to drive. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an shifted his legs back, distancing his rear from her back momentarily. As she started the vehicle, the tires bounced, causing him to slide down, pressing closely against her. Fearing further descent, he had no choice but to tightly squeeze her thigh with his legs. Thus, they remained in that position, unable to shift further. Tan Xiaomei navigated the village path, traveling from one end to the other. They passed a small pond adorned with willow and banyan trees, providing ample shade, making it a delightful spot for the elderly and children. Elderly men set up chessboards, loudly proclaiming check and checkmate, as a crowd of old men gathered to watch the match. Meanwhile, elderly women occupied the 4 corners of small square table, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, their right hands deftly handling long cards. Children darted around the table, occasionally crawling beneath it, only to emerge again. More often, they would scurry between the legs of the elderly women, swiftly snatching the long cards to dive down, startling the women into exclamations, raising their right hands high, hesitant to bring them down. As Tan Xiaomei and Chen Ping'an passed, the elderly men and women shifted their gazes, beginning to chatter. What a lovely couple they are. The man handsome and the woman influential. The young man is indeed fortunate. He has entered her family, which may spare him at least 20 years of arduous struggle. In fact, it may liberate him from a lifetime of toil, provided he ensures the woman bears a son, thus rendering his efforts unnecessary. After all, he is the deputy minister of Xi, a position through which countless individuals have advanced in their careers. Unfortunately, he is only fathered a daughter. Had he sired a son, the legacy would have been perfectly fulfilled. Chen Jujin did not even attend the wedding. It appears that the notion of marrying into a family cannot endure. Hush, let us refrain from such talk. They were just wed yesterday, and to suggest it lacks permanence might be misconstrued as gossip. Indeed, General, you're out of moves. Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei entered Tan Huaishuan's home, placing their gifts aside. Tan Huaishuan's wife, Tan Huayin, is also a member of the Tan clan, belonging to the same lineage that has endured for over 5 generations. 3 decades prior, a devastating fire consumed Tan Huayin's family, claiming the lives of all except her, as she was working alongside Tan Huaishuan in a cornfield at the time. Left without parents or siblings and with no place to stay, she chose to reside in Tan Huaishuan's home. On a dark and stormy night, they became husband and wife. At that time, Tan Huaishuan had yet to achieve prosperity and was merely a humble schoolteacher. Curiously, in the same year, a high-ranking official visited Yunzhong County to assess the situation regarding water management. Coincidentally, he found himself at the Shuiwen station, tutoring a child, and in the course of conversation, he eloquently discussed the topography of Yunzhong County, precipitation levels, flood risks, preventive measures, and recommendations for improvement, all supported by sound reasoning. The city leader said nothing at the time, merely nodding in agreement, and not long thereafter, an appointment order was issued, promoting Tan Huaishuan from his teaching position to the role of deputy director at Shuiwen Station. Chapter 12, Visiting Uncle. 2 years later, he was assigned to the G Bureau system. After familiarizing himself with the fundamental operations, he was promoted to deputy director, taking full responsibility for the county's public security issues. Subsequently, the city leader was elevated to the position of the City J Committee head, and Tan Huaishuan naturally ascended to the directorship of the Jade Bureau, his status being second only to that of the county Jade Committee head, one rank below Zhang Xiao's father, Zhang Qijuan. Over the past decade, numerous complaints regarding his lack of integrity have been submitted, yet after their delivery, they vanished without a trace, while Tan Huaishuan remained firmly in his position. Insiders speculated that Tan Huaishuan's faction was distinct from Zhang Qijuan's, with both factions vying for dominance at the city level, engaging in a constant back and forth that led to considerable turmoil, prompting the provincial management office to intervene. Similarly, within the provincial capital, two opposing factions existed. As the year drew to a close, it was once again the time for electoral changes. If all proceeded as expected, Tan Huaishuan was poised to secure another 5-year term. Your uncle was receiving guests in his study. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare lunch for you today. Auntie, that is fine, you go ahead. We can manage ourselves. Tan Huayin poured water for them, brought out freshly washed grapes and large northern pears, and placed a fruit knife in the basket before smiling and heading to the kitchen. Xiaomei, isn't Uncle working today? Today is Saturday, and he is indeed supposed to be working. Dad mentioned that Uncle specifically took 3 days off to attend our wedding, hoping to enjoy a few leisurely days. If there are any matters to address, he will handle them over the phone. That makes sense. The Jade Bureau oversees urban security, and with more than 10 towns under its jurisdiction, he must be exceedingly busy. Taking 3 days off must indeed feel quite leisurely. Though Chen Ping'an spoke thus, his thoughts were quite contrary. How could the director of the Jade Bureau ever find a moment of peace? Between internal vertical meetings and horizontal discussions with other departments, not to mention various dining engagements, he had no time to spare. Recalling the events of the previous evening, he realized he had not seen Tan Huaishuan's son, likely due to his absence. Uncle's house was a traditional single-story structure made of concrete panels, with a flat roof suitable for hanging clothes, storing solar water heaters, and housing a water pressure tank. The first floor comprised 4 rooms and a hall, 2 bedrooms, a study, and a storage room. Having ceased agricultural work many years ago, there were few tools to store, rendering the yard and living room quite tidy. This stood in stark contrast to the old Chen family's home, where the front yard and living room were cluttered with various farming implements: plows, rakes, sickles, hoes, straw hats, raincoats carrying poles, hammers, axes, handsaws, and even large iron barrels and PVC trays for sewing. Chen Ping'an peeled a grape and waved it before Tan Xiaomei. Here, let me feed you a bite. No, thank you. I have hands and feet. I can peel and eat it myself. If Uncle and Annie see this, I would feel quite embarrassed. Embarrassed? They're an old married couple. They're used to such displays. We are newlyweds, so it's only natural to be affectionate. Come on, open your mouth and don't bite me. Why are you biting your fingers? It's not like you didn't bite someone last night. Tan Xiaomei glanced around, ensuring her aunt had not arrived. She pressed her hand to her chest, breathing heavily, as if fearful of being caught in a misdeed. Come on, be louder. You're incorrigible. Tan Xiaomei's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her face adorned with shyness as she pouted, her lips enveloping a peeled grape, smooth and succulent. The two were seated on the sofa, side by side, watching television. Tan Xiaomei fiddled with the channels, only to find nothing that piqued her interest. Suddenly, the sounds from the study grew louder. Unable to manage? The batch of medicinal gauze has delayed the delivery. You can't be the factory director anymore. Director Tan, we're short on funds. Didn't I allocate 13 million at the beginning of the month for designated use? And you still say it's insufficient? Director Tan. The funds were allocated, but they haven't reached me yet. The Jade Bureau said they had to dismantle the funds for poverty alleviation first, and it would take time before they could release my share. I'm quite helpless in this matter. If there was any way, would I have come to your house? The Jade Bureau is hesitant to dismantle the special funds. It seems to be an order from a higher authority. Do what you can for now. Produce a batch as best as you can, then distribute it. I will look into the financial matters. We can't even produce a single batch. The cotton yarn factory requires payment upon delivery. I've reserved 8 million in cotton yarn, but they demand 4 million to be transferred before dispatching. 4 million is not a trivial sum. I have 2 properties in the county, valued at 660,000 as collateral. The factory has 300,000 left. And even if I invest it all, it barely covers the 4 million deposit. I truly find myself at a loss. I cannot produce a single piece of medicinal gauze. Bang! The sound of a fist striking the table echoed. Tan Xiaomei and Chen Ping'an froze. Were they fighting in the study? The two quickly rose. Tan Huayin came from the kitchen to the doorway of the study, but did not push the door open. She merely stood to the side. After a while, Tan Huaishuan sighed from within, saying, "You head back for now. I will find a way to secure the funds for you. Produce the goods first, fulfill your obligations, and I will go to the city to settle the accounts afterwards." All right. The study door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s who smiled and nodded at Tan Huayin. "Sister-in-law, I will take my leave now. Xiaolu, why not stay for dinner?" "The food is ready and can be served shortly," Tan Huayin urged politely. "No, I need to return to the factory to repair machines. I'm quite busy." With that, the man nodded at Tan Xiaomei and Chen Ping'an, his steps unwavering as he exited through the main door. Tan Xiaomei resumed her seat, turning to Tan Huayin. "Aunt, the cotton yarn factory is in dire straits for funds, and the C Bureau is withholding the release. Zhang Qijuan is deliberately obstructing the factory's operations. Today, his son came to our house, causing a ruckus, insisting that I leave Ping'an and live with him. That father and son are unreasonable. Like father, like son. A crooked beam leads to a crooked pillar." Oomph. Tan Huayin spat in disdain and returned to her kitchen duties. At that moment, Tan Huaishuan emerged from the living room, his expression impassive, and remarked, "His family possesses wealth and influence. Marrying his son may not be without its advantages. At the very least, you would enjoy a life of comfort and resolve many issues." In the kitchen, Tan Huayin was taken aback upon hearing his words. She gently set down the bowl of soup she had just lifted, her ears perked up in curiosity. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Speaking of Zhang Zhao's affluent family in front of the newlyweds, with no regard for the feelings of those involved. "Uncle, what nonsense are you uttering? Those unaware might think you are coveting his family's power. Moreover, am I the sort of person who craves to curry favor with the powerful? Is our family's influence insignificant?" Tan Xiaomei stated seriously. Having been raised as the daughter of a wealthy and powerful family, she grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth, harboring no desire for wealth or authority. Chapter 13. Have you ever considered that Zhang Qijuan's family is quite formidable? Their connections within the city are remarkably strong. His son being associated with you truly represents a match of equals. Tan Huaishuan sat on the sofa, with a dining table beside him, laden with dishes. At that moment, Tan Huayin brought out a bowl of soup and placed it in the center, interjecting, "How can you speak well of Zhang Qijuan? He has made you a laughingstock behind your back. Have you forgotten? Just take the matter with Xiao Lu's factory earlier. It was all orchestrated by that Zhang, leaving you unable to report to your superiors." "Indeed, Annie is right," Tan Xiaomei chimed in as she helped set the table. "What do you women understand? Struggles are one thing, business is another. When he and I are at odds, it's a clash of factions, not a personal vendetta. I've heard his son is quite accomplished, having established several factories and secured numerous contracts in road construction, horticulture, and geological surveys. He is considered a standout among the younger generation in the county. Xiaomei, have you thought about it?" Tan Huaishuan opened a bottle of Wuliangye, intending to pour himself a glass. He paused momentarily, setting the bottle down, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an understood the cue, carefully took the bottle, and filled the cup to the brim. Just as he was about to pour himself a drink, he was stopped by Tan Xiaomei. "Ping'an, the alcohol content is too high. We need to ride to Annie, little Annie, and Uncle's house later, so don't drink. Have some cola instead." "All right, I'll heed your advice." Tan Huaishuan declared, "Uncle, I want to join you for drinks. You enjoy a few more." Chen Ping'an set down the bottle, capped it, and handed out cola to Tan Xiaomei and Tan Huayin, filling their glasses. "Xiaomei, you still haven tea? Answer my question about considering Zhang Qijuan's son." Tan Huaishuan pressed on after taking a small sip of his liquor. Chen Ping'an felt a sharp discomfort, as if pierced by needles or a nail through his skull. He neither drank the cola nor ate, his interest solely piqued by a dish of scallion tofu, spooning it into his mouth bite after bite. Noticing Chen Ping'an's actions, Tan Xiaomei realized he was upset. Uncle, please don't joke about this again. I will not consider Zhang Xiaofa, nor will I be a political pawn for you. Ping'an and I will continue together. Growing old side by side, she extended her foot, gently rubbing against Chen Ping'an's calf in a rhythmic motion from top to bottom. You two are merely married on paper. That does not guarantee a future together. Many young couples marry and divorce. What is the reason? It's simply a continuous search for the right partner. What can Chen Ping'an offer you? No formal job, no wealth. The Chen family lacks any influence. He can give you nothing. What the Zhang family can provide, I assure you, Chen Ping'an will never be able to match. You've only spent one night together. Many things can be reconsidered. You are not suited for each other. Tan Huaishuan tossed back a full glass of liquor, the contents disappearing in one gulp. With a thud, he placed the glass back on the table. Xiao Chun, refill your uncle's glass. Tan Huayin instructed. Chen Ping'an remained unmoved, continuing to scoop scallion tofu with his spoon. Tan Xiaomei furrowed her brows and said, Ping'an, refill uncle's cup. Certainly. Chen Ping'an once again lifted the bottle, pouring Tan Huaishuan's glass to nearly full. Tan Huaishuan raised his cup, declaring loudly, Behold, this is servility, the servility of the lower classes. He will always indulge you. Whatever you say will be taken as absolute, devoid of any autonomy. Is this what you call love? It's utter nonsense. Right now, he requires you. He needs our Tan family, and everything aligns with your wishes. But once he has secured everything, and his wings have grown strong, he will cast you aside. With a resounding clap, Chen Ping'an slammed down his chopsticks, his heart brimming with fury. The owner of this body indeed harbored intentions of leveraging the Tan family. Yet Chen Ping'an had never entertained such notions. To others, the Tan family might seem exalted, but in my eyes, they're not as formidable as they appear. Xiaomei, let us depart. There is no need to endure this disrespect and humiliate ourselves further. With that, Chen Ping'an stood and exited the living room, making his way to the courtyard, where he opened the iron gate and stepped out. What's with this child? Why can't he hold his tongue? Tan Huayin shook her head. Forget about him, Xiaomei. Let's continue our meal. Tan Huaishuan resumed, pouring himself more wine. Uncle Aunt, I can't eat any longer. I'll find Ping'an. He is sensitive and can't bear your words, Tan Xiaomei said as she got up. Lifting her skirt with one hand and clutching her handbag with the other, she hurried to the courtyard, inserted the key, and chased after him. Only Tan Huaishuan and Tan Huayin remained in the living room. Why must you bring this up? Knowing full well he is a Doran's son-in-law, reliant on our Tan family. Why ridicule him? Regret now is certainly preferable to regret in the future. By the way, how much money do we have? Let's gather it and lend it to Xiao Lu to finalize this batch of goods. What money do we possess? You never accept gifts. Your base salary is 2,800 a month, and mine is merely 1,800. With performance bonuses, our total comes to over 10,000 a month. The savings from previous years went toward the down payment on a house in the city, and now we have less than 50,000 in the account. There's no money to spare. How long will it take to transfer the city house? And how much can we recover? Have you lost your mind? The city house was purchased for our son. It cannot be transferred. We must find another way. What other way can there be? I have always been honest. If you loosen your grip, naturally, someone will come bearing gifts. Last month, when there was a death dispute in the industrial park, didn't the factory come to you? You sent them away. And just a few days ago, regarding the tender for selling the G Bureau's internal land, didn't a real estate developer approach you? With 2 gold bars, I estimate at least 4 pounds. In the end, you sigh. Let's not dwell on that. This matter cannot rely on outsiders. Contact Zhao Chirui and ask him to lend 4 million. Hinting is my suggestion, but without passing through my account. Once settled, obtain Xiao Lu's account details for Zhao Chirui to transfer the funds. All right. Tan Xiaomei pedaled her bicycle in pursuit. The bike was certainly swifter than her legs. She caught up with Chen Ping and by the banks of the Tao River, where he stood silently, gazing at the eastward flowing waters. Ping'an, please don't take it to heart. Uncle didn't mean it that way. Tan Xiaomei extended her hand, gently entwining her fingers with his, and playfully swayed them. The sentiment was similar, suggesting they proceed to the next venue and complete these customs, allowing for a restful slumber afterward. It was Saturday, the stock market was closed, rendering trading impossible. However, the stocks he coveted were already on the verge of activation. On the following Monday, he would invest. It would not be long before everything transformed. As long as he possessed capital, he stood tall, indifferent to any obstacles or authorities that dared to challenge him. This time, Chen Ping'an took his place at the front of the electric scooter, gripping the handlebars firmly. His feet planted on the ground, signaling for Tan Xiaomei to sit behind. With a radiant smile, she executed a playful kick, gracefully mounting the scooter, her hands resting on her abdomen to secure her dress against the wind. She positioned herself similarly to a gentleman, sitting side saddle, wrapping her arms around Chen Ping'an's waist, her body pressed against his back. Chapter 14. A monastery in a mine, the two visited their aunt's home, their uncle's house, and their other aunt's residence. Before they knew it, Sunday night had arrived. On the evening following their wedding, Tan Huaishi and Zhao Qiuyue had already returned to their old residence. The spacious three-story villa now housed only Tan Xiaomei and Chen Ping'an. Inside the wedding chamber, vibrant red decorations, joyous Chinese knots, and images of Guanyin bestowing children, alongside colorful balloons, continued to fill the room with festivity. Fresh from a bath, Tan Xiaomei, wrapped in a towel and with a headscarf adorning her hair, approached the bedside and embraced the computer-absorbed Chen Ping'an from behind. "You should wash up. It's getting late, and we ought to sleep," she urged. Chen Ping'an nodded, gently tapping her forehead with his finger. "Then choose an interesting short film, and we can watch it together later." "No way. We're married now. What is the point in watching a short film?" "Not watching." Chen Ping'an rose and made his way to the washroom. This marked the third night since their wedding, and he felt utterly exhausted, particularly in his weary body. He wished these few days would pass swiftly. Once the woman returned to work, they would only see each other at night, alleviating the fatigue. At the computer, Tan Xiaomei, with a rosy complexion, was selecting a film. This website was legitimate, duly registered, offering a plethora of romantic dramas, action films, and narrative pieces. Additionally, for a fee of 98 yuan, one could become a member and enjoy films from Hong Kong's golden years. Tan Xiaomei mused to herself, why did this guy waste money on a membership? What is the point? Didn't TDM Bureau distribute DVDs at the wedding? She chose an adaptation of Dream of the Red Chamber, opening the film to discover it was rather conventional, though she was captivated by the timeless beauty of the Shaw brothers actresses who had left an indelible mark during their prime. "Oh, you said you wouldn't watch, yet here you are, sneaking a peek while I bathe?" Chen Ping'an emerged from the washroom and strode directly to the computer, executing a playful princess carry, laying Tan Xiaomei gently on the wedding bed. "Sneaking a peek? I'm earnestly watching. This is a classic. I couldn't comprehend it before, but now I grasp a bit. Quite marvelous. All right, I'll watch it later too. Not acceptable. A bachelor shouldn't indulge. I'm no longer a bachelor." In a state of dreamy confusion, Chen Ping'an felt as though his spirit had detached from his body, or perhaps he was merely dreaming. Before him stood an ancient temple, from which faint sounds of clashing and shouting emanated. Approaching the temple's grand entrance, he noticed the doors were tightly shut, requiring a knock to gain entry. Just as he raised his hand to touch the lacquered red doors, they creaked open silently. He stepped inside, and the doors closed quietly behind him. The cacophony of sounds became more vivid within, resonating more intensely than from outside. The clashing of sticks, the clash of swords, and the sound of hammers smashing against objects filled his ears as he ventured deeper into the temple. The inner hall was vast, populated by hundreds of monks, all bare-chested, clad in gray trousers, wielding various weapons as they practiced their skills. Upon his arrival, all the monks halted in unison. The leading elder monk, with hands pressed together in greeting, proclaimed, "Abbot, welcome to the Dharma Academy." "What? Abbot? Dharma Academy?" Chen Ping'an touched his face, feeling rather perplexed. When did he become the abbot? Just married. Today marked the third night of his nuptials, and he was still reveling in the joys of matrimony. How could he possibly be transformed into a monastic figure devoid of all earthly desires? This must be a mistake. You must be mistaken. I am Chen Ping'an, not your abbot. "Indeed, you are our abbot," the old monk stated with a serious demeanor, while the bare-chested monks around him looked on with reverence. This did not seem like a jest. Chen Ping'an leaned against a large pillar, his head spinning, as if he had suddenly fallen into a temporal vortex, feeling as though he were being compressed. "Ping'an, what's wrong? Why are you holding me so tightly?" Tan Xiaomei gently pushed at Chen Ping'an's arm, unable to release herself from his grasp, yet reluctant to do so, muttering softly, "Ah, Xiaomei, this is not the old monk, nor is it the Dharma Academy." "What old monk? I am your wife, Tan Xiaomei. What is the Dharma Academy? This is our marital chamber. Are you dreaming?" Chen Ping'an rubbed his head and then pinched Tan Xiaomei's delicate cheek. He realized that what had just transpired might have been a dream. It felt all too real. Could it be that there was a monastery lodged within his mind? "Yes, I just had a dream. Xiaomei, let's continue to sleep. Dawn is approaching." "Sure." Chen Ping'an felt an odd sensation. This was certainly not a dream, and he needed to clarify the situation. Once Tan Xiaomei had fallen asleep, her gentle snores filling the air, he closed his eyes, striving to keep his consciousness alert. In an instant, he found himself outside the temple walls once more. Gazing at the vermilion gate before him, it felt less foreign than the first time. He reached out his hand from afar. The door swung open of its own accord. Upon entering the inner hall again, the monks in the Dharma Academy regarded him with solemn respect, as if they had been anticipating his arrival. The old monk clasped his hands in astonishment, exclaiming, "The abbot's teleportation technique is truly remarkable. We are in complete admiration." Teleportation? Chen Ping'an mused, forming a preliminary judgment. After his rebirth, his mind harbored a monastery, and he had become its abbot, its leader. From the old monk's words, he learned that the abbot Ping'an had traveled the world a year prior and had now returned. Reborn as the son of Chun Jiujin, he was reborn as the abbot Ping'an within the confines of his thoughts. To confirm this, Chen Ping'an touched his head. His hair remained intact. "What year and month is it now? Where am I? Who are you?" The old monk smiled. "The abbot has come to test me. It is now the 2nd year of the Xianfeng era in the Qing dynasty, the 3rd month Dingmao Day. Our Phoenix Temple is located east of Guilin, west of Lingling, at the juncture of Huguang and the two Guang provinces. I am your junior apprentice, Ping Kong." At that moment, Chen Ping'an noticed an imperceptible panel above the old monk's head, inscribed with, "Name, Ping Kong, age 66, position, acting abbot of Phoenix Temple." Chen Ping'an was taken aback. The 2nd year of Xianfeng, was this during the Qing dynasty? In the 2nd year of Xianfeng, the exact year remains uncertain. I only recall from history books that after the demise of Emperor Xianfeng, a regency of 6 ministers was established, which was subsequently dismantled by Cixi. Notably, Xianfeng had a younger brother named Prince Gong, Yi Xin, who initiated the self-strengthening movement. It was in the 11th year of Xianfeng, specifically in 1861, that he passed away at the summer resort in Chengde. My previous visit to the summer resort has etched that memory vividly in my mind. Thus, deducing from Xianfeng's 2nd year, we arrive at the year 1852. During this year, the main forces of the Taiping army failed in their assault on Guilin and then shifted eastward, breaching Longhu Pass and advancing deep into Yongzhou, Hunan province. Indeed, it won't be long before the Taiping army approaches Longhu Pass. As the acting abbot, how do you intend to respond? Chen Ping'an, with a steady demeanor, posed the historical inquiry to the old monk Pingtong. After a moment of contemplation, Pingtong replied, "The Taiping army are rebels. We cannot coexist with them. Should they dare to assault Longhu Pass, we shall provide our support." Chapter 15. Returning with my wife Chen Ping'an found merit in what Pingtong had said. Nonetheless, historical accounts likely mention that the Taiping army breached Yongzhou, advancing northward all the way to the Yangtze River, commandeering 1,000 civilian vessels to sail downstream with unstoppable momentum, ultimately establishing their capital in Nanjing. It seems that Yongzhou could not withstand such might. Given the formidable power of the Taiping army, shall we not align ourselves with them? After all, renouncing worldly desires as a monk is rather unexciting. To side with the rebels? I am a man of learning. Chen Ping'an returned to the marital chamber on the 3rd floor. Tan Xiaomei was still asleep in his arms, her lips curled into a smile, exuding a sense of bliss. He chose not to disturb her, gently covering her with a blanket, noticing her thighs exposed, quite unbecoming. The soft yet glaring sunlight streamed through the glass window into the room. The blanket had been unknowingly kicked off by Tan Xiaomei. Ping'an, wake up. We're visiting your family today, so rise early and freshen up. My family? Oh, all right. I'll get up now. Chen Ping'an mused. My family will eventually become your family. He got up, taking her hand as they walked into the washroom. In the early morning, he turned on the faucet, adjusting it to a comfortable temperature for a shower. Having visited the monastery multiple times the previous night, he had sweated profusely. Thus a wash was in order for health's sake. After a chaotic bout of grooming, they returned to the room to prepare meticulously. Chen Ping'an applied fragrant powder to Tan Xiaomei's face, styled her hair, securing it with a hairpin and draping a small red cloth to conceal a stray lock. Tan Xiaomei retrieved her lipstick, applying it to her lips before leaving a vibrant red imprint on Chen Ping'an's cheek, a striking and noticeable mark. She then selected a pair of dress pants and a shirt for him, as today was a formal occasion, returning to her family. It was she who would lead him back. Chen Ping'an regarded the visit with indifference. To him, it mattered little where they went, only that he felt somewhat comfortable in this guise. Once attired, they descended hand in hand to the first floor, where they gathered 2 boxes of milk, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 2 bottles of alcohol, each carrying their share to the courtyard. A blue Geely car was parked there. Mom, Dad, why are you up so early? Dad, Mom, good morning. Get in the car. We're heading straight to your place to see your father. Zhao Qiyu leaned out of the car window, gesturing for the young couple to take their seats in the back. Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei opened the trunk to stow their gifts, only to be taken aback by the sight of 99 buns and 99 wife cakes already packed inside. This was a local custom, meant to be presented to the bride's family as a gesture of goodwill, symbolizing longevity. The absence of these items would imply dissatisfaction from the groom's family. Additionally, the car contained 2 stacks of money placed on a porcelain plate adorned with 5 colored rice, along with 28 red eggs, 2 cantaloupes, and 2 rolls of firecrackers with a diameter of 40 centimeters. Was this occasion to be marked with such grandeur at the Chen family's doorstep? Quite the announcement that Chen Ping'an had indeed married into the family. Ping'an, are you pleased that our parents value this union so highly? Tan Xiaomei wore a radiant smile upon her face. In her eyes, the more solemn her parents appeared, the more they endorsed her marriage, ensuring a future filled with happiness. She firmly believed that a marital bond devoid of parental praise was inherently flawed. Fortunately, her parents were wise and showered affection upon the couple. Her joy was sincere, and she felt that Chen Ping'an should share in this happiness. Your joy is my joy. Chen Ping'an closed the trunk, opened the car door, and allowed Tan Xiaomei to enter first. He felt neither joy nor sorrow, only a twinge of sadness for this corporeal existence. After receiving a response from Chen Ping'an, Tan Xiaomei joyfully settled into the car, resting her head on his shoulder, resembling a charming little bird. A little bird nestled close. Perhaps that was the situation. The vehicle slowly commenced its journey along the road beside the Peach River. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the Chen family home. Xiao Chen, you take the firecrackers, light them, and continue from here to your doorstep, Tan Huaishur instructed after turning off the engine and engaging the handbrake. Dad, why not just go directly from the village road to the door and set them off there? Must we enter the village through the gate? Chen Ping'an replied with a hint of displeasure. The home of Chen Jujin lay at the village's end, easily accessible from the Peach River. Entering through the village gate, traversing the village, and then reaching the Chen residence seemed unnecessarily circuitous. Tan Huaishur exited the vehicle, opened the trunk, and with his left hand, he carried 2 large bags of buns, while his right hand held 2 bags of cantaloupe, each arm cradling a bottle of milk. He chuckled, since this is a betrothal, we must appear formal. How do we bypass the gate? Hurry and set off the firecrackers. You must run to your home quickly as you ignite them. We shall follow closely. 2 rolls may not suffice. Zhao Qiyu grasped a box of wife cakes in her right hand and a red egg in her left. Tan Xiaomei held a porcelain plate containing multicolored rice and 2 stacks of money with her left hand, while her right hand carried 2 bottles of wine. The 3 of them were laden with items. All right, I shall set off the firecrackers. Dad, could you lend me a light? I don't smoke and have no lighter. Chen Ping'an tucked a roll of firecrackers under his left arm, held another roll in his left hand, and accepted a lighter with his right. A crowd of elderly onlookers had gathered, along with curious children. Chen Ping'an glanced at the faces, failing to recognize any of them, and feeling apathetic to recall memories. All he could hear was a cacophony of chatter. It's Ping'an. Today, he returns home. What a lively occasion. Lighting firecrackers from here is quite a distance. What I say little distance? The bride's family. Oh no, the groom's family is wealthy. This is the deputy minister of the Z department in our county, and he oversees the promotions of officials below the ministerial level. What an impressive figure. His brother is even more formidable, the head of the G Bureau, a force to be reckoned with. Oh, look at the Tan family girl. So beautiful. She is a university student. Her mother is quite lovely too. A broadcaster with a charming voice. I fancy her. Bang, 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 bang. The firecrackers erupted into sound. Chen Ping'an led the way, dragging firecrackers behind him, with Tan Huaishe following in the wake of the swirling dust, followed by Tan Xiaomei, and finally Zhao Qiyue. Let us proceed to Jiu Jin's home to partake in the festivities. Keep up, and perhaps we might snag some sweets. Surely there will be a couple of sticks of smoke. With a stroke of luck, a sip of old wine would be delightful. A throng of elderly folks and children gathered, joining in the merriment, trailing behind Zhao Qiyue. Chen Ping'an gauged the distance and quickened his pace, finally finishing at the doorstep. Dad, we are back. Dad, we are home. Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei shouted in unison. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jiujin, hunched over, emerged from the house, unlocking the door. Xiaomei, you've arrived. Please come in. Chen Jiujin greeted Tan Xiaomei as he led her inside, only then noticing Tan Huaishe and his wife. His eyes filled with complex emotions as he remarked, In-laws have also come. Do come in. Indeed, indeed. Tan Huaishe replied with a smile as he entered the living room. Chapter 16. Heartfelt words. Jiujin, congratulations on your in-laws visit. The courtyard is a mess. Allow me to tidy it up. Alas, without a woman's touch to manage household affairs, it becomes quite challenging. With Ping'an now married into the Tan family, the home feels even more desolate. Chen Jiujin's heart ached, his steps faltering. The villager's words pierced his soul, shattering his spirit with their unintentional cruelty. Upon hearing their remarks, Chen Ping'an trembled. Feeling deeply affected, he opened a cigarette box, offering cigarettes to the men who had entered. Tan Xiaomei took out wedding candies, arranging them on a tray to serve to the elderly and children. Chen Jiujin boiled water, retrieving a packet of green tea from the cupboard. A gift from his youngest daughter, Chen Sanmei, during the new year, which he had yet to sample. Today, he decided to open it and give it a try. Tan Huaishe visited Chen Jiujin's home for the first time, having never come before, not even to discuss his daughter's engagement or wedding arrangements. It was merely that his daughter had eloped with Chen Ping and to procure their marriage certificate without the customary engagement or dowry, opting for simplicity, leaving only Chen Ping and to visit the Tan family. Tan Huaishe surveyed the living room. The decades-old house had paper stuffed into the gaps between the green bricks to block rodents. A wave of inexplicable sympathy washed over him. Zhao Qiyue felt a pang of relief, grateful that it was Chen Ping'an who married into the Tan family rather than Xiaomei. For such conditions would be a disservice to their daughter. Ah, Ping'an has brought his wife back for a visit. I too will seek some wedding candy. A shrill voice pierced the atmosphere. Pu Rubing strode boldly into the courtyard, casting her gaze around the gathering, her eyes landing on the tray of sweets and the cigarettes on the table. Wedding candies are on the table. Please help yourself. Chen Jiujin courteously invited her. Pu Rubing, however, showed no hesitation, snatching 2 candies and quickly unwrapping them to pop them into her mouth, while also pocketing another handful and grabbing a pack of cigarettes from the table, smiling at Tan Xiaomei. Ah, quite a lovely bride you have here. A pity your husband is a coward. Brace yourself for a life of hardship. Tan Xiaomei felt bewildered, quietly inquiring of Chen Ping'an. Who is she? Call you a coward? Just a meddlesome neighbor, Chen Ping'an replied. Chen Jiujin, pouring tea for Tan Huaishe and Zhao Qiyue, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Pu Rubing's words. You foul-mouthed wretch, get out. As a father, he could tolerate insults directed at himself, but to call his son a coward was intolerable. Thus, with a stern expression, he issued an eviction order to Pu Rubing. Oh, the dog has begun to bark. If you wish to leave, then go. Deputy Minister Tan, prepare to be dragged into this mess. Ha. Pu Rubing laughed at Tan Huaishur, not forgetting to grab another handful of candies. Sisterly, perhaps you ought to speak less. Ping'an is enjoying a good life. Sister-in-law, you should consider the marital prospects of your 4 sons and mind your own affairs. The elder matriarch of the clan spoke on behalf of Chen Ping'an. You old fool, are responsible for my son's marriage. Last year, your son ran away from his bride. Why did you not intervene? Pu Rubing shouted loudly as she exited the courtyard. Her scolding could be heard by everyone across the wall. You all sit for a while. I will go to the street to buy some vegetables for lunch today. Chen Ping'an rose, intending to procure the ingredients. In-laws, there is no need to rush. Sit and converse for a bit. We will return shortly, Tan Huaishur interjected, pulling Chen Ping'an back in his seat. Observing this, Chen Ping'an stepped forward and said, Father, you enjoy your conversation. Xiaomei and I will go buy the vegetables. I will cook for lunch. With that, he took Tan Xiaomei by the hand and headed outside. Ping'an boasts a population exceeding 5,000, all belonging to a single administrative village, which encompasses 9 production groups. A street runs through the center, flanked by stalls selling vegetables, pork, chicken, duck, and fish. This thoroughfare lies on the western side, centrally positioned and parallel to the entranceway. Hence, when he mentioned going to buy vegetables, it referred to the street of Ping'an, not the town or the county. After a brief walk, they arrived at the marketplace. What shall we prepare for lunch? Anything is fine, whatever you wish to eat. I will make for you. We have been eating too rich lately. Let us opt for something lighter, shall we? All right, then let us have stir-fried greens, mushrooms with meat, and steamed grass fish. My father enjoys fish head tofu soup and braised chicken pieces. They purchased over 400 yuan worth of ingredients: beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and a variety of vegetables, their arms laden with plastic bags. In the living room of Chen Ping'an's home, he remarked, I am the only son, and Ping'an is also the only son. His words carried an unspoken meaning. Holding a cigarette, he took a single puff. Dan Waisi Nadif, lighting his own cigarette, and quietly stated, I understand your situation. Now that they are married, as the older generation, it is our duty to support them. We are here to make amends for the engagement ceremony. At that moment, Zhao Qiyu approached with a porcelain plate, smiling. In-laws, here is 20,000 yuan. In our rural customs, the engagement fee is 8,800. We have adjusted it accordingly to offer you 20,000. Sensing Chen Ping'an's lingering resentment regarding the marriage arrangement, she chose her words carefully. Traditionally, when a man marries into a woman's family, the engagement gift is 8,800 yuan, a symbol of auspiciousness. Conversely, when a woman marries into a man's family, the engagement gift is 20,000 yuan, which she referred to as a customary practice. Chen Ping'an discerned the underlying implications and inhaled deeply from his cigarette. Xiaomei is quite lovely. I cannot bear to see them separated. I have one request that you must fulfill. Zhao Qiyu immediately brightened, her face alight with a smile. In-laws, what request do you have? Please, speak freely. We will certainly accommodate you, as money is not an issue. The mere act of expressing a request implied that the arrangement was already set and everything could be negotiated. What she dreaded was the kind of person who remained silent and unresponsive, indifferent to the matter at hand. Chen Ping'an, with a face etched with wrinkles, managed to utter a phrase. Their first son shall bear the surname Tan, while the second shall carry the Chen name. At least, this ensures the continuation of our lineage. Zhao Qiyu cast a troubled glance at Tan Huaishur, pondering how, despite being adopted into the family, it was possible for the 2 grandsons to bear different surnames. My dear in-law, given the regulations at work, we are permitted only 1 child. If we were to have a second, it would result in our entire family facing unemployment. Unlike your situation in the countryside, where you can evade such restrictions, Tan Huaishur remained non-committal, continuing to smoke. Chen Ping'an regarded him intently, urging him to respond. Tan Huaishur chuckled. My dear in-law, it is agreeable. Let us settle it this way. The first child will take the Tan surname, and the second will bear the Chen name. It is decided. A long-awaited smile finally graced Chen Ping'an's face, dispelling the clouds of gloom that had lingered for far too long. Ever since Chen Ping'an had entertained the notion of marrying into the family, he had not smiled again. Chapter 17. A joyous libation. Tan Huaishi's unexpected candor left Zhao Qiyu somewhat flummoxed. Since the birth of Tan Xiaomei, nearly 23 years of planning had culminated in this moment. With the prospect of a second child seemingly dashed, and now the necessity of dividing attention among future generations, the situation was perplexing. The crux of the matter was the current policy permitting only a single child. In the year 2011 of the Great Xia Era, a nationwide edict mandated the steadfast adherence to family planning for a century without deviation. If such a commitment were to endure for 100 years, how could her husband promise that the second child would bear the surname Chen? What sort of game was being played? Zhao Qiyue's gaze was clouded with confusion. Chen Yujin, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "I'm off to the village to fetch 20 pounds of home-brewed yellow wine from the old drunkard. I shall return shortly to indulge in a hearty drink with my in-laws. You two stay here." Without awaiting a response, he grasped a white plastic jug and strode out. For him, the concepts of one child, two children, or even three were familiar territory, having himself fathered 3 children. Under the then-existing policy, rural families were allowed to have 2 children, while his third child, Chen Sanmei, was a result of exceeding this limit, leading to complications with registration. Ultimately, he had to borrow 8,000 yuan to pay the fine, which resulted in the unfortunate saga of Tang Xian. At worst, they could forego registration and education. Let's drink well. Tan Huaishi's smile faded the moment Chen Yujin departed. As Zhao Qiyu heard the front door creak open, she surmised Chen Yujin had left and quietly inquired, "Old Tan, do you truly agree to let old Chen's second child bear the Chen surname? Given the current one-child policy, what are you really up to?" Tan Huaishi lit another cigarette, exuding a sense of tranquility, and replied, "Indeed, the second child will carry the Chen surname, while the first will inherit ours, the Tan name. Do you not comprehend? It is precisely because you do not understand that old Chen remains in the dark as well." Zhao Qiyu scratched her head, utterly perplexed, and pressed for clarification. "Old Tan, please elucidate. Your demeanor suggests you are unfazed, yet I sense something amiss." Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Tan Huaishi rose to glance at the courtyard, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before stating coldly, "We must ensure that the first child is a boy, thus inheriting the Tan surname. As for the second child, they will find a way. It is not for us to worry. They will find a way. Are you implying that old Chen will devise a plan? That frail old man, lacking power or influence, what could he possibly do?" "Ah, indeed," continue to ponder. "Old Chen may lack means, but surely he will press young Chen. Young Chen and Xiaomei will deliberate. Xiaomei, being employed, would never jeopardize her position at Sea Bureau by evading childbirth. What if it all comes to nothing? At that juncture, we can persuade young Chen that it matters not whether the child bears the Tan or Chen surname. It is still his child. Once the child enters the bureaucratic system and secures a legitimate job, would he forsake his career for a second child?" Zhao Qiyu exhaled deeply and nodded. "You truly are impressive. Had I been the one to decide, I would have surely lost my temper. This matter is secure, known only to us. We shall acquiesce to whatever demands arise, and in due time, we will enjoy good meals, good drinks, and good times, nurturing the child when it arrives." "Well said. Old Tan, you are indeed formidable, steadfast in your resolve." Suddenly, Zhao Qiyu pondered something and felt a hint of concern. She whispered, "What if Xiao Chen chooses to abandon Xiao Mei and the child in the future?" Tan Huaishi waved his hand dismissively and asserted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. No man would forsake power, wealth, and beauty. Do not fret unnecessarily. With a daughter's beauty, our family's influence, and the riches we possess, which man would ever choose to relinquish such things? A man who opts to marry into a family undoubtedly seeks these advantages. How could he possibly let them go?" Hearing his unwavering confidence, Zhao Qiyu finally felt reassured. Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei carried vegetables, traversing the living room to the kitchen by the backyard. He began to draw water from the well, filling 2 large buckets. "Xiaomei, you wash the vegetables while I cut the meat. I'll get to work shortly." "All right. I've never washed vegetables before, but I will put my utmost effort." Tan Xiaomei lifted her skirt, tucking it between her thighs. then crouched down to wash the pork and chicken. Chen Ping'an cheerfully returned with 20 pounds of yellow wine. The alcohol content of yellow wine is significantly lower than that of strong liquor and far less than that of spirits, yet surpasses beer. A person capable of consuming half a pound of high-proof liquor could easily drink more than a pound of rice wine, which is equivalent to 10 or 8 bottles of beer or 2 pounds of yellow wine. 20 pounds. Old Chen intended to indulge for several days, allowing himself a hearty drink. In contrast to other families that prepare new homes, buy new cars, and offer engagement gifts when marrying off a son, he had spent nothing but gained 20,000. An unutterable sorrow weighed on his heart. If given the choice, he would prefer to spend money on building a house, purchasing a new car, and ensuring his son could marry. Yet, with no wealth in the family, he had no means to pursue such endeavors. Given the circumstances, he could only make do. He hoped that in the future, Ping'an would find his footing, retreat into the mountains, and have a second child, ensuring the continuation of the Chen lineage. Cheers, my dear in-law. Your drinking capacity is impressive. You must have indulged in your youth. Tan Huaisher exclaimed joyfully, raising his bowl and downing a significant amount of yellow wine. Chen Ping'an, unreserved, initiated the conversation. In my younger days while laboring, I would drink half a pound of liquor with each meal. Only then could I work tirelessly. When my father-in-law witnessed my drinking prowess, he consented to his daughter marrying me. Alas, my late partner has been gone for many years, and our home feels more like a shell than a dwelling. With Ping'an at your home, please do not belittle him. My son, though he may lack patience, is still a man. As they drank, the sun began to set. Chen Ping'an leaned unsteadily, as did Tan Huaisher. Chen Ping'an, feeling a pleasant intoxication, gazed at Xiaomei, perceiving her as a beguiling begonia, vibrant and resplendent. Ping'an, are you drunk? Do your eyes long to devour me? Drunk? Not at all. I merely see you as a flower, exquisitely beautiful, and I contemplate plucking you to hold in my embrace as I drift into slumber. Nonsense. As if you Haven tea held me enough already. With blurred vision, Chen Ping'an succumbed to his thoughts, swaying as he entered the Dharma courtyard, where several hundred bald monks practiced martial arts. Master Fong, they are practicing martial arts. Could you offer some guidance? Unbeknownst to him, Ping'an Chen silently stood beside him like a specter. As Chen surveyed the scene, he found himself utterly bewildered by the monks' combat techniques. Offer guidance? Nonsense. You're the acting abbot. You may decide everything as you wish. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Awake. Chen Ping'an abruptly returned to reality. The notion of providing martial arts instruction was utterly implausible. Why are you being unreasonable? Do you not see that we have guests? You insist on splashing water at our feet, which is clearly an act of bullying. Chen Ping'an, Tan Huaisher, and Zhao Qiyu stepped out, intending to return home, only to be met with a splash of water at their feet from Pu Rubing. The water seeped into the tops of their feet. Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei, who were by the riverside, heard the commotion and rushed over. What of your bullying? You think entering the Tan household grants you some sort of superiority? You still bully us and our children. If you're dissatisfied, come and fight. Pu Rubing's husband, Chun Liemo, burst forth from their yard, wielding a carrying pole. I doubt you would dare strike me with that pole. Chen Ping'an stepped forward defiantly. Chapter 18. Severing a leg of your son, Chen Limian grasped the carrying pole and raised it skyward, forming a straight line, bellowing, take another step forward, and I shall strike you dead. Chen Ping'an, emboldened by a considerable amount of liquor, retorted, go ahead, aren't you quite capable? Pu Rubing intervened, grasping Chen Limian's arm. Old man, we cannot resort to violence now. We should strike when no one is around, eliminate them both. The implication was clear. Tan Huaisher was present. Tan Huaisi Chekev, you may fight. I shall pretend to see nothing, and I do not believe your pole dares to descend. Zhao Qiyu had joined in the laughter. After years of working within the system, they had witnessed such scenarios repeatedly. Oftentimes, those who yelled the loudest were the least likely to act. If you dare to strike, do not later report me as a witness. Chen Limian's eldest son, Chen Ping'an, emerged wielding another carrying pole, positioning himself defiantly in front of Chen Ping'an. Chen Limian's second son, Chen Ping'an, brandished a fire poker as he rushed out. Observing this, Chen Ping'an released Tan Xiaomei's hand and stepped forward, placing himself between Chen Jiujin and Chen Ping'an. Your family has tormented mine for long enough. Today, are you resorting to numbers to overwhelm us? Chen Ping'an challenged. Yes, a brawl is merely the strong preying on the weak. Your father, the interloper, claims to see nothing. Do you have the audacity to kneel and plead with this deputy minister of the Z department? Huh. Chen Ping'an glanced at Chen Jiujin, then at Tan Huaishur. Such familial squabbles offered no hope for outside assistance. Days prior, the water splashing incident could be overlooked, but now they brandished knives. Tan Xiaomei approached and urged Chen Ping'an, "Peace, let us minimize the situation. Do not stoop to their level." Tan Huaishur was eager to gauge Chen Ping'an's capabilities, as the time to seek assistance from the Tan family was nigh. "Xiaomei, come here, stay with us, and nothing will go awry." Zhao Qiyu took Tan Xiaomei aside. At that moment, Chen Limian's third son, Chen Pingshou, emerged from within, clutching a kitchen knife, and positioned himself beside Chen Limian. Witnessing the presence of 4 adversaries, Chen Jiujin stepped forward, shielding his son. "I am here. If you dare, strike me dead, and I shall report you all to the authorities for your demise." Chen Limian, noticing this, exchanged a knowing glance with Pu Rubing. She understood and approached Chen Jiujin. However, inebriated, he shrugged her off. Pu Rubing fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Jiujin has assaulted me. He is bullying an old woman. I shall retaliate." Rising, she clutched Chen Jiujin's shirt, gripping it tightly. Chen Ping'an shook his head, perceiving her as a shrew. Fueled by liquor, Chen Jiujin seized her hands and forcefully flung her away. The strength of his intoxication propelled her 5 meters before she crashed to the ground. "Jiujin has killed. Jiujin has harmed a woman." Pu Rubing cried out. "Jiujin has struck. Beat him to death." Chen Limian shouted, charging forward. In an instant, Chen Limian, Chen Ping'an, Chen Ping'an, and Chen Pingshou unleashed a flurry of punches that sent Chen Jiujin sprawling to the ground. Chen Ping'an rushed to his side, shielding him with his body. "Nanjin and his son have attacked someone. They've committed murder." Pu Ruiying shouted with increasing fervor. Neighbors gathered, astonished at the scene unfolding before them. It was evident that it was not Nanjin and his son who were the aggressors, but rather Chen Limo and his son mercilessly overpowering them. Strangely, Nanjin's in-laws, Tan Huaishur and his wife, stood aside, appearing indifferent to the chaos. "Father, please help. They're fighting," Tan Xiaomei implored, grasping her father's hand. "Ping'an hasn't called for assistance, which suggests he doesn't need it at the moment. Don't underestimate the Chen family." Tan Huaishur waved his hand dismissively. He wanted to gauge Chen Ping'an's capabilities. If Tan Xiaomei were to be bullied in the future, what means would he have to protect her? Tan Xiaomei was in a state of panic. As she witnessed blow after blow raining down on Chen Ping'an, she rushed forward, attempting to pull Chen Limo away. Seeing this, Pu Ruiying seized Tan Xiaomei's arm, exclaiming, "The daughter of Deputy Director Tan is striking someone. Ouch, that hurts." Tan Huaishur frowned, finding the woman utterly repugnant. He simply opened the car door and seated himself inside, allowing them the audacity to act without fearing for Tan Xiaomei's safety. In an instant, Chen Ping'an was bruised and battered, his shoes scattered on the ground, blood obscuring his vision. As he saw Tan Xiaomei being dragged away, he struggled with all his might. The more he fought, the more punches he received, and soon he found himself sprawled on the ground, much like Nanjin. The neighbors, hesitant to intervene, merely muttered for the fighting to cease, suggesting they could resolve it peacefully, while secretly relishing the spectacle. In a haze of confusion, Chen Ping'an found himself at the Demo Academy. "Master, why are you covered in wounds?" Feng Kong inquired, furrowing his brow. "I was beaten," replied Chen Ping'an. "What are your martial skills, master?" "My skills? They are gone. Then you can only endure the beating? What else is there? How many opponents did you face? And what weapons did they wield?" "There were 4 of them. They discarded their carrying pole and kitchen knives and assaulted me barehanded. That can be remedied. Use a staff to counter them." In a flash, Feng Kong moved 10 meters away, brandishing a 2-meter-long staff, reminiscent of Shaolin weapon. gripping it with both hands. He executed a flurry of movements, thrusting left, stabbing right, and retreating with a reverse strike. "Master, give it a try." Chen Ping'an caught the staff, and it came alive in his hands, dancing with grace as he performed the moves fluidly. A powerful sound resonated through the Demo Academy. "Congratulations, Master, for mastering the 3 styles of the Overlord Spear." "What? The 3 styles of the Overlord Spear? Is it truly that simple to master martial arts here at the Demo Academy? Will it be useful in reality?" "Master, I also have 6 techniques with the Silver Spear." "Wait, why have you vanished again?" "Umaba." Chant. Chen Ping'an lay motionless on the ground, bloodied and battered. Nanjing was in a similar state. Tan Xiaomei was firmly held by Pu Ruiying, unable to break free. Witnessing this, Tan Huaishe concluded that the Chen father and son were of no great prowess, and thus he decided to intervene. He pulled out his phone and dialed his brother-s assistant, Liao Zhengsheng. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes, surveying the scene. The 4 men were relentlessly beating him and his father. "What a predicament for you, the foolish one. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. What can you possibly do about it?" "Huh." Chen Ping'an placed his foot firmly on Chen Ping'an's back. "Today, it was they who initiated the altercation. Thus we are merely acting in self-defense. Soon, I shall summon relatives from the L Bureau to provide a statement." Chen Ping'an produced a tissue to wipe away the blood from his knuckles. Chen Pingshou remarked, "Since we have begun this fight, why not incapacitate one of them for good measure, to instill some wisdom?" Chen Limo nodded and said, "Nanjing, shall I cripple your leg or your son's? I shall be courteous and allow you to choose. Today, either you will kill my father and me, or you will be left waiting for your demise." Chen Jiujin lay on the ground, unable to rise, his fingers bent and presumably fractured. "Stubborn, are we? Then I shall take your son's leg." Chen Limo picked up a pole from the ground and approached Chen Ping'an. "No, please. You wouldn't dare." Dan Xiaomei screamed hysterically. Chapter 19. I am self-defense. Pu Rubing firmly grasped Tan Xiaomei, preventing any possibility of her escape. Chen Ping'an and Chen Pingshou pinned Chen Ping'an down from either side, while Chen Ping'an pressed upon his left leg. This left Chen Ping'an with only his right leg to maneuver, implying that Chen Limo intended to incapacitate it. Zhao Qiu sat in the passenger seat, hands resting on Tan Huaishe, her heart racing with anxiety. "Old Tan, they mean business. It seems that little Chen's leg is beyond saving. Should you not intervene?" Tan Huaishe remained remarkably composed. "No need. I have already informed Liao Zhengsheng from Bureau G. We merely need to testify, and I have activated the dashcam. The more violently they strike today, the more they will beg for mercy tomorrow. A blow, a compensation of 10,000, a leg broken, and they shall pay for their burial. However, breaking a leg would be excruciating. Do not worry. Modern medicine can reattach severed limbs. What is there to fear? Besides, little Chen will no longer have to work and will receive hundreds of thousands in compensation. What is there to complain about? To lay a hand on my son-in-law. This family must be deranged. Very well, we shall employ our previous tactics. We will not engage directly. Simply submit the dashcam footage? Indeed, we will assist the Chen family without letting it appear that we are exerting our influence to avoid any allegations of wielding official power." Chen Limo raised the pole high and brought it crashing down with force. "Ah, Ping'an!" Tan Xiaomei fainted, collapsing to the ground in a heap. In a moment of desperation, Chen Jiuqin, unmonitored, risked everything, pushing off the ground with his hands and leaping forward. He collided with Chen Limo's chest, and both tumbled to the ground. Chen Jiuqin coughed up a mouthful of blood, utterly exhausted, unable to move. Chen Limo spat in disdain and rose from the ground, only to discover that Chen Ping'an had vanished. Chen Ping'an, Chen Ping'an, and Chen Pingshou stood frozen. Were we not standing on him? How is it now empty beneath our feet? Scanning their surroundings, they saw Chen Ping'an 10 meters away, wielding the very pole that Chen Limo had just used, performing a dance of defense. Ah, look at him playfully twirling the pole, trying to imitate the Monkey King. Ha ha! Chen Ping'an pointed at Chen Ping'an, unable to contain his laughter. Chen Ping'an picked up a kitchen knife, preparing himself. If he was wielding the pole, then they should show no mercy. Yes, let us go for it. Chen Pingshou grabbed a firewood stick and cautiously approached. Old Tan, did you see how little Chen managed to get over there? Zhao Qiue's gaze was unwavering, though she had not caught the details. I did not observe closely. I shall review the dashcam footage. Look at this lad brandishing the pole so skillfully. I had no idea he possessed such talent. Tan Huaisher's expression remained inscrutable, merely sensing the peculiarity of the situation. Charge! Chen Limo shouted, issuing the attack command. Chen Ping'an, Chen Pingshou, and Chen Ping'an charged from 3 directions simultaneously. Bang! Crack! With 2 resounding sounds. Chen Ping'an and Chen Pingshou fell to the ground, a pole and a firewood stick lying scattered 2 meters away. Chen Ping'an clutched his chest, blood seeping from the wound, while his right hand pressed against the injury and his left hand braced against the ground. He cursed vehemently. Damn it, this brat ambushed me and stabbed me. Chen Pingshou was pierced at the base of his thigh, blood gushing along his groin, exclaiming, the blood loss is excruciating. I can't take it. Kill him. Chen Ping'an brandished a kitchen knife, darting forward to strike. Chen Ping'an swiftly turned to retreat. Run, you bastard, come and fight, ah? Chen Ping'an pursued with the knife. But after merely 3 steps before he could take a 4th, his right shoulder blade was penetrated. A heavy pole went through him from front to back. The 3rd form of the Overlord spear, the reversal attack. He cried out, my shoulder, oh the pain. Blood. In less than 10 seconds, all 3 were grievously wounded, their wails echoing around them. Chen Limo surveyed the chaotic scene, glancing left at the bleeding Chen Ping'an, then at the second brother, Chen Pingshou, collapsed and hemorrhaging, and finally at the 3rd brother with a shattered shoulder blade. At that moment, he was at a loss. After a prolonged pause, he shouted the initial intent of their rampage. Yao Yao Ling, Demon, and Zero. Pu Rubing stood up, calling out to her neighbors, help me call the police, quickly. However, the neighbors recoiled, retreating into their yards to observe from a distance, fearful of becoming embroiled in the turmoil. Chen Ping'an approached Chen Jiujin, gently lifting his father. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaomei, having regained consciousness, surveyed the scene of carnage, grasping the gravity of the situation, and rushed over to tear her skirt, exposing her calves and knees, applying pressure to Chen Jiujin's leg wound. Soon, Liao Zhengsheng from the G Department arrived with a team of armed personnel. They dispersed to establish a perimeter and control the crowd. He then greeted Tan Huaisher for a brief discussion, learning the sequence of events. First, they prioritized the elderly man's medical attention, setting the others aside. 5 medical staff members swiftly administered CPR to Chen Jiujin. Doctor, my 3 sons, hurry and save them. Chen Limo shouted desperately. The medical personnel, however, ignored him, focusing solely on Chen Jiujin. Chen Limo's eyes reddened with urgency. Pu Rubing cried out, doctors, you're turning a blind eye to death. I will file a complaint against you. I will sue you for your negligence. Yes, I will report you for failing to save lives. I have relatives in the L Bureau, and they will not let this go. Liao Zhengsheng and his colleagues reviewed the dashcam footage on site, clearly capturing the entire incident. Excellent. This footage is comprehensive. We will take it with us, he stated. His subordinates copied the dashcam video, placing the USB drive into a sealed plastic bag. Arrest Chen Limo, Chen Ping'an, Chen Ping'an, and Chen Pingshou for inciting a riot and committing aggravated assault and attempted murder. Immediately, 8 armed personnel produced handcuffs, apprehending all 4 members of the Chen family and escorting them to the vehicle. The once fierce Chen Ping'an now resembled a deflated balloon. The sound of Pu Rubing's anguished cries reverberated through the air. The neighbors gradually emerged, whispering and gesturing, some shaking their heads while others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Jiujin regained consciousness and, under the persuasion of the medical staff, boarded the ambulance to be taken to the hospital for further examination. Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei accompanied the ambulance to the hospital. Tan Huaisher and Zhao Qiue drove away from the scene, heading to Tan Huashuan's residence to inform him of the incident. They would proceed with the prosecution as necessary and engage the finest lawyer to secure the maximum compensation. Was it you who brought them down just now? Chen Jiujin weakly inquired from the stretcher in the ambulance. It was self-defense. I had no choice but to defend myself. It should be considered justifiable defense. Otherwise, the personnel from the G Bureau would have apprehended me. At this moment, Chen Ping'an fully realized that the martial arts he practiced at the Damo Institute could indeed be applied in reality, retaining their formidable power. He had not anticipated that this imagined temple would offer such benefits. Indeed, it was justifiable defense. Just now, my father reviewed the dashcam footage with the G Bureau personnel. His restraint indicated that if action was to be taken, it should be decisive and comprehensive. Now, the father and son of that family have been severely injured and are facing imprisonment and compensation. This family is effectively ruined. Tan Xiaomei clenched her fist and waved it fiercely in the air. There is still the fourth son of their family who hasn't shown up. He is involved in the underworld and may have ulterior motives. We need to be cautious in the coming days, Chen Jujin instructed. Chapter 20. Acquiring stalwart stocks at the hospital. Chen Jujin underwent examinations revealing a fractured distal phalanx on his right hand, a broken left tibia accompanied by strained ligaments, a fractured second rib on the lower right side of his chest, and damage to his throat and respiratory tract with resultant bleeding. Surgical intervention was necessary, comprising a rib grafting procedure and the insertion of a steel nail to stabilize the left tibia. The operation would require general anesthesia, with expenses approximating 70,000 yuan. After insurance reimbursement, out-of-pocket costs would amount to 33,000 yuan, necessitating an upfront deposit of 35,000 yuan. Xiaomei, please take care of the admission procedures for Dad. I have 3,000 yuan on me. You can use that for now. I'll step out to withdraw more funds, Chen Ping'an instructed. Chen Ping'an had borrowed 800,000 yuan from Yang Siki, spending over 10,000 yuan on a mobile phone and computer, while depositing 780,000 yuan into his stock trading account, leaving him with just a little over 3,000 yuan in cash. Zhang Xiaofa discarded 5,000 yuan and a check for 50,000 yuan on the floor. And that afternoon, accompanied by Tan Xiaomei, he proceeded to the bank for the transaction, depositing the funds into her account. They needed to devise a plan, though it seemed there were no immediate solutions unless he borrowed more from Yang Siki. Borrowing 800,000 yuan was one thing, and borrowing 835,000 yuan was merely an extension of that. After all, she was not particularly concerned about the difference. Ping'an, didn't you deposit 55,000 yuan into my card the other day? That will suffice for the expenses, Tan Xiaomei remarked. Dad needs to undergo an electrocardiogram soon, and he will be entering the operating room today. Please stay here and keep him company instead of running around. With her bag in hand, Tan Xiaomei exited the ward and headed directly to the hospital's payment center. Chen Ping'an reluctantly remained in the hospital room to accompany Chen Jujin. Chen Jujin had already changed into a patient gown, wearing a wristband with his name. Unable to move his leg, he could only lie on his side. Ping'an, I am merely undergoing a minor surgery. There is no need for concern, he reassured. Dad, I am not worried, replied Chen Ping'an. Good. It's reassuring that you are not worried. Chen Jujin sensed a shift in his son's demeanor. He did not exhibit the typical anxiety one would expect from a son regarding his father's injuries, while others would have been in tears by now. Suddenly, Liao Zhengsheng entered the room, greeting Chen Jujin and beckoning Chen Ping'an to speak with him in the corridor. The other three were severely injured as well. Even if they recover, they will be left disabled. Your actions were quite forceful, Liao remarked. Chen Ping'an shrugged his shoulders in resignation, stating, I was left with no choice. If I had not retaliated, they would have incapacitated me, and my father was already unconscious at that point. They were armed with poles and knives, 4 against 1. I had no alternative. Indeed, we reviewed the footage and conducted a thorough analysis, and we unanimously agree that your response was one of justifiable self-defense, albeit slightly excessive. Liao continued, I did not strike at their hearts. I exercised restraint. That cannot be deemed excessive. Chen Ping'an countered, there is no need to be agitated. The footage is clear, and the sequence of events is beyond doubt. There are 2 aspects requiring your confirmation. Please proceed. In this case, the 4 individuals have violated criminal law, and our department can initiate prosecution. Do you wish to seek mediation for compensation? I do not require mediation. Please proceed with prosecution directly. And regarding compensation, if mediation is not pursued, how shall we address that? Compensation should align with the disability grading established by the national standards. Once my father has undergone surgery and recuperated for a few days, I will take him for a disability assessment. Currently, the doctor has provisionally diagnosed him with minor injuries. Once identified as a minor injury, the other party is required to compensate according to regulations, which includes medical expenses, lost wages, nutritional costs, psychological distress fees, recovery expenses, caregiving fees, transportation costs, and all other related expenses. It is essential to retain all invoices and proof of expenses, as they will be needed later. Understood. I shall do so. Thank you, Director Liao. No need for such formality. By the way, your skills are quite impressive. Once your father is discharged, feel free to visit me at the G Bureau. We can engage in some sparring. Aha, I dare not. Liao Zhengsheng, clutching his briefcase, departed from the hospital. Tan Xiaomei paid 35,000 yuan and remained by Tan Jiujin's bedside. Currently, the doctor has prohibited Tan Jiujin from consuming any food. He may only drink water as the upcoming surgery necessitates an empty stomach, and eating would be counterproductive. Chen Ping'an took out his iPhone 4. Today is Monday. The stock market is about to open, and it is time to invest in stocks. On this day, in 2011, one particular stock exhibited peculiar behavior. Xianfeng, today, has a total market capitalization of 5.2 billion, a circulating market value of 2.6 billion, and a price-to-earnings ratio of 366. With its business scope encompassing lithium battery anode materials, it has been in a continuous downward spiral for 10 days, today hitting the daily limit down, with a price drop of 35, reaching a new low not seen in 19 months. The reasons remain unknown. The company has not issued any unfavorable announcements, nor have they explained the prolonged decline. However, in his previous life, Chen Ping'an was already aware that this stock was under the control of speculative investors. It is undoubtedly a stock manipulated by a syndicate. The 10 days of decline served to shake off wavering retail investors. After this downturn, a significant upward trend is anticipated. There was no trial trading or oscillation. It follows a direct V-shaped trajectory, with a slow decline on the left and a rapid ascent on the right. Having dropped 35 over 10 days, it is expected to rise 75 within 5 days starting today. Note, stock calculations involve compound interest, not merely the daily percentage increases added together. Today, being Monday, the stock hits the limit up at 20. On Tuesday, it reaches the limit up at 10. On Wednesday, it again hits the limit up at 10. On Thursday, it achieves another limit up at 10. On Friday, it completes the week with a limit up at 10. The market is closed over the weekend. Next Monday, the stock will experience a dramatic drop at the opening, followed by 3 consecutive limit downs, after which a bullish trend will ensue, lasting until the middle of the following month. Therefore, the optimal buying point is at the current limit down price, while the best selling point is at Friday's limit up price. Chen Ping'an logged into his stock account, brought up this stock, 60339, clicked to buy at a price of 5.49 yuan, and invested his entire 780,000 yuan into 142,000 shares. The purchase was successful. He examined the transaction, confirming there were no issues, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Ping'an, what are you doing? Are you playing a game? Tan Xiaomei, noticing his relief, inquired with curiosity. A game? I'm a married man. I could never indulge in such frivolities. Only a loser would. TCH, then you must have logged onto the web last night to watch that show from Xianfeng. Tan Xiaomei blurted out, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, fearing someone might overhear. Haha, no, I merely logged in to check on a company status. One cannot be so shameless in public. Chen Ping'an did not engage in this matter. Even if he had, he would be able to admit it, especially with his elderly father lying nearby. Which company? Zhixiang Company. Look today. Ah, so you're perusing information, contemplating submitting your resume for employment, an earnest endeavor, indeed, and it does not impede you. Tan Xiaomei firmly believed he was merely watching something, rather than investigating Zhixiang Company. With his father present, she could not delve deeper, otherwise It would be exceedingly awkward if the old man were to find out. The newlywed girl felt quite bashful, her face instinctively flushing and her neck appearing more slender. Chen Ping'an was now being taken to the operating room, with family members accompanying him. The nurse maneuvered the surgical bed, and the three of them worked together to transfer Chen Ping'an onto it, following which a multitude of medical supplies were hastily placed upon the surgical bed, with the nurse leading the way. The surgery lasted 5 hours, and a 10-day hospitalization was required post-operation. On the third day, Chen Ping'an was able to rise from his bed. Here, 100,000 words have been omitted. On Friday, November 18, 2011, the 5th day post-surgery for Chen Ping'an. He was carrying a urine bag and pushing a safety cart, slowly walking down the corridor. Chen Ping'an was by his side to assist. Tan Xiaomei had returned to work on the 3rd day after the surgery. She did not take much maternity leave, and in their small county, job positions were rather limited. Regardless of how long one might request leave, the tasks would still require her attention. Therefore, she resumed work, only visiting in the evening to check on him and to take Chen Ping'an's clothes home for laundering. Chen Ping'an had fully committed to selling his shares during the bidding phase. Chapter 21. The Curiosities of the Scripture Pavilion in Recent Days. Chen Ping'an had been keeping vigil at the bedside, feeling somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, Chen Ping'an was gradually recovering and could slowly be pushed in a safety cart, alleviating many of his worries. He approached the bedside, seated himself on a stool against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest briefly. Upon entering the temple of his thoughts, he was greeted by familiar gates, well-trodden paths, and the known grounds of the Dharma Institute. During this period, aside from the Dharma Institute, he had not ventured elsewhere. Each time he entered, Ping Kong and the others practiced martial arts here, which struck him as rather peculiar. Ping Kong, take me on a tour of the temple. Abbot, you were born and raised in this temple, trained in martial arts, and eventually became the abbot. You should be well acquainted with every blade of grass and every tree here. Why would you need me to guide you? Perhaps I've lost my memory after a pilgrimage. Oh, memory loss. Nothing to fret about. What? Memory loss? Very well. Abbot, please follow me. With his hands clasped before him, Ping Kong led the way. His left hand supported his right, palm raised. Abbot, next to the Dharma Institute, is the Scripture Pavilion. Since the establishment of the temple by Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, the pavilion has housed a diverse collection of texts, including scriptures translated by Xuanzang, works by Kumarajiva, the Platform Sutra by Huaining of the Southern School, and even fragments of poetry by the immortal Li Bai. As Chen Ping'an entered the Scripture Pavilion, he was momentarily astonished. It resembled a new China bookstore, with upright bookshelves neatly arranged, each divided into 4 tiers. There were collections of bamboo slips, silk scrolls, woodblock prints, and even tortoise-shell inscriptions. Each category boasted several rows of shelves, stretching far beyond the bounds of a typical new China bookstore. Rivaling the third pole bookstore outside the Imperial Capital University or the Xidan Book Building, or even the Wangfujing bookstore, holding a tortoise shell in his hand. He examined it closely. Is this not Oracle bone script? Why is it categorized as the tortoise shell series? Such script had been discovered at the Yinshu site during the Republic of China era. How could it appear in the borderlands of Hunan and Hubei? Moving forward to the woodblock print section, he was met with the sight of the story of the stone, the complete commentary by Zhiyin Zhai, 108 chapters. Is this truly the commentary by Zhiyin Zhai? 108 chapters, which refers to the 108 chapter edition. Wasn't it supposed to be the 120 chapter edition? His high school literature book had stated that the first 80 chapters were authored by Chao Shuiqin, while the remaining 40 were a continuation by Gao E. Ping Kong. I sent the story of the stone, a 120 chapter edition. How come it is presented as a 108 chapter edition? The books in the Scripture Pavilion seem rather irregular, don't they? Returning to you, Abbot, the episodic novel from the late Yuan to early Ming dynasties are always in 108 chapters. There has never been a 120 chapter edition. For instance, Wu Ruzhong's Journey to the West, Shi Er's Water Margin, and Luo Bin's Romance of the Three Kingdoms all adhere to the 108 chapter format. The so-called 120 chapter editions you mention are mere pirated copies, unworthy of the esteemed halls. Chen Ping'an listened, somewhat skeptical, yet Ping Kong's assertions bore a certain conviction. Perhaps the ancients knew far more than their successors, as their lifestyles were not dissimilar and the temporal gap was not so vast. Eagerly, Chen Ping'an turned the pages of this 108-chapter edition of the Story of the Stone, keen to uncover whether Xianfeng was a man or a woman. The text is filled with chaotic markings and lacks punctuation, making it incomprehensible. Chen Ping'an helplessly sets it aside, planning to revisit the 28th chapter after the 80th when he has more time. He approaches the cabinet containing bamboo slips, which are meticulously categorized but covered in dust, indicating they have not been touched for many years. The bamboo slip collection is divided into 6 categories: classics, history, philosophy, and literature. The classics are further divided into contemporary and ancient interpretations. The history section is even more exaggerated. Unlike the 24 histories, it is classified by country, encompassing the histories of Chu, Yuwu, Han, Yin, Zhao, Qi, Wei, Zhongshan, and Song, each extending to the present Qing dynasty. Chen Ping'an is intrigued by how history can be recorded in such a manner, so distinct from the 24 histories. He picks up the history of Korea and begins to read. The ancient Korean script is unrecognizable compared to modern characters, whether simplified or traditional, making it quite challenging to decipher. Ping'an, could you elaborate on Korean history? The abbot asks. Well, I suppose I'm the only one in the temple who understands ancient Korean characters, so let me share. Chen Ping'an replies, momentarily stunned, realizing that beyond the temple, he might be the only one in the world with such knowledge from the past 200 years. Just tell me about the current legitimate lineage of Korea. He insists. After more than 2,000 years, ancient Korea has vanished, but surely its descendants still thrive. What is their surname? What? Their surname is He. They are descendants of the ancient Korean nobility. During the Republic era, there was a He Qin, a remarkably influential figure. A few years back, the leader of the Australian region had the surname He, though I can't recall his full name. This is all nonsense. I won't continue reading. Let's move on. Exiting the Sutra repository, he arrives at the bell and drum tower. Master, please observe the sides. On the left is the bell tower, and on the right is the drum tower. Following Ping'an, Chen Ping'an walks down the Temple Avenue, observing on the left a 3-story pavilion, mirroring the one on the right. Is there a bell inside the bell tower? Indeed, a massive bell, standing at 2.83 meters tall and with a diameter of 1.92 meters, reverberates throughout the mountain when struck in the morning. Chen Ping'an ascends the pavilion in one breath, discovering the enormous bronze bell adorned with intricate patterns and inscribed with golden characters. He pulls the bell striker back and strikes the bell forcefully. Duong. The resonant sound of the bell stuns him, as he had stood too close and struck too hard, leaving him feeling as if his heart and liver might burst. He quickly returns to reality from his reverie. Ping'an, you seem tired. Why not lie down for a moment? You appear to be trembling. Did you catch a chill last night? Shin Jiujin releases the safety latch, holding a blood-filled urinary bag, and leisurely approaches the bedside, cautiously lying down on the sickbed. Father, it's nothing. I just had a dream. It wasn't too cold. Xiao Qian brought me a blanket, and I was warm through the night. Yes, as long as it's not cold, that's good. You've worked hard these past few days. It should have been Xiao Qian and Sanmei attending to me, and I feel guilty for having you a man, doing nothing but keeping me company. Father, it's no trouble. I'm currently without work. Xiao Qian and Sanmei are married now, and they have farm chores to tend to at their husbands' homes, especially Xiao Qian, who is heavily pregnant and due to give birth at the end of the month. She came to the hospital yesterday, and I advised her to stay home and rest, not to wander about. Alas, your lack of employment is my fault for not having the means to support your education back then. If only you had attended university, things might have been different. Chen Jiujin felt an endless sadness. This situation has nothing to do with money. It is my own lack of diligence in my studies that led to my poor exam results, bringing shame to the family. Chen Ping'an dredged up memories from his mind. In his recollections, Chen Ping'an was an excellent student, but the family's financial situation did not permit him to continue his education, especially with 2 younger sisters needing care. The limited resources required optimal allocation. If he took more, his sisters would be deprived. Thus, he chose to control his scores. consistently keeping them just below the passing mark of 60. The teachers were left speechless, believing he had no future, completely abandoning him. Yet he worked diligently, paying attention in every class, taking earnest notes, and even borrowing books from the library to read from time to time. Chapter 22. You spendthrift, there's no shame in this. Education isn't the only pathway to success. Many entrepreneurs in Wenzhou, Zhejiang province, are merely junior high school graduates, with a scant few having completed high school. They amass great wealth, and I firmly believe you too will achieve financial success in the future. Chen Ping'an, propping his elbows on a pillow to ease the strain, continued, Dad, why do you only mention their aspirations and accomplishments, focusing on wealth accumulation? You fool, look at her dreams. Thirst cannot be quenched by ideals, nor can hunger be satiated. When you find yourself destitute and scorned by others, the loftier your dreams, the more they invite ridicule. First, you must ensure your own survival. Earn a living and support your family before you can entertain lofty ideals. Chen Ping'an wholeheartedly agreed. Adopting an air of mystery, he remarked, Dad, to be candid, I have money. I have refrained from telling you, fearing you would chastise me for being unproductive. He laid all his cards on the table. Since he had been reborn as his son, he wished to bring him joy and indulge in the pleasures of material wealth. The bond of father and son, though unexpected and not of blood, was still a profound connection. Every father in the world hopes for their child's success and desires them to surpass others. This was precisely why Chen Ping'an would rather endure hardships than see Chen Ping'an suffer. Go ahead and boast. You've changed recently. You used to be so reserved, and now you chatter endlessly. Are all the Tan family full of braggarts right from their marriages? Chen Ping'an pondered with considerable skepticism. In his school days, Chen Ping'an was as quiet as a still pond, often secluding himself in his room to study. Though his grades were dismal, his dedication to learning was admirable, making it hard to fault him for his lack of achievement. Ever since he entered the Tan family, he returned the next day bragging about building houses and having children, his chatter echoing. He had indeed transformed. It was evident that he had adopted the ways of the Tan family. As the saying goes, one who associates with vermilion will turn red, while one who associates with ink will turn black. Chen Ping'an shook his head and laughed. Do you think Xiaomei is the type to boast? She's quite virtuous. Just days ago, she tirelessly kept vigil by my bedside. It's clear she holds both you and me in high regard. And what of her parents, Tan Huaishi and Zhao Qiyu? Are they of the same ilk? Do not speak their names so casually. You must refer to them as father-in-law and mother-in-law. Absolutely not. I cannot call them that. Have you forgotten I am the one who entered the family through the back door? Calling them dad and mom is. Shut up, you ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten your roots? Dad, I have not forgotten. I truly am not boasting. This has nothing to do with the Tan family. Allow me to show you my bank account, so you can see the truth for yourself. Oof. Your 2,000 is on my card. You were clamoring for it the very next day after your wedding. What wealth could you possibly have? Times have changed. Back then, I was genuinely broke. Without capital to invest in a business, how could one amass great wealth? Are you implying you started with 2,000 and now have amassed fortune? Pretty much. Suffice to say, I have a substantial amount. More than you could ever imagine. Your boasting knows no bounds, akin to those who deceive others with empty promises while shopping online. Who could that possibly be? Who? In this nascent stage of online shopping, looking like an alien, who else could it be? Do not underestimate him. In a few years, he could become the wealthiest individual, a magnate of capital. I refuse to believe it unless the sun rises in the west. Show me your account. I doubt you can amass a fortune. Well, don't get too excited after seeing it. Your wound has yet to heal. I shall elevate your bed so that you can lean against the headboard, preventing you from leaping up in excitement and risking the reopening of your wound, which would lead to you wailing in agony. Chen Ping'an approached the foot of the bed and adjusted the handle, raising the head of the hospital bed to a 70-degree angle. This way, Chen Ping'an could rest against the bed as support. Should he become overly animated, he would be less likely to make any significant movements. I have never been one to wail. Hurry up and show me. Chen Ping'an realized that one could now check bank account balances via mobile phones and presumed that his son had provided him with such a device. He could not comprehend the intricacies of bank statements, so he would only focus on the specific figures. Numbers could not deceive. It was unlikely that his son possessed the skill to manipulate them. That requires the expertise of a programmer. Yes, his son certainly lacked such abilities. Chen Ping'an smiled as he settled down, producing his white Apple IV phone and logging into his stock trading account. Upon seeing the Apple logo on the back of the phone, Chen Jiojin shook his head. He mused that this young man had recently been flaunting a counterfeit Apple device, as he was aware of the local alcoholic who also owned an Apple phone, identical to the one in Chen Ping'an's possession, albeit with a faded back and not as pristine. Furthermore, the logo on the old drunkard's phone was notably larger, unlike the subtle insignia on this one. That was indeed a genuine Apple phone, as the old drunkard proudly claimed it was a gift from his son who had sent it from the Shenzhen market. Only the affluent could indulge in such luxuries. Once logged in, Chen Ping'an clicked on his holdings, revealing a total asset of 369,583. 62 yuan. From the initial transfer of 780,000 yuan, his assets had surged to nearly 37 million in just 5 trading days, yielding a profit of 590,000. This equated to an approximate daily profit increase of 120,000. Dad, look, this is my total asset. Chen Ping'an boasted, aware that he had borrowed 800,000 from Yang Siki, which he would need to repay. This was not entirely his money. Oh, it even has a decimal point. What is this nonsense? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Millions, what? 136,900 yu? Chen Jiojin trembled with excitement, leaning against the bedboard, his body stiffening, his sunken eyes widening in disbelief. Completely frozen. Dad, what's wrong? Are you overwhelmed with excitement? Chen Ping'an nudged Chen Jiojin. Yet, he remained motionless. Alarmed, Chen Ping'an quickly reached to check for any breath from his father, positioning his hand just above his lips and beneath his nostrils. Don't pull that on me. I'm still alive, not yet gasping my last. Chen Jiojin exhaled a deep breath. You were so still. I thought you were so overwhelmed you had passed out. Do you truly possess such wealth? Surely you are not jesting with me? The village's aunties boast of millions in virtual beans while playing games. This cannot be similar to their beans, can it? Virtual beans? Dad, you are overthinking it. This is a stock account, and the money within it is genuine currency. I deposited 10,000 yuan, and it displays precisely that amount. No more, not even a dime extra. How could it be mere plain money? Knowing it's real currency puts my mind at ease. What? Stocks? Oh dear, you reckless spendthrift. Engaging in stock trading while I presumed you were involved in a legitimate business, amassing wealth, only to discover you were speculating in the market. It's over. Father, what is the matter now? Why the sudden alarm? What do you mean it's over? Gambling, vice, illicit activities. One must never dabble in such things. ISNT stock trading, just another form of gambling? You have truly disappointed me. Equating stock trading to gambling? Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss for words. Father, you are being extreme. Trading stocks is a legitimate financial profession. While it may superficially resemble gambling, at its core, it is an investment, or one might say speculation. It bears no resemblance to gambling. Moreover, even if it were gambling, the state operates casinos, so what should we worry about? You still claim it's not gambling. Fine. Even if it is gambling, Father, let me ask you this. Have I taken a single cent from home? No. Have I borrowed even a penny from relatives? Absolutely not. Have I lost so much in stock trading that I'm contemplating jumping off a building? Certainly not. Am I wasting money? Currently, there is no evidence of that. The 369 million you see now is profit. What is there to worry about? The losses belong to others. While your son is earning money, enough to build a house and cover the expenses for raising children. What is there to be concerned about? Chen Ping'an picked up his phone, intending to log out of his account. Just a moment. Let me take another look. Oh my. It truly is 136,900. I have never seen such a sum in my life. If I could withdraw it and rest my head upon it while I sleep, how comforting that would be. Chapter 23. You should be a benefactor, Ping'an. Did you earn all this money yourself? Yes, it is on my own. Does Xiaomei know? No, I haven't told her. I will inform her later. Don't. You mustn't tell her. nor should anyone from the Tan family find out. You have now entered the Tan household, where all your needs are provided for, and you do not need to spend a single cent. You must be a benefactor, a wealthy benefactor. Do you understand? Chen Ping'an lowered his voice intentionally, fearful that the patient in the adjacent bed might overhear. Chen Ping'an found Chen Ping'an's words to be quite reasonable, although Xiao Mei would not mind whether he had money or not. Even if he possessed not a penny, they would still share the same bed after marriage, and everything would remain as it was. However, for the sake of emotional stability, it would be prudent not to disclose his financial situation. Adopting the role of a benefactor, as Chen Ping'an suggested, was indeed a wise choice. When the time came for financial needs or crises, he could then reveal his wealth. All right, I will heed your advice. Father, by the way, I will transfer 300,000 yuan to you for building a house. What do you think? It is commendable that you are considering this. You should indeed begin constructing a house, but let's discuss it after I am discharged. For now, I will estimate the general costs. Agreed. Thus, Chen Ping'an, filled with joy, spent a delightful period in the hospital. Nothing mattered more than the fact that his son was financially secure, and that this wealth was not derived from the Tan family, which brought him immense comfort and satisfaction. On Thursday, November 24th, 2011, it was the 11th day of Chen Ping'an's hospitalization. The attending physician had informed him the previous day that no injections will be scheduled for today. After the doctor and nurses completed their rounds, he could collect his discharge certificate from the departmental office and complete the discharge process. Father, please wait here while I handle the discharge formalities. We will return home shortly. All right, go ahead. Chen Ping'an felt somewhat reluctant. These 10 days had been the most comfortable he had experienced, free from the toil of farming, the burden of cooking alone, or the chill of sleeping on a cold bed. Meals were served, and his son, daughter-in-law, and daughter provided care, filling his heart with joy. Chen Ping'an left the inpatient department and proceeded to the outpatient building's discharge settlement center. The total expenses amounted to 85,683. 88 yuan. After deducting the cooperative expenses of 50,003. 88 yuan, a personal contribution of 35,680 yuan was required, and Chen Ping'an needed to pay an additional 680 yuan. The female staff at the settlement window greeted him with a smile. Chen Ping'an handed over the money. Before long, a receipt was printed, which he signed. With this receipt and the discharge details in hand, he could proceed to the assessment center for a disability evaluation. It was time to settle accounts with Chen Lima and his son. Once he completed the discharge procedures, he rushed back to the inpatient department, feeling quite tired from his time in the hospital. Meals at the hospital cafeteria, bathing in the room's restroom, and sleeping on a foldable bed had nearly driven him to madness. Moreover, it had been more than 10 days since he had been alone with Xiao Mei. To be precise, this newlywed couple was still in their honeymoon phase, as it had not yet been a month since their marriage. Newcomers always possess a sense of anticipation, a reluctance to part. Unbeknownst to him, his pace quickened considerably, and he soon arrived at the entrance of the inpatient ward. Uncle Jiojin, I implore you to withdraw the lawsuit. We are neighbors. Is there truly any issue we cannot resolve? There is no need for hostility. You and your family have been excessively domineering, and this situation has escalated to this point purely as a consequence of your own actions. Chen Ping'an stepped into the ward and beheld a bald man clad in a t-shirt emblazoned with a golden-haired tiger, his arms adorned with dragon tattoos and a gold chain, thick as a thumb, dangling around his neck. Behind him, 3 young men with yellow hair stood askew, hands on their hips, their postures exuding a casual arrogance. Ping'an has arrived. That simplifies matters. The bald man, upon seeing Chen Ping'an, hastily approached. Chen Ping'an, what brings you to the hospital? Are you planning to beat up my father like your brother did? Chen Ping'an brushed aside his eager hand and proceeded directly to Chen Jiojin's side, shoving a document into his backpack. What absurd notion. Am I the type to bully the elderly? My brothers may lack understanding, but I am not devoid of it. Uncle Jiojin has watched me grow up. He knows my character well, does he not? Chen Ping'an turned to stand beside the bed. This matter has escalated quite alarmingly. On that day, my father and I were laid low by your family. 4 of you against 2. You wielded knives and poles while we were unarmed. Later, as we lay unconscious, your father and the eldest spoke of crippling us, threatening to sever a leg with a pole. Are you aware of this? Alas, my mother did not mention this incident. I shall inquire with her upon my return. I drove here specifically to escort you home. Uncle Jiojin, let us converse at my residence. You three, stop dawdling and assist Uncle Jiojin. Yes, Brother Kai. Yes. Brother Kai. Yes, Brother Kai. The three young men responded eagerly, hastening to help Chen Jiojin rise from the bed. Stop. None of you move. My father will get out of bed on his own, and we do not require your vehicle to return home. Ping'an, it would be wise for you to first consult the traffic camera footage at the G Bureau, then inquire with your relatives at the L Bureau. Clarify matters before we engage in any discussions. Otherwise, how can we converse when you are so uninformed? Chen Ping'an was not inclined to be courteous. Having just extracted memories, he knew that Chen Ping'an was no more virtuous than his three brothers. In fact, he was even more unscrupulous, entrenched in a life of crime, gambling, and vice without restraint. His current politeness was undoubtedly a result of having consulted his uncle at the L Bureau, leveraging connections to review the footage at the G Bureau, and realizing that such influence would not suffice, prompting him to feign camaraderie with Uncle Jiojin. In terms of connections, his uncle merely held the position of office director at the L Bureau, which oversaw the management of forestry, planting, logging, seedling cultivation, subsidies, and reforestation, yet held little authority over specific operations, merely managing daily office affairs without significant power, even lesser than that of subordinate station directors. When compared to the director of the G Bureau, Tan Huaixuan, and the deputy director of the Z Bureau, Tan Huaixi, his status was several tiers lower. Furthermore, this case was linked to Tan Huaixi, who had contacted the deputy director of the G Bureau, Liao Zhengsheng. Liao Zhengsheng, of course, acted according to the whims of his superior, Tan Huaixuan, even without explicit cues or a cough from Tan. He instinctively knew how to proceed, delving deeper and pursuing matters to their bitter end. Thus, a case of excessive self-defense was effortlessly dismissed, deemed entirely legitimate, without any overreach. This almost solidified the characterization of the situation, even if in the future Chen Limo and his son contested the first trial, seeking appellate review. The colleagues handling the case would inevitably reaffirm the conclusion of justified self-defense, with no excess whatsoever, as long as Tan Huaixuan remained silent. This was the course of action to be taken. The more severe the handling, the deeper the grievances stirred, the more favorably the Tan family would regard him. Following Tan Huaixuan's promotion to the Municipal Bureau, it was only natural that Liao Zhengsheng would ascend to the prominent position of director of the G Bureau. With elections approaching, Liao Zhengsheng methodically attended to serious matters. Upon learning of this, Chen Ping'an erupted in fury, smashing the refrigerator and television at home, startling his mother. "Bing, you fools, why didn't you act against them sooner? He tied themselves to the Tan family, and only now you choose to strike? Are you seeking to kick against an iron plate?" "Kaier, you were unaware of the circumstances." Tan Huaixi claimed he would not intervene, merely observing, and it was your father who took action. "Foolishness. Do you think he would simply refrain from interference?" He activated the dash cam in the car, capturing everything on tape. Uncle L watched the footage and urged us to persuade the Jiu family to withdraw their lawsuit and offer some compensation, while speaking favorably. "What? Did your uncle truly say that? He went to help us?" "Indeed, he said so." With the video as evidence, they initiated the assault, wielding weapons, outnumbering us. How could he assist? What do you think would happen if we didn't plead with them? Father would face 3 months in prison, while the eldest brother would serve at least 5 years, and the second and third brothers would receive sentences ranging from 3 to 5 years. Furthermore, what else? Director Liao of the G Bureau informed Uncle that Jiojin would likely face at least minor injuries. Chen Ping'an is to visit the assessment center for disability grading. Should this be validated, everything would be set in stone, leaving little room for maneuver. Not only would they face imprisonment, but also hefty financial reparations. How much compensation? Medical expenses alone would accumulate to several tens of thousands. The minor injury disability rating would amount to at least 100,000, alongside lost wages, care costs, transportation, accommodation, meal, nutritional expenses, and mental anguish, altogether a staggering sum. Excellent. The more they pay, the better. Your father and his companions were also injured. The doctor stated it was severe. Our injuries surpass theirs, so we demand that Jiujin and his father pay until they are destitute, and the Tan family will face ruinous compensation, leading to their complete downfall in the management sector. Pu Rubing laughed joyfully, feeling that not only would they profit, but they would reap an enormous windfall. You are overthinking it. Uncle said the G Bureau determined that Jiujin and his father acted in self-defense and bear no responsibility. As for our medical expenses, we must cover them ourselves. What can you say about this? They have recorded everything. Alas. Pu Rubing froze, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. She couldn't comprehend how a mere act of splashing water and bullying the father and son would escalate to such an extent. The father and son of the Jiujin family bully others, while your uncle does not assist his own kin, and your son offers no support. Alas, the sounds of weeping echo through Chenjia village in the dead of night. Chapter 24. A blaze of reckoning. Chen Ping'an, left with no choice, accompanied by 3 young subordinates, ventured to the hospital ward. He uttered a plethora of flattering remarks, fervently hoping that through a deluge of persuasion, the father and son would swiftly withdraw their case. Should they retract their complaint, the criminal liability would dissipate, leaving only civil responsibility, which could be settled with monetary compensation. Whatever the amount, in due time, he would devise a means to reclaim it from the father and son. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, like a turtle retracting its head in the face of peril, yet extending its neck when the coast is clear. What can you do to me? Ping'an. Our families have been intertwined for 8 generations. We are of the same kin. Everything is negotiable. If you grant me an inch, I shall honor you with a foot. We are bound to encounter each other again. Let us discuss this matter in detail later. There's nothing to discuss. Dad, let us go. The car is waiting outside. Chen Ping'an organized his backpack, grasped the red bucket and basin, and assisted Chen Jiujin in leaving the ward. The room was left with only Chen Ping'an and his 3 subordinates. Brother Kai, this kid shows you no respect. Shall we push him down the stairs from behind? One of the yellow-haired youths approached Chen Ping'an, mimicking a pushing motion with his hands. The other yellow-haired youth shook his head. Who do you intend to push? If we push him and he dies, we'll only end up in prison ourselves. That's foolishness. The third yellow-haired youth nodded. How about we pour gasoline on his house tonight? Set it ablaze? Burn the father and son to ashes. The first yellow-haired youth kicked the one who suggested arson to the ground, rebuking, Are you out of your mind? Their house is right next to Brother Kai's. Do you plan to incinerate Brother Kai and his mother as well? Burn your own mother. You idiot. Let us go relax at the MZ Center. Chen Ping'an kicked the yellow-haired youth aside and strode out of the ward. The youth who had been kicked rubbed his backside, glaring at the one who had suggested the fire, his anger flaring. Laugh? Laugh at your mother. It was you who suggested the arson, you son of a... After rising, he followed suit and ran out. The other 2 yellow-haired youths exchanged glances. Burn them all, they're all no good. Just because you think you're noble. You think you're something special. Huh? Upon exiting, Chen Ping'an received a call from Tan Xiaomei, who was requesting leave to take her father's Geely car to pick up Chen Jiujin from the hospital. Once in the car, they drove directly to the entrance of Tan Xiaomei's 3-story villa. Xiaomei, I won't go into your place. You should take me back, Chen Jiujin said, gazing at the villa through the window. Although he had never set foot inside, his emotions were exceedingly complex at that moment. He couldn't help but think of Tang Xine, who had passed away many years ago. After all, it was the occasion of his son's wedding. Yet she was absent, with not even a spirit tablet to honor her memory. Tan Xiaomei turned off the ignition, engaged the handbrake, and, alongside Chen Ping'an, assisted Chen Jiujin out of the vehicle. She smiled. Our home is also your home. I assent it? Dad, consider this place as your own. I have prepared some braised ribs. Let us go inside and enjoy them together. Well, Chen Jiujin rubbed his hands, glancing at Chen Ping'an, feeling uncertain about how to respond. They were a young couple, and it would be somewhat inconvenient to reside together with them at night. Moreover, I am an old widower, accustomed to solitude after more than a decade of loss. I find myself ill at ease in bustling surroundings. It is best to return to my own abode. Father, Stay here for a few days. Regain your strength before heading back. I shall soon visit the mobile phone store to purchase a device for your convenience in communication. There is truly no need. I find it hard to sleep in a new place at night, which may disturb your little couple. Xiaomei, please drive me back. Xiao Qian and Sanmei will come over later. Chen Jujin resolutely insisted on returning to his own comfortable nest. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement. Very well. Xiaomei will drive back to the Chen residence. Tan Xiaomei turned the car around and drove along the banks of the Peach River. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Chen Jujin's home. The absence of the old dogs barking rendered the atmosphere eerily quiet. The day after the surgery, Sanmei had visited the hospital and subsequently returned to bring the old dog home. The entire house felt empty. After Chen Jujin exited the vehicle, he glanced around and noticed that the area outside his home had become quite untidy. During his 10 days in the hospital, the weeds at the base of the wall had grown to knee height, a task that would typically be attended to every few days. Even without maintenance, a few casual steps would not allow them to flourish to such an extent. To his dismay, a prominent cluster of giant peak grapes on the right side of the entrance had been severed, the cut smooth as if executed in a single stroke. Alas, who could commit such an act of vandalism, destroying the grapevine at the entrance? Chen Jujin sighed. Nonetheless, the root remains. New buds will emerge come spring, and in a few years, it will once again entwine the courtyard walls. A few years. How many such years does one encounter in life? The very purpose of my existence now is to assist you and Xiaomei in raising children. Each year I can live is a year well spent. Chen Ping'an fell silent. Opting for quietude, Tan Xiaomei exited the car, systematically retrieving luggage from the trunk and carrying it into the front yard. Father, you do not find child-rearing tedious. Once Ping'an and I have children, you can help us with them. Ah, Inda. Upon hearing your words, I feel I could extend my life by several years. Several years is hardly sufficient. At the very least, I wish to accompany the child as they grow, attend school, pursue higher education, fall in love, marry, and have children of their own. Ha. Then I must live until 75, which seems to exceed the national average life expectancy for men. Chen Jujin felt a surge of joy conversing with Tan Xiaomei. Each word resonated deeply, touching his heart. Ping'an truly found a reliable wife, understanding and empathetic towards the sentiments of the elderly. Alas, she is a daughter-in-law by marriage, Sai. Helping them with childcare might lead to being teased by her mother. Competing for childcare responsibilities probably wouldn't bode well. Chen Ping'an wielded a broom, tidying both indoors and outdoors. Ping'an, let us pool our resources to buy father a refrigerator and a washing machine. This was Tan Xiaomei's second visit to Chen Ping'an's home. The sight that met her eyes revealed that, apart from farming tools, there were only farming tools. The wardrobe was a wooden cabinet from decades past, its paint long faded, exposing the wood's natural hue. Absolutely, we must acquire a washing machine, refrigerator, wardrobe, color television, sterilizer, and water dispenser. An entire set. Chen Ping'an intended to purchase everything, even if Tan Xiaomei had not suggested it. However, he contemplated whether to procure them after building the house or before commencing construction. Once purchased and installed, if construction begins in a month or two, these items will have no place to be stored, creating quite a dilemma. It will be more prudent to buy them after the house is built. He did not mention the construction to Tan Xiaomei, and since Chen Jujin had not disclosed the news, he felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Allowing the elder to make decisions and announce the news serves as their greatest source of comfort. A complete set? It is estimated to cost over 10,000, which is acceptable. I have funds available. Tan Xiaomei secured 55,000 from Zhang Xiaofa, of which 35,000 was spent on hospital bills, leaving her with 20,000. Additionally, she possesses her own savings. Very well, I shall use your money, my dear wife. You know your husband is unemployed and can only engage in temporary labor, struggling to make ends meet. You may advance the funds for now, and I will repay you gradually. We are husband and wife, after all. There is no need to speak of repayment. At worst, you could simply show me a bit more kindness and tenderness in the future. All right, I shall heed your every word, treating you with utmost respect and gentleness. Do refrain from being cheeky. You are the most troublesome. the young couple began a flirt, momentarily neglecting Chen Jiujin. Alone, Chen Jiujin ventured to the backyard, measuring the width of the corner wall as he commenced planning for the construction of the house. Chapter 25. A full-scale assault on pseudo-technology stocks after enjoying lunch. Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei departed from Chen Jiujin's residence and returned to their quaint little house. The midday hours were rather constrained, leading them to spend little time together. Tan Xiaomei donned her attire and hopped onto her electric scooter to commence her workday. Before leaving, she turned back with a radiant smile directed at Chen Ping'an, saying, "Ping'an, stay at home and don't wander about aimlessly. Cook, wash the dishes, watch some films from Xianfeng, and await my return." Without waiting for Chen Ping'an's response, she maneuvered her scooter out of the courtyard. With a joyful expression, Chen Ping'an approached to close the door, then returned to his room, seated himself at the desk, and powered on his computer to log into his stock trading account. He was poised to undertake a transaction of considerable risk. November 24th, 2011, would be a legendary day in the annals of the Huagua stock market. Today marked the debut of Jinxiang Technology, which, on its very first day of trading, had already fallen below its initial offering price. This was a technology stock that claimed to have invested over $1 billion in research and development to revolutionize the materials and manufacturing processes of shovels that had remained unchanged for over 2 millennia. However, the market unanimously deemed it a pseudo-technology and was resolutely unwilling to invest. A mere 69 workers could hardly justify the 25 yuan issue price. With a static price-to-earnings ratio of 78 times and a dynamic ratio of 65 times. Despite being a clear case of inflated promises and hollow technology, this stock managed to secure a place on the main board for financing, reportedly coming close to listing on the growth enterprise market. Information disclosed indicated that the amount of abandoned subscriptions exceeded 20 of the financing quota, setting a record for the highest level of abandoned subscriptions in history. Following the market's opening, the stock price plummeted dramatically, ultimately hitting the maximum decline limit of -36. On the first trading day of Huagua A shares, considering the halt mechanism, the maximum drop was capped at -36, while the maximum rise was 44. Chen Ping'an decisively placed a full investment at the limit down price of 16.00 yuan. Indeed, he went all in, investing a total of 369,583. 62 yuan to acquire 85,500 shares. Buying at a -36 dip was an exceedingly perilous venture that few dared to undertake, and Chen Ping'an, naturally, felt trepidation. He simply lacked the means to plunge deeper into the abyss. Yet, he recalled that during the early afternoon session, an extraordinary event transpired at 2:30 p.m. Mysterious funds began to accumulate significant purchases, swallowing up 200 million shares of the suppressed stock in one go. The momentum then surged, and within the final 5 minutes before the market closed, a massive order of 50,000 lots sealed a limit up at 44. Thus, Chen Ping'an found he need not overthink nor toil excessively. He merely needed to tap in the purchase command with his languid hands and leave the rest to the passage of time. Time would yield returns, and with time, the maximum benefits would materialize. Rebirth was indeed a blessing. Earning money required little effort, and the advantages were plentiful. Currently, he had not yet activated a margin trading account, but once it was opened, he would wield even greater prowess, amplifying his capital through leverage for even larger gains. Furthermore, he could borrow stocks to profit from short selling, allowing same-day sales akin to T0, a splendid arrangement akin to a harvesting machine. Retail investors wielded sickles and hoes, private equity wielded halberds, institutions wielded rifles and grenades, while I commanded a barrage of missiles, ready to launch a full-scale assault. Chen Ping'an mused for a moment, confident that, barring any unforeseen events, his assets would experience substantial growth today. In a moment of triumph, he brewed a cup of milk tea to relax his mind and tantalize his taste buds. The milk was rich and the flavor delightful. Additionally, he swiftly navigated to an online platform dedicated to Hong Kong stocks, approaching it with a critical eye. However, before he could revel in his satisfaction for 2 minutes, the phone rang. Chen Ping'an glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Ouyang Daiju. the account manager at Yinjian Securities. "Hello, Mr. Chen. This is Brother Daiju." He greeted warmly, introducing himself in an informal manner. Had it been someone else, they would have referred to themselves as Manager Ouyang or simply Manager. "So, Manager Ouyang, what brings you to call?" Chen Ping'an replied, slightly taken aback. Having executed only 2 trades, with the second one being recent, it seemed the account manager was reaching out to offer a friendly warning about his unusual stock purchases. The brokerage's back-end system allows them to access a wealth of information regarding their clients' accounts, including funds, trading activity, and profit or loss. This was something he had thoroughly understood in his previous life. As expected, Ouyang Daiju tactfully remarked, "Mr. Chen, a new stock called Xianfeng Technology is being listed today. Despite the inclusion of technology in its name, it is actually a FAAD, merely developing a subpar shovel, riding the coattails of the tech concept as a deceptive gimmick. The IPO valuation is inflated. I trust you haven't invested in it?" Chen Ping'an chuckled. The back-end data was transparent to him, and yet Ouyang still inquired if he had bought in. "I haven't purchased it. How could I invest in a pseudo-technology stock? If I were to invest, it would be in a company with genuine technological substance, like a certain Maotai liquor, whose management might even achieve the status of a Guojia academician. Now that is true technology." To him, all such ventures were merely illusions of innovation. Alcohol had already been classified as a Group 1 carcinogen by the United Nations. The notion that the management of a liquor company could become a Guojia academician was laughable. "Not bought. That's excellent. Please, refrain from making any purchases. If you find it difficult to resist and do buy, ensure it is not with your entire capital. If you prefer a quick gamble and decide to go all in, you must liquidate your position at the very first moment of tomorrow's opening. Even that would result in a loss of 10. In 2011, the fluctuation limits for the main board were set at 10 starting from the second day of listing. Ouyang Daiju's implication was clear. If one bought at the limit down of -36 today, selling at tomorrow's limit down of -10 would only yield a 10 loss. "Manager Ouyang, what if I were to purchase at the limit down today and choose not to sell tomorrow?" Chen Ping'an expressed his annoyance at unnecessary chatter that could disrupt his trading focus. In his previous life, trading futures demanded instantaneous decisions. One could either soar to great heights or plummet to despair. A lapse in concentration could lead to catastrophic misjudgments. Thus, upon hearing Ouyang's guidance, he retorted, "If I were to buy in fully and not sell tomorrow, I would simply be awaiting my demise. Our expert analysis indicates this stock will continue to hit limit downs, potentially plummeting by 70 or more. There will be several limit downs to endure before it stabilizes, and the trading volume will dwindle, leaving the stock price languishing without recovery for a year or 2. Is that so? We take our account openings seriously, and our predictions regarding stock price fluctuations are grounded in expertise. Our headquarters possesses a strategic analysis department that has developed a comprehensive set of indicators specifically for new stocks. To be candid, I have been monitoring your trading activities in the back end. Although your initial investment in Xianfeng shares yielded substantial profits, almost doubling your capital, it was merely a stroke of luck. The new stock, Xianfeng Technology, is entirely different, a veritable pitfall." Chen Ping'an chuckled. Ouyang Daiju readily admitted to having checked the back end. This is hardly surprising, as Chen Ping'an had left the impression of a wealthy scion during the account opening, coupled with the prestige of the Tan family, exuding an aura of navet and affluence, which naturally caught Ouyang Daiju's attention. "Nothing is absolute. What if I were to profit from this stock?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Ouyang Daiju exclaimed with a hint of hysteria. "If you manage to profit from this stock or withdraw unscathed, I shall take you as my mentor, and you will be my elder brother. I will follow you." Chen Ping'an found this amusing. What is it, to be a disciple or a subordinate? Ouyang Daiju stumbled over his words, clearly flustered. Are we to make money together? To feign ignorance and outsmart the tiger? The main force elevates the sedan. You simply ride along to reap the benefits? Do you take me for Yang Bailao? Not a chance. Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. There is no need for mentorship. We are good friends, exploring and discussing together, striving for mutual prosperity. Just facilitate a green channel for me and open a margin trading account. That request is not excessive, is it? Opening a margin account genuinely shortens the time to profit. That is the true advantage. Of course, without the memories and experiences of my past life, leveraging funds would only accelerate losses, ultimately leading to financial ruin akin to the previous life, where I might have jumped from the balcony of the 29th floor as everything crumbled. Such a fate shall not befall me in this lifetime. Agreed, it's a deal. Ouyang Daiju readily acquiesced. Forming a friendship with a rich heir and prospering together was a goal he ardently pursued. Chapter 26. The entrance of Shi Dakai in an effort to foster closer ties. Ouyang Daiju requested Chen Ping'an's QQ number and added him as a friend. Friends on the keyboard are colloquially referred to as keyboard friends. Once this bond is established, the constraints diminish, leading to expansive conversations. Chen Ping'an, feeling fatigued after a day of relentless activity, had been busy since morning, attending to discharge procedures and commuting between two homes, and even working overtime at noon. His mind intensely focused on stock trading. Now, he found himself unintentionally closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Alone in the bell tower, Chen Ping'an gazed at the bell and felt an overwhelming urge to strike it, perhaps a manifestation of human nature. He recalled the reverberating sound from a previous strike that had echoed loudly, shaking the very mountains. The memory lingered in his mind, a faint ringing still resonating within him. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through his body. He decided against becoming a bell ringer and hastily descended the stairs to leave. Master, dire news. We must devise a plan. Ping Kong suddenly appeared behind Chen Ping'an, startling him. Although he had sensed Ping Kong's presence, his ghostly movements were unnerving. Ping Kong, as the acting master, you must remain composed. Why the panic? It's grave. The temple has been besieged by rebel forces for 2 days, and they are about to breach our gates. I've been searching for you, and now that you've appeared, we must act quickly. Maintaining a prayerful posture, Ping Kong approached Chen Ping'an, his face etched with urgency. Rebels? You mean the Taiping army surrounds the temple? Who leads them? Master, it is said to be the rebellious Wang, Shi Dakai, a fierce figure. He has encircled our temple for 2 days, declaring today as the final deadline. If we do not voluntarily provide provisions, he will storm the gates, staining the temple with blood. Chen Ping'an remained unperturbed. His recollections of Shi Dakai from history painted him as a man of loyalty and camaraderie. A young and able leader who had once squandered his wealth to join Hong Xiuquan, becoming one of the 6 kings of the Taiping Rebellion. The title of Wuwang implies a protector of the heavenly dynasty. However, at this moment, Shi Dakai had not yet fully ascended. The Eastern king, Yang Xiuqing, had yet to utilize his potential, relegating him to logistical support roles, such as gathering supplies and repairing weapons. Thus, Shi Dakai was merely at the level of a junior member in this context. The current siege on the temple was undoubtedly an effort to requisition supplies. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, Ping Kong, go to the gate and invite Wu Wang into the temple. I shall meet him in the Damo courtyard. Ping Kong was taken aback, confused. Just days ago, Master, you urged us to side with the rebels, which we found unbelievable. Now, you wish to allow the rebel prince inside? This is inviting the wolf into the fold. It cannot be done. The Taiping army is formidable, and we have only over 300 monks in the temple. Can we withstand them? No. Can you withstand them? I cannot. Rather than wait for them to force their way in, spilling blood, it is better to invite him inside voluntarily. Will Shi Dakai truly come in? Tell him that the master is an extraordinary individual, possessing insight into the world's conflicts, capable of discerning events 50 years past and 50 years to come. Even if Zhuge Liang or Liu Bowen were resurrected, none could surpass him. He will surely accompany you in. Chen Ping'an had boasted extravagantly. In both the past and present, never has such audacious boasting been uttered. If it has, it would undoubtedly stand as the grandest of all. But were you not afflicted with amnesia? How is it that you still possess these remarkable skills? Though some memories have faded, not all are lost. Go ahead and kindly arrange for some tea to be brewed. Very well, I shall summon Shi Dakai. Do remember to address him courteously as King Yi. At the entrance of the temple, or rather, just outside the mountain gate. Most ancient temples were erected atop mountains or on their slopes. Only a rare few were found at the foot or on level ground. The grand entrance of the temple, from a distance, resembles the portal of a mountain. Hence it is referred to as the Mountain Gate. Upon passing through this gate, one enters the temple itself. King Yi, I am the acting abbot of the temple. My senior abbot requests your presence within the mountain for a detailed discussion. Discuss? It will either be tribute or conflict. To spare the suffering of the innocent, I have encircled the temple for 2 days. You all should surrender promptly. Please do not take offense. For my senior abbot is an extraordinary individual, possessing insights into the world's disputes, capable of discerning events from 50 years past to 50 years ahead. Even if Zhuge Liang were to return or Liu Bowen were to be reborn, none could surpass him. His invitation to enter the mountain undoubtedly carries profound significance. Zhuge Liang reborn, Liu Bowen resurrected? Very well. I shall meet him. Shi Dakai entered the mountain gate alone, while his loyal followers, with their thick brows and long hair, lay in ambush outside the temple, ever watchful. Within the Dharma Hall, in the realm of Lingnan, exquisite tea had been brewed, golden needles and silver hairs, a choice selection. A wisp of white steam spiraled upward from the cup. Seated at the tea table were Chen Ping'an and Shi Dakai. Standing behind Chen Ping'an was Ping'an, hands clasped in prayer, his expression one of astonishment. Observing closely, Chen Ping'an noted that Shi Dakai matched the historical accounts. Gentle yet imposing, handsome and formidable, a true Confucian gentleman. An extraordinary man. King Yi, entering the mountain gate alone, displayed remarkable courage and wisdom. Among the Taiping army, he was a paragon of excellence. Chen Ping'an was the first to speak. Shi Dakai lifted the teacup and drained it in one gulp, as though partaking in wine rather than tea. Hearing that the abbot can predict the past and future, I would be honored to request a divination. Honor and disgrace? Wealth and power? Fortune and misfortune? Life and death? Which of these does King Yi wish to discern? This king seeks justice, not personal gain or disgrace, and wishes to measure the destiny of the celestial empire. From the resolute gaze of Shi Dakai, Chen Ping'an perceived his grand ambitions and lofty ideals. The Taiping heavenly kingdom is destined to succeed. Shi Dakai took a deep breath, raised his hand, and downed another cup of tea. Where lies the fortune of the celestial empire? Jinling. The fortune resides in Jinling. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping'an replied that the Taiping army shall establish its capital in Jinling, renaming it Tianjing. Thank you, abbot. Shortly, I shall exit the mountain gate, and my subordinates will withdraw on their own, not disturbing your tranquility. Shi Dakai was quite pleased and rose to depart, foregoing the requisition of provisions and the encirclement of the temple. But wait, does King Yi not wish to know his personal fate? I shall leave my fate to destiny. Shi Dakai took a step forward but hesitated, pausing to say, the Qing army has reinforced Changsha. How shall our forces proceed into Jinling? King Yi sat down to elaborate further. Shi Dakai paused his steps and took a seat. This time, he did not savor the tea, but spoke to Ping'an. It seems that the acting abbot has gone to the mountain gate to request a cask of wine from my subordinates. I wish to indulge in a hearty drink with the abbot. Ping'an observed that Shi Dakai did not appear to jest. He glanced at the dark-haired Chen Ping'an and then stepped out of the Damo courtyard. Chen Ping'an understood that this was Shi Dakai's way of dismissing all others, leaving the two of them alone. The notion of drinking was merely a pretext. Chen Ping'an smiled and remarked, the Wing King possesses both boldness and meticulousness, which I truly admire. Presently, you have not yet gained the favor of the Eastern King, primarily due to Xiao Chaogui's firm grip on power. I predict that Xiao Chaogui will launch a fierce assault on Changsha. You will meet his demise by cannon fire before the city falls. At that moment, the Wing King shall assume the role of the chief commander. Xiao Chaogui will perish? In Changsha? By cannon fire? Preposterous. Shi Dakai could hardly believe it. How could the formidable Western king, Xiao Chaogui, possibly be felled by cannon fire? Pray continue. Chen Ping'an delved into his historical recollections and elaborated. Once the Wing King ascends to power, he may evade the heavily fortified Changsha and instead march north to besiege Yiyang. The siege would be a ruse. The true objective is to seize control of the Dongting Lake naval forces. Subsequently, a feigned attack will be launched across the Yangtze River to capture Wuchang. Wuchang harbors provisions, treasuries, armaments, and troops. After regrouping, we shall set sail downstream with unprecedented swiftness, breaking through Zhejiang, seizing Anqing, and directly aiming for Nanjing. With a resounding thud, Shi Dakai's fist struck the tea table, causing it to splinter. Avoiding the tangible to strike at the intangible, refraining from assaulting Changsha to instead target Yang, catching them off guard and attacking when they are unprepared, abandoning Yang to strike at the crucial stronghold of Wuchang. The interplay of real and illusory tactics will keep the Qing court oblivious to our primary intentions, rendering the entire Yangtze defense line vulnerable. By concentrating our forces on attacking the inadequately defended Nanjing, success is assured. The abbot is truly a modern Zhuge Liang. I am willing to forge a bond of brotherhood with you, dear abbot. Chapter 27. Sworn brothers of different surnames. What? Shi Dakai wishes to become sworn brothers with him? Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he is also a prince of the Taiping army, albeit without an official title? While he could not claim brotherhood with the Wing King, he would undoubtedly serve with unwavering loyalty upon request, with a respectful clasp of his hands. Chen Ping'an considered that for such a heroic figure, one should not take such matters too seriously. It is akin to the business realm, where profits are shared, making everyone brothers, even surpassing the bonds of blood. However, should business falter, each would return to their own homes, and what once was brotherhood would dissolve into mere animosity over debts. Now, in Shi Dakai's moment of confusion, he had discovered a grand path, brimming with heroic spirit and righteousness. Yet, when faced with defeat at the Dadu River, all notions of brotherhood would prove to be illusory. Thus, Chen Ping'an refrained from proclaiming brotherhood. Moreover, though he acknowledged the sentiment, he was acutely aware that even in thought, pain could be felt. A severed head would indeed be excruciating. Shi Dakai waved his hand and retrieved a jade pendant of deep green hue from his waist, offering it to Chen Ping'an. It is indeed unwise for me, a rebel leader, to call you brother at this moment. However, once my army conquers Jinling and unifies the realm, I shall welcome you to Jinling as a prince. This jade pendant, a treasured heirloom I carry, is for you. Should my forces encounter difficulties, presenting this token will ensure you are treated with respect, as if you were me. Chen Ping'an cast a brief glance at the pendant, instantly recognizing its value. No wonder it was a family heirloom of the affluent Shi family. He accepted it, examining it closely, and smiled as a monk. I find no use for a jade pendant. This jade is called the soul-returning jade. When worn, it can save a life in times of peril. Please accept it, dear brother, Shi Dakai said earnestly, his sincerity evident and devoid of deceit. With calm acceptance, Chen Ping'an replied, Your generosity is hard to refuse, Wing King. I shall accept it. In return, allow me to offer you a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. At that moment, two soldiers of the Taiping army entered the Demo courtyard, each bearing a jar of wine, placing it upon the table. Excellent, excellent, Shi Dakai mused, recognizing that as a prince, there was little that could truly touch his heart. He was indifferent to rare treasures. The decision to accept or decline was inconsequential, merely curious about what Chen Ping'an would present. In a temple, wooden fish were the most common offering. Would he present him with a set? Perhaps to strike it while engaging in battle, ferrying both the living and the dead? Or maybe a bell to toll daily? No, that would be inauspicious. Chen Ping'an turned to the soldier. Ping Kong, please visit the Sutra Pavilion and retrieve the Wui Liaozi's Art of War for me, to assist the Wing King in military affairs. This particular military treatise had reached Chen Ping'an's ears in his previous life and was renowned for its brilliance. In ancient times, Emperor Qin Shi Huang had greatly valued Wui Liaozi, instituting strict military discipline and clear rewards and punishments. This knowledge would undoubtedly aid Shi Dakai in his future campaigns in Jiangxi and Anqing. The last time he had visited the Sutra Pavilion, he had seen this book, along with the Tai Gong's Art of War, the 7 Strategies of Wujing, and the Legacy of Wumu. Now, it was time to put them to use as gifts. Ah, Wui Liaozi's Art of War. Thank you, dear brother. I shall not be modest. Shi Dakai. a man of great ambition and enthusiasm for military strategy, understood that such a treatise was worth more than mountains of gold and silver. Chen Ping'an, emulating the gallant heroes from films of his previous life, chuckled heartily. A fine sword for a hero, a military treatise for a great man, truly a perfect match. The flattery echoed like thunder. Come now, pour the wine. I wish to celebrate with my esteemed elder brother. As he drank, he suddenly awoke. The computer had automatically entered its screensaver mode. Chen Ping'an lifted his head to deactivate it and entered the computer interface. A flurry of QQ messages greeted him, all from the formidable Ouyang Zhuge. Master, my dear brother, you've struck it rich. Please take me along. A single wave could carry me ashore. I beseech you. Why no reply? Mr. Chen, have you departed? Please respond. If not, I shall call you. Ah, you are quite the busy individual. I shall refrain from disturbing you. Kindly acknowledge my message. Chen Ping'an was left speechless. Moments ago, Ouyang Zhuge had exuded confidence, a visage of a seasoned professional, but in an instant, he had shifted to a posture of fervent worship. This unexpected turn nearly choked Chen Ping'an with astonishment. Ouyang, what has transpired? My brother, your stocks have soared, plummeting to a -36 before skyrocketing to a 44 limit up. From this day forth, you are my brother. Oh, it must be Gene Chong technology that has hit the limit up, right? No matter, it's not a significant deal. The rise is rather modest. Chen Ping'an perceived the increase as trivial, a mere few dozen points, still shy of doubling, thus not warranting excessive concern. He recalled a time in his past life, in 2023, when a particular stock on the Chinex had surged an astonishing 4,700 on its debut, leaping from 5 to 220 yuan. Now, that was thrilling. My brother, you deem this trivial? A modest increase? Are you, perchance, indulging in a bit of Versailles flaunting? Ouyang Zhuge was taken aback. By the way, when will you fulfill your promise to open a margin trading account for me? Chen Ping'an interrupted, realizing that boasting was futile and time-consuming. He sought something practical. Yes, I will apply immediately. The market closes today, but my colleagues at headquarters will review it tomorrow, and it will be activated then. All right, I see. I'm feeling quite drowsy. I shall continue my slumber. Farewell. Chen Ping'an closed the window and settled back into his adjustable chair, stretching his legs and yawning. He reached for the soul-reviving jade, only to find it absent. Of course, it could not be physically present. It was merely a figment of his thoughts. Yet he remembered the jade hung comfortably at his waist, feeling light, ethereal, and free. Ouyang Zhuge promptly busied himself with arranging the margin trading account for Chen Ping'an. Casting a glance at his stock account, Chen Ping'an noted a floating profit of 95.8, with the total market value reaching to 679,091. 2 yuan. Including his scattered uninvested funds, his total capital had swelled to an impressive 268 million. Quite commendable. Since he could not sell today, he decided to leave it be and revisit it tomorrow. In truth, there was no need to check tomorrow either. A 10 limit up awaited. The following day would be Saturday, and Sunday would follow, rendering any scrutiny unnecessary. Next week would come. Splendid indeed. Trading stocks was hardly exhausting. Chen Ping'an was impeccably dressed as he ventured out to purchase a mobile phone for Chen Jujin and perhaps one for each of his 2 younger sisters as well. After all, he was financially secure, although he had yet to liquidate his assets. His card held a reserve of 3,000 yuan, which he intended to use to browse for a more modest phone, perhaps a Nokia model suitable for the elderly. Before long, Chen Ping'an arrived at the mobile phone marketplace. Mr. Chen is back. Please do consider supporting my business by purchasing an Apple device this time. A saleswoman greeted him with enthusiasm, her attire noticeably more revealing than before. She wore a dress that hugged her form from just below the bust down to her thighs, with a side slit that allowed the fabric to billow despite the stillness of the store. Her legs resembled 2 slender pillars, almost colliding with Chen Ping'an as he deftly sidestepped, chuckling, "This time, I'm not here for an Apple device. I seek a Nokia suitable for the elderly. The basic model, priced at 150 yuan each. You should consult with Xiaoya for that. It's hardly worth my while. My commission would be minimal on such a transaction." The saleswoman's expression turned to one of disdain as she brought her legs together, adjusted her skirt, and dismissed him. "Mr. Chen, please step inside. We have numerous models of senior phones. Nokia is merely one brand. We also offer domestic alternatives with similar specifications for just 120 yuan, Xiaoya interjected, hastily approaching and tugging at Chen Ping'an's shirt as she guided him inside. She was grateful to him for purchasing 2 Apple 4S on her first day, which provided her with a comfortable commission and, more importantly, solidified her initial success in sales, earning her the approval of customers. Chapter 28. The pinnacle of Ouyang Daiju's life. Let us proceed. The price is negotiable. I'm solely concerned with durability. The mobile phone is meant for the elderly. As you well understand, when their temper flares, they might hurl it to the ground, and before the anger subsides, they'll pick it up and use it again. Chen Ping'an followed her to the counter, observing her slender figure resembling a bamboo stalk, shaking his head in disbelief. She was exceedingly thin. Xiaoya approached her designated counter, pointing to a model with a blue casing, significantly thicker than the others, approximately the thickness of an egg. This is the old Li brand mobile phone, perfectly suited for seniors. It features a built-in flashlight, with the switch conveniently located on the right side of the device. The battery is remarkably durable. A full charge can last over 10 days on standby, which is ideal since the elderly often dislike frequent charging. Moreover, this model lacks extraneous functions, alleviating concerns of accidental charges due to mispresses. Its only drawback is its considerable thickness. All right, based on your recommendation, I'll take this one. Please activate it for me and load it with 500 yuan. Chen Ping'an did not need to deliberate. He found Xiaoya's description comprehensive enough to meet Chen Jiujin's requirements. The elderly seek simplicity and longevity, and had TikTok been available then, the lonely days would have been easily alleviated. Unfortunately, TikTok was yet to emerge. If Chen Jiujin were to use an Apple smartphone, it might appear lavish but would ultimately be a source of torment. His fingerprints had worn smooth, making it exceedingly difficult to press the buttons. He might need to try 10 times before succeeding. Very well. Please feel free to browse other models while I process the activation. Xiaoya turned and took the oldly phone to the repair area. At this time, the activation did not require real name registration. One could simply purchase a number. Xiaoya willingly selected a number for Ping'an, which contained a single 4 and 2 8s. Amongst the 100 or so options, it was considered top tier. Should there be any special requirements, real name verification would be conducted later. Chen Ping'an settled onto a round chair, glancing back to see a young saleswoman flirting with a male customer entering the store. She exuded allure, exclaiming to the man, "Oh, handsome manager, you're back. You're so tall and strong. A perfect fit for an Apple 4. No need, I'll take a Samsung instead. I'll switch to an Apple 4 once I earn some money. Perhaps by then the Plus version or even the Apple 5 will be available." The man replied as he walked away. "When will you earn that money?" She teased. "Soon, very soon." Chen Ping'an exchanged glances with the man, who seemed momentarily lost in thought, forgetting to greet him. "Humph." The saleswoman huffed, tugging at the man's arm. "Stop looking over there. His surname is Chen. He previously ordered 2 Apple 4S for my colleague. I thought he was a wealthy gentleman, calling him handsome repeatedly, but it turns out he only engages in one-time transactions. Now he is buying a brick for just over 100. What a miser. I suspect he can't even afford to maintain the Apple phones he bought before. Right, Mr. Chen? Am I mistaken?" Chen Ping'an nodded, conceding, "Indeed, you are correct. I am somewhat struggling to maintain them. Downloading various applications incurs a 30 fee that pains me. I plan to buy a pair of Bluetooth headphones, but the original ones are exorbitantly priced at over 200, and applying a screen protector is outrageously costly at over 100. I simply cannot afford it, since the young saleswoman has a penchant for performing." Chen Ping'an decided to construct a stage for her. The higher the platform, the more vivid the performance becomes, and the more engrossing it is for the audience. Delighted by the notion, the young woman, confident in her judgment of character, remarked, "Indeed, many individuals purchase vehicles out of a fleeting thrill, only to later grapple with the burdens of fuel costs, tolls, insurance, annual inspections, maintenance, and parking fees, a veritable avalanche of expenses that leaves them in despair. I suggest Mr. Chen sell his previous 2 iPhones. They could fetch a discount of around 60%, yielding over 3,000 yuan in return. A nearby man gazed in astonishment at the young woman and then at Chen Ping'an, as if struck by a revelation. What a splendid idea. However, I am not currently inclined to sell. I am considering purchasing 2 additional iPhone 4S to gift to my sisters. If you have them in stock, I shall take 4, as my 2 brothers-in-law may wish to purchase as well. Given the circumstances, he thought it prudent to acquire several devices. Tomorrow, or perhaps next Monday, I will liquidate some of my stocks and retrieve the phones. His 2 sisters, married to farmers, lead a modest yet stable life, even in their times of hardship. They did not abandon him. Naturally, his brothers-in-law would not invest in iPhones, nor would they buy gifts for their wives. Thus, he resolved to purchase 5 devices in total, for iPhones and 1 old-fashioned phone as gifts. After all, since neither of his sisters had received a wedding gift from him, this would serve as a splendid offering. Haha, this is too amusing. For iPhone 4S, do you have any idea how much that amounts to? It's a 5-digit expenditure, with 4 zeros following the initial numeral. Can you even count? The young woman laughed heartily, as if she had never encountered such a humorous jest in her life. Witnessing someone boast while being acutely aware of their financial limitations provided her with immense joy as she reveled in the mockery and jesting. Xiaoya, please check if there are 4 iPhone 4S available in stock. If so, I would like to reserve them, each with a recharge of 500 yuan. Once the funds are transferred tomorrow, I shall collect them. Chen Ping'an's voice, though not loud, resonated profoundly among all present. Xiaoya, stunned at first, soon broke into a radiant smile. Certainly, for units are available for immediate pickup. I will assist you in testing the devices and inserting the SIM cards now. You may collect them tomorrow after payment. If you are in urgent need, feel free to take them. I trust you will return to settle the bill. The young woman was overjoyed, her smile stretching from ear to ear. The cost for 4 iPhone 4S approached 2,000 yuan, exceeding a month's salary. The female service attendant gaped, realizing that 4 units amounted to 20,000 yuan, an extravagant purchase, as the iPhone 4 is considered a luxury item in the country. Acquiring one would suffice for pretentiousness, yet here he was purchasing 4 in addition to the previous 2. Such ostentation truly knew no bounds. The envy of the other sales attendants was palpable as they observed Xiaoya, who had effortlessly secured 4 iPhone 4S without needing to flirt or engage in introductions. One of them could not help but sigh. Ah, how fortunate it would be if I encountered such a generous customer. The young woman laughed even more exaggeratedly, as if witnessing a beggar attempting to dine and dash. TCH, 20,000 yuan isn't available until tomorrow. If you lack funds, then refrain from purchasing. What a farce! As soon as she finished speaking, she was pushed aside by the man beside her. He appeared quite disdainful as he withdrew a tissue, wrapping it around his finger to wipe it clean. You fool! Mr. Chun is wealthy. He is my brother and my mentor. Have you lost your senses? The man hurried over and directly retrieved a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, right? Please settle the bill for Mr. Chun. The password is 6 zeros. Manager Yang, there's no need for formality. I will settle the bill myself tomorrow. My brother, my benefactor, 20,000 is merely a trifle. Let us not be shy. One day when you take me along for a ride, I'll soar to new heights in life. Haha. By the way, the account application has been submitted and expedited. It's already activated. Later, you can check the back end. You can operate directly on the trading software. Ouyang the Jew pulled over a chair and plopped down next to Chen Ping'an. He had been momentarily stunned, not expecting to encounter Chen Ping'an here. Just when he was lamenting the lack of opportunity to draw closer, fortune smiled upon him. This married woman had created chance. Thus, he remained silent, awaiting this moment. Ha, splendid. Thank you, brother the Jew. I will take you along for a ride soon. Given the circumstances, Chen Ping'an graciously accepted. If reaching the pinnacle of life were so effortless, he would gladly assist him in this endeavor. Before long, Xiaoya had completed her task. For iPhone 4S and 1 old mobile phone totaled 22,616 yuan. She took the initiative to negotiate with the front desk to charge only 22,600 yuan, deducting the remaining 16 yuan from her commission. Mr. Chun, please take these 5 phones. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call me. I am always at your service. Chapter 29. Kidnapping Ouyang Daiju departed the mobile phone marketplace alongside Chen Ping'an. A saleswoman, a mature beauty, rushed towards him, her eyes glimmering with allure as if they formed a delicate chrysanthemum. "Handsome manager, you haven't yet examined your Samsung phone. Why not take one along? Get lost." Ouyang Daiju snapped, his arm brushing her aside. The saleswoman stumbled, nearly losing her balance, a pout forming on her lips, her eyes brimming with resentment as she glared at Chen Ping'an. She felt that everything was due to him, had it not been for Chen Ping'an. The handsome manager might have pursued her further. Her colleagues had once revered her like a star, but now her momentum had been usurped by Xiaoya, and they regarded her with the derision typically reserved for clowns, filled with endless mockery and disdain. "It's all because of you," she spat, turning on her heel and returning to the mobile phone store. Chen Ping'an, unfazed, remarked, "Daiju, it seems she blames you. What did you do to her?" "What can I do? That worthless creature is happier to see money than her husband. Give her cash, and she would do anything, even strip in the street." Ouyang Daiju boasted, pride radiating from him as though he had indeed paid her for some illicit act. Have you done that?" Chen Ping'an inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. A woman whose eyes sparkled at the sight of money could very well be Ouyang Daiju's type, perhaps even his little sweetheart. After all, it was the saleswoman who had lured him into the store earlier. "Of course. The last time I bought a high-end Samsung for a friend, I asked her to make a request, and I told her to take off her skirt. To my surprise, she complied and paraded around the store in just her underwear." Ouyang Daiju held his head high, feigning mystery as he lowered his voice, leaning closer to Chen Ping'an's ear. Under her skirt, she wore pink panties adorned with a Peppa Pig design. "Absolutely adorable, haha." Chen Ping'an chuckled. "Wow, Ouyang Daiju, your tastes are truly unique. I thought you had her do something truly outrageous. Turns out it was just this trivial matter? How dull." With that, Chen Ping'an graciously declined Ouyang Daiju's offer to drive him home, opting instead to return alone. Why would he disclose his home address to someone who might frequent it every other day? It was best to maintain some distance. Ouyang Daiju, in high spirits, pressed the accelerator and turned towards the office. Click! A camera automatically captured a high-definition frontal image of Chen Ping'an. A man wearing sunglasses confirmed the identity and swiftly mounted his motorcycle, racing towards the special suite on the 4th floor of the Huangqiao MZ Center. A burly man lay on a massage table, allowing 2 women to tread upon his back. Despite their efforts, he felt no satisfaction. A sternly dressed man, also wearing sunglasses and sporting a buzz cut, crouched down, simultaneously displaying 2 photographs, one of Chen Ping'an on the left and the other of Tan Xiaomei on the right. "Is this Chen Ping'an?" "Indeed, Brother Crow. Is Zhang always preoccupied with this beautiful girl, Tan Xiaomei?" "Yes, Brother Crow." The man appeared to find the back-stomping uninteresting. He turned over, allowing the 2 women to continue on his front. The women sighed and directly stepped onto the man's chest and thighs, displaying neither discomfort nor reluctance. It seemed they had engaged in such activities frequently and were well coordinated. Now let us discuss the movements of the 2 individuals. The man in sunglasses, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Tan Xiaomei works as a clerk at Bureau C. She commutes daily on a small electric scooter and takes the 3 bus line during work hours, often veering into the alleys of Bureau C. Recently, she has taken numerous leaves. This Saturday, the entire Bureau C will be closed. Yet she will be the only one working overtime. Chen Ping'an has entered the Tan family through marriage and lacks a stable occupation. Before their marriage, he primarily worked as a temporary unloading worker. Not long ago, his father was hospitalized, and he spent considerable time at the hospital. Now that his father has been discharged, Chen Ping'an has returned to Tan Xiaomei's home. Unsurprisingly, during the day, he occupies himself with washing dishes, cooking, and playing on a computer, while at night, he engages in push-ups. Push-ups? Huh, quite amusing indeed. Hey Pai, you are the consummate detective. When it comes to second place, no one dares to claim first. Leave the photographs. Here S 3,000 yuan for your tea." The man known as Wu Ya reclined, reaching into a nearby cabinet to retrieve a briefcase. He casually rummaged through it and tossed a wad of cash to Hey Pai. "Thank you, Brother Wu Ya, for your consideration. Should you require anything in the future, I am at your service." Hey Pai grasped the money, but did not move to leave, appearing hesitant. Wuya glanced at him and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't dawdle. You're more indecisive than the two women above me. Just stomp away. Put your strength into it." The two women began to jump lightly as they stomped on Wuya's chest and thighs. "Brother Wuya, I have 2 pieces of information to share with you, though you may not find them pleasant. Speak." Heipai took a deep breath and summoned his courage. "First, Tan Xiaomei is the only daughter of Deputy Director Tan from Bureau Z. Deputy Director Tan's elder brother is the director of Bureau G. These 2 brothers wield significant power in our county. Second, although Chen Ping'an may seem weak, he possesses some skills. 10 days ago, he severely injured the Chen family's 3 brothers in just a few seconds. The hospital confirmed they are incapacitated. What? Wuya felt he must have misheard, shifting his body and instantly toppling the 2 female technicians to the ground. "Oh, I'm done for. Damn it, Wuya. You ambushed me without a word. Forget it. I'm done." The 2 women stood up, pressing on their aching bodies, and limped away with their small baskets. "Xiaohu," summoned Chen Ping'an. "Understood," replied a young man with blonde hair, nicknamed Xiaohu. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ping'an entered the suite, standing with his head bowed to one side. Wuya closed his eyes and remained silent. Chen Ping'an, feeling the pressure, ventured to speak. "Brother Wuya, I have submitted my monthly dues to Sister One, every penny accounted for." "Yes, I know. I have a question for you. Does Chen Ping'an possess martial skills?" "Not a chance." Chen Ping'an raised his head, suddenly invigorated. Whenever Wuya brought up a certain individual, calamity would befall that person within 3 days. Chen Ping'an intended to gather the elders of the village tonight and visit Chen Jujin's home to speak favorably, persuading him and his son to withdraw their case. It seemed that this matter might no longer require his presence, and there was a spectacle to behold. "No martial skills? How did your 3 brothers sustain their injuries?" A moment of inspiration struck Chen Ping'an, and he quickly replied, "They were ambushed by Chen Ping'an." 3 against 1, and the 3 were ambushed, left severely injured and incapacitated. Yet you claim he lacks martial prowess? Brother Crow despised dishonesty among his subordinates, and with a swift kick, he sent Chen Ping'an flying. Thud! Chen Ping'an collided with the wall, feeling as though his body might shatter. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, "Chen Ping'an is my neighbor. I know him well. He is a destitute wretch. Having grown up in the county, what martial skills could he possibly acquire? For years, he has worked unloading goods from trucks, laboring in menial tasks, and at best, he possesses a bit more strength than the average person. My 3 brothers were caught off guard and injured by his ambush. Though he had not seen the footage, he had been mingling in the county since graduating elementary school, acutely aware that ambush was the only means to gain an advantage. "Hi, Peasy, what do you think?" Brother Crow remarked. Chen Ping'an's words seemed somewhat plausible, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. It would be wise to conduct further investigation. Investigate? What nonsense! Brother Crow retorted, "If Chen Ping'an possesses martial skills, I shall sever my own head to offer you as a toilet." Chen Ping'an rose from the ground, straightened his posture, and clenched his fists, speaking with venomous intent. Hai Peasy snorted coldly, falling silent as he stuffed money into his pocket, nodding to Brother Crow before exiting the room. "Lu Qian, devise a plan," Brother Crow commanded as he sat up, leaning against the headboard and closing his eyes. Beside him, a bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses and spoke in a high-pitched voice. "On Saturday evening, we will lay an ambush with our brothers in Sea Lane, directly abducting them and taking them away in a vehicle. Then, we will send someone to notify Chen Ping'an, instructing him to gather the ransom. We will issue threats. If he dares to report to the authorities, we will tear him apart. When the time comes, we will collect the money first and then give him a beating, coercing him to divorce Tan Xiaomei. As for Tan Xiaomei, she shall be delivered to Xiaozhong. After a night passes, the raw rice will be cooked into a meal, and the Zhang and Tan families will become one, forming a community of mutual interests. We shall be the enforcers for the Zhang family, leaving Tan Huaishuan and Tan Huaishur powerless against us. The crux of this plan lies in the necessity of being ruthless, ensuring that Chen Ping'an is incapacitated in one fell swoop, preventing any chance of future regret, lest he escalate matters to the city or provincial levels, which would be difficult to contain. Very well, you inform Xiao Bao, Xiao Niu, Xiao Go, Ali Wang Kai, and Yimao to come here tonight. So we may discuss the plan in detail for their execution. Understood, Brother Crow. Lu Qin immediately took out his phone and began to work. Chapter 30. The right to decide on childbearing lies with the woman Chen Ping'an did not return to the small villa, but instead headed directly to Chen Yujian's residence. On the way, he called Tan Xiaomei, asking her to come over after work so that the three siblings could spend some time together. Tan Xiaomei agreed to visit after finishing her duties and fortuitously met them by the banks of the Peach River. Chen Yujin stood at the door, gazing outside. Since the passing of his beloved partner, he had grown accustomed to sitting alone in the yard, sometimes pausing at the entrance to observe the world around him. Yet, there was little beauty to behold. No one truly knew what he was watching. Perhaps he was seeing nothing at all, merely accustomed to the solitude of his own company. Dad, your calf and tibia have not fully healed. You should rest more, said Chen Xiaoqian, her pregnancy evident as she slowly approached Chen Yujin. Now that you're here, I shall stand and gaze at the sky for a while. Once you leave, I am left with nothing but boredom. Sitting here alone, he replied without turning, his gaze fixed on the banyan trees by the Peach River. The trees housed several large bird nests, with birds coming and going through the seasons. Yet once a person departs, they're gone forever. We will often come to see you. Now that we have a tricycle, we need not walk. We can bring everything along, said Chen Sanmei, joining him with a smile. Just days before Chen Ping'an's wedding, her husband, Gong Mingyuan, had made the decision to purchase an electric tricycle equipped with 8 large batteries, capable of carrying both goods and people at a cost of 700 yuan. They had borrowed 600 yuan from Chen Ping'an due to a temporary shortage of funds. Although a tricycle could not compare to a car, it was certainly more convenient, especially in rural areas where transporting tools and fertilizers was far easier than with a motorcycle. On this journey, Gong Mingyuan had first taken Chen Sanmei to Zhupa Mountain Village to pick up the heavily pregnant Chen Xiaoqian and her husband, Mo Bin, before making their way to Chen Yujin's home. Zhupa Mountain Village was connected to the town by a single dirt road, lacking public transport, so residents typically relied on their own vehicles or walking for travel. After this trip, Mo Bin was also contemplating the purchase of a tricycle, intending to borrow 600 yuan from Chen Ping'an as well. Dad, Chen Ping'an called out from a distance as he spotted Chen Yujin at the door. He was seated on the back of a small electric scooter, his hands resting gently on Tan Xiaomei's slender waist. After exchanging greetings and pleasantries, Tan Xiaomei inquired, Xiaoqian, are you close to giving birth? Xiaoqian nodded. My due date is at the end of the month. It might come a few days early or be delayed, depending on whether the little one is ready to make an appearance. A radiant smile illuminated her face as she tenderly stroked her belly, her fingers gliding back and forth. With each movement, the baby responded with little kicks, as if engaging in a playful exchange. Over the next few days, try to minimize your movements. It might be safer to enter the hospital early. We can go when labor begins. There's still time. However, being admitted ahead of time requires a significant sum, at least an additional 500 yuan. Indeed, it is a bit costly, but convenience is paramount. Zhupa Mountain Village is just 5 kilometers from the county. It's not too far. When the time comes, we can call for help, and they should arrive within 10 minutes. Sister-in-law, conception comes swiftly. It is likely that you and my brother will soon welcome a child within a month or two. Whether it is sooner or later, it bears little consequence. We are still in the bloom of youth, and Guojia advocates for late marriage and childbirth. Since you are employed at the Sea Bureau, holding a formal position, you are permitted only 1 child. As the child matures, the family burden will undoubtedly be substantial. If you were to have several children, the brothers could share the pressure. We shall see if Ping'an harbors thoughts of having more. Such matters are not solely within a man's purview. The decision rests with a woman, indeed. Chen Xiaoqian remarked with a calm smile. How so? Tan Xiaomei inquired, her expression revealing curiosity as she sought to grasp her meaning, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. As an only child, she had experienced profound solitude throughout her life. Although she received abundant love from her parents, the pressures they imposed were immense. Her parents consistently instilled in her the ideals of the Tan family, urging her to inherit the family business and carry on the Tan lineage. The Tan family has fought hard to reach this point, and without heirs, all their achievements would be for naught. The prospect of bearing 2 or 3 children stirred something within Tan Xiaomei. I have heard that after childbirth, doctors may recommend sterilization. And once sterilized, the ability to conceive is lost. Both men and women are subject to this. In this era of monogamy, once sterilized, neither can father or bear children. It is imperative to communicate clearly with the doctor beforehand, ensuring that sterilization is off the table and opting instead for an IUD. The procedure for an IUD is straightforward, serving as a means of contraception. When the desire for a second child arises, the IUD can be removed, allowing for conception once more. Chen Xiaoqian spoke with expertise. Tan Xiaomei nodded thoughtfully, realizing the wisdom in this approach. Yes, this method seems viable. I shall further investigate. Perhaps in the future, policies will relax, permitting those employed at the management office to have a second child. If sterilization were to occur, it would be too late for regrets. Indeed, brother. This surgery must have incurred significant expenses, Chen Xiaoqian's husband, Mo Bin, inquired. After reimbursement, it cost 35,000 out of pocket. Did the Chen family not cover it? Why was it self-funded initially? Chen Samei's husband, Gong Mingyuan, questioned puzzled. Logically, they should have covered the costs first. Deputy Director Liao from the G Bureau is overseeing this case. He instructed us to pay up front, assuring us that they would be compelled to reimburse us after the case is adjudicated. Many such cases end up in protracted disputes, lingering unresolved, depending on which side wields more influence and power. Mo Bin cast a sidelong glance at Tan Xiaomei. You are overthinking it. As long as I do not withdraw the lawsuit, the case will remain open, bound by a final deadline. Their only recourse is to delay proceedings. They will prolong evidence collection, defer the delivery of formal notices, and postpone court dates, dragging the process out until the end. But matters not. I have ample time to engage in this game with them. Chen Ping'an had personally experienced such matters in a previous life. At that time, a colleague of his had been assaulted by individuals with strong connections. They would frequently seek to negotiate, claiming that litigation would yield no compensation, or that pursuing a lawsuit would require exorbitant legal fees, or that bribing officials would entail significant sums, employing various forms of intimidation, both soft and hard. This colleague, with a tenacious spirit, withstands all pressures, ultimately transforming a case that could have been resolved in 3 months into a protracted ordeal lasting a year and a half, with every hurdle delayed until the statutory deadline. For instance, the delivery of documents is typically counted from the date of receipt. However, if the recipient refrains from signing, the acknowledgement of receipt may be postponed for an additional half-month. Court dates can be influenced through connections, allowing for postponements from the standard 30 days to a delay of up to 6 months until the final deadline. Moreover, when summoned by Department G and Court F, testimonies can be recorded on the same day. Should the defendant request a change of date, such adjustments can be accommodated. Additionally, through networking and the provision of a monetary incentive to officials from Court F or Judge S, the case can be further delayed indefinitely. Even during court proceedings, delays can persist. The issuance of the judgment can be postponed by a month, rather than being declared in court or the following day. Once the judgment is rendered, further delays are possible. If the defendant refuses compensation, the plaintiff may be left waiting for 3 to 5 months before resorting to enforcement. Enforcement itself can be prolonged, extending to the appellate court, where the defendant may contest the first ruling, thus transferring the case back to the municipal bureau for a fresh review of the entire process. The appellate judgment can similarly be delayed, affecting court dates and the announcement of verdicts, or even reverting back to the initial trial. Should the defendant possess robust connections and financial resources, they can manipulate the entire case, leaving the plaintiff in a state of confusion and disruption, with constant court appearances that hinder their ability to work peacefully. Even after the appellate court mandates enforcement and compensation, delays can persist. The methods of delay are quite unique. Enforcement does not immediately freeze funds, but instead deducts amounts periodically, either biannually or quarterly. Consequently, if the defendant is informed of an impending enforcement action, they can transfer funds out, rendering the bank account empty, and the next day, the money can be transferred back in, allowing for uninterrupted access to their finances. Thus, many individuals, despite winning their lawsuits, find themselves unable to receive compensation, and this is the crux of the issue. Chen Ping'an possesses ample time to engage with Chen Lyman and his son in their games, ready to accompany them whenever they wish to play. However, he will not wait indefinitely. Chapter 31. Divorce tomorrow, brother. Are you financially comfortable? If so, could you lend me 600 yuan? I wish to purchase an electric tricycle like the one my brother-in-law has. Gong Mingyuan chuckled. Certainly, Chen Ping'an replied, retrieving 600 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Gong Mingyuan. Without hesitation, Gong Mingyuan accepted the money and tucked it into his trousers. From a distance, Chen Jiujin observed Chen Ping'an taking out money and shook his head. These two brothers-in-law were at it again, asking for money. Prior to the marriage, they had frequently approached Chen Ping'an for funds, whether it be 100 or just a few tens. He earned only a meager amount unloading goods daily. While Chen Ping'an's account held a substantial sum, it was merely money from stock trading, not earnings from tangible labor. It could vanish without warning. Moreover, the nature of stock trading was not something to be disclosed. If others were to find out, they would regard him with peculiar glances, akin to a gambler who had lost everything. Oh, and I bought each of you a mobile phone for easier communication in the future. They are quite feature-rich. If you enjoy chatting on QQ or surfing the internet, you can do so easily, Chen Ping'an announced, having just set down 5 phones in the living room. Now, placing them on the table in the courtyard. In a flurry, 4 white iPhone 4S were snatched away, leaving only a solitary blue basic phone behind. Wow, an iPhone 4. Brother, you are so generous. This is quite the status symbol. What is the balance on the card? The camera is remarkably clear. I can zoom in on the bird's nest in the tree. I've loaded each with 500 yuan. You can recharge as needed. They all took their phones without a single inquiry about how he had acquired the funds to purchase such luxuries. It seemed they regarded Chen Ping'an as the elder brother, taking it for granted that he would spend money on extravagant items for them, without considering that he was merely a laborer working temporary jobs for paltry wages. For iPhones amounted to 20,000 yuan. How many loads of goods must he unload to earn that? No one asked, nor did anyone care. Chen Jiujin silently turned away, pretending not to notice, aware of the burden this young man bore. With a smile, Chen Ping'an picked up the basic phone and approached Chen Jiujin, saying, Dad, this is your phone. It's drop-resistant and durable. Here, how to dial. Dinner was a harmonious affair, filled with laughter, particularly from Mo Bin and Gong Mingyuan, although they had come without bringing a red envelope. Having only purchased a few fruits for a mere 10 yuan, they left well-fed and satisfied, each family receiving 2 iPhone 4S with 500 yuan inside, equivalent to a fortunate windfall of 11,000 yuan per household. How could they not be elated? Yet, 2 individuals were not as pleased. One was Chen Jiujin, who noted that Tan Xiaomei's cheerful demeanor lacked sincerity. It was likely due to her son spending money on phones for his sister and brother-in-law, without her consent, which she deemed inappropriate. Alas, my son's life may not be easy from here on, Chen Jiujin thought, refraining from voicing his concerns as he quietly extracted a piece of paper from his pocket, rolled some tobacco leaves within, and began to smoke. The leaves were homegrown, secretly sold for 5 yuan per half kilogram, providing enough for half a year, 100 times more economical than packaged cigarettes at the supermarket. Indeed, Tan Xiaomei was not happy, feeling quite discontented. It is no wonder that Chen Ping'an, without any prior discussion, casually spent over 20,000 yuan. Presently, Tan Xiaomei is the sole breadwinner, earning a modest salary of approximately 700 yuan a month. Chen Ping'an remains unemployed, spending his days idly at home. Although they have been married for less than half a month and their expenses are minimal, it is prudent to save some funds in preparation for future family planning. A young person, capable and energetic, ought not to rely on their parents for financial support. Tan Xiaomei, however, concealed her feelings, maintaining a smile on her face for Chen Ping'an's sake. She refrained from expressing her discontent, as she is, after all, his wife, albeit in a somewhat unconventional arrangement. Upon arriving home, she carelessly tossed her keys aside, kicked off her shoes, and collapsed face down onto the bed. Xiaomei, did you have a tiring day at work? Allow me to give you a massage, Chen Ping'an said as he sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to massage her. However, as his fingers grazed her lower back, Tan Xiaomei turned away, leaning against the wall, still face down. Chen Ping'an chuckled softly, removed his shoes and socks, and climbed onto the bed, positioning himself behind her knees to begin massaging her lumbar region. Given that office clerks often suffer from cervical spondylosis and lumbar disc issues due to prolonged sitting, such a massage was indeed warranted. "Don't, just leave me be," she protested. "What's wrong? Did you have a rough day at work? Did a superior upset you?" he inquired. "Yes, I'm frustrated. It's not the boss, it's you," she retorted. Chen Ping'an quickly grasped that it must pertain to financial matters, specifically the 4 smartphones. "Before we married, you claimed you were short on funds. Yet now you casually dropped 20,000 for 4 iPhone 4S? The last one you purchased, along with the one gifted to me, totals 6 phones costing 30,000 yuan. How you explain that?" Tan Xiaomei had intended to question him about the source of his funds that evening. However, once they became intimate, her resolve softened. She felt it was necessary to afford her husband some dignity and autonomy, believing it unreasonable to tightly control his finances and deny him a little personal spending money. Consequently, she suppressed her inquiries, particularly in light of the Chen Jijin matter, allowing her concerns to fade. Yet now, she found herself pondering the implications. If he could so readily produce 30,000 yuan, it suggested that his savings must exceed that amount. Only someone with 300,000 yuan would casually spend 30,000 to buy a phone for his brother-in-law. This raised suspicions. Why would someone with such wealth need to marry into the Tan family? Was it truly a lack of funds? Or was he seeking to exploit the Tan family's influence? Throughout the journey, these thoughts consumed her mind, and she resolved to seek clarity on the matter. This was a delicate topic, and Chen Ping'an hesitated, stating that stock trading was not something everyone could easily accept. Tan Xiaomei's determination solidified. He was undoubtedly attempting to leverage her, to climb the social ladder through her family connections. How insidious! He did not genuinely wish to marry her. Rather, he was seeking to manipulate her feelings and exploit her family status. "You despicable wretch. I loathe you. What are you talking about? I have not manipulated your feelings. Your family status holds no significance for me. You are overthinking," he replied. "Then honestly tell me, if you possess such wealth, why did you come seeking me?" Tan Xiaomei sat up, leaning against the wall, her eyes glistening with a hint of red as she gazed at him, exuding an air of poignant vulnerability. "When I arrived at your doorstep, I was indeed bereft of funds, impoverished to the core. My family could not support a marriage, and to alleviate my father's burdens, I voluntarily entered your family. This is an undeniable truth. I was forthright with you before our union. I have never sought to exploit you. Although we lacked affection prior to our marriage, our feelings swiftly blossomed after our wedding night. Do I appear to be someone who would take advantage of you? Regarding the 30,000 spent on the phone, the story is lengthy. I claimed it was earned from the second day of our marriage. Do you truly believe me?" Chen Ping'an felt compelled to reveal the truth. If he remained silent, it could exacerbate their conflict. However, once disclosed, the impact on their relationship was uncertain. Some women disdain wealth, particularly those who are affluent. They eschew materialism and wealthy suitors, convinced that prosperous men are prone to moral decay, indulging in vices. Fortunately, throughout these days of marital coexistence, Chen Ping'an sensed that Tan Xiaomei was not a gold digger. "Believe your tall tales? On the second day of our marriage, you returned home, and we visited your uncle's house for lunch, then spent the afternoon and evening with your aunt and uncle. That night, we shared the same bed. When would you have had the opportunity to earn money?" In the following 2 days, they were inseparable until his father was hospitalized for surgery. "Perhaps you earned money in the hospital? By selling blood?" Tan Xiaomei tugged at Chen Ping'an's sleeve, inspecting for needle marks, then lowered his trousers to check for blood draw traces on his calves and thighs. "It itches, haha. I haven't reached that point yet. I earn my money through skill." "By skill? Donating cells?" Tan Xiaomei's gaze traveled from his head to his toes. Chen Ping'an understood her implications. In 2011, the cell donation industry was not yet well established in Huagua. It was only after the Achong incident that this industry was brought to light, revealing that men could receive 40,000 yuan in nutritional compensation for a single donation. Yet, there were dangers. Reading magazines or watching videos prior to donation could inadvertently trigger sudden death in men. The risks at home were minimal, but those outside were substantial. No, Xiaomei, you are overthinking and misinterpreting. How then do you make your money? Be honest. If you don't clarify, keep your distance from me tonight. All right, I'll confess. I am an investor trading stocks. I find joy and prosperity in it. Bah, go to hell. Xiaomei, I am indeed a stock investor, and a profitable one at that. Not merely a novice. Tomorrow, we will divorce. Tonight. Tonight shall be our final memory. Please no. Chen Ping'an scratched his head, distressed. Didn't we agree to be honest? And yet you react this way. It seems the impact of stocks is too overwhelming for many to withstand. Chen Jujin had previously remarked that he was a spendthrift and would eventually squander his fortune. Now, hearing Tan Xiaomei's desire for divorce, he felt the weight of despair. Xiaomei, you have attended university, studying accounting. Finances should not be foreign to you. Stocks are legitimate financial instruments. The nation has a securities market, allowing for engagement in stocks, bonds, funds, treasury bonds, futures, and other business. This is all legitimate. Chapter 32. Danger approaches knowledge may be acquired, yet participation remains elusive, existing solely within the realm of theoretical understanding. You claim to profit from stock trading. How can you substantiate this? Tan Xiaomei's demeanor softened slightly, her earlier agitation abated, and the flush on her face diminished. As a university graduate, she struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the stock market. How could a mere high school graduate, who only knows the labor of unloading goods, possess knowledge of finance and stocks? She found this notion implausible. Anyone in her position would likely share her skepticism. Chen Ping'an refrained from further elaboration, leaning over to retrieve his phone from the chair beside the bed. He had previously discarded his clothing upon climbing into bed. Upon acquiring his phone, he accessed the Yinjiang Securities app, opened his stock portfolio, and presented it to her. Here, dear wife, behold my stock account. It clearly displays the total funds and the stocks held within. It is all laid bare before you. Go ahead and scrutinize, and then justify your claims. Not a single stock trader has concluded with a favorable outcome. There are plenty of spendthrifts out there, and your presence adds little to the count. With our meager salaries, relying solely on my income, I can, at best, earn $20,000 a year, barely enough for sustenance with no surplus. What? Goodness! Your account has $267,900. Tan Xiaomei's mouth fell agape, her tongue quivering in disbelief. Chen Ping'an gently placed his left hand on her shoulder while waving his right hand before her eyes. Hey, Xiaomei, are you in a daze? After a prolonged silence, her eyes began to glimmer with understanding as she exclaimed, Are you trading in a virtual market? She firmly believed this to be the case. Every brokerage offers a virtual trading platform, allowing one to simulate real transactions with $1 million in funds. Currently, the financial sector is abuzz with virtual trading competitions, gaining considerable traction. Virtual market? No, this is genuine trading. And what was your initial investment? 780,000. 780,000 transformed into over 267,000. How long did it take you? Not long at all. As I mentioned, I began the day after our wedding, to be precise, on the 4th day since our nuptials, as the stock market was closed on the 2nd day, which was a Saturday. Where did the 78,000 originate? Speak truthfully. Do not conceal anything. I borrowed it from Yang Siki. Her. Yang Siki lent you such a substantial sum? She works at MZ Center now, but previously was in Guangqing. Did you and she ever share a past? No. That's a lie. If there was nothing between you, how could she have lent you such a considerable amount? Speak the truth. After much effort, Chen Ping'an finally clarified the situation. No, it wasn't merely an explanation. Some matters, when too convoluted to elucidate, are best left unspoken. Demonstrated instead through tangible actions that affirm his relationship with Tan Xiaomei, not with Yang Siki. As dawn broke, Tan Xiaomei finally accepted the truth. With the first rays of light illuminating the room, the surface of the Taojiang River shimmered with glimmers of white. The early bird finds sustenance. Though Tan Xiaomei's body felt on the verge of collapse, she persevered to prepare breakfast, simple noodles with 2 eggs and 2 tomatoes. After they shared the meal, she rode off to work on her little electric scooter, leaving Chen Ping'an with a lingering gaze. Achoo! Danger gradually approached, unbeknownst to her, as she remained oblivious, merely sneezing occasionally. Today was Friday. The underlings of the Crow began their operations, with 3 individuals surveying the Sea Bureau alley. They meticulously examined the location, strategizing the evacuation routes, considering several corners where fewer people might congregate. A few individuals were dispatched to scout the vicinity. Meanwhile, 2 others ventured 30 miles east to investigate the abandoned lumber mill. Established in the 1980s, the mill fell into disrepair when its owner absconded, leaving it unused to this day. The structure, built of red bricks, was dilapidated, with parts collapsed and others leaning, tiles shattered and scattered everywhere. A scene of utter desolation. This location would remain undisturbed for a fortnight. Should any unusual activities occur, no one would be the wiser. Lu Qian orchestrated the arrangements, all within the confines of the plan. They awaited the end of the workday tomorrow to commence their actions. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an confided in Tan Xiaomei regarding his stock trading endeavors. The truth could not remain concealed for long. It was likely that her parents would soon discover the matter. By noon, the phone rang. "Dad, is the phone working well?" "Yes, it's fine. Come home. The clan elders are here to discuss something." "All right, I'll head over now." Upon hanging up, Chen Ping'an mused that the gathering of clan elders at his home was likely not for a favorable reason. It could either be to solicit donations for the ancestral hall or to address significant disputes, collecting fees for mediation. Most likely, they had been entrusted by Chun Limo to persuade him to withdraw the case. Chen Ping'an's suspicions were not unfounded. Yesterday, Chen Ping'an left the Imperial MZ Center and immediately contacted his uncle from the L Bureau to relay this development. He intended to forego involving the clan elders, allowing the Crow to stir trouble without incurring any costs. However, his uncle vehemently chastised him, berating him thoroughly. "You are foolish. The Crow is notorious for misdeeds. With the Tan and Zhang families allied, do you think Tan Xiaomei will let you off easily?" Chen Ping'an might use this case as leverage to sever ties with Tan Xiaomei, and when both families intervene, it will spell disaster. You must urgently inform your father. Contact the clan elders, visit their home, and pay a price to resolve this matter. Sign a settlement agreement, then present it to the G Bureau to withdraw the lawsuit. The case will be dismissed automatically. Once the case is withdrawn, will there be no criminal liability? Correct, there will be none. However, if the case lingers, you 3 brothers will be summoned soon, which would be troublesome. Accept the situation, it's a matter of conceding. My 3 brothers have already incurred nearly 70,000 in medical expenses, and they will be left with disabilities. What will happen to those costs? Those expenses are to be covered personally. We will devise ways to recover them later. As long as we are alive, we need not fear a lack of resources. Thus, the patriarch of the Chun clan arrived at his home, accompanied by 6 venerable elders, each over 80 years of age, the eldest being a remarkable 102. Jiojin, your son Ping and has gone to the Tan family without my consent as the clan leader, nor has he informed the elders. This is quite improper of you. Chun Zhongxiang, aged 69, currently serves as the clan leader of the Chun family, belonging to the Zhong generation. Meanwhile, Chun Jiojin belongs to the Zhuo generation, and Chun Ping and is part of the Ping generation. The Zhong generation holds a higher status, surpassing the Zhuo generation by 4 generations. Chun Zhongxiang is one of the last remaining elders, and if the villagers were to address him according to lineage, they would refer to him as uncle, great-uncle, or grand-great-uncle. Just then, an 88-year-old elder remarked, "Uncle is right. Such a significant matter as the marriage arrangement concerns the prosperity and decline of our Chen lineage. How can it proceed without our knowledge?" Chun Jiojin had originally not consented to Chun Ping'an's marriage arrangement, but once Tan Huaisher set off firecrackers at the door, the entire village was aware, and the matter had become a fait accompli. To deny it now would be rather unseemly. Thus, he had to take responsibility for the decision, ensuring that it did not involve his son's generation, as the possibility of Chun Ping'an returning to the Chun family in the future remained. "Dear great-uncle, it is indeed my fault for not notifying you in grand-great-uncle. As a father, I find myself lacking in ability. Our family is in disarray. and it has become increasingly difficult to provide for my son. Out of necessity, I made this hasty decision. I humbly ask for your understanding. An 82-year-old elder, the youngest among them, shakily rolled a cigarette and chuckled. Ping is a fine young man, robust and strong. In ancient times, he would surely take multiple wives and father numerous children. Jiojin, you have foolishly allowed him to marry into the family. Chen Zhongxiang noticed 2 packs of cigarettes in the room and remarked, Jiojin, why are you hoarding such good cigarettes? Why not share them with us? Certainly, these were brought back from the Tan family. I had set them aside, but now seems a perfect time to enjoy them together. Chen Jiojin opened the 2 packs and offered each of them 2 packets to take away, leaving 6 scattered packets on the table for everyone to smoke. He understood that their visit was not merely to discuss Chen Ping'an's marriage, but rather to act as mediators for Chen Li Mo and his son. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to show respect to these elders. Thus, both the clan elder and the clan leader reaped the benefits of the situation. Chapter 33. The clan elder's negotiation fails. Chen Ping'an swiftly returned to his hometown. At the entrance, he spotted Pu Rubing standing at the door. Her eyes filled with venomous resentment, seemingly aimed directly at him, sending an unsettling shiver down his spine. Behind her lay the quiet courtyard, devoid of any sound. It was likely that her 3 sons were still recuperating in the hospital, with Chen Limo attending to them. Recovering from such severe injuries was no simple matter. A chuckle escaped him. A sense of satisfaction washed over him at the thought. His body, too, seemed to revel in this joy, muscles relaxing naturally. He muttered to himself, Chen Ping'an, I have avenged you. Upon entering, Chen Ping'an greeted the clan leader and the elders, who gathered around to sit together. The clan leader had 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket, with one clamped between each ear. Supporting himself with his left hand on the armrest of the chair, he held a half-smoked cigarette in his right, releasing a cloud of smoke as he spoke first. Limo and his sons are in the hospital, with their injuries quite severe. It seems unlikely they will recover easily. None of the 3 young men are married. What do you have to say about this? Upon hearing this, Chen Jiojin felt as though the clan leader's words were an accusation. He retorted without hesitation, what is there to say? Many people in the village witnessed that day. The father and son duo acted with such arrogance. They brought this upon themselves. The 82-year-old elder shook his head, asserting, the rights and wrongs of the situation are no longer of paramount importance. What we need now is to resolve the issue. The medical expenses for the 3 amount to 75,000, and it may rise to 100,000. Your side is liable for 35,000, and you may have to compensate the other party. Chen Jiojin was taken aback. How could he be asked to pay when his kin had been assaulted? Uncle, are you losing your senses? You cannot simply overlook the truth and focus on the expenses. If this is how we negotiate, then let us not negotiate at all. He firmly shut down the conversation. Liao Zhengsheng from Bureau G had already clarified that Chen Ping'an and his son's actions were purely in self-defense, and they bore no criminal liability. Furthermore, the 35,000 in medical expenses would initially be borne by them, but once the case was resolved, the other party would be compelled to reimburse. Chen Jiojin understood the situation perfectly. There was no room for doubt. Now, the clan elder had the audacity to negotiate medical costs, which was utterly ludicrous. He flatly refused to discuss it. The 88-year-old elder, having finished one cigarette, lit another with a leisurely demeanor, stating, intra-clan conflicts have historically involved the lightly injured compensating the severely injured. If they had inflicted even greater harm upon you, they would owe you compensation, and we would demand it. Jiojin, Ping'an, while you are well at home, they remain in the hospital. According to clan rules, you are required to cover the difference in expenses. Based on 75,000, you must initially compensate them 40,000. Should their expenses reach 100,000 upon discharge, an additional 25,000 will be required. Chen Jiojin could hardly contain his frustration, nearly uttering a curse. Yet, being of the same clan, he restrained himself. The convoluted clan rules were absurd. There was no way he would concede to such demands. You need not discuss this matter further. The 88-year-old elder smiled silently, continuing to smoke. His role was merely to launch the artillery. Where it landed and whether it was accepted was beyond his concern. It was now the turn of the 91-year-old elder to speak. His hair had vanished, leaving his scalp bare, and his teeth were entirely gone. With his upper and lower lips wrapped around a cigarette, he struggled to swallow, interjecting, "They are severely injured, while your wounds are minor. This is the reality. If you are unwilling to compensate them, so be it. The medical expenses are settled, and each can return to their respective homes. It seems fair enough, does it not?" The implication was to act as if nothing had transpired. It was akin to two families stumbling and tending to their own scrapes before resuming their daily toil. Chen Ping'an shook his head, asserting, "No, they assaulted me, inflicting injury, and even threatened to cripple Ping'an. Had I not bravely intervened, Ping'an's right leg would have been lost. This matter cannot be dismissed so casually." The 91-year-old man fell silent. Since the clan leader Chen Zhongxiang began mediating, for individuals had petitioned, gradually easing tensions. They had come to understand that this issue was open to negotiation, no longer a matter of life and death. Clan leader Chen Zhongxiang nodded, retrieving another cigarette, lighting it, and gesturing a puff toward the 95-year-old man. It was now his turn to intervene. The 95-year-old, once the leader during the communal dining era, was seasoned and skilled in conflict resolution. Now frail and unsteady, he required assistance to walk. Rumor had it that his health was failing, and any day could be his last. His children had all departed before him, and even the youngest of his grandchildren was 40, the oldest 57, often remarking, "It would be well to leave at night, free of illness or pain, departing joyfully." He entered Chen Ping'an's home with the support of the 82-year-old and, once seated, clasped the arms of the chair, refraining from smoking and merely listening. 2 packs of cigarettes rested in the pocket of his coat. Chen Ping'an glanced at him, recognizing the difficulty of his undertaking at such an advanced age. The elder began, "Conflicts within the clan occur annually, present in every village, typically minor disputes resolved internally. However, this time, your families have clashed fiercely, each sustaining injuries. As clan elders, we are deeply concerned. We are all surnamed Chen, destined to cross paths again. If this dispute remains unresolved, there could be further violence, and the extent of injuries remains uncertain. I advise you, Ping'an, to consider yielding. After all, Ping'an is still young. Do you comprehend my words?" His remarks struck a chord within Chen Ping'an, eliciting a thoughtful expression. This elder's counsel bore validity. If Chen Limo's 4 sons were to harbor resentment, they might secretly harm Ping'an, ultimately jeopardizing his safety. The 97-year-old raised a hand, straightening his cane to point at Chen Ping'an, stating, "Ping'an, you are young, broaden your heart. Allow others a path, and you will find one for yourself. Leave some leeway in all matters. The brothers are at fault, now suffering as victims themselves. You should cover your own medical expenses and withdraw the case. We clan elders can assure you that they will no longer trouble you and your father." The elder reinforced his commitment with further assurances of safety in the future. Chen Ping'an found the situation laughable. Such assurances were utterly ineffective. Once the matter passed, the other party would continue to bully them as before. Even if Chen Limon promised on the spot to no longer make things difficult for the father and son, it was merely empty words, devoid of any genuine action. However, Chen Ping'an felt a flicker of hope. He believed that as long as they ceased to trouble Chen Ping'an, the issues could be discussed and resolved. The 102-year-old clan elder, sensing that the time was ripe, stood up, swaying slightly, and approached Chen Ping'an, his vision blurred and his eyes dimmed, his lips moving. "Let me add a stipulation. Have the Limon family host a banquet, inviting you to 3 days of proper meals at the ancestral hall. From now on, we shall all be good neighbors. Ping'an, what do you think? We've lowered our old faces to act as mediators. Will you send us away empty-handed?" Chen Ping'an felt a tightening in his throat just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an declared loudly, "We are not handling this case. It has been handed over to the G Bureau. Their response is that we were acting in legitimate self-defense and bear no responsibility. The case has been prosecuted and automatically transferred to the F Court, which will soon hold a hearing. My father has sustained minor injuries tomorrow morning. I will take him to assess his disability rating, and all expenses will be covered according to the court's ruling. The Limon family should be prepared to appear in court." A profound silence enveloped the room. Chen Ping'an realized that his son was refusing any mediation and intended to take down the adversary. After a long pause, Chen Zhongxiang inquired, "Is there no room for reconciliation?" "None," Chen Ping'an replied resolutely. "For decades, since my mother was alive, our family has suffered at the hands of the Limon family. It is time for a conclusion. A conclusion means rejecting any form of mediation. Everything will proceed according to the court's judgment. Thank you all for your efforts today." His words were firm, devoid of any ambiguity. With unreasonable people, reasoning is futile. In rural life, if one does not decisively eliminate the adversary, they will inevitably suffer when the opponent regains their strength. The 102-year-old man, straining to listen attentively, shook his head and, supporting himself on Chen Zhongxiang's arm, slowly made his way outside. The others began to depart as well. The elder's mediation was declared a failure, returning empty-handed. Yet, each person had 2 boxes of cigarettes either in their pockets or in their hands. The last to leave was the 82-year-old elder, who slowed his pace and said, "Eugene, your son has potential. He has stood up for your family. Be sure to expedite his household registration transfer." "Yes, uncle, please take care. I will see you out," Chen Ping'an offered, supporting the elder's shoulder as they walked together. Chapter 34. Hong Jinjin steals the emperor's book as Chen Zhongxiang and others departed. They made their way from the end of the village towards its entrance. "Uncle, please inform Chen Liman truthfully that the clan elders cannot mediate this matter. If they wish to seek resolution themselves, they may attempt it," the 95-year-old elder instructed, leaning on his cane as he walked. Being an elder from the era of communal living, he naturally held the authority to issue directives to the current group leader, Chen Zhongxiang. However, due to his lower generational rank, he respectfully referred to him as uncle. "Understood," Chen Zhongxiang nodded in acknowledgement. The 88-year-old elder patted the 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket, his expression calm as he remarked, "In a few days, we will contest the hill against the Tang family. It will be prudent to bring along more young men. With more fists, we can secure the hill. That lad Ping'an is quite fierce and unafraid of trouble. He will certainly need to accompany us." "Noted," Chen Zhongxiang replied affirmatively. The 102-year-old elder shook his head, lamenting, "We old men have lost our influence. The youngsters do not heed our counsel. I shall refrain from intervening further. If they wish to come, they may do so on their own, as my days are numbered." The 97-year-old elder squinted, adding, "Indeed, our dignity has been compromised. For the sake of 2 packs of cigarettes, we have brought shame upon ourselves." "Ha!" laughed the 82-year-old elder, surveying the group of older men and noting that he was the youngest. "I believe I have spotted the next clan leader. This is a monumental good fortune. Although our Chen family village is populous, none are truly capable, either timid and fearful or impulsively reckless. Just now, I observed that lad Ping'an. He is level-headed and fearless, making him well-suited for leadership. Uncle, your position as clan leader may soon become tenuous." The 91-year-old elder, who occupied a middle ground among the group, nodded in agreement after hearing the discussions. "Indeed, your insight is keen. Regardless of whether he marries into the family, he is still one of us. We shall adhere to the Chen family rules." "Very well. I will relinquish some authority to observe him." After the elders departed, Chen Ping'an turned to Chen Ping'an and said, "Dad, I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning to visit the hospital for a disability assessment. We will need it for the upcoming lawsuit." "All right. Since we are going to court, let us ensure all necessary documents are prepared. It is better to complete them sooner rather than later." Chen Ping'an accompanied Chen Ping'an, planning to return to the small Western-style house later in the afternoon to prepare a meal for his wife's return. Feeling somewhat idle, he retrieved his phone and logged into the stock trading system. Unsurprisingly, just as in his previous life's memories, Xianfeng technology had hit the daily limit, yielding yet another bountiful day. Messages on QQ continued to flash. Chen Ping'an chuckled, certain that Ouyang Zhuge was beginning to act erratically. As expected, a message arrived. "Bro, your stocks have hit the limit again. You've racked up an additional 2 to 300,000 in profits today. You're truly impressive. Bro, I'm placing a limit order to buy Xianfeng technology at the limit. Do you think the main force will give us an entry opportunity? Brother, please reply so I can place my order." Chen Ping'an responded, "Too late, There's no opportunity left. Next week, the market will open high and close low. I too shall be making my exit. Then which stock should we target next? Please share the code so I can conduct my analysis. Let us also have the colleagues from the headquarters strategic analysis department evaluate this. Ouyang Daiju replied almost instantly, his excitement palpable. Chen Ping'an's lips curled into a smile. Brother Daiju, there's no need to rush. I have yet to finalize my thoughts. I will notify you next Monday. Please ensure you have a position ready and await my signal. Since he had promised to soar together, he would indeed do so. The crucial aspect lay in Daiju's willingness to engage. Next Monday, an intriguing stock would present itself at an opportune entry point, testing human nature. Most would hesitate to take the plunge. All right, brother, I will contact you next week. Come to my office this weekend for tea. I have acquired some fine leaves. We shall see. I might be occupied. No time for tea? Then let us unwind at the Royal MZ Center. What do you say, my friend? I am a married man. I cannot simply frequent the MZ Center. Oh, it matters not. I too have been married, living freely and joyously. Chen Ping'an reclined in a lounge chair, gradually succumbing to slumber. Chen Jiujin observed him, muttering to himself, without a proper job, one merely drifts about. Stock trading is a profession? I can hardly believe it. The old dog lay nearby, seemingly both familiar and foreign to Chen Ping'an, yearning to approach, yet hesitant. Woof woof praise. On this occasion, Chen Ping'an found himself at the drum tower, where an enormous circular drum stood, supported by a wooden frame beneath. The drum towered over him, with a diameter of at least 2 meters and a thickness of no less than 1 meter. 2 drumsticks rested atop it. Curiosity piqued, Chen Ping'an grasped a drumstick, initially intending to strike it forcefully, but reconsidered and opted for a gentle tap instead. Boom! The sound of the drum was deep and muffled, lacking the clarity of a bell's chime, evoking a sense of melancholy. Setting down the drumstick, he descended the stairs and walked along the adjacent path. Suddenly, he noticed a gray shadow darting into the Sutra Pavilion, vanishing within. Intrigued, he followed to investigate. The cabinet was tall, arranged in a grid-like manner. After circling it a few times, he discovered a long-haired woman rummaging through the texts. Approaching her, he inquired, "May I ask what you are searching for, miss?" Upon hearing his voice, the woman leapt back 3 meters in surprise. "Who are you?" "I am the abbot of this temple." "And you? Who might you be?" "I shall not disclose my identity. I only ask where the imperial arts are located. Retrieve them for me." "Not revealing who you are. I have already discerned your identity." Chen Ping'an caught sight of the panel above her head. Name, Hong Jinjin. Age, 18 years. Purpose of entry, to steal the Book of Emperors for her brother, Hong Xiuquan. Marital status, unmarried. So, she was the princess of the Taiping army. Boastful, do tell me, who am I? Sister of Hong Xiuquan, Hong Jinjin. You wish to steal the Book of Emperors, but I cannot allow it. What my brother desires is never unattainable, should you fail to retrieve it for me. Prepare to face my blade. With a swift motion, Hong Jinjin drew a flexible sword from her waist, its tip oscillating menacingly. She then advanced 3 steps, aiming the sword's point directly at Chen Ping'an's chest. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. He was not adept at fighting. Instinctively, he attempted to leap away, only to find himself suddenly 10 meters distant, while Hong Jinjin's sword struck nothing but air. Puzzled, he wondered when he had acquired such agility. He then considered jumping atop a cabinet, bending his knees slightly, and in an instant he found himself standing atop the cabinet's surface. Could it be that within the confines of this temple, he could manifest his desires at will? With that thought, he extended his hand toward the distant silhouette of Hong Jinjin and made a gentle grasping motion. It hurts. What sorcery is this? Let me go. Hong Jinjin felt herself constricted, her arms bent and pressed against her chest, her knees drawn together, as if ensnared by an invisible hand. Upon loosening his grip, her arms and knees relaxed immediately. He tightened his hold once more, and she again felt the pressure of restraint. So this was how it worked within the temple. He was indeed a formidable presence. I can fly, Chen Ping'an exclaimed as he spread his arms, astonishingly lifting off the ground as though wings had sprouted from his back, gliding effortlessly in accordance with his thoughts. It was truly remarkable. At that moment, A voice echoed within his mind, distinctly speaking to him. Congratulations on discovering my existence. Within this temple, you hold dominion over all. Every person and every entity shall heed your command, and none can surpass you. Who are you? Chen Ping'an inquired. The voice faded from his consciousness, leaving him in silence. I am Hong Jinjin. Did you not just witness? You were so impressive, soaring freely. Please teach me how to do that. Hong Jinjin approached him eagerly. Teach you? I myself am unaware of how I came a fly. How could I instruct you? Chen Ping'an continued to search for the voice of the woman in his mind. Chapter 35, Reconciliation. Who is the woman in my mind? How did she come to claim the discovery of her existence? Is she the very essence of the temple? The matter is rather intricate. I must take the time to venture outside the temple and observe. I do not care. I wish to soar. Master, please teach me. If flying is not an option, then grant me a volume of the imperial scriptures to take with me, if you would be so kind. Hong Jinjin grasped his arm, shaking it vigorously. Her hair bound with a satin ribbon, revealing only a wisp of silken strands, even exuding an alluring charm. Enough of this noise, make way. Master, please give your instructions. Ping Kong emerged from behind a pillar, presenting his palms together in respect to Chen Ping'an. Retrieve the Jingwan, Zhengyan deliver it to this female acolyte. Chen Ping'an extended his right hand, forcefully pulling away Hong Jinjin's grasp. Her fingers clung tightly, akin to an octopus's embrace or the pincers of crab. Soon, Ping Kong approached, cradling 2 volumes of elegantly bound texts, their blue covers suggesting a size of 16 open pages, and handed them to Hong Jinjin. Is this a treatise on political strategy? Hong Jinjin inquired suspiciously, examining the cover. Her mission required the acquisition of the Xianfeng Jing, not merely the specifics of state policy. It was evident that Jingguan Zhengyao pertained to statecraft, focused on executing policies rather than shifting human dynamics, emphasizing methods to resolve various issues. Yes, but not quite. Exchange it for Guguzi. Your brother has already ascended to the role of a king, yet he is prone to suspicion. Though he currently seals the 5 kings of loyalty, it is a matter of necessity. Once he secures his reign, he will engage in ruthless political machinations, leading to the downfall of his empire. What he requires is not merely strategy or the manipulation of ministers, but an understanding of the world and the means to address real problems. The supernatural deceptions will soon lose credibility. This text will benefit him and only serve to advance your heavenly kingdom. Chen Ping'an recalled that Hong Xiuquan was adept in the art of political strategy, exploiting the discord among rival kings, systematically dismantling them, and ultimately consolidating all power. I shall not leave. I demand Guguzi. Onze zen chuted de Fionli. Chen Ping'an reached out, grasping the air, and soon Hong Jinjin's south limbs were drawn close, as if held by an unseen force. With a vigorous motion, he cast her into the sky. She soared upwards, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, ultimately vanishing into the horizon, becoming a mere speck of light. Within the temple, he was the sovereign of all, and dissent was not permitted. Ping Kong, take me out of the temple to see. Certainly, master. Ping Kong led the way, with Chen Ping'an following closely behind. They traversed the chanting hall, the grand hall of great heroism, the dormitories, and the dining hall, finally arriving at a vast vegetable garden, abundant with various greens, sufficient for self-sustenance. At last, they reached the mountain gate, where Chen Ping'an had first appeared on 2 occasions. The door automatically parted to welcome him. Outside lay Phoenix Mountain, where at the end of each month, I would dispatch someone to procure grain, oil, and garments. Master, shall we continue to venture forth? Let us proceed. As Chen Ping'an took a couple of steps, he suddenly felt the world around him darken. Recite. He returned to reality, his gaze fixated on Chen Jinjin. Look at you, eyes closed, grasping at nothing, muttering nonsense. Are you dreaming? Chen Jinjin retrieved tobacco leaves and paper, placing them on the table. He rolled a cigarette with the paper and began to smoke, lost in his own world. Yes, I had a dream. The sky is growing dim. I should return to the little villa. Xiaomei will be finishing work soon. All right, off you go. Put in some effort and bring that baby into the world. 1 a year, 3 in 2 years. While I can still move, I can help you look after the child. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knock at the door. Chen Ping'an rose and looked out into the yard towards the entrance. Standing outside were Chen Limo, Pu Rubing, and Chen Litsai, all wearing expressions of anger. What brings you here? Ping'an, open the door and let us in. We have matters to discuss. Chen Limo called out loudly. Chen Jujin approached Chen Ping'an and said, Open it, let them in. Once inside, the three did not enter the living room, instead standing firmly in the yard. Chen Limo addressed Jujin. Jujin, the clan elder has come to mediate, but you father and son drove them all away? A mediation lacking sincerity. Why should we leave? Chen Ping'an interjected. Pu Rubing chimed in. Our medical expenses exceed 100,000, while your father only has 2 to 3,000. Initially, we sought compensation for the difference, but now you refuse to withdraw the lawsuit. Do you want another fight? Chen Jujin. Chen Ping'an. Pu Rubing's words left Chen Jujin and his son at a loss for words. There is a reason why shrews are unreasonable. What is your purpose here? If this is your attitude, please leave. There's no need for discussion. Chen Jujin issued an eviction order. Jujin, what would it take for you to withdraw the lawsuit? Be clear. Chen Limo straightened his arms, nervously touching his pants. This was his first experience of such awkwardness. He knew the situation was deteriorating unfavorably for them. Just as his uncle from the El Bureau had indicated, the longer they dragged it out, the worse it would become. Thus, after Chen Zhongxiang informed him of the failed mediation, he promptly brought Pu Rubing and the uninjured Chen Ping'an to confront them. As for Pu Rubing's empty threats, he was used to it. It was a family tradition to fire the first shot and gauge the opponent's reaction. Ping'an, go get some cigarettes. Let us sit and talk. Chen Jujin instructed. Chen Ping'an nodded, went to the living room, and returned with a pack of cigarettes, tossing it on the table in the yard. The three, Chen Limo and Chen Litsai, took seats beside the table. Chen Jujin opened the cigarette box, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed them to Chen Limo and Chen Litsai. They accepted the cigarettes, but did not smoke, instead tucking them behind their ears. Chen Limo continued, Jujin, we are the same clan for over 8 generations. I am 10 years your senior, and can be considered your brother. In the past, I may not have fulfilled my brotherly duties well. And now that matters have escalated to this point, none of us are faring well. What do you think? Chen Jujin remained silent, merely smoking his self-rolled cigarette. Uncle Jujin, what do you think it would take for you to withdraw the lawsuit? Please give us a clear answer. Chen Litsai, with his bald head glistening, extended his tattooed arm. The case is with the G Bureau and will soon enter the F court for trial. Let the verdict dictate the outcome. Chen Ping'an stated bluntly. Are you intent on creating a lifelong enmity? Pu Rubing exclaimed in a fit of rage. It matters not. Chen Ping'an replied coolly as he withdrew a cigarette. A rare indulgence for him today. Chen Ping'an leaned forward, retrieving a lighter to illuminate Chen Ping'an's smoke. However, Chen Ping'an tilted his body away, evading the flame. What nonsense is this? I do not require your assistance. Chen Ping'an's expression darkened, lacking the shine of a bald head, as he retreated to his seat. Jiujin, speak up. We're all family here, Chen Liwen urged Chen Jiujin. Finally, Chen Jiujin spoke. You cover my medical expenses of 35,000. That is acceptable. Chen Liwen hastily agreed. I have sustained minor injuries and require compensation. You shall provide 55,000, totaling 90,000 to settle this matter. Chen Jiujin laid down his terms. He had calculated that, considering lost wages, nutritional support, nursing fees, and compensation for emotional distress, the sum would amount to around 50,000. Coupled with the medical expenses of 35,000, it conveniently rounded to 90,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an was taken aback. He had anticipated a demand in the hundreds of thousands, yet here was only 55,000? Just as he was about to intervene, Pu Rubing's voice boomed. This is extortion. Absolutely not. Chen Liwen, blocking her, retorted, What do you understand, woman? 90,000 it is. Ping'an, go fetch the money and also the settlement agreement. Summon the clan leader to witness. Understood. Chen Ping'an responded promptly, standing at the door and whistling, summoning the clan leader and others from his home. Chapter 36. 2 months of silence. Chen Ping'an shook his head. Since Chen Jujin had made up his mind, he would leave the decision to him. The issue of money was no longer a concern. Whether it was a little more or a little less was inconsequential. However, he could not afford to show any leniency towards the Chen Liemo family. Their nature was unyielding, and once they withdrew their lawsuit, a counterattack was inevitable. When dealing with ruthless individuals, one must be even more ruthless to establish dominance. Chen Zhongxiang entered cheerfully, placing the mediation agreement on the table. Shortly after, Chen Ping'an walked in, holding a stack of cash, and set it down as well. This is 90,000 yuan in cash. Eugene counted. If everything is in order, please sign the agreement, and we shall not infringe upon each other in the future. Chen Liemo's face was filled with desperation, fearing that Chen Eugene might refuse to sign. Previously, he had been so arrogant, and now he was reduced to humility. The fierceness he once exhibited had transformed into a demeanor of peace. Chen Eugene looked at Chen Ping'an and said, "Ping'an, it is better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. Let us turn the page on this matter and not pursue criminal liability. What do you think?" He had also contemplated the situation. Since the other party had come to apologize, it was wise to yield a little. If punishment could be avoided, it should be. It would not be beneficial to instill enmity in the children. Ping'an and his siblings had a long road ahead. Seeing that Chen Eugene had made a decision, Chen Ping'an no longer opposed it. "I will listen to you, Dad. You decide." "Very well, this is excellent. Allow me to summarize the agreement. After Chen Liemo compensates 90,000, there will be no further economic or criminal disputes between our families, and we shall coexist harmoniously. Eugene, please count the money." Chen Zhongxiang continued to play the peacemaker and took 2 packs of cigarettes as a reward. Once everything was settled, everyone returned to their homes. Pu Rubing was the first to dash back to her house. Chen Ping'an took one of the 2 copies of the agreement and went directly to the G Bureau to request the withdrawal of the lawsuit. Chen Ping'an accompanied Chen Eugene to the bank to deposit the money. Upon entering the bank, they took a number and settled down on a sofa to wait. As 3 people were ahead of them, they began to chat casually. "Ping'an, I know you paid 35,000 for the medical expenses, and it was Xiaomei who covered it. You should return that to her. I will save 55,000 for building a house in the future." "Dad, there's no need to pay her back. I have the money." Ping'an replied, "I'll transfer it to your account next week, and we can begin the construction of the house. I had intended to buy a refrigerator and a washing machine, but I'll wait until the house is built. Having money is one thing, but using Xiaomei's funds is another matter entirely. Listen to me. You should return the 35,000 to her. At the very least, it will give you a sense of confidence and allow you to act with your own convictions. Then I will withdraw it and give it to her. As for this 90,000, I will deposit it all at once." "No, take this," Chen Eugene insisted, producing 3 bundles of cash and counting out 50 notes, totaling 35,000, which he pressed into Ping'an's hands. Meanwhile, at Chen Liemo's home, the couple was in an uproar. "What are you afraid of? It is just another fight. Now look, we've lost 90,000, draining our entire savings. After decades of hard work, we are back to square one. What a calamity!" Pu Rubing exclaimed, picking up a cup and smashing it on the floor. "Still not satisfied?" she shouted, grabbing a kettle to throw it. Chen Liemo quickly snatched it away. After a prolonged period of vexation, the grandson, filled with pent-up frustration, exclaimed in anger, "Are you foolish? Ping'an has already consulted with someone from the hospital. Under such circumstances, compensation would amount to at least 500,000. Now, they are only offering 90,000, and we should be grateful. What is there to be proud of in their family? If it weren't for Tan Huaisher having a dash cam, we would have suffered a far greater loss. It's all because of Tan Huaisher. Should we go to his department and make a scene? Have you lost your mind? We should wait until our eldest, second, and third family members are out. They are still in the hospital, guarded by armed personnel. For now, I need you to behave yourself. Behave, you scoundrel." Upon returning to the small villa, Chen Ping'an discovered that Tan Xiaomei had already finished work and was preparing dinner. "Ping'an, did you go to see Dad?" she asked, as she retrieved ham from the refrigerator, peeling it to make a dish of ham stir-fried with corn kernels. "Yes, this is 35,000. Dad said he would reimburse you for the hospital expenses you covered." Chen Ping'an placed the money on the table and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After all, being unemployed at home, it was only reasonable for him to cook, do laundry, and tidy up during the day. He also shared the news regarding Chun Jiujin's settlement agreement. Why must we distinguish between mine and yours? Isn't it all our families? There's no need to complicate things. A settlement is fine. It saves us from the hassle of back-and-forth court appearances, allowing us more time to work and rest, which is quite pleasant. Tan Xiaomei set aside her tasks and took the money into the room. Chen Ping'an smiled, reflecting on how women often say they do not want something, yet their actions reveal a different truth. After dinner, the couple took a shower and settled into bed to play on their phones, eventually turning to more intimate matters. Has there been any progress in the past half-month? Chen Ping'an inquired with a smile. It's not that quick. It will take at least 2 months before we notice anything. 2 months? What kind of progress could we expect in 2 months? Not much, just a slight development. It's about the size of a pinky finger, a single large cell. In 2 months, only I will be able to sense it. Others won't notice anything from the outside. But the size of a pinky finger is hardly significant. Thus, we can estimate that we are only half a month along, still just an invisible little cell. While the cell is small and the belly not yet prominent, we stop being so glib. Tan Xiaomei interjected, playfully pushing Chen Ping'an away. He reached out to turn off the light, and as darkness enveloped the room, soft moonlight streamed onto the floor. Their home, situated by the banks of the Peach River, was surrounded by old houses, none towering above 2 stories. Their 3-story residence was the tallest in the vicinity. Morning arrived. It was November 26th, 2011. The second day of the lunar calendar, a Saturday. The stock market was closed, but for some, it remained a day of work. For instance, Ouyang Jiada had already driven down early to wait outside. Tan Xiaomei was scheduled to work overtime. Although it was Saturday, she would be going in a bit later. As she rode her electric scooter out, she noticed a car parked at the roadside and, curious, took a closer look, only to recognize Ouyang Jiada inside. Sister-in-law, I am Ping'an's good friend. We have plans to go fishing today. Dear friend Ping'an, please feel free to make yourself comfortable inside. I must head to work and will not be able to attend to you. All right, sister-in-law, no need to worry about me. I'll turn off the engine and head in. Ouyang Ju looked on as Tan Xiaomei disappeared into the distance, then exited the vehicle, reaching to unfasten the iron gate latch, stealthily entering the courtyard. Chen Ping'an chuckled, You're awfully early. We agreed on 10 o'clock. And it's barely past 9. Oh, it's better to arrive early. Why prolong it? Just now, sister-in-law asked what I was up to, and I told her I was going to fish with you. You're clever. It's actually the MZ Center we're headed to, but you refer to it as fishing, haha. Haha, let's go, shall we? Arriving early means the technicians have just switched shifts, and they'll be much cleaner and more vigorous. Chen Ping'an locked the door, climbed into Ouyang Ju's vehicle, and they swiftly made their way to the Huangqiao MZ Center. For him, this was not an unfamiliar place. It was his second visit. The first time was to seek out Yang Siki, but this occasion was solely for indulgence. He intended to engage in conversation with Yang Siki, paying her by the hour without requiring her services. Since Ouyang Ju was footing the bill, why not request Yang Siki? Chapter 37. A moment of relaxation under the guidance of the host. The 2 individuals made their way to a private room on the first floor. Inside, 4 massage tables awaited, each adorned with a pristine white pillow. The pillowcases were immaculate, devoid of any stains, and a solitary rose, albeit crafted from plastic rather than being a genuine bloom, rested atop one of the beds. Chen Ping'an playfully swayed the artificial rose, which, despite its synthetic nature, served as a decorative piece indistinguishable from a real flower in purpose. Before long, more than 10 women arrived, each dressed in short t-shirts and skirts, with one hand resting on their hips while the other held a small woven basket. Of course, the baskets were not made of real bamboo, but rather intricately woven from plastic. Each woman bore a name badge displaying her identification number. Mr. O, these are our technicians. Please feel free to select, the head manager offered, presenting a cigarette to Ouyang Daeju and Chen Ping'an. Ouyang Daeju accepted the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear. You go first, my brother. Chen Ping'an scanned the room, glancing from left to right and back again. Yet he did not spot Yang Siki. Though every technician was strikingly beautiful, of various shapes and sizes, he shook his head and inquired, ID like number 66. Is she available? Just a moment. Let me check, the head manager replied, retrieving a walkie-talkie. After a brief exchange of static-laden communication, she announced, "She just finished her previous appointment and is on her way to serve you shortly. Please hold on. Mr. O, it's your turn to choose." Ouyang Daeju surveyed the women again, who were casting alluring glances in hopes of being selected. As his gaze lingered on them, some leaned forward, others swayed slightly, while a few raised their chins or pouted playfully. "Number 27, he declared. "Thank you for choosing me." The pouting technician, number 27, beamed with delight. Having just started her shift and already being chosen, the head manager clapped her hands, saying, "Number 27 stays. The rest may leave." The women, clutching their baskets, executed a synchronized 90-degree turn and exited the room in unison. The head manager was the last to leave, closing the door behind her while cheerfully saying, "Enjoy yourselves. And feel free to call me if you need anything." Technician number 27 set down her basket and retrieved a pair of white shorts, handing them to Ouyang Daeju. "Sir, please remove your trousers and change into these shorts. I will massage your knees shortly." "All right," Ouyang Daeju replied, removing his shoes and trousers before donning the knee-length shorts. He then reclined on the massage table. Knock, knock. Someone tapped at the door. It swung open to reveal Yang Siki. "Siki, I was waiting specifically for you," Chen Ping'an exclaimed first. Yang Siki surveyed the three individuals, realizing it was Chen Ping'an who had summoned her. She smiled and said, "Oh, it's you looking for me. If you wanted a massage, you could have come to my home, or I could have come to yours. Why spend money here?" Chen Ping'an chuckled in response. "I don't need a massage. I specifically requested you to come and rest here. Let us chat for a while." Yang Siki was taken aback. Did he invite her merely for conversation? Was it not to receive a massage? It seems she had overthought the situation. This is not acceptable. The supervisor conducts surprise inspections, and if they discover a technician idly neglecting their duties and failing to serve clients, fines will be imposed. Since you are here, you might as well enjoy yourself. With that, Yang Siki retrieved a pair of purple shorts from the basket and tossed them to Chen Ping'an. At this moment, Ouyang Daeju was reclining, reveling in the pleasure of the technician's back kneading, tilting his head to one side, and remarking, "You are exceedingly dedicated. It is no wonder my brother prefers you over others. Not all. If he desired me, he would marry me. There would be no need for me to be here. Isn't that right, Ping'an?" Yang Siki said unabashedly. Having worked in such an environment for several years, she had long since developed a thick skin, far less susceptible to embarrassment than others. Indeed, Chen Ping'an's cheeks began to flush. "This is entirely different from marriage. I can't change my pants in front of you. Why not? You seem rather uptight. You were not like this back in school. Have you changed since getting married?" Yang Siki teased, though she ultimately turned her back, bending down to rummage through the basket. Inside were pants, yet she opted for long trousers to be more comfortable while lying on the bed. What was there to feel embarrassed about? Technicien número 27 pote, dicen Chen Ping'an. After a rustling sound, Chen Ping'an donned the shorts and lay on the massage table like Ouyang Daeju. "No, I haven't changed. Now that I'm older, I feel a sense of responsibility and cannot afford to get too close without reason." As Chen Ping'an felt the skin on his back being kneaded, he shivered, and then he sensed the skin rolling from his back to his shoulders and across to the other side. This technique was known as the roller coaster. "Have you ever experienced this kneading before?" "No, I have never been to the MZ Center," Chen Ping'an lied. In his past life, he had frequented such establishments for business dealings and client interactions, even acquiring a VIP account with a one-time deposit of 100,000, which totaled 120,000, and he would recharge twice a year. Before the free fall from the 29th floor, there seemed to be several thousand left on his card. "I will give you more massages in the future." A cardiovascular expert published clinical research indicating that regular massages greatly enhance blood circulation, alleviate fatigue, and can lower blood pressure. Not to mention improve. "Well, you know what I mean?" Yang Siki elaborated. "Wow, number 66, how do you know so much?" "This is my first time hearing such a theory," technician number 27 quipped. Ouyang Daeju turned to allow no. 27 to pull his fingers and joined in the jest. If this research is validated, it might be submitted for review in the capital, leading to nationwide promotion. Each town could establish a building dedicated to MZ centers, elevating your status several notches. Listening to their banter, Chen Ping'an chuckled. The idea of improved comfort was undoubtedly delightful. For those suffering from constipation, it would be a true blessing. After the kneading, Yang Siki instructed him to lie back, resting his head on her thigh. Of course, a white towel was placed on her thigh for comfort. On the adjacent massage table, Ouyang was fully immersed, engaging in playful interactions with the technician numbered 27 without a hint of restraint. Chen Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and softly remarked, "Siki, the money you lent me has begun to yield returns. It has already doubled. I must express my gratitude to you, for it was your generous loan that provided me with my initial capital." Doubled? In just over 10 days, not even 2 weeks, and it has already doubled? This is the hard-earned savings she accumulated over several years, enduring countless jeers and disdain while clocking in tirelessly in MZ City. How could he possibly achieve such rapid returns? Previously, I trusted him enough not to inquire about the purpose of the loan, but now it seems appropriate to ask, what industry are you involved in that allows for such swift profits? Stock trading. Young Siki, holding a glass jar in her left hand and a lighter in her right, was momentarily taken aback. She had contemplated myriad possibilities, yet this was not one of them. The most plausible scenario, she considered, was that he borrowed money to invest in greenhouse cultivation, which had recently become a trend in Lunan County. Contracting over 30 acres of land, constructing greenhouses, and signing cultivation agreements with industrial park companies to grow off-season vegetables, alongside cultivating beans for pickling with year-round procurement. The returns were quite decent. An investment of $500,000 to $600,000 could yield a steady profit of over $100,000 annually, with a return on investment in 3 to 4 years. Yang Siki believed he must be engaged in such an industry. What astonished her was the revelation that he was involved in stock trading, a pursuit more discreet and challenging to confess than her role as a technician. Chapter 38. Special rewards. Well, quite good indeed. As long as you enjoy it, that is sufficient. Earning money is even better. Yang Siki concealed her inner resentment. Only foolish women would blame men for this or that. Besides, Chen Ping'an was making money. The ability to earn signifies competence. It demonstrates one's capacity to provide for a family and ensure a prosperous life for one's wife and children. She was engaged in her profession as a technician not out of choice, but for the sake of financial necessity, hoping to earn more without excessive toil. What right did she have to criticize him? Hence, she refrained from reproaching him and even supported his actions. Ha, good, as long as you don't oppose it. I was worried you might berate me and demand an immediate withdrawal, Chen Ping'an remarked, his eyes lighting up in surprise at Yang Siki's open-mindedness, inadvertently gazing at her a moment longer. No need for an immediate withdrawal. Borrow for as long as you wish. It matters not to me, as I have no urgent need for money at present. However, I must not borrow for too long. We previously agreed on a maximum of 2 months. It cannot exceed that limit. By the way, I heard you recently got into a fight, taking down 3 opponents. You are quite impressive. I never anticipated you possessed such prowess. How did you find out? Chen Ping'an inquired, puzzled, though he soon dismissed his curiosity. Small towns rarely harbor secrets, especially in a place like MZ Center, a hub for all walks of life. Yang Siki chuckled. Last night, a few yellow-haired fellows came in for session, and I inadvertently overheard them discussing it. Yellow-haired? Haha, nowadays, even they engage in such business. Their leader is bald Chen Ping'an, the brother of the 3 who assaulted you. Ah, indeed, what a coincidence. He visited my home yesterday, pleading with my father to withdraw the lawsuit, and then came here for some leisure. It seems his family is quite well off. A mere bloodletting is not enough. Yang Siki tugged at his arm, urging him to turn over for a knee and calf massage, while also giving a gentle tap on his thigh. Chen Ping'an obediently complied, fighting Yang Siki. She took a towel, covering the area below his navel. This was the standard procedure for professional technicians. Meanwhile, Ouyang Daeju and number 27 had completely lost themselves in the moment. It was unclear what Ouyang Daeju had promised number 27 to elicit such openness. Do not be complacent. I clearly overheard that Chen Ping'an is quite insidious. He intends to set a trap for you, watching you be taken down, while observing your wife being whisked away, leaving you with no choice but to sign a divorce agreement. Once you lose the support of the Tan family, he can do as he pleases with you. You must remain cautious of this individual. He is capable of the most malevolent deeds, Yang Siki cautioned him. Originally, she had planned to inform Chen Ping'an of this later, but unexpectedly, he had come to MZ's center to mark her clock. Perhaps this is destiny, when one wishes to see someone if the heart truly desires it. There are indeed moments when such wishes come to fruition. Schopenhauer once held this belief in his philosophy. My wife being taken away? How could that be possible? At present, my relationship with Xiao Mei is harmonious. One could even describe us as a model couple. There is no necessity for her to flirt with other men, just as I have no need to seek companionship with other women. I have come here to find you, not in that sense. Please do not misunderstand. Chen Ping'an spoke a bit too candidly. Seeking a woman is not the same as flirting. The distinction is monumental and should not be conflated. He was here with utmost transparency to settle matters between a creditor and a debtor, a relationship that was entirely devoid of ulterior motives, reduced to mere financial obligations. However, Yang Siki held a different perspective. A woman's emotions are exceedingly sensitive. Even the slightest disturbance can lead to an entire day of overthinking. She could easily concoct a multitude of justifications, such as the notion that he might wish to see her, or perhaps she desired his presence, and thus, fate conspired to bring them together, harmonizing time, place, and circumstances. There is no misunderstanding. The three of us are high school classmates, and I am genuinely pleased for you both. As Yang Siki spoke, she almost convinced herself of her own words. She then inquired, have the matters concerning the altercation been resolved? Yes, the other party compensated for medical expenses amounting to 35,000 and an additional 55,000 for other damages, totaling 90,000. I have also signed a settlement agreement with them, ensuring our paths shall not cross again. That is good to hear. You must remain wary of Baldy Chen Ping'an. Do not trust him, for he is a rogue. Understood. I have never placed my faith in him. His entire family are scoundrels. Had it not been for my father's leniency, I would have ensured that all four of them faced imprisonment. Let it go. Just be cautious moving forward. Why are you reacting so strongly? Yang Siki was taken aback. Such a response in this context was rather peculiar. I was just momentarily overwhelmed. Please disregard it. Chen Ping'an, in his excitement, quickly turned to adjust his demeanor, striving to avoid any impolite gestures towards her. At that moment, Ouyang Daeju and No. 27 had regained their composure. Number 27 climbed slowly onto his back, steadying herself before beginning to massage him. My friend, with such camaraderie, shall we extend the time? Sure. Let's do that. All right, number 27, please arrange for the extension. Very well. Number 66, you may handle it as I am unable to dismount. Understood. I will contact the front desk. Yang Siki dismounted from the massage table, slipped on her slippers, and approached the door. Dialing the emergency phone to the front desk. Please extend the time for number 27 and number 66. Time flew swiftly. The extension lasted until noon. The total expenditure for both was 400 yuan. Ouyang Daeju found it quite satisfactory, preferring this to the discomfort of the sauna on the second floor, which only left him feeling overheated and flushed. He preferred the tranquility of the moment, indulging in simple massages. Chen Ping'an was delighted to assist Yang Siki in extending their time, and during the subsequent 2 hours, they mostly sat or reclined, ensuring she was not fatigued. Ouyang Daeju then drove Chen Ping'an to a Sichuan restaurant, where they relished a delectable meal of fish roe and fish maw hot pot, before contentedly returning Chen Ping'an to his quaint little house. It was already late, nearing 4 p.m. Chen Ping'an reclined on his bed, gently caressing his distended abdomen. Musing that Xiao Mei would soon finish her work, he resolved to prepare a dish of steamed spare ribs for her that evening, for it was her absolute favorite. Yet, an incessant twitching in his left eyelid stirred a sense of unease within him. The left signifies fortune, and the right, misfortune. It seemed that good tidings were on the horizon. Meanwhile, Tan Xiao Mei meticulously organized the financial records, striving to stay on schedule, and planned to run the system together with her colleagues the following week. Suddenly, an irresistible craving for roasted chicken wings struck her. She retrieved her phone from her small backpack and dialed Chen Ping'an. Darling, shall we indulge in barbecue tonight? Enjoying some beer and skewers, letting loose for a change. What do you think? Aren't we cooking dinner? Ah, there's no need for that. You've been working hard at the hospital these past few days. I wish to treat you. No chores for you tonight. I shall handle all the household duties myself. Very well. Will there be any special rewards this evening? As for special rewards, if I happen to become quite intoxicated tonight, you can make it as special as you desire, provided you ensure I get tipsy. Dong xiao o mai it. Her cheeks flushed. It's a promise then. I will prepare everything and await your return. Instead of riding the little electric scooter, let us stroll hand in hand to the barbecue place and revel in our freedom. Chapter 39. The work of the Gaizi Tan, Xiaomei hung up the phone, her face radiant with a blissful smile. She mounted her electric scooter and, with an air of elegance, sped out of the C Bureau's gates, veering to the right. The office buildings of Lunan County were not uniformly constructed. Various departments and bureaus were scattered throughout the county. For instance, the M Bureau, responsible for marriage certificates, was situated along the main road in the eastern part of the city, while the G and D bureaus, which handled tax matters, were located on the northern ring road. The F Bureau, dealing with real estate rights and approvals, resided in the southwestern corner, and the southern area housed the immigration office for visas and passports. The C Bureau, overseeing the county's fiscal revenues and expenditures, was tucked away in a narrow alley known as C Bureau Alley. This alley, though only a little over 200 meters in length, featured 3 sharp turns, each forming a T-junction. Residents lived along the alley, each household surrounded by low walls that obscured the view both inside and outside. Target sighted, attention, called a man at the first corner, his eyes fixed on the approaching electric scooter as he spoke into his walkie-talkie. Received, came the reply from a man positioned at the second corner. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, signaling 3 men with bleached hair who were crouched close to the corner wall, adopting a stance reminiscent of hawks poised to catch their prey. Nearby, a silver-gray van with 3 rows of seating had its rear doors ajar, revealing an interior that had been modified. The first row housed a driver and front passenger, while the second and third rows had been altered to accommodate 3 seats each. Inside the driver's cabin, a man with bleached hair tossed aside a half-smoked cigarette and started the engine, ready to make a swift getaway. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands clamped down over her mouth, while another arm encircled her waist. 2 others tightly gripped her legs, lifting her off the ground. No matter how fiercely Tan Xiaomei struggled, she could not break free. Within mere seconds, she was dragged into the van. Before she could even settle herself, the vehicle surged away. As the windows rolled up, the inside of the van became a world apart from the outside. C Bureau Alley remained tranquil as ever. The electric scooter lay overturned, its keys still in the ignition, and the speedometer pointed to 0. A young man, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle reminiscent of a punk, glanced around to ensure no one was watching. He quickly righted the scooter, mounted it, and twisted the throttle with his right hand. Both man and machine swiftly disappeared around the alley's far corner, leaving behind only the echo of a phrase. In this lifetime, working for others is impossible. It is simply not feasible. The van was packed with 7 individuals. The person in the front passenger seat retrieved a phone and dialed a number. "Boss, we've secured her and are en route to the destination." A voice on the other end responded, "Excellent. Do not reveal your identities." "Understood." Tan Xiaomei struggled vigorously, twisting her body and shaking her head back and forth. Her hands were bound and her eyes covered, but soon the bindings were loosened. "Tan Xiaomei, you better not scream, or we'll stuff a cloth in your mouth." Before long, her hands were tied in front of her, and a dark cloth was wrapped around her eyes. "Who are you?" she demanded. This is the first utterance of Tan Xiaomei upon gaining her freedom. Beside her stands the man who had previously covered her mouth, laughing heartily as he says, "Let me enlighten you about our identity. Do you truly believe we are that foolish? What do you intend to do by abducting me?" Another man on the opposite side smirks and replies, "You just called an abduction, so why bother asking? It's either for money or for something more sinister." Several men with bleached hair cast their eyes suggestively over Tan Xiaomei. "You dare? My father will not spare you." They all burst into laughter. "Your father is the deputy minister of the Z department, and there's a minister above him. Does that mean he can take on Director Zhang? So, are you saying you were sent by Director Zhang? Whether we were sent by him is irrelevant. What matters is that you must divorce Chen Ping'an and then have an affair with Xiao Zhang. Shameless, Tan Xiaomei cried out in desperation, shaking her bound hands and kicking at the men with her legs. Gag her and bind her legs. In an instant she was tied tightly, a large piece of cloth stuffed into her mouth, rendering her immobile. Anger filled her eyes. It became evident that this was a malicious act of revenge by Zhang Xiaofa, aimed at taking her for himself and merging the Tan and Zhang families. She thought of the hard-won marriage with Chen Ping'an, having gained the understanding of his father, Chen Zhujin, and the support of her two younger sisters, as their married life began to settle into a routine, only to be confronted with such a predicament. A sense of despair welled up within her, and 2 tears brimmed in her eyes, ready to spill over at the slightest touch. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an was at home, engrossed in his phone, waiting for Tan Xiaomei to return. However, instead of her, he received a phone call. Chen Ping'an. A male voice called out his name, but fell silent afterward. Who is this? You need not know who I am. Your wife, Tan Xiaomei, has been kidnapped by us, and you must bring money for her ransom. This was the most absurd phone call Chen Ping'an had ever received, more ridiculous than any he had experienced in his previous life. He recalled having received calls before, such as, Xiao Chun, I am the boss of your department. Please come upstairs to discuss departmental matters, spoken in a heavily accented Mandarin. Another time, he had been told, Xiao Chun, your mother is in the hospital and needs surgery. Hurry and transfer the money. Now, in this life, to encounter a scam in 2011 seemed to be a leftover tactic from the con artists of his past. A scam? Is it D-Signal or for Northern Myanmar? Are they trying to harvest my kidneys? Huh, what nonsense. Chen Ping'an retorted and promptly hung up, unwilling to engage with these fraudsters. Your wife. Hey you. Lu Qian discovered that the call had already ended. Frustrated, he shoved aside the 36th female technician sitting on his lap. Brother Crow, that kid Chen Ping'an thinks it's a scam and hung up. So what if we are scamming? Keep calling. Use Tan Xiaomei's phone. All right, I'll notify Xiao Bao. Sitting in the passenger seat of the rickshaw, Xiao Bao nodded repeatedly, retrieved Tan Xiaomei's iPhone 4 from her handbag, entered Chen Ping'an's number, and pressed the dial button. Upon seeing the display name Love Endures, a smile blossomed on his lips as he muttered, Love endures? Nonsense. It will swiftly transform into something fleeting. Huh, what a delightful couple indeed. Inside the car, Huang Mao began to jest. Of course it's amusing. They are newlyweds, very much attuned to romance. Tan Xiaomei felt her ears flush crimson, yet her body remained immobile, her hands and feet securely bound. When Chen Ping'an noticed, it was a call from Tan Xiaomei. He was about to joyfully inform her that the con artist's scheme was rather pathetic. Xiaomei, let me tell you, the scammer tried to fool me, claiming you had been kidnapped. Hilarious, isn't it? He soon realized he was the only one laughing, as there was no sound from Tan Xiaomei's end. Is it funny? Keep laughing, he said, gripping his phone tightly, addressing the call. A strange male voice responded. Chen Ping'an's heart sank, connecting this with the earlier call. It truly seemed possible that Tan Xiaomei had been abducted. Extortion. Huh, you found my wife's phone. Quickly return it to the police, or I will report your location. Goodbye. Without waiting for a response, Chen Ping'an hung up the phone again. For now, he could only buy time. As long as the kidnappers had yet to inform their principal, they would continue to make contact. Moreover, only by ensuring Tan Xiaomei's safety could he secure her release. Thus, he needed to think quickly and was no longer anxious. His next step was to consider whether to notify the G Bureau, lacking the contact information for Tan Xiaomei's parents or her uncle Tan Huaishun. He was left with only Vice Director Liao's number at the G Bureau. Chapter 40. A threat to silence Deputy Director Liao. My wife, Tan Xiaomei, may have been kidnapped. I have already received a call from the abductors, and they will contact me again shortly. What should we do? Kidnapping? A trivial matter. Just answer the call, as usual. We will monitor your conversation and track their location. By the way, I do not have Deputy Tan's phone number. Please provide it to me. Liao Zhengsheng replied. Come on, although you are son-in-law, is it really that difficult to speak with your father-in-law? No, I do not have his number. Liao Zhengsheng was speechless. The young man, Xiao Bao, felt at a loss. Having dealt with kidnappings numerous times, he noticed that the abductors seemed to underestimate the situation. treating him as if he were merely someone trying to extort them after finding a lost phone. He turned to take a picture of Tan Xiaomei and sent it to Chen Ping'an. Upon receiving the photo, Chen Ping'an called back. Kid, you see this? Let's talk about a ransom of 400,000 yuan. Is that unreasonable? Xiao Bao shouted the figure, which was the amount set by Lu Qian. According to Lu Qian's assessment, Tan Huai's financial contributions to his daughter's marriage were substantial, and over the years, he would have ensured that the money was provided to her, laundered and clean. If Tan Xiaomei were kidnapped, Chen Ping'an would certainly pay the ransom to secure her release. After all, what purpose would it serve if she were gone? However, he knew that asking for too much would likely result in Tan Xiaomei being unable to pay, rendering the demand worthless. Xiao Bao, however, did not share this analysis. He believed that for such a beautiful woman with an exquisite figure, 400,000 yuan was simply too little. He felt compelled to acquire her at any cost and set out immediately. Chen Ping'an replied, "Not at all unreasonable. She's priceless in my eyes." "Very well, then. Let's double it to 800,000. We will meet tonight at 9 p.m. at the abandoned lumberyard 30 miles east of the city for the exchange. If you dare to call the police, I swear I will kill her." Do you believe we would hesitate to act against her? This was a blatant threat. 800,000 yuan. No police involvement. If they did, her life will be forfeit. I cannot gather that much. I can manage 400,000. I need to prepare the money, but I may not arrive in time. Please allow me to speak with my wife. Absolutely not. No phone call. Then you may as well say goodbye to her. I'll report this to the police, and we can all go down together. Xiao Bao exclaimed. Damn, you're something else. Here, let me put you on the line. My dear, call your husband and tell him to get the money ready for your ransom. He thought to himself. These kidnappers always threatened to kill, but in reality, they had never followed through. It was always about the money. They would release the person afterward, and it would all be settled. They feared their own lives being at stake and dreaded the possibility of the victim's family calling the authorities. With one hand, he ripped the cloth from Tan Xiaomei's mouth while bringing the phone close to her lips, activating the speakerphone to prevent any potential collusion in their statements. Ping'an, I have been kidnapped. I know, don't be afraid. Hurry and tell my father. He will take care of them. If you tell him, they will kill me. Don't worry. I'm going to gather 400,000 yuan and will come to rescue you later. Just rest for a while. Where will you find that much money right now? You should not concern yourself with me. What nonsense. If I don't care for you, who will? I'm waiting, and I intend to borrow a substantial sum of 400,000. Alas, they told Zhang to keep it under wraps. What nonsense is this? Revealing any information at all? Stuffing a cloth into Tan Xiaomei's mouth once again, they failed to extract any details regarding Zhang Xiaofa and Zhang Qijuan. Tan Xiaomei shook her head in desperation. Treat my wife with respect. Provide her with ample food and drink, and I shall deliver every single penny. Very well. We have always been courteous. Do hurry, for if we are delayed, we shall be compelled to take action. Remember, if you alert the authorities, it will result in dire consequences. The van screeched as it entered the lumber factory, its wheels crunching over bricks with shavings and dead branches, producing a cacophony. 2 guards were stationed outside, while the abandoned office of the lumber factory was thick with dust yet remarkably dry. They confined Tan Xiaomei within the office. There was no need for a lock, as her hands and feet were already bound and her mouth gagged. She could only manage to shuffle in small steps or sit on the floor. Moreover, 2 guards kept watch outside. Xiao Bao informed Lu Qian that everything was in order, and he proceeded to arrange a makeshift table with bricks, preparing for a gambling game. Crow, the task is accomplished. Should we notify General Zhang now to come to the lumber factory, or wait until we have the funds before informing him to retrieve the person? Lu Qian consulted Crow, who was enjoying a back massage. Apply some pressure. Have you not eaten? Crow turned to look at the technician number 66, a flash of anger crossing his face. All right, I will apply more pressure, lest you cannot endure it. Ha ha, exert all your strength. I am as sturdy as they come. After sharing a laugh, Crow addressed Lu Qian, first called General Zhang to collect the 400,000 in cash. Once he has it in hand, inform him of the address, so he can drive over to pick up the person. Once the money is secured, we will pressure Chen Ping'an into signing the divorce agreement. And then General Zhang can take the person away. Once that is done, our business will be concluded. Instruct Xiao, Bao, and the others to act decisively, without hesitation. If trouble arises, we will flee. Lu Qian flattered. The boss is indeed the boss, orchestrating from the shadows and achieving victory from afar. Collecting 400,000 from both ends totals 800,000. Haha, that's more than enough for the brothers to enjoy a month or two at the MZ Center. Once the 800,000 is secured, no need to inform your sister-in-law. Let this be our private stash. Crow cautioned Lu Qian. Understood. I won't mention it to Wen Jia. The elder sister is quite strict. Everyone knows I went to the township to collect protection fees, not to the MZ Center. Lu Qian replied with a nod, trying to keep a low profile. Yet, he held a deep admiration for Wen Jia. Technician number 66 was none other than Yang Siki, who could not leave and was obliged to remain in the room to attend a crow. The fourth floor was designated as exclusive rooms, forbidding the entry of phones or personal items, allowing only work attire. Unlike the second floor's foot massage services or the third floor's sauna, where personal items could be freely brought, she felt a sense of worry, determined to find a way to inform Chen Ping'an to avoid the lumber factory at all costs. Lest he fall into their trap, they were neither willing nor daring to resort to violence. However, it would be unwise not to inform him, as the crows and others are intent on orchestrating his divorce from Tan Xiaomei, aiming to facilitate a union between the Tan and Zhang families. This predicament causes her considerable distress. After Chen Ping'an ended the call, he promptly contacted Liao Zhengsheng. Encountering a kidnapping without alerting the authorities would be sheer folly. The notion of executing a kill is unheard of. Should the kidnappers dare to do so, they would irrevocably forfeit their freedom, destined to languish in prison for the remainder of their lives. Kidnapping is merely a means of financial extortion. No one truly aims to harm, as it is intended solely to intimidate the wealthy. Consequently, Chen Ping'an was unperturbed by the prospect of a kill, provided that the G Bureau orchestrated the operation adeptly. They could apprehend the culprits without harm to anyone and without loss of assets. Director Liao, how do we proceed? We have already initiated tracking and will deploy police forces in the surrounding areas. They won't escape. However, at this stage, we will refrain from intervening to avoid provoking the kidnappers and endangering Tan Xiaomei. You need to procure 400,000 in cash to secure her release. But is the G Bureau really not taking action? Securing 400,000 is no trivial matter. Even withdrawing money from the bank requires a day's notice. How can I obtain it immediately? Chen Ping'an acknowledged that Liao Zhengxing's priority was indeed the safety of the individual. After all, it was his wife. Yet the situation was far from straightforward. With it being Saturday and the stock market closed, he could neither liquidate his investments nor withdraw cash. Yang Siki had also exhausted her borrowing options. Reluctantly, he reached out to his brother. The Jew, I need your help with a monumental favor. Speak freely, brother. I urgently require 400,000 in cash. Could you assist me? I will repay you on Monday once I liquidate my stocks. A silence enveloped the line, and Chen Ping'an sensed his brother's hesitation. The reluctance to lend money stemmed from two concerns, the first being a lack of repayment capability, and the second, the insufficient profit margin. Given that his account held nearly 3 million, and knowing that Ouyang Deju had kept a watchful eye, the issue of repayment capability was negated. Thus, it boiled down to profitability. He had no choice but to issue a promissory note. Due on Monday, I'll take you on a lucrative venture. We can at least double our investment. It's merely 400,000. What do you have to fear? Join me, and let the main players elevate our fortunes. All right, I've had enough of this mundane existence. I'm heading out to withdraw the money now. Wait for me at home. Indeed, he was a true brother. Ouyang Deju overturned the teapot on the coffee table in a fit of excitement, exiting the manager's office and heading to Jade Bank. As Injiang Securities and Jade Bank had a strategic partnership, the account manager faced no withdrawal limits. Moreover, there was no need to specify a reason for the withdrawal, nor was there scrutiny over the source of the funds. Thus, he effortlessly withdrew 400,000. This was the capital of Yinjiang Securities, not his personal assets. The account manager had an allowance of 400,000 for public relations expenses, which would require justification afterward. If the reasoning were deemed inappropriate, it would be entirely dismissed, necessitating personal payment. Ouyang Deju had served as an account manager for over a decade, achieving little and drifting into middle age. On the surface, it appears to be resplendent, yet the anguish within is known only to him. This time, capturing Chen Ping'an is imperative. He must secure a swift ascent to the shore and ultimately attain financial independence. 400,000 is entirely encased in a white plastic bag, rendering it utterly indistinguishable from the outside, concealing the 40 bundles of currency within. Chapter 41. A solemn meeting. Tan Huaishe, Zhao Qiyue, and Zhao Qirue had gathered in the office of Bureau Chief Tan Huashun at the G Bureau. Tan Huashun sat in the chief's chair, maintaining a stoic silence, his expression inscrutable, betraying no hint of the turmoil within. He exuded an air of superiority, perhaps possessing a depth of character that was hard to decipher. Tan Huaishe brewed tea, pouring himself a cup, as if the crisis at hand involved not his daughter, but the daughter of another, merely a spectator to the unfolding drama. Zhao Qirue paced restlessly within the confines of the office, traversing from the east wall to the west and back again. His niece had been kidnapped, and with his niece's husband also rushing into the fray, it was conceivable that both could face peril. As her uncle, his unease was palpable. The most anxious of them all was Zhao Qiyue, her hands pressed against her chest as tears streamed down her face. It was unimaginable for her daughter to endure such torment. Choking on her words, she implored, "Could someone please speak? Is Xiaomei in danger?" Zhao Qirue erupted in outrage, cursing the perpetrators. These scoundrels! Why target Xiaomei instead of coming to me for ransom? They must be blind. Turning to his brother-in-law, he insisted, "You must intervene and secure Xiaomei's release. I will provide the 400,000 as long as they do not harm her." Tan Huaishe took a sip of tea, remaining unresponsive. If anyone harbored concern, it was he. After all, his own daughter was in peril. Moreover, she was his only child. Yet, the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. His years of political acumen warned him of the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. Money? This was undoubtedly a matter that transcended mere finances. From the intercepted phone conversations involving Deputy Director Liao, it was evident that the kidnappers were aware of Xiaomei's circumstances and of his and his brother's existence. What could they possibly gain from merely abducting her? Were they foolish enough to attempt extortion from the Deputy Minister of the Z Department? Were they truly so audacious as to challenge the chief of the G Bureau? Zhao Qirue, upon hearing this analysis, ceased his pacing and seated himself beside the tea table, thoughtfully refilling his cup. If this isn't about money, could it be about power? Are they attempting to bring you down? Tan Huaishe remained non-committal. Not necessarily. Tan Huashun rose, gazing deeply at a pomegranate tree outside the window. The others awaited his continuation, but he stood there, fixated on the tree, offering no further words. This left Zhao Qiyue in a state of exasperation, akin to a constipation of thoughts. Having finally mustered a fragment of insight, she now faced an interminable wait for further clarity. "Uncle, please, tell us what to do. We are at our wits' end." Turning to face them, Tan Huashun spoke with profound significance. "The net has been cast. Pulling it in too early will yield only small fish, while waiting too long may result in their demise. One must seize the moment and capture them all at once." Zhao Qiyue and Zhao Qirue were left bewildered, unable to comprehend his metaphor. "Uncle, please be more straightforward. We do not understand at all." Tan Huashun, choosing silence once more, turned back to observe the pomegranate tree. It was a perennial bloom, flowering and bearing fruit in every season, a cycle of life that continued endlessly. Over the years, one case followed another. There was no case unsolvable, nor criminal unapprehended. Only an unending display of pomegranate blossoms and an inexhaustible supply of seeds. Tan Huaishe reassured the siblings, saying, "Do not fret. Xiaomei will be safe. My elder brother and I serve as her talismans." Currently, the bait is Chen Ping'an. When fishing, one must cast out bait. Zhao Chui seemed to grasp a part of this, yet hesitated to express it directly, only daring to inquire, will Xiao Chen be all right? He lacks a talisman. Could this kidnapping be aimed at him? There is a possibility, Tan Huaisher nodded, continuing, last time, during the altercation with the neighbor, your sister and I were present, witnessing mutual injuries. According to the G Bureau's handling, the other party was in the wrong, and the case was just dismissed yesterday. However, they have an accomplice, the fourth, who is involved in illicit activities, unscrupulous in his dealings, and may very well be the one operating behind the scenes. Shouldn't we promptly apprehend this individual for questioning? Zhao Qiyu appeared to discern the unfolding situation. Tan Huaisher shook his head, stating, this is no longer the past. Without concrete evidence or an arrest warrant, we cannot simply seize someone. At most, we can summon them for inquiry, but we cannot detain them. And if they choose not to come, we cannot compel them. At that moment, Liao Zhengsheng knocked and entered, observing Tan Huaisher and Zhao Chirue in attendance without uttering a word. Zhengsheng, speak freely. There are no barriers. Tan Huaisher settled into a chair, awaiting the report. Director Tan, as per our standard procedure, we have stationed officers at the two entrances 1 kilometer from the lumber factory. Unless something unforeseen occurs, the other party is now like a fish in a barrel. Chen Ping'an has entered in a black Honda with the funds. However, Zhang Qijuan's son, Zhang Xiaofa, drove a Porsche and also passed through our police deployment. Zhang Xiaofa, that debauched youth. What is his intention in doing so? Unclear. Zhao Chu suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. It was the day after Xiao Mei's wedding when Zhang Xiaofa came to our home and had a dispute with Xiao Chun, even being extorted for 55,000. Could this be related? From past experiences, such spoiled youths are known for seeking revenge. They are capable of anything. She recalled this incident, which she had not previously shared with Tan Huaisher. Sister-in-law, please elaborate. The events unfolded as Zhao Qiyu recounted the details of that day. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaofa had written a check for 50,000 before departing, stating that Xiao Mei should consult with me and Huaisher about divorcing and marrying him instead. It seems the shadowy hand at play may not solely be Chen Ping'an, but could also involve Zhang Xiaofa or even Zhang Qijuan. This complicates matters. Director Tan, do you think the plan should be altered? Liao Zhengsheng stood straight, awaiting Tan Huaisher's decision. Time ticked away, and all present held their breath. Outside the office, a gentle breeze rustled the pomegranate tree, the sound distinctly audible. Tan Huaisher's hand rested on the table, his index finger rhythmically tapping, producing a steady sound. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Delay the netting. We shall employ a lesser strategy. Understood. I shall immediately adjust the deployment. Liao Zhengsheng turned and exited at a measured pace, closing the door behind him. Zhao Qiyu was the first to lose her composure, hastily inquiring, Uncle, what is your plan? This concerns Xiao Mei. Please share. Tan Huaisher replied with a serious demeanor. Whom do you prefer as a son-in-law, Chen Ping'an or Zhang Xiaofa? Zhao Qiyu was taken aback. Why had Tan Huaisher suddenly posed this question? What relevance did it have to the kidnapping? Xiao Mei seemed to favor Chen Ping'an more, their affection blossoming intensely in recent days. If you and Huaisher had the choice, would you opt for the penniless Chen Ping'an or the illustrious Zhang Xiaofa? Tan Huaisher pressed further. Zhao Qiyu fell silent. She had never truly contemplated this question. The thought had flitted through her mind when Zhang Xiaofa had stirred trouble, but she had not pursued it any further. Zhao Qiyu's brother, Zhao Chirue, dared not intervene. The current predicament was beyond the realm of his commercial dealings. Although Tan Xiaomei was his niece, this was an internal matter of the Tan family, entangled with the formidable Zhang Qijuan, a figure of great authority. He could only listen quietly, refraining from interjecting. Tan Huaisher held a cup of tea, gripping it without sipping or setting it down, suspended in indecision. Brother, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Do you not desire to act? Tan Huaisher remained silent. Zhao Qiyu did not respond. Zhao Chirue remained mute as well. Chen Ping'an, having received the money, intended to take a taxi alone. My brother, where are you headed? I shall accompany you. It may be dangerous. It's better if I go alone. Danger? I fear not at all. I assure you I will deliver you to your destination on time. Thank you, dear brother. As they neared the lumber factory, a mere 500 meters away, the car abruptly halted. Brother, just a few steps ahead is the lumber factory. You may alight and walk there. I must attend to something and return. All right, thank you for today. Remember to clear some space in the warehouse for our flight next Monday. Certainly, brother. Farewell. Ouyang Daiju pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car roaring off and quickly disappearing from view. Chen Ping'an, carrying a bag of money, walked along the dirt path. He continuously expressed gratitude for Ouyang Daiju, who had shown such camaraderie, knowing the dangers yet driving him to within mere steps of his destination. This brother was indeed a keeper. He vowed to ensure Ouyang Daiju would soar with him next Monday. As Chen Ping'an continued onward, he walked for over 10 minutes, yet had not arrived. Did Daiju not say it was merely a few steps? Damn, this rascal, just when I praised his loyalty. Turns out he was too afraid to proceed and sped off. Chapter 42. The blade at his throat, Chen Ping'an advanced further, encountering a dilapidated lumber factory. Having been abandoned for far too long, the red bricks had lost their vibrancy, now cloaked in a layer of grayish dust. The bricks, a mix of red and gray, appeared forlorn. Upon closer inspection, one would discern a layer of eerie white natron near the ground level of the red brick wall, approximately 1 meter high. This ancient method involved mixing natron with charcoal dust, packed into bamboo tubes, resulting in a primitive form of explosives, comparable in power to modern detonators. To achieve greater potency, one would require an increased quantity of natron and charcoal dust. Just within the factory's entrance, a silver-gray van stood idly. Undoubtedly, this was the means of transportation for the kidnappers. Nearby, a grand camphor tree, estimated to be 2 or 3 centuries old, loomed over the scene. As he approached the van, 4 individuals with dyed yellow hair emerged, led by Xiao Bao, accompanied by Xiao Niu, Xiao Go, and Ali. 2 others, Wang Kai and Yi Mao, stood guard outside the office where Tan Xiaomei was located. All 6 were loyal subordinates of the Crow. Have you brought the money? Where's my wife? Show us the money first, then we'll let you see her. Let me see her first, or you can forget about receiving a single penny. Xiao Bao and Chen Ping'an engaged in a war of words. To an outsider, it might appear as though they were conducting a clandestine business transaction, one acting as the brothel keeper, the other as the patron. Chen Ping'an refrained from handing over the money, fully aware that once relinquished, he would face endless mockery with no room for negotiation. Brother Bao, let's beat him down. The money will naturally come to us. Why waste our breath? Xiao Go, a yellow-haired thug, declared, clutching a 60-centimeter steel pipe, his spirit unyielding. For those in their line of work, might often spoke louder than words. After all, what leverage does a defeated opponent possess? Indeed, let's take him down, Ali echoed, wielding a fruit knife. The handle measured 15 centimeters, while the blade was just under 10, its tip resembling the head of a crocodile, exceedingly sharp. He waved a knife back and forth, the tip darting dangerously. Should it make contact with flesh, it would swiftly inflict a wound. Chen Ping'an sensed that this individual, named Ali, might at some point inadvertently harm himself, perhaps today or perhaps tomorrow. Throughout history, those who toy with knives ultimately fall victim to their own weapons. Xiao Niu lit a cigarette, holding it on the left side of his mouth while speaking from the right. Brother Bao, I've heard he severely injured the bald-headed Kai brothers. He has not to be trifled with. Should we all gang up on him? I can't do that. I still need to survive in this territory. Xiao Go, you go first. Xiao Bao's mind was clear. If word spread of a gang assault, his future endeavors on these streets would be jeopardized. The Crow had entrusted him with this critical task, a matter of honor not to be forsaken. Even in the underworld, one must possess a code. Others might lack it, but Xiao Bao certainly did. With a smile, Xiao Go approached Chen Ping'an, steel pipe in hand. The young lad, have you witnessed the might of my steel pipe? With a single strike, it shall leave you yelping for mercy. Chen Ping'an had only mastered a rudimentary form of the overlord gun technique and possessed no other martial arts skills, save for those learned within the confines of a monastery. To confront the steel pipe, he knew he needed a weapon. Scanning his surroundings, he picked up a gnarled twig, roughly 2 meters in length and the size of a fist. With his left hand grasping a pouch of coins, he raised the twig in his right hand. extending it toward the chest of the young pup before him. It appeared quite formidable. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The sheer force of his stance intimidated his opponent, tipping the balance of the encounter in his favor. The young pup wore a smug expression, twirling the steel pipe in his hands as if performing a dance. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, aiming to bypass the twig and deliver a lesson to Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Ping'an nimbly leapt back 2 paces, maintaining the twig's pointed direction toward the pup's chest. As the pup darted left, Chen Ping'an's twig followed suit. When the pup veered right, there was Chen Ping'an's twig, unwavering. After several attempts, the pup found himself unable to breach Chen Ping'an's defense. Frustrated and humiliated, he circled around Chen Ping'an, seeking an opening to strike. Yet, with a swift thrust, the twig found its mark against the pup's thigh. The steel pipe clanged against a brick, producing a jarring sound. Chen Ping'an, having landed a blow, quickly retreated, laughing, yelped for mercy, and I shall spare you. The pup, wincing in pain, crouched down, his left hand cradling his thigh while his right supported him on the ground. Ollie, it's your turn, commanded the young leopard. Ollie brandished a fruit knife, a mere 10 centimeters in length, contemplating a confrontation with Chen Ping'an, who wielded the formidable 2-meter twig. It was evident that engaging at close quarters would be a daunting task. Leopard, my knife lacks the necessary length. I fear it may not suffice. Let us simply charge together and forego any notions of chivalry. The young leopard found himself at a loss for words, disheartened by the lack of resolve from both the pup and Ollie, who had faltered. Should word of their failure spread, their reputations would be tarnished. Indeed, let us unite and resolve this matter efficiently. Otherwise, if we fail, the crows shall feast upon us. Young Nyo spat out his cigarette, but brandished a pair of nunchaku, urging the young leopard onward. Damn it, let us strike as one. From this day forth, let none breathe a word of this. I still have my dignity to uphold. The young leopard opened the trunk of a van, retrieving a gleaming, oversized cleaver, 80 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, pointing its blade toward Chen Ping'an. The trio surrounded Chen Ping'an from the southeast, while to the north lay the wooden factory's boundary wall. At that moment, the guards, Wang Kai and Wildcat, dragged Tan Xiaomei into view. She writhed and squirmed incessantly. Now, the young leopard swung the cleaver above his head, creating a circular arc nearly 3 meters in diameter. Young Nyo twirled the nunchaku, crossing them in a rhythmic manner, occasionally inhaling deeply, all while advancing steadily. Ollie spread his arms wide, his left hand empty and his right hand shifting to a gripping position on the knife, seeking an opportunity to engage Chen Ping'an in close combat. Chen Ping'an retreated until his back met the wall, with no further space to escape. The 3 gradually tightened their encirclement. Chen Ping'an felt the overwhelming pressure of the Bawang gun's 3rd form, realizing he could not strike all 3 adversaries simultaneously, especially the agile little leopard who danced with a blade to shield himself. The trio closed in further, confining Chen Ping'an to a minuscule corner by the wall, leaving him no avenue of escape. He understood that if he did not act swiftly and take the initiative, he would soon be attacked from multiple directions. A withered branch lunged toward Ollie, who was drawing near with a small knife, landing a strike that pierced his heart. Unfortunately, the decayed branch shattered upon impact, breaking off 5 centimeters at his chest. Ollie recoiled in pain, clutching his heart, nearly terrified. After all, this was the heart, and a puncture could mean instant death. Before Chen Ping'an could execute a second move, he was struck on the back of his hand by Xiao Nyo's nunchaku, causing the withered branch to fall to the ground. Soon after, a gleaming machete was pressed against his neck. Damn it, outmatched. With a sigh, Chen Ping'an remarked, if you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. Take the 400,000. I have but one request. Release my wife. We seek fortune. There is no need to kill you. As for your wife, she shall indeed be released. But do not rush. The little dog is not dead yet. There is still some money to be had. Not dead, just lost a bit of blood from his thigh. He'll be fine. Had it not been for the length of the branch in my hand, I could have dealt with him easily. 1 against 10. The little dog limped over, snatched the plastic bag, and upon peering inside, found it filled with crimson banknotes. Neatly bundled, they were a sight to behold. Counting 1, 2, 340. Indeed, 40 stacks of cash, 400, 000. It felt heavy when lifted, at least several pounds. Ali took the agreement and said, "All right, Brother Leopard." The little dog, clutching the money, retreated to the side. Ali, with his right hand resting on his chest, jogged to the passenger seat of the van, retrieved a briefcase, and quickly returned. He spread an A4 size document before Chen Ping'an. "Sign your name here, and you will be released immediately, along with your wife." Chen Ping'an glanced at the paper, where 4 prominent characters stood out in the center: divorce agreement. "Is your aim to compel me to divorce?" Chen Ping'an mused, somewhat puzzled. It seemed unlikely that anyone desired his divorce. Could it be the parents of Tan Xiaomei? That didn't seem likely at all. Chapter 43. It's you who must be cut whether you are divorced or not is beyond my knowledge. My task is to compel you to sign the divorce agreement. Little Leopard is remarkably dedicated. He shall fulfill the task assigned by his superior without fail. This is also the reason why the Crow has entrusted him with the responsibility of kidnapping, collecting ransom, and coercing Chen Ping'an into signing the divorce papers. However, this individual possesses a somewhat chivalrous spirit, valuing his pride above all. Furthermore, he tends to be rather obstinate. For him, the matter of your marital status is inconsequential. My assignment is solely to procure your signature on this divorce document. Chen Ping'an. Is it not all the same? Just sign. You have no other option. Little Leopard thrust the knife forward, its edge pressing against Chen Ping'an's neck. With but a slight application of force, Chen Ping'an's neck would bleed profusely. The scene of a beheading may well unfold in modern society. How do I sign? Write your name on the first party line. What should I use to sign? What the hell? Use your hand to sign. I am utterly speechless. How could your wife have ever chosen you? How did you manage to become the son-in-law of Deputy Director Tan of the Z Department? Little Leopard, with a mocking expression, cannot fathom the fact that one does not know to sign with their hand. Clearly, there are significant issues with your intellect. In the distance, beside a factory, a Porsche is parked. Only the rear of the car is visible. Without a careful glance, one might mistake it for a pile of collapsed tiles. Behind the car, 2 individuals are concealed. Brother F.A., it seems your money is well spent. Worth what? Damn it. How is it that we spend 400,000 for the Crow services? And this rascal also swindles Tan Xiaomei out of another 400,000? It's a double dip. Tan Xiaomei will be my future wife, and her money is my money as well. Damn, not quite. The Crow's men are after Chen Ping'an's money, not Tan Xiaomei's. Oh no, not the money of your future wife. You see, if Chen Ping'an were affluent, could he have married into the Tan family? I am quite certain that this 400,000 is misappropriated fund from Xiaomei's father. Do not think I am unaware. Who in a management office has clean hands? That makes sense. Brother F.A., you are absolutely correct. If we speak of wealth, your father is indeed a master. He runs over 10 companies, all registered under your name, secures the bidding projects for you, and the money first enters the accounts of these companies, circulating back to you, laundered clean, no traces left. It truly is delightful. Naturally, without a modicum of wit. Could my father possibly hold the position of the county head? Right, Brother F.A. What is our next course of action? Let us observe for now. There is no need to rush into action. Once they procure the signed divorce agreement, we shall emerge to sweep through. Oh yes, Brother F.A., how imposing. Chen Ping'an remains motionless, the knife before him, a thin and sharp watermelon knife. Its intended use for slicing watermelons is indeed a waste of its potential. He glances down, using a hand as a pen. Everyone turns to Little Leopard in unison. What the hell? Ali, why don't you give him a pen, you fool? Ali, with unspoken grievances, can only smile bitterly, retrieving a signature pen from his briefcase and tossing it to Chen Ping'an. Please remove the cloth from my wife's mouth. It is quite uncomfortable for her. My wife and I need to discuss this matter. It is not an issue. It is indeed an issue. If this woman begins to scream, what will others think? Chen Ping'an chuckled. Who is around here? We just fought, and no one showed up. With a woman bound, where could she possibly flee? Our divorce requires negotiation. We must adhere to principles. Brother Leopard, do not be deceived by this lad. Hasten to have him sign and complete the task, so we can make our exit. This fellow is merely stalling. Enough. He speaks the truth. A divorce between spouses necessitates discussion. Release the claw from her mouth and grant them a few moments. Should he refuse to sign, my blade shall not remain idle. Xiao Bao was a man of integrity, exceedingly so. Wang Kai and Yi Mao exchanged glances, though they did not fully comprehend Xiao Bao's actions. They complied with his directive and loosened the cloth binding Tan Xiaomei's mouth. Ping'an, we cannot sign. We are already married, and soon we shall have a child. It is imperative that the child does not lack a father's love. She did not wish to be with Zhang Xiaofa. The thought of finding a stepfather for the child weighed heavily on her conscience. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an with a blade at his throat, she recognized his reluctant submission and felt her resolve soften. Overwhelmed, she burst into tears. "All right, I will sign." Chen Ping'an retrieved a pen and, kneeling on the ground, inscribed 3 characters. Tan Xiaomei shook her head, silently choking back her sorrow. Xiao Bao was satisfied and sheathed his large knife. The bandits exhaled in relief. The task was accomplished, and they could revel at the MZ Center that night. Zhang Xiaofa, standing by a Porsche, exuberantly dashed forward, exclaiming, "Well signed. Here, that's your 400. 000. Go enjoy yourselves." Zhong Yimin followed suit, tossing a bag of money to the little dog. Ali picked up the divorce agreement, smiling at the signature. "Wait, this is incorrect. The signature is not Chen Ping'an's but reads, 'Sign your mother.' Brother Leopard, this lad is playing you." Xiao Bao's face turned ashen. He felt insulted. Despite the pressure from his comrades, and having given them a chance to negotiate, this was the scornful slap in the face before everyone. "I'll take your life." The large knife pressed against Chen Ping'an's neck, the blade making contact with his skin, evoking a chilling sensation. "You seek only wealth. There is no need to kill me." Chen Ping'an found himself powerless against the threat. "You disregard principles. You will pay for that. Brother Leopard, let us teach him a lesson and compel him to sign again. I only prepared 1 copy. How could he sign another? I shall slay him." The crowd stood in silence. Zhang Xiaofa, seeing the situation deteriorate, felt discontent. His prize was slipping away, and he couldn't allow that. If today did not yield results, he would ensure it did. He would have Tan Xiaomei regardless. Feigning a slip, he lunged towards Xiao Bao's back, forcefully pushing his arm. Thud! The knife plunged into the neck. Blood gushed from the wound. I've killed someone? I merely intended to abduct, not to take a life." Xiao Bao was stunned, shrieking in a frenzy. Tan Xiaomei, witnessing the blood spurting from his neck, instantly fainted and collapsed to the ground. "Brother Leopard, you have committed murder. You have gone too far. We have all dragged you into this mess. Run." The 6 kidnappers, in a state of panic, abandoned their knives and steel pipes, clutching 2 bags of money as they hastily jumped into their vehicle and vanished into thin air. "Brother Fa, we must leave swiftly. Trouble has arisen, and you need to return to find your father." What is there to fear? It was not I who committed the act. It was the hand of Xiao Bao, a subordinate of the Crow. "Lift my wife into the car. We shall return triumphantly." Tan Xiaomei was hoisted into the Porsche by the 2 men, and the car sped away from the scene. Only Chen Ping'an remained, alone, with a knife at his throat. Blood gushed forth momentarily before it began to flow steadily, streaming along the great blade. Chen Ping'an lay on the ground, crawling step by step towards escape, leaving a trail of blood behind him. At that moment, a figure emerged from around the corner, hastening to Chen Ping'an's side, anxiously inquiring, "My brother, which stock should I buy next Monday? Tell me before you perish." Chen Ping'an extended his bloodied hand to grasp him, but the man quickly sidestepped. "Inhu Resources 60060. Transfer all the funds in my account to Technician Yang Siki at number 66. Oyangda swiftly noted the code and dashed back around the corner, never to be seen again. Chapter 44. The Resurrection Pearl, Life Extension, and Restoration. The kidnappers' van hastily fled the scene, closely pursued by a Porsche, with a Honda bringing up the rear. Unavoidably, those inside the vehicles encountered a female motorcyclist heading in their direction. She was unhelmeted, her legs straddling a sleek Yamaha, her graceful form leaning into the wind as she sped towards the lumberyard. Brother Leopard, the technician from Station 66, she must be attending to the boss. What's she doing here? You ask me, and I ask whom? Enough of that. We need to escape the provincial roads swiftly. The bank cards are utterly useless. But thankfully, I crafted this golden chain and this large gold tooth recently. Hard currency is worth more than anything. Exactly. Let's head south into the vast mountains and hide for 2 or 3 months. Once the heat dies down, we can re-emerge. Damn it, if we remain wanted, we might as well cross over to Jiaoji. After all, it's just a small river. Yes, I've heard the women in Jiaoji are not only beautiful, but also dress very alluringly. Clad only in an apron throughout the year. Haha, damn, this is a life-and-death situation. Who the hell is thinking about women right now? Brother Leopard, something's wrong. There's a barrier ahead. This is bad. Charge through. Charge through what? About 100 meters ahead, there are machine guns positioned on both sides. If we force our way through, we'll be riddled with bullets. Charge. Wankai, drive like your life depends on it. Damn you, it was you who committed murder. Not us. I'll stop the car and turn myself in. Wankai, who was temporarily driving, came to a steady halt before the barrier. Wankai, I'll chop you up. Before Xiao Leopard could finish, for police officers, guns drawn, surrounded the van from all angles. Exit the vehicle for inspection. Any resistance will result in immediate execution. Zhong Yimin, driving the Porsche, was in a state of utter confusion. He had merely been following Zhang Xiaofa, pretending to be someone of importance, leveraging the Fade to maintain friendships that upheld his family's business. The Zhang family feasted while the Zhong family merely sipped the broth. However, now Zhang Xiaofa had unwittingly assisted the Crow's henchman in murder, making him a principal accomplice. In light of this incident, regardless of his position as the head of Yunzhong County, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Zhang Xiaofa, lost in thought, sat in the back seat, cradling the unconscious Tan Xiaomei, his mind adrift in the clouds. His motto was, drink today, revel today. At last, he had her in his grasp. What a stunning woman. The power and wealth of the Tan family would now belong to him. With the support of the director of the G Bureau and the deputy director of the Z Bureau, the Zhang family's influence soared to unprecedented heights, becoming increasingly reckless and uncontrollable. Father, your son has brought you honor. F.A. There's a pit ahead. We can't get through. What's there to fear? Just drive over it. We'll flatten the dirt pit and dry up the water pit, Not that kind of pit. There are 2 machine guns set up ahead, and the Crow-S van is blocking the way. Should we jump out of the car? Are you out of your mind? Jumping out could break a leg. Confront him with determination. Accept the scrutiny with honesty. We are law-abiding citizens, and I shall handle everything. Indeed, Brother F.A. is formidable. Brother F.A. commands respect. The Porsche, courteous yet assertive, gently collided with the rear of a van, offering an aspiring driver's dreamlike encounter. Zhang Xiaofa noticed Xiao Bao and 5 others, hands clasped behind his head, complying obediently. Behind him stood fully armed officers, guns drawn and aimed. Thank you for your efforts. I am Zhang Qijuan's son, just passing through here on business. Ahem, just stepping out for a smoke. Young Master Zhang, may I have a moment of your time? Yang Siki, radiating confidence, sped past, stirring up a cloud of dust, causing leaves to swirl upwards before they drifted down gently. Soon, an individual in a vehicle arrived at the lumber factory. Blood, a shocking trail of crimson. It extended from the open area to the base of a large camphor tree, where the end of the blood trail revealed Chen Ping'an's figure. He was slumped against the roots, facing away from her. Ping'an, what has happened to you? Yang Siki reached out, placing her hand on his shoulder, urging him to turn. Chen Ping'an flipped over. The blade of a large knife had sunk in his neck, embedding itself 3 inches deep. The blade angled into his shoulder blade. The blood had congealed and dried, filling the air with a sharp, metallic scent. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. Help me pull the knife out. Yang Siki was momentarily paralyzed with shock. He was still alive and needed the knife removed. Drawing from her knowledge of Hong Kong cinema, she recalled that removing a knife after severe blood loss often led to immediate death. Thus, in many martial arts films, when a character is stabbed in the abdomen, heart, or head, the knife is only pulled out after the protagonist avenges himself and utters significant words, leading to a dramatic, fatal laugh. If she were to remove it, he would die instantly. I cannot extract it myself. I need your assistance. If you pull out, I won't die. Trust me. Yang Siki, left with no choice, hesitantly extended her trembling hands, gripping the knife tightly. With a slight outward force, she sensed how firmly it was lodged. "Come on, pull." With a heavy grunt, a dull sound reverberated. Air surged into the wound, the pressure of air colliding with that of blood, instantly altering the environment. No blood gushed forth, for it had already drained. Yang Siki's heart raced, her mind blank. He cannot die, can he? His complexion resembled that of a corpse in a mortuary, deathly pale and haunting. Today, she had not requested leave from the front desk. Instead, she had recklessly dashed to the MZ Center, defying authority and essentially sealing her fate of being fired upon her return. Furthermore, she had violated traffic regulations. After exiting the Imperial Gates, with no time to hail a cab, she had kicked over a flamboyant cyclist on the roadside, seizing his Yamaha, straddling it, and flooring the accelerator. She had even lent him 800,000 in cash, her entire fortune, her dowry, her husband's assets, her retirement funds, all contained within. She had harbored hopes that he would part ways with Tan Xiaomei, emerging unscathed, thereby providing her with a chance. Yet now, he was on the brink of death. Wait, something seems amiss. The wound is healing on its own, defying the laws of science. Yang Siki murmured softly, observing as Chen Ping'an's complexion transformed from a ghastly pallor to a vibrant hue. At his waist, an object of unknown origin began to emit a verdant glow. It was as though, amidst an impenetrable darkness, a beacon of light flickered in the distance, pulsating with an astonishing brilliance. Could this be a jadeite possessing extraordinary powers? Indeed, the luminous jade that Yang Siki beheld was the soul-reviving jade bestowed upon Chen Ping'an by Shi Dakai. Meanwhile, Ouyang Deju, having acquired the names of the stocks he desired, callously abandoned the dying Chen Ping'an and fled the scene alone. The fate of Chen Ping'an was of no concern to him. Furthermore, the funds in Chen Ping'an's account were beyond his reach. He could neither utilize them nor bestow them upon anyone, rendering him utterly powerless to assist. His acquaintance with the female technician from room 66 was tenuous at best, having only crossed paths that very morning in the foot massage city. Why should he involve himself in the affairs of the deceased, risking unwanted trouble? As Chen Ping'an despaired, watching Ouyang's retreating figure, he felt a chilling breeze against his neck. Blood gushed forth, a sensation more exhilarating than the frigid air of an air conditioner set to a brisk 16 degrees. The pain was palpable, and his head felt heavy. With no one to lend a hand, he crawled towards the camphor tree, leaning against its roots, which provided a slight incline that alleviated the weight upon his head. By the time he mustered every ounce of strength to rest against the protruding root, his blood had drained away, and he slipped into unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death. In a foggy haze, he sensed that he had indeed succumbed. Suddenly, he found himself seated in the abbot's chair of the Demo Institute. Sitting quietly, his expression one of despondency. Reborn in the year 2011 of the Great Xia dynasty, he had failed to achieve his aspirations. Marriage, raising children, and sharing in familial bliss all remained unfulfilled. Instead of marrying, he found himself in an unorthodox situation. The prospect of fatherhood was still far off, and the dream of familial harmony was but a distant fantasy. Alas, a profound sorrow enveloped him. If he were to perish in this life, would rebirth even be possible? If so, to what realm would he be reborn? Would it be the second year of the Xianfeng era of the Qing dynasty, as imagined? He struck the armrest of the chair, only to discover the soul-reviving jade hanging at his waist. He recalled Shi Dakai's words regarding the jade, that it was named the soul-reviving jade, and when worn, it could save a life in times of peril. Brother, accept this. Chen Ping'an cradled the jade in his hands, speaking to it softly. Do you truly possess such powers? The jade remained silent, of course, but a panel appeared above it, reminiscent of the vision he had seen with Hong Jinjin, inscribed with attributes. Name, soul-reviving jade, era of origin, mythological era of Nuwas repairing the sky. Effects, life extension, restoration. Usage, remove intruding entities. Chen Ping'an's heart raced. This was indeed a divine artifact, capable of extending life and restoring the body. It implied that as long as there remained a breath, he would not perish. As long as a single cell existed, his form could be restored. All he needed to do was remove the blade from his neck. Chapter 45. Simply vanishing Shi Dakai is truly commendable, having produced such a vital life-saving artifact. It appears he genuinely wishes to be my sworn brother. Ping'an, come here. I'm here. Master, how may I serve you? Unbeknownst to him, Ping'an had materialized before Chen Ping'an, his hands clasped in reverence. Is the Taiping army still in Yunzhong County? They have moved on. They departed the day before yesterday, having passed Yongming County and Jianghua County, and are now en route to Yongzhou. Then let it be. We can send someone to convey my gratitude for the soul-reviving jade he gifted me. It has saved my life. Should he encounter any difficulties on his march, he may send inquiries my way, and I shall answer without reservation. Master, as monks, should we not refrain from meddling in worldly affairs? You are lofty and exceptional, while I am but a commoner. Chen Ping'an withdrew, allowing Ping'an to bask in his own arrogance. Ping'an immediately flushed, kneeling upon the ground, repeatedly bowing and proclaiming, I shall promptly dispatch a novice to relay the Master's message. I am merely pretending to be noble. I deserve punishment. Please forgive me, Master. The large blade had been drawn, and the flesh healed at a visibly rapid pace. Moments later, the wound had vanished entirely, leaving no trace of scar. Yang Ximin was astonished. He is certainly not of scarred constitution. Chen Ping'an rose, flexing his legs and swinging his arms, shaking his head in affirmation. Confident that his neck and limbs were unscathed, he turned to the bewildered Yang Siki and said, Siki, thank you for assisting me in extracting it. Without your help, I fear I would not have recovered so swiftly. You truly did not perish? Perish? How could I possibly leave this vibrant world? But you're wound just now. What is that jade at your waist? Chen Ping'an reached down, finding nothing there. Only in his mind could he perceive the jade pendant. Had it revealed itself during its miraculous effect? At my waist, there is nothing. See for yourself. Chen Ping'an turned before her, lifting the hem of his blood-stained garment. Indeed, there was nothing at his waist, but I distinctly saw a jade radiating with a verdant glow. Could it be that my eyes deceived me? Indeed, your eyes have deceived you. By the way, how did you come to be here? Chen Ping'an felt perplexed. Logically, as a MZ technician, Yang Siki should either be at work or resting, making it improbable for her to have traveled such a distance. Yang Siki had much to articulate, exhaling a torrent of information she had gathered in Muzhou City regarding Zhang Xiaofa as the hidden benefactor and the crow as the unseen puppeteer. You are the sacrificial pawn. Ah, I see. Chen Ping'an experienced a sudden epiphany. No wonder when I informed Deputy Director Liao of the G Bureau, they did not rush in to solve the case. It seems that behind this lies Tan Huaixuan and Tan Huaishur, harboring matrimonial ambitions with Zhang Qijuan. Ping'an, will you return to the Tan family now? I shall not. Since they disregard me, I shall simply vanish. How shall you vanish? Chen Ping'an leaned in close to her ear and whispered, I shall ensure they cannot find me, playing the game of resurrection and disappearance. Sure, I will take you away from this small path and will stay in the neighboring county for a few days. Aren't you going to work at the MZ Center? Yang Siki shook her head, stating that she hadn't taken a leave today and returning would lead to her dismissal. At the MZ Center, no action could be taken independently. Even if her aunt arrived, prior notification was required. Since she had chosen to step out, she had no intention of returning. Now that she was with him, he would have to support her. Support? Pray tell, how much do you eat? How many rice grains in a meal? Spare me. The money I lent you is enough to sustain me for decades. Humph. First, let South leave this place. I'll start a company, and you can be my general manager. Agreed. It's settled. No turning back. Yang Siki pushed the Yamaha motorcycle and gestured to the rear seat. Chen Ping'an raised his leg and swung over, maintaining a respectful distance from her. Come closer, otherwise, if I accelerate, you'll be flung off. It's best if you hold on my waist, Yang Siki chuckled. Isn't that inappropriate? Just do it. Let us set off. The Yamaha emitted a piercing roar as it sped away. The vehicle did not retrace its path, but instead circled the lumber mill's wall and continued eastward. There was a narrow dirt road, scarcely a meter wide. After 3 kilometers, a wide river appeared, spanning 100 meters, with a floating bridge crossing it. After crossing the river, they would reach Wooding Town in Yundin County. Are you certain about crossing the river? Yes. Hold on tight. Whoosh. The two of them rushed onto the floating bridge and swiftly reached the opposite bank. Yang Siki signaled for Chen Ping'an to dismount, then pushed the motorcycle into the river. Siki, what are you doing? Are you abandoning the vehicle? What do you mean by abandon? This is a vehicle we stole to get out. If it's lost, so be it. Stolen? The two continued eastward, joining the national highway, hailed a taxi, and settled into a hotel in the urban area of Yundin County. Reporting to Director Tan Xiaomei has been located. The kidnappers are under control, and the young master of the Zhang family is present. Should we escort them back to the bureau, or? Liao Zhengsheng, having learned from the testimonies of Xiao Bao and others about the traps set by the crow, sought to inquire whether they should pursue the crow and his associates. However, given the involvement of Zhang Xiaofa, this matter seemed complicated. Let us first bring them back to the bureau and handle it discreetly. There is no need to cuff them. Additionally, has my niece been violated? No, she remains intact, though her hands and feet were bound, and she was frightened. Very well, bring her to the bureau. Also, bring Zhang Xiaofa and inform Director Zhang to come as well. Understood. Liao Zhengsheng hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Xiaofa. Young Master Zhang, let us head to the bureau for a moment. I'll notify your father to come over too. Sure, just don't touch my wife. I will carry her. Liao Zhengsheng. He wanted to say that he was not her husband. Her husband was Chen Ping'an. Yet, he refrained from voicing it. It was said that there was a divorce agreement that Chen Ping'an had not signed. Thus, from the perspective of marriage law, Chen Ping'an and Tan Xiaomei remained, in every sense, a legitimate couple. Zhang Xiaofa was entirely an outsider. Bring everyone back to the bureau without handcuffs. If they dare to resist midway, make them disappear. Understood. In the office of Director G, a collective sigh of relief resonated. Xiao Mei was unharmed, and the weight on their hearts could finally be lifted. Zhao Qiyu, overwhelmed with joy, poured herself a cup of tea and gulped it down, indifferent to its bitterness or astringency. After all, the taste was neither pleasant nor unpleasant. Zhao Qiyu chuckled and remarked, Sister, you can finally rest easy. What has become of that young Chen? His words reminded Zhao Qiyu of Chen Ping'an. Uncle, how is young Chen? I don't know. We shall wait for Zheng Sheng's detailed report to gain clarity. Ah, this child is unfortunate, extorted of 400,000. By the way, how did he come to possess such a sum? Could it be that Xiao Mei lent him her last savings? Hush. We shall not discuss this. Tan Huaisher reprimanded Zhao Qiyu, silencing further conversation. Zhao Qiyu lowered her gaze to her tea, resembling a child who had misbehaved, her head drooping in shame. Chapter 46, Kidnapping, the non-existent matter, Ping'an Wo. Tan Xiaomei awoke to find herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Instinctively, she lifted the covers to inspect her body. Finding her clothing intact and orderly, she continued to weep. Zhao Qiyu and Tan Huaisher, upon hearing her cries, immediately entered the resting room. This was the G Bureau's lounge, designated for the leaders to rest during lunch or take brief respite in the evening. Xiaomei, your mother is here. You need not fear anything. Mother, how did I end up here? Ping'an is gone, whoa. Ping'an was missing, temporarily untraceable. Deputy Liao had dispatched personnel to search the entire county. He was attacked by the kidnappers with a large machete, the blade embedded in his neck. Blood gushing forth, staining the ground entirely. He must be dead. The horrifying image of blood spurting flashed again in her mind. She felt faint, pressing her hand against her forehead, tears streaming down her cheeks. The kidnappers had been apprehended. They confessed to having harmed Ping'an, yet when the officers arrived, there was no sign of him. It was possible he had not succumbed, but rather had been rescued. There was no one there. How could anyone have saved him? Were all the kidnappers captured? Yes, all 6 of them were apprehended. Zhang Xiaofa feigned a fall, leading to Ping'an's demise. He bears significant responsibility. Tan Xiaomei screamed in despair. In her eyes, Zhang Xiaofa was akin to a murderer, having taken Chen Ping'an's life, rendering her a widow, severing her chance for future happiness. Whoa, The child in my womb will become a pitiful creature devoid of paternal love. As these thoughts surged, her hands relentlessly pounded the bed. Yet, she herself was uncertain if she was indeed with child, having only been married for a mere fortnight. Zhao Huaisher grasped her arm, offering solace. The G Bureau officers pinpointed Ping'an's mobile phone to a lumber mill, yet his whereabouts remain unknown. Whether he lives or dies is still uncertain. Xiaomei, I must share something with you. Listen carefully. You mentioned Zhang Xiaofa's deliberate feigning of a fall. This must remain confidential for now. Should Ping'an survive, you can speak of it later, and we will sever ties with the Zhang family, ensuring he pays a heavy price. If, heaven forbid, Ping'an is deceased, you must bury this matter deep within. Zhang Xiaofa will come to marry you, and you shall be wed. No, I must speak out. Zhang Xiaofa is a murderer. He is the one who killed Ping'an. Tan Xiaomei's gaze fixed on Tan Huaisher, filled with tumultuous emotions. In her heart, her father was noble, yet in reality, he seemed dark. Xiaomei, heed your father's counsel. Do not create unnecessary turmoil. Everything we do is for your own good. For your future, Zhao Qiyue embraced Tan Xiaomei. Speaking gently, you are all selfish individuals, prioritizing your own interests over my happiness, indifferent to Ping'an's safety. I despise you. Tan Huaisher shouted, this time, do not think of absconding with the household registration book to register your marriage at M Bureau. As your mother, I will safeguard you. The household registration book, ID card, and bank card shall all be reclaimed. Without my consent, you may not use them. Very well. I shall ensure the household registration book is secure. Zhao Qiyue nodded in agreement. Tan Huaisher disregarded the mother and son duo and left on his own. After he departed, Zhao Qiyue whispered, your father wants you to marry into a suitable family, not simply choose whomever you please. The last time you and Chen Ping'an secretly took the household registration book to register, your father was extremely angry. This time, do not act recklessly. Let us adults make the arrangements. Mom, how can you say that? I love Chen Ping'an. I want to spend my life with him. Zhang Xiaofa is a fool, a scoundrel, and a murderer. I refuse to be with him. Tan Xiaomei covered her head with a blanket. No matter how Zhao Qiyue tried to console her, she remained silent and did not reveal herself. Ping'an, are you alive or dead? If you're dead, please visit me in a dream. If you're alive, where are you? Why aren't you with me? Answer me. Zhang Qijuan was already in the G Bureau's office. Only 3 individuals were present inside, while others waited outside. Zhang Xiaofa was no exception. Director Zhang, it's rare to have you here. Tan Huaishan was the first to speak, busily cleaning teacups. Director Tan, my brother, how could I not come when you called me? With such a serious matter at hand, even if you hadn't summoned me, I would have come on my own accord. Wouldn't you agree, Deputy Director Tan? On his way, Zhang Qijuan had already learned of his son's foolish actions. He felt neither displeasure nor panic. Everything was within his control. Originally, the plan was for his son to win the favor of the city's Minister Zi's daughter, but now he had to alter the strategy. For many years, the director of the G Bureau had been at odds with him, engaging in open and covert struggles. The last time, to tighten the noose around his neck, he had issued orders to the C Bureau to repurpose funds allotted for medicinal cotton for poverty alleviation. If Zhang Xiaofa could indeed seduce Tan Xiaomei, matters would have been simplified. Unfortunately, his son was indecisive, and it would have been far better had he acted decisively at the lumber factory. It is a father's failure to raise a child without proper guidance. He must educate him well from now on. Now, he found himself slightly at a disadvantage, having to clean up after his son. Tan Huaisher's expression was devoid of emotion, even bordering on anger. Your son, whom you have raised so well, arranged for a thug to kidnap my daughter and extort 400,000 from her. This matter cannot be settled lightly. Before negotiations, the larger the claims made, the greater the benefits obtained. This is the nature of human interactions, as it is between nations. The United States always engages in various maneuvers before negotiating with other countries, either imposing sanctions under dubious pretexts, dispatching warships to provoke near territorial waters, or even fabricating non-existent causes, which they then use to justify parliamentary votes, solidifying those causes. Zhang Qijuan was well aware that Tan Huaisher was merely posturing. A mere 400,000 was insignificant to both parties. Deputy Director Tan, rest assured that I will ensure that the thug kneels at your doorstep to apologize for daring to kidnap your daughter. My son acted rashly, and I will discipline him severely. We are both elders. You can also guide him. Your daughter, Xiaomei, I have watched grow up. You are indeed fortunate to have such a considerate daughter. Zhang Qijuan, with a few casual words, deftly sidestepped the topic while simultaneously leaving an opening for Huai Shiguan to discipline Zhang Xiaofa. What is this? Can an ordinary person truly manage this? To teach the son of a county head, who, devoid of parental experience, would dare to intervene? Zhang Qijuan's meaning was quite evident. Since you have no son, consider my son as your own. The invitation has been extended. It remains to be seen whether you will accept it. Once you engage, all matters become manageable. Kidnapping is an impossibility. Murder is certainly out of the question. Ahem. Tan Huaishir coughed twice, cast a glance at Zhang Qijuan, and muttered to himself, "My throat has been sore lately. I cannot speak too much. Such matters are truly distressing." Zhang Qijuan immediately bent down, took the teapot from Tan Huaishir's hands, poured a cup, and offered it to him with a smile, saying, "This tea is just what your throat needs." He hurriedly poured another cup for Tan Huaishun, saying, "Director Tan, do have another cup." Chapter 47. The revenge plan begins with the crows the moment Zhang Qijuan stepped out of Director Tan Huaishun's office at the G Bureau. It was already destined that Zhang Xiaofa would be an exemplary citizen. Moreover, he was a magnate presiding over numerous companies across various industries, a rising star in Yunzhong County, and a political luminary. December 15th was a fortuitous day, designated to celebrate the union of a new couple. This time, it was not Tan Xiaomei seeking a man to marry into her family, but rather her intent to wed into the Zhang family as a young matron. In exchange, Zhang Qijuan offered substantial goodwill. 1. An immediate fund transfer of 13 million from the C Bureau to the medicinal gauze factory under Tan Huaishun. 2. The minister of the Z Bureau would be reassigned to the Tea Warfare Department starting tomorrow, with Tan Huaishir assuming his position without any assessments or probationary period, directly transitioning to a permanent role. 3. Zhao Qiue would no longer partake in specific broadcasting duties, being promoted to the position of station master starting tomorrow. 4. Tan Xiaomei would ascend from a clerk position in the C Bureau to become the director of the C Bureau's office, a leap of 3 ranks. 5. Of the 800,000 seized by the G Bureau, 400,000 would go to the crows, and the remaining 400,000 would be returned to the Tan family, with the stipulation that regardless of Chen Ping'an's fate, this sum would belong to Tan Xiaomei, temporarily managed by Zhao Qiue. 6. An engagement would be held 3 days hence, with a betrothal gift of 660,000 and an additional Porsche 911. Before departing, Zhang Qijuan patted Liao Zhengsheng on the shoulder, saying, "Work diligently. You have a bright future ahead. Both Tan and I hold great expectations for you." "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Director Zhang," Liao Zhengsheng replied solemnly, standing upright. The 6 kidnappers departed the G Bureau with their rightful 400,000, not forgetting to raise their middle fingers at Liao Zhengsheng as they left. Everyone was elated, save for 3 individuals. One was Tan Xiaomei, who, unaware of her forebear's accord, wept silently under her covers. The second was Chen Ping'an, whose satisfaction was of no consequence, for within the lofty circles of management, he was already regarded as a nonentity, his existence deemed irrelevant. The third discontented soul was the crows. "Damn it, Tan Huaishun, you sever my 400,000 financial lifeline. I must devise a way to reclaim it." The crows overturned the bedside table, shattering the glass cup atop it and soaking the floor. Technician number 93 stood frozen in fear, her eyes wide with trepidation. It was her first time serving the crows, a notorious figure known for his nefarious dealings and extortion. Lu Qian adjusted his glasses and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Brother Crows, this predicament cannot solely be blamed on Tan Huaishun. As per our 3 primary objectives, to procure the money, compel Chen Ping'an to sign the divorce agreement, and strip Tan Xiaomei of her garments to deliver her to Zhang Xiaofa. Only the first task bore fruit, while the latter 2 faltered. Most critically, we incited a bloody conflict, which Director Zhang managed to suppress, yet we still received 400,000, which is quite an accomplishment. The crows, still seething with anger, hurled Technician No. 93's small basket to the ground. Lu Qian speaks the truth. We indeed botched our mission. I'm a man of my word. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. We had already secured the agreement. Yet Chen Ping'an scrawled 3 words, "Screw you," leading to the failure of our second objective. Furthermore, Xiao Zhang has shown a lack of integrity, seizing the opportunity to execute a treacherous maneuver while my attention was diverted. We, the 6 brothers, were purely ensnared by his deceit. He is truly a fool. Xiao Bao, with his eloquence and adherence to principles, did not deviate this time either, willingly placing the blame on Chen Ping'an and Zhang Xiaofa, completely absolving himself of any responsibility. Indeed, Xiao Bao is correct. This is precisely the situation. Xiao Zhang is exceedingly cunning and treacherous. Brother Crow, you were not present at the scene. When the blade struck Chen Ping'an's neck, I suspect it may have severed his spinal cord. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, a sight that would terrify anyone. Having been in this line of work for so long, I nearly soiled myself from fright. Brother Crow, we did our utmost. Truly, we cannot be blamed. If blame is to be assigned, let fall on that foolish Xiao Zhang. The 6 individuals involved took turns voicing their grievances, condemning Zhang Xiaofa as a fool, Chen Ping'an as too shrewd, and Xiao Bao as merciless in his actions. Enough. Stop your incessant chatter. It is unbearable, Brother Crow declared. Fine, let be 400,000. Each of you shall receive 30,000. With 2 days of leisure ahead, do as you please. With this decisive proclamation, Brother Crow brought the matter to a close. Thank you, boss. The boss is magnificent. The boss is formidable. The boss is prosperous. The boss is invincible. Each person received their 30,000, leaving with laughter and camaraderie. The room fell silent, leaving only Brother Crow and Technician number 93. Big brother, do I also get 30,000? Technician number 93 asked, trembling. She had heard clearly that Brother Crow stated that everyone present would receive 30,000, which naturally excluded him. Brother Crow, with no outlet for his anger, seized Technician No. 93 and struck her delicately featured face with a resounding slap. You dare to think you are worthy, you worthless wretch? Get out. Technician No. 93's face was swollen and bruised, her embarrassment causing her to lower her gaze as she hastily exited the room, forsaking her small basket. She had hoped for a minor windfall, but ended up stirring a hornet's nest and was left battered. Damn it. Who said that the tips in the private room on the 4th floor could easily amount to tens of thousands? It's all a damn lie. In room 0056, Block C, on the 27th floor of the Vidorna Hotel in Yunding County, Chen Ping'an changed out of his blood-stained clothes and went to the washroom to cleanse himself. Staring into the mirror, he ran his hand over his neck. It was not entirely smooth, but there were no traces of the knife, which brought him great satisfaction. He turned on the shower, washing away all impurities. He murmured to himself, I wonder how Xiao Mei is doing. My condition must have frightened her terribly. The Tan couple is so hypocritical, and Tan Huaishan is certainly not a good person. They're all cut from the same cloth. Once I have dealt with you all in due time, I will first settle the score with Brother Crow, that scoundrel who dared to lay a hand on me. Just wait. After his shower, he planned to get a good night's rest, learn some martial arts at the Phoenix Temple, and then take down Brother Crow alongside the 6 hapless kidnappers. His phone had fallen at the lumber mill, and he had no cash on him. Even his bank account was empty. The money for the hotel room was covered by Yang Siki. He must express his gratitude to her properly. Next Monday, I plan to sell Jinxiang technology and, with leverage, invest in Inha resources. This endeavor could very well yield a grand success, after which I shall withdraw the funds to establish an investment firm, appointing Yang Siki as the general manager. Indeed, it must be her who assumes this role. She is reliable, possesses a strong sense of responsibility, and is exceptionally loyal, ensuring she would never betray his trust. Chen Ping'an emerged from the bathroom, draped in a white towel. The room contained a double bed, a small round table, a single armchair, and an emergency telephone. nothing more. It was impeccably tidy. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Chen Ping'an surmised it to be Yang Siki, tightening the towel around himself, mindful not to present an unrefined appearance. Upon opening the door, two individuals entered, one male and one female. The woman was adorned in a flamboyant manner, her hair dyed a golden hue, a silver ring piercing her nose, and large golden earrings dangling from her left ear. Her lips were painted a fiery red, poised apart yet remaining sealed. The man, with shoulder-length hair, exuded an air of artistic flair or perhaps a connection to the creative industry. He smiled and said, "Greetings, boss. This is our esteemed Miss Jia. Might you have any need for her services?" Chen Ping'an, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended the situation. This was a sales pitch at his doorstep. Chapter 48, Practicing Martial Arts at the Monastery. Ahem, it's truly unnecessary. I kindly ask you both to leave. The long night stretched endlessly, and sleep eluded him. Are you really not considering it? The artistic gentleman remained undeterred, continuing to promote his offer. Having undergone rigorous training, any man bearing a head upon his shoulders was deemed a potential client. If business was not conducted today, it could always be pursued tomorrow, a euphemism for potential customers. Chen Ping'an shook his head and replied, "I am a married man, devoted to my wife. I truly do not require your services." The man stepped forward with a smile, asserting, "Be loyal to your wife at home and to yourself outside. Whatever thoughts you harbor, let them be expressed freely. Boss, I'll offer you a generous discount of 20%. Pay later." The woman followed suit, placing her small handbag on the bed. It seemed she had no intention of leaving, fully confident in her hold over Chen Ping'an. "I truly apologize, but I really do not need this." The man ceased his verbal pursuits, maintaining a polite smile, while the woman flicked her hair and, with fiery red lips, alluringly stated, "A 50% friendship discount. It cannot go any lower. Boss, my business is undeniably worth it." Chen Ping'an nearly lost his composure. Having just rid himself of misfortune, he had no inclination for such pursuits. Moreover, he remained steadfastly loyal to Tan Xiaomei. If he were to engage in business, he would have already pursued Yang Siki. Yet he refrained. "It is not a matter of price. I simply do not have such intentions. Please leave." The man and woman departed with smiles, and as Chen Ping'an shut the door, he noticed a business card inserted into the doorknob. He chuckled as he read it, which formally stated, "Sales Manager, Chen, Beauty, Business, responsible for on-site services, motor repairs, plumbing. Operating hours, irregular, available by appointment. Mobile number, 155 remarkable. To handle so many tasks. Truly a jack of all trades. Skillfulness is never burdensome. Impressive." After a hearty laugh, he boiled a kettle of water, turned on the air conditioning, and reclined upon his bed. Ding ding. It was a call from Yang Siki next door. "Hello, Ping'an. I saw you covered in blood today, and I can't sleep. I'm afraid of nightmares. Would you come over and keep me company?" Chen Ping'an paused, momentarily taken aback. It's rather late, and it may not be appropriate for a man and woman to be alone together. "Siki, it's too late. I want to come over. If you fear nightmares, just sleep with the lights on." Silence lingered on the other end, suggesting that the call had not been disconnected. "Are you still there?" he inquired. "If you want to come over, then I'll come to your room." The chase between men and women is often like climbing a mountain. The barriers are insubstantial. Perhaps just a layer of air, negligible resistance. "No, good night. See you tomorrow." Chen Ping'an promptly hung up the landline. His expression remained stoic as he pondered. "She is a good woman, and I cannot lead her astray. I'm grateful for her care. But living together and being with her are two distinct matters that must not be conflated or overstepped." He firmly believed that his current course of action was correct, and that one day, Yang Siki would comprehend his reasoning. Yang Siki hung up the phone, removed her bath towel, and pulled the blanket over her body, murmuring to herself, "Fool, so naive, still so pure like in our school days. I happen to adore you this way. Just wait. One day the ice and snow will melt." Chen Ping'an turned off the lights, leaving only a warm-colored lamp by the bedside. The entire room was bathed in warm hues, dim in proximity, and engulfed in darkness further away. Before long, he found himself in a daze. He suddenly appeared in the chanting hall, seated at the foremost position. Below him sat a slightly older monk, rhythmically striking a wooden fish with his right hand while reciting scriptures with his left. The Buddha said to Subhuti, "All forms are illusory. If one perceives all forms as non-forms, one sees the Tathagata." Behind him, rows of monks sat on cushions. Following the recitation, the Buddha said to Subhuti, "All forms are illusory. If one perceives all forms as non-forms, one sees the Tathagata." Chen Ping'an could not comprehend the Buddhist scriptures. However, as the abbot, he could not admit his ignorance and had to feign understanding. "Wait, what does that mean? Please explain. Otherwise, the disciples want to understand, and you must clarify which scripture it is." The lead monk replied, "In accordance with the abbot's esteemed wishes. This humble monk will explain to the disciples. This is the Diamond Sutra, and the Buddha's intent is that everything one sees is illusory. Recognizing the illusory nature is the mark of a true enlightened being." Chen Ping'an was left speechless. For him, the explanation was as good as none. Concepts like illusion and enlightenment were enshrouded in mystery. He could not grasp them at all. Yet, dozens of monks listened with rapt attention, some nodding and understanding, others meditating with closed eyes, and a few even glowing with what seemed to be enlightenment. Never mind. He was here to learn martial arts and seek revenge on the crow. What use were scriptures? Chen Ping'an spoke with determination. "Do you know any martial arts? Show me a few moves." The abbot replied, "This humble monk has devoted years to the study of Buddhist texts and is a scholar monk, not fond of martial combat. So you can't do it." Chen Ping'an retorted, "Well, it's not that I cannot at all. Just as the Buddha spoke of recognizing the illusory nature that is enlightenment. In a previous era, a scholarly monk from the north created a martial art through his study of scriptures, sweeping through all the temples of the north. None could match him." That sounds intriguing. Sweeping through the northern temples, invincible north of the Yangtze River. Chen Ping'an was captivated and could not help but inquire further. "What is the name of this martial art?" "The Sunflower Manual," the monk replied nonchalantly. "Enough of this. I want to discuss martial arts with you anymore." Continue striking the wooden fish and reciting. Chen Ping'an stood up hastily and hurried away from the chanting hall. "By the heavens, the Sunflower Manual. Is it not the evil-repelling sword technique? This is no trivial matter. Only those of unwavering spirit dare to practice it." He ran breathlessly to the Damo courtyard, shouting, "Ping'an, come out here." "Yes, Abbot. What brings you to seek your junior disciple?" Ping'an emerged from behind Chen Ping'an, startling him. "Show me some impressive martial arts techniques." "Show you some moves? Which aspect would you like to see?" "Anything will do." "Abbot Senior, it cannot be so casual. Martial arts encompass various aspects. Swords, halberds, spears, axes, hooks, forks, staffs, whips, maces, claws, and staves. Altogether, there are 18 distinct weapons. Which one does my senior brother wish to examine?" "It is indeed overwhelming and quite complex. The last technique I learned, the 3 styles of the Overlord Spear, is likely a variant of a staff. His martial prowess is insufficient, while it suffices to deal with Chun Liman's 3 sons. It proves somewhat inadequate against the likes of the black-clad Little Leopard and others. Acquiring these 18 weapons in reality is an arduous task, rendering them unsuitable for effective use. Much like how Chen Ping'an attempted to pierce Ali with a dry branch, the branch shattered upon impact, failing to inflict harm. Are there any convenient weapons for carrying? Indeed, there are the tiger bow, the eagle bow, the horn bow, the road bow, and the strong bow, all of which can be slung over one's shoulder for easy transport. However, these are rather large and cumbersome. There are smaller options as well, which can be concealed within a sleeve. With a gentle press of the mechanism, no foe within 10 paces could hope to escape. With his left arm extended, he drew back his right hand, revealing his left forearm wrapped in a band of black apparatus, resembling wrought iron, akin to a binding strap. "What is this?" "A sleeve crossbow." Chen Ping'an raised his arm for closer inspection. The sleeve crossbow measured less than 20 centimeters in length, affixed to his arm, making it quite inconspicuous. "Let me see you shoot an arrow," he urged. With a swift motion, he turned and hurled it toward the nearby pillar. Crack! An ebony arrow embedded itself into the pillar. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ping'an was astonished to find a lizard, modeled like granite and cracked, pinned to the column. Its tail snapping off, swinging back and forth. The black arrow was less than 10 centimeters long, with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter. Its tip was crafted from metal, the shaft from bamboo, and the tail adorned with feathers. "Your skills are remarkable. That was quite a throw," exclaimed Chen Ping'an. "What do you mean by throwing a sniper?" He scratched his head, puzzled by the term. "A sniper? What on earth is that?" Noticing his bewilderment, Chen Ping'an quickly corrected himself. "If you don't understand sniper, let us just call it a throwing crossbow. Haha." Upon further reflection, it seemed that such a weapon could not be brought into the real world. It bore a striking resemblance to a handgun, differing only in form and power. Alas, this is not what I desire. Chapter 49. Marrying him, I'd rather die. Is there a martial art that allows one to unleash concealed weapons solely with one's hands, without relying on mechanical devices? If one can deploy such weapons with mere dexterity, the limitations of cold steel become entirely irrelevant. A stone, a leaf, or a grain of sand could all serve as instruments of demise. Ping Kong gazed intently at Chen Ping'an, his 12 incense scars morphing in shape above his head. He was in a state of doubt, contemplation, and inner turmoil. "Master, we should engage in combat openly and honorably. How can you contemplate the use of concealed weapons? That is a despicable tactic, unrecognized by the Buddhist path." "Here we go again," Chen Ping'an thought with exasperation, and he felt compelled to offer a bit of motivational wisdom. "Ping Kong, if you were to encounter a heinous villain intent on inflicting harm upon an unarmed child from a distance, and your various weapons were out of reach, leaving only concealed weapons at your disposal, would you employ them or not?" "Well, I must ponder this. Should you choose not to act, the child may fall victim to the villain's malice, and by your inaction, you could be deemed an accomplice. Conversely, if you do act, saving a life is worth more than the construction of 7 towering stupas. I shall wrestle with this dilemma. Weapons and concealed armaments are but illusions. What you perceive is mere emptiness. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. They are not distinct." Instantly, Ping Kong clasped his hands in prayer and knelt at Chen Ping'an's feet. "Indeed, Master, you are truly insightful, possessing a profound understanding of the essence of Buddhism. Your words have illuminated my confusion. Before my ordainment, I was a disciple of the money dart technique from Shu, having taken many lives. Out of necessity, I sought refuge in the Buddhist path to cleanse my soul of its sins. Now, I wish to demonstrate my mastery of the money dart technique. Please offer your guidance." "Guide you?" Chen Ping'an stifled a laugh. "Very well, show me what you can do." With a sudden flurry, 3 distinct sounds echoed. 20 meters away, 3 copper coins were lodged in the corridor. Halfway embedded, the square holes revealed only fragments. Such force, such precision. "Ping Kong, teach me how to attempt this." This is the renowned technique of the Shu money dart, a skill passed down within the clan, reserved for men alone. "By your leave, I shall not be your subordinate. Begone." "Do not be hasty, master. That was merely an old tradition. I have entered the monastic life, sworn to celibacy, and I shall devote the money dart technique selflessly to the Buddha. Very well, within the temple, I am the supreme authority akin to the Buddha himself. Teach me swiftly. It requires practice for both wrist strength and vision." Upon awakening, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of relief. Buzzing, a fly flitted about the room. How could there be a fly on the 27th floor? Surely the window was not left ajar? The fly buzzed near Chen Ping'an's nostrils before darting away, buzzing against the wall. Suddenly, only the afterimage of its trajectory remained. The buzzing ceased abruptly. Chen Ping'an rose and approached. His earlier gesture had been instinctive, a mere flick of his hand, yet his intention to eliminate the fly resulted in the projection of a copper coin. He himself was baffled. Where had the coin come from? From the half-embedded coin in the wall, he discerned a character, along with 2 additional characters above and below, clearly identifiable as a fragment of Tongbao coin. Chen Ping'an exerted considerable force, but the insertion into the wall was too deep and too tight, rendering it impossible to withdraw. He grasped the water bottle and struck it a few times, at which point the copper coin finally loosened. The Hongwu Tongbao. It is said that this coin holds significant value. Is my wrist strength truly that formidable? An exceptional skill indeed, If I learn a bit more over the next couple of days, I shall be ready to confront the crows. Just as he was basking in his triumph, a knock at the door interrupted him. Ping'an, rise and shine. It's time to set off. Chen Ping'an opened the door and was instantly met with an overwhelming presence. Yang Siki advanced, inching closer. Chen Ping'an, wrapped in a towel, retreated to maintain distance. My clothes are soiled and torn. They need washing and drying before I can wear them out to buy new ones. No need, she replied. I brought you a set. Why don't you give it a try? From where? I asked the attendant last night. Of course, it cost me a little. I compared sizes and bought you an oversized set, everything included. Try it on and see if it fits. So that is how it is, Chen Ping'an said, giving her a thumbs up, thinking to himself how clever she was for coming up with this solution. All right, I'll give it a go. Wait for me outside. No, you try on your own. I'll watch television. Without waiting for his agreement, Yang Siki took small steps into the room, switched on the television, and began changing channels. Chen Ping'an shook his head, took the clothes she brought, and stepped into the washroom. 5 minutes later, as he exited the room, he was astonished. He was taken aback, for he beheld Yang Siki transformed in a new outfit. She wore a white blazer adorned with a pink decorative bow at the collar, complemented by a black pencil skirt, and beneath sheer stockings, a pair of sky-high stilettos. Having worked at the MZ Center, her attire was indeed avant-garde and distinctive, radiating confidence. In merely 5 minutes, she had managed to change clothes without a hint of trepidation. You're looking quite dashing, Yang Siki praised Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an surveyed his own attire, utterly perplexed as to what was considered dashing. The upper portion was extraordinarily oversized. The t-shirt extended down to his thighs, and the sleeves hung long, spreading his arms wide like a bat. Below, he wore tight-fitting jeans, specifically skinny trousers, which required considerable effort to slip into. No matter how he regarded it, it appeared less like men's clothing and more akin to maternity wear. Where are we heading? You mentioned starting a company and making me the general manager. Where's the money? Bring the funds, and I shall register the company. The money will arrive in a few days. It's all tied up in my stock account. Tomorrow is Monday, and I plan to purchase a stock. In just a few days, our funds will multiply beyond counting. Please be patient for a few days. Very well. That's exactly what I desire. Today, you shall accompany me to the largest MZ center in Xianfeng County. I want to experience what sets it apart from our own establishment. I need to practice. All right, I will accompany you. He contemplated returning to the temple of his mind to continue honing more practical martial arts skills, intending to seek vengeance against the crows in a few days. Now that Yang Siki requested his company, he would oblige. Perhaps it was her occupational instinct. Being in this line of work, she invariably connected everything to it, unable to forget the nuances of her profession. The place is not far from here. Let us enjoy breakfast, strolling over like a young couple. Since Chen Ping'an has agreed to accompany her, the manner of going is inconsequential. He will follow her lead. Very well, I shall heed your arrangements. Chen Ping'an was drawn into the elevator by Yang Siki. Xiaomei, I have secured your leave. Take these next couple of days to rest and rejuvenate, as we have guests arriving the day after tomorrow. Zhao Qiyu entered her daughter's room, sitting on the edge of the bed and gently stroking Tan Xiaomei's head. Due to her persistent melancholy and restlessness, Tan Huaishe and Zhao Qiyu moved into the small villa to keep her company. In the morning, after having breakfast, Tan Huaishe set off alone to commence his new position at Department Z. Zhao Qiyu would follow later, waiting until Tan Xiaomei was up and had finished her meal before heading to the broadcasting station. After all, she was quite familiar with the route, merely conducting a superficial handover of duties. Our relatives are limited to uncle, aunt, and a couple of others from Ping'an's side. There are not many. Who is coming? They are not family, but new guests. Do your utmost to forget Chen Ping'an. You must not grow too close to his kin. Who are they? Zhang Xiaofa's maternal uncles. They shall arrive the day after tomorrow to discuss the engagement. You must dress well and make a good impression. I will not. I absolutely refuse. You have no say in this. In the Tan family, you are the only one. If you do not think of yourself, you must consider your father and uncle. Marrying Zhang Xiaofa, I would rather perish. Chapter 50. Haicheng International Entertainment Center. The Haicheng International Entertainment Center stands as a magnificent 35-story edifice. its exterior cloaked in deep blue glass that reflects the sun's radiant beams. Surrounding it are modest shops, only 3 to 5 stories tall, which accentuate the center's grandeur. Advertisements adorn the building from the ground floor to the pinnacle, proclaiming offerings such as seafood markets, Crystal Palace, Xiang Cuisine Elegant Garden, bathing and sauna center, tennis courts, fishing internet cafes, and spas. It appears to be a high-end establishment, surpassing even the clubs I frequented while working in Dongguan. A 35-story structure may not solely offer MZ services. It could encompass a full spectrum of dining, leisure, accommodation, and entertainment. Is such a feat feasible? I have yet to witness a similar establishment in Dongguan. Even the Huangjiang Prince Hotel lacks this level of comprehensiveness. However, there exists a model akin to this in Shenzhen's Baolai. Have you ever been? No, but I have heard tales of it. In a previous life, Chen Ping'an had visited, and it was indeed an extraordinary experience. Presently, it would be unwise to claim such familiarity. As the two approached the Haicheng Center, they observed 2 colossal, circular columns that framed the entrance. This grand semicircular driveway featured an elevated side for entry and a descending side for exit. At the highest point stood a fountain pool reminiscent of the grand waterworks of the old summer palace and the Zodiac Fountain. Flanking the entrance were 2 rows of impeccably dressed attendants, resembling flight attendants in their crisp uniforms. They donned caps and light blue scarves, their fitted jackets accentuating their waists, complemented by straight-cut skirts. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Haicheng International Entertainment Center. The synchronized and spirited greetings elevated the ambience significantly. Please, follow me, a gentleman beckoned, guiding Chen Ping'an and Yang Siki into the lobby. He did not inquire about their purpose, nor was there any need to. Typically, ordinary patrons would not frequent such an establishment. The sight of the beautiful attendants would often deter them. Hence, those who could enter here likely possessed a certain financial means. Upon entering the expansive lobby, sparsely furnished with clusters of sofas, it bore a resemblance to the grandeur of the royal dynasty. Siki, how much money did you bring? Chen Ping'an inquired, glancing at Yang Siki's small handbag. We cannot indulge in a free meal. That would surely lead to dire consequences. Over 30,000. Enough for us to enjoy ourselves, she replied. With a woman seeking a lavish time, spending all her funds, it is rare for a man to keep up. You know nothing. Who decrees that women cannot indulge? We live in an era of gender equality. Do you not understand? I do not require a man to guide me. I can easily navigate men. A powerful aura of a strong woman emanated from her. The gentleman seated them on the sofa, clapped his hands, and a server promptly presented 2 cups of warm water, followed by a card. This is a consumption card containing a virtual credit of 100,000 yuan. You may enjoy the services across all floors. Should you decide to leave, simply settle the bill on the ground floor. Understood, Yang Siki replied, taking the card and playfully twirling it in her hand. So, we indulge first and pay later, without needing to provide our real names? Are they not concerned about patrons skipping out on the bill? Chen Ping'an surveyed his surroundings and shook his head, remarking, to engage in such substantial business, and yet fear consumers defaulting on their payments? It is hardly conceivable that affluent individuals would evade a mere 10 or 20,000. As you can see, surveillance cameras are omnipresent, and at every elevator and staircase corner, security personnel stand vigilant. Where could one possibly escape? Kulme, let us indulge ourselves and see what is available for consumption. Today, you are the benefactor. You dictate our destination, and I shall accompany you throughout. Following Yang Siki, Chen Ping'an entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 35th floor, pondering that she intended to experience the establishment from top to bottom. The ascent was swift. In under 10 seconds, they arrived at the pinnacle, the 35th floor. Welcome to the Haicheng Buffet, priced at 350 yuan per person. Please swipe your card for 2. Greeted a waitress adorned with 2 braided pigtails, dressed in ethnic attire, and carrying a peacock-patterned bag. Yang Siki swiped her card, and they proceeded to the buffet. Having just had breakfast, are you certain you wish to eat again? Chen Ping'an inquired. Indeed, let us eat as much as we desire. Numerous patrons occupied tables by the transparent glass windows, relishing their meals while gazing at the distant scenery. rather than mere, transparent glass. It felt as if there were no walls at all, encased entirely in glass. The top floor, shaped in a circular fashion, allowed for views of every direction. They selected 2 roasted lamb shank bones and 2 pieces of grilled fish and settled at the edge of the dining area. I can't shake the feeling that this upper level is rotating. Do you not sense it? Yang siki curiously questioned. I do not perceive such a sensation. How did you come to that conclusion? Earlier, I faced that mountain directly, yet now it seems to have shifted to the left. Then I shall feel it for myself. Your portrait is quite distinctive. Does Shi Dakai not appear extraordinarily gallant? Years ago in Anqing, I discovered it buried underground for over a century and a half. Does it not exude a certain charm? Indeed, it possesses a rich allure, imbued with antiquity. If it is truly his likeness, it would be priceless, as of now. The Great Xia has yet to unearth any portraits of the 6 principal leaders of the Taiping army. But this is it not? Alas, without a celebrity seal, there is insufficient evidence to confirm that it is indeed Shi Dakai, replied Chen Ping'an. At a nearby table sat 2 elderly gentlemen, clad in reading glasses, engrossed in studying the portrait with disregard for their surroundings. Observing their attire and discourse for a moment, Chen Ping'an speculated they might be university professors or antiquities dealers. Gentlemen, determining whether this is a likeness of Shi Dakai should pose no challenge. Allow me to assess. Chen Ping'an expressed with keen interest. While he was unfamiliar with the appearances of the other leaders, he could effortlessly discern Shi Dakai's visage, having long wished to be sworn brothers with him. Moreover, having received the soul-reviving jade from Shi Dakai, who had saved his life, no one understood Shi Dakai better than he did. The elderly man holding the portrait promptly rolled it up, denying him a glance, and instead chuckled. You are still quite young. Are you a graduate of the history department at Lunenmin University? Not at all. Then how can you ascertain this? Shi Dakai was an extraordinary man, distinguished and ambitious. His demeanor alone suffices for recognition. The painting indeed possesses a striking quality. However, there are many ambitious individuals from the same era, which is insufficient to conclude that it is truly him. Chen Ping'an nodded in agreement. The elder was correct, as one's temperament alone does not warrant such a conclusion, and thus he had to present substantial evidence. The Shi family possessed a treasured ancestral jade pendant, known as the soul-reviving jade, which hung on the right thigh of Shi Dakai. Note, it is the right leg, not the left. The 2 elders unfurled the painting, scrutinizing it closely, and indeed, there was a jade pendant of a vivid green hue, approximately the size of a teacup, shaped like a semicircle. The jade pendant truly existed. Chen Ping'an continued. The pendant bore 3 carved characters, soul-reviving jade. The 2 elders examined it intently and confirmed that the characters were indeed inscribed upon the jade. Young man, please sit with your friend and engage in conversation, the elder warmly invited. Chen Ping'an and Yang Siki, holding roasted lamb bones and fish slices, gathered around table. Please have a look at this painting and authenticate its authenticity once more. The elder handling the painting spread out the yellowed artwork. The depiction of Shi Dakai was so lifelike that it mirrored his own mental image of Shi Dakai, as if they were sharing wine in joyous revelry. It was undoubtedly Shi Dakai, without a shadow of a doubt. How can you be so certain? The elder inquired. Chen Ping'an replied with a smile. Why must you concern yourself with my certainty while I assist you in authentication? I previously mentioned the soul-reviving jade. Do you still harbor doubts? Why is it called the soul-reviving jade? The elder questioned. Shi Dakai had once stated that wearing the soul-reviving jade could save a life in times of peril. I have studied Shi Dakai for most of my life and have never heard him utter such words. In fact, when his cousin Shi Jinji passed away, he lamented to the heavens, reproaching Shi Dakai for not providing him with this jade. If he truly possessed this jade, why then did he meet his demise at the hands of a blade on the Dadu River? The elder's inquiry piqued Chen Ping'an's interest, prompting him to expound. This is because the soul-reviving jade was no longer in Shi Dakai's possession. It remained in the Phoenix Temple of Yungang County. The elder nodded. As this explanation made sense, the Phoenix Temple had been demolished during the campaign against the Four Olds, and it was said that a creature, half human and half beast, emerged from the temple. devouring the first individuals who shattered the Buddha's head. Yang Siki listened quietly to their conversation, a shiver coursing through her. Could the jade she had seen yesterday be the soul-reviving jade Chen Ping'an spoke of? At that moment, she had not closely examined whether there were any inscriptions upon it. It merely emanated a verdant glow, and her wounds on the neck and shoulder had miraculously healed. Young man, it has been a pleasure to meet you today. Do leave your number, and we shall discuss further another day. Our brief encounter need not be scrutinized too closely. The two elders chuckled, collecting the painting and departing. Since when did you acquire such knowledge? What a pretentious historian and antique connoisseur. Yang Siki teased Chen Ping'an, having never seen him affect the airs of a cultured individual. I truly understand. After all, temperament emanates from within and requires no pretense. Shortly thereafter, a waitress approached Yang Siki, informing her that someone had already settled the bill for their buffet, and she could come to retrieve the card to erase the record. Yang Siki handed over the card, thinking it quite remarkable to have secured 700 yuan with just a few words. Chapter 51. The footbath duel. The two arrived at the 29th floor, only to discover that it was not open to the public. The same was true for the 28th, 27th, and 26th floors. They had no choice but to proceed to the 25th floor, which offered foot therapy services. The entire level was adorned with numerous small pools, each accommodating no fewer than 2 or 3 individuals, and occasionally as many as 7 or 8, leaving little room for solitary patrons. Guided by an attendant, Chen Ping'an and Yang Siki approached the front desk, where they received swimsuits and towels before heading to the lockers to change and store their belongings. There was no segregation of male and female areas. The changing rooms were merely separated by fabric curtains, which barely reached chest height. Yang Ximin confidently entered the changing area, donning a vibrant crimson one-piece swimsuit, embellished with a fringe around her waist that swayed alluringly as she moved. Chen Ping'an wore a pair of blue swim trunks, adorned with a blooming begonia flower. Each was provided with a small basin containing a towel, a miniature bottle of shampoo, and body wash. They each carried their basin and, in pairs, sought out their respective foot bath pools. Chen Ping'an boldly stepped into the water, while Yang Ximin hesitated, gripping his arm as she followed suit. Upon entering the water, they instinctively separated, leaning against the sides of the pool. Ping'an, our dynasty does not offer this service. Is this truly a bathing experience or merely a foot bath? Aren't they essentially the same? Those who bathe inevitably wash their feet, and those who wash their feet surely cannot avoid bathing. I feel this resembles a miniature bathing pool. If each bath were positioned along the edges, bathers could indulge in the view outside. How delightful that would be! Those bathing inside may find it pleasurable, but what about the passers-by on the street? Wouldn't they be taken aback upon seeing someone bathing? Ha, how amusing! The higher you go, the more extravagant the bathing. At such heights, how is the water drawn up? With electricity, water can be elevated to the highest levels. In Shenzhen, there exists the towering Jingji 100, which boasts 100 floors. Yet I have never heard of a water shortage on the top floor. Yang Siki listenet intently. 100 floors. How lofty that must be. Assuming each floor is 3 meters, that would mean at least 300 meters high, taller than a small mountain. She had previously visited Dongguan, but had never been to the neighboring Shenzhen. Nevertheless, she felt no unfamiliarity with landmark structures like Jingji 100. But in ancient times, without electricity, how could they achieve such heights? Ancient people had their methods. I do not believe it. Yang Siki, having never witnessed it, naturally found it hard to accept. She extended her slender arm, allowing water to cascade over her, feeling small fish swimming around her. The little fish occasionally brushed against her back, thighs, and toes, causing a stir. These fish are quite mischievous. Quickly, tell me, what methods did the ancients employ? Seeing her twist and dodge the little fish, Chen Ping'an chuckled. The ancients had numerous techniques, such as human-powered water wheels, which drew water from the lowest levels, elevating it layer by layer. There were also hydraulic water wheels that converted the kinetic energy of flowing water into potential energy, lifting it to higher elevations. Additionally, there was the siphoning phenomenon, though that was less commonly used. Typically, rivers were constructed into a trumpet shape, allowing water to flow from a wider mouth into a narrower one, causing the water's velocity to increase, enabling it to surge from lower to higher ground. This phenomenon is epitomized by the Xianfeng River, where seawater surges, creating tides over 10 meters high, a truly magnificent sight. The Lingxiu Canal, constructed with the might of hundreds of thousands of soldiers under Qin Shi Huang, is even more remarkable. It channels water from the low-lying Li River into the Xiao River, establishing a direct connection between the Yangtze River system and the Pearl River system, thus being hailed as the most extraordinary hydraulic engineering feat of all time. Consequently, the grain from Guangzhou could be transported via waterways to Lingnan, solidifying the grip of the Central Plains Authority over the entire Guangdong region. Yang Siki nodded, somewhat bewildered by the historical discourse. What a jumble. Just a footbath. And here we are with all this history, she mused. Nevertheless, she relished listening, especially to Chen Ping'an, who exuded an air of scholarly profundity. She transformed into a model of obedience, teasingly remarked, "Oh, how knowledgeable you are, history aficionado." "Oh no, I mean history professor." "Oh dear, a big fish is nibbling at my thigh." Yang Siki twisted her body and splashed toward Chen Ping'an. He instinctively grasped her arm, but quickly felt it inappropriate and hastily withdrew. "There are also big fish here nibbling at my toes," she quipped, taking his previous spot and laughing. "It just means your toes smell." Chen Ping'an was taken aback, wondering how his toes could possibly smell. He bathed daily and specifically scrubbed his toes, left speechless. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. "You, meddlesome woman, have come to Yundin County to poach my business. Do you think I'm a pushover?" A man, his bare and flabby torso jiggling as he spoke, was clad only in a white towel around his waist. His face was lined with excess flesh, and his bald head gleamed, nearly reflective. A gold necklace around his neck was thicker than a thumb, exuding an intimidating presence. Behind him, over a dozen burly men closed in. The only ones encircled were two women, seated at the water's edge. One of them, her hair wrapped atop her head, replied coolly, "Yundin County is not solely under your control. Who do you think you are to claim my business? If someone chooses to eat vegetarian, no one can stop them. You forsake being a decent person to act like livestock. Indeed, do not presume that your numbers intimidate us. Should we call upon our allies, we would outnumber you," chimed in the other woman, who sported a short bob and now had damp hair. "Fifth brother, they do not regard you highly. Shall we take action against them?" She continued. "Fifth brother, the tribute from Chihe town has been collected by her people. We must reclaim it. They are but two women. What is there to fear?" Chen Ping'an and Yang Siki understood the situation. The two women had collected territory fees from this so-called fifth brother, and now they were about to clash. "Ping'an, let us leave and find some entertainment on another floor." Yang Siki suggested. "Not so fast. Such a vast entertainment center can accommodate us. We can enjoy ourselves without concern for them. Let them fight it out. If they wish to perish, let them do so." "All right, I'm a bit frightened. Could you give me a hug?" Yang Siki leaned closer. Chen Ping'an sidestepped and chuckled, shaking his head. "Fear not. They would not dare approach. Our pool is perfectly safe. Now, he exhibits not an ounce of fear. Should they invade his territory, it would serve as an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills." A voice rang out, belonging to the fifth brother. "As long as you surrender the tolls from Chihe town, we shall maintain a peaceful coexistence. What if I refuse?" The woman with the bobbed hair responded with an air of indifference, clearly dismissing the group before her. "Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." She scoffed. "Is that all you've got? Come at me and see. Let us test it then. Brothers, charge." With a commanding shout, the burly man incited the more than 10 robust figures behind him, who eagerly leaped into the pool, causing chaos to ensue. Nearby patrons scrambled to escape the water. Some slipped and fell onto the floor, while others frantically dialed on their phones. The front desk hastily activated the alarm, its wailing echoing throughout the entire floor. One of the burly men threw a punch towards the short-haired woman, who swiftly evaded by pivoting in the water, executing a rapid maneuver to latch onto the man's shoulder, and with a forceful twist, sent him soaring out of the water. Following this, she bent her legs slightly and propelled herself upward, diving into the pool to engage with another burly man. The woman, Her hair, wrapped atop her head, unfurled a towel, twirling through the water as though wielding a whip. The sound of slaps echoed as 3 men howled in pain, retreating with their backs turned, while 1 man submerged, too fearful to surface. The bald man directed the remaining individuals who had not yet entered the water, wielding fruit platters and bottles, which they hurled towards the women. 2 of the women, unable to evade, could only scramble out of the water, seeking refuge to the side. Pleased with the results, the bald man and his companions ascended the shore, seizing whatever they could and directing it towards the women. As the 2 women attempted to evade, they inadvertently slipped and fell into the pool where Chen Ping'an was situated. A throng of burly men soon gathered around the pool, standing on the shore with expressions of triumph. Chapter 52. So handsome the long-haired woman plunged into the pool, emerging from the water with her hair clinging to her neck and body. She possessed 7 parts beauty and 3 parts grace, resembling a lotus flower rising from the depths. I once thought you were formidable, but it turns out you are merely a plucked rooster. Alas, brothers, let us teach these 2 ladies a lesson they shall not forget about the men of Yunding County. A dozen men raised fruits, plates, beer bottles, and water jugs, ready to hurl them into the pool. 5th brother, such a beautiful girl. Wouldn't it be a pity to cause her injury? How about we indulge ourselves first? 1 burly man stroked his chin, gazing expectantly at the long-haired woman. 5th brother, I've heard this woman is quite fierce. She married half a year ago, and her husband is under her thumb, too afraid to utter a word. She is a true tigress. Shall we dare to touch the tigress's rear? Ha ha, we are many, and they are but 2. What can they do if we bully them? 5th brother, let us have a taste of something exotic. I want to indulge. The group of men devised plans to intimidate the 2 women. Damn it, you all are nothing but lecherous fools, only dreaming of pleasure. This woman is notoriously ruthless. She rejected our kindness earlier, and if we let her go now, we will suffer the consequences. Control yourselves, and let us deal with them first. Smash them all. As the leader spoke so plainly, the men begrudgingly reined in their desires, raised their arms, and concentrated their efforts, hurling their objects towards the pool. Yang Siki exclaimed in shock, quickly diving into the water, swimming towards Chen Ping'an, hoping to cling to him. With him by her side, she would feel much safer. Even if not completely secure, it would be comforting. The long-haired woman turned pale. She feared not the confrontation with men, but the prospect of being pelted with filthy fruits and beers, feeling utterly uncomfortable. The short-haired woman resolutely positioned herself in front of her long-haired companion, turning her head away to protect her delicate face from harm. Suddenly, a series of loud clangs echoed. All the men's weapons fell to the ground, nearly landing on their own feet. Without exception, a coin had embedded itself in the flesh of their right wrists, severing both veins and tendons. Crimson blood oozed out around the coins. Soon, anguished cries filled the air. What the hell? I'm in excruciating pain. My hand. It's broken, my tendons severed. What kind of nonsense is this? A coin? Hongwu Tongbao. Hongwu? ISNT that the era of Qin Shi Huang? Good heavens. An antique. I'm going to be wealthy. You don't know a thing about antiques. This ISNT Qin Shi Huang. It's from Emperor Wu of Han. The character Wu is in the name. Don't pretend to understand. Wu Dalong also has Wu in his name. What about his era? Some, using their left hands, forcefully pulled out the coins and tossed them to the ground. Blood spurted forth as they clutched their wounds, yet they could not stop the flow. Damn it, we VE encountered hidden weapons. Let us get out of here. With a rush, 5th brother led the men in retreat. The long-haired woman shook her head, disdainfully addressing the group of brutes. Those devoid of culture, engaged in the underworld, remained perpetually lowly and unrefined. I have consistently endeavored to enhance the caliber of my subordinates. Yet alas, the effects have been minimal. At that moment, a regimented security team surged forth, colliding with a dozen or so ruffians. Without further ado, they unleashed a brutal onslaught. The towering men, bloodied and battered, found themselves utterly powerless, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap on the brink of unconsciousness. Yang Siki emerged from the water, supporting Chen Ping'an, who struck a rather dashing pose. With one hand on his hip and the other extended As if he had just released a flying disc, he appeared quite the sight. Yang Siki felt perplexed, pondering the reason behind his stance. Yet, combined with his scruffy beard and brooding gaze, he was undeniably handsome. She refrained from questioning him, nor did she harbor any doubts, leaning against his shoulder in a trance-like state. Just as her face was about to rest against Chen Ping'an's chest, a hand abruptly interposed, resembling a brick wall that severed the connection between them. She then felt her head being pushed aside and noticed that Chen Ping'an had not even glanced in her direction, pouting slightly in irritation. The long-haired and short-haired women paid no heed to Yang Siki's forlorn expression, as they were already astounded. Moments prior, they had witnessed the unfamiliar man deftly throw 13 coins simultaneously. 13 afterimages shot in all directions, striking the right wrists of 13 men with precision. It was undeniable that he looked exceptionally handsome, a fact that explained the astonishment of the two women. The head of security approached, bowing respectfully to the long-haired woman. "Sister Wen, we regret that your experience here has not met expectations. It is our failure in security. We will credit your account with 500,000. Please enjoy your time here without restrictions." The long-haired woman regained her composure and coldly replied, "That is acceptable. Please convey my gratitude to your boss. When he visits me, I shall ensure he receives a royal package, ensuring there are no mishaps like today. Certainly, I will pass it on. Please proceed to the private room for foot massages. There will be some cleaning done in the hall shortly." The man's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned away, gesturing for his subordinates to drag the 13 injured men away from the 25th floor, leaving behind a trail of thick bloodstains on the ground. Subsequently, dozens of women approached, heads bowed to tidy up. "Excuse me, do we know each other?" The long-haired woman, referred to as Sister One, inquired curiously of Chen Ping'an. Perhaps her curiosity was merely a bold way of greeting him. Typical men might have said, "I feel like I know you. You look familiar," as if we've met somewhere before. Much like when Jia Baoyu first encountered Lin Daiyu, staring intently and earnestly declaring, "I have seen this sister before. Though we have not met, you seem familiar to me. It feels like an old acquaintance, and today we merely reunite after a long separation." Chen Ping'an neither pursued women nor felt the need to engage in such pursuits. The highest form of attraction is when a woman takes the initiative to approach him. Unacquainted and never having met before, Chen Ping'an withdrew his hand gesture and, alongside Yang Siki, stepped onto the shore, waiting for the droplets of water to fall from their bodies. The long-haired woman then inquired, "Shall we retreat to a private room for a wash and perhaps share a meal?" Her tone bore no semblance of gratitude. Rather, it was commanding. In her eyes, the man resembled an obedient subordinate or a docile pet, expected to submit without question, yielding to her orders with blind compliance. "No need. We are heading to the next floor to continue the revelry." Chen Ping'an unceremoniously declined. He found her tone intolerable. If one wished to express gratitude, it should be done sincerely, rather than with such an insipid manner that grated on the ears. He scarcely cast her and her companion a glance before swiftly accompanying Yang Siki to the changing room, leaving the two women with expressions of disbelief and astonishment. It was utterly astonishing that someone dared to defy Sister One. "Sister One, this lad is courting death," the short-haired woman exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. Sister One sighed and remarked, "There are many capable men, and quite a few with personality, but those who possess both qualities are indeed scarce. He, however, is precisely of that ilk. Sister Wen, your significant other is quite capable as well. That partner of mine thrives on borrowed authority, without me. He is nothing but a heap of refuse. Damn it, he's been frequenting the MZ Center, colluding with his subordinates to deceive me into working in the countryside. Am I invisible to him? The crow seems to possess quite the character. Oh please, character? Shaving his head clean and leaving no trace of facial hair. He possesses no individuality whatsoever. That man from earlier had far more character. Sister Wen, your old habits have resurfaced. This man does not seem easily swayed by your charms. Your affection is lost on him. Haha. Still, my dear friend, you understand my intentions. I shall contact the front desk to ascertain which wealthy scion from Yunding County this man belongs to. Anyone who can afford to indulge here must possess extraordinary talents. Certainly not an ordinary individual. Do as you please. It is of no concern to me. If it's of no concern to you, then I shan't investigate, allowing him to fade into oblivion. Wait, you should still look into it. Chapter 53. Drinking at the Nightshade Bar, Chen Ping'an and Yang Siki enter the changing room, drying off the droplets of water from their bodies before donning the clothes they had arrived in, and together they departed from the 25th floor. Yang Siki was filled with immense curiosity. She had seen nothing while submerged in the water and was oblivious to the events that had transpired. Upon emerging and surveying her surroundings, coupled with the words of the long-haired woman, she began to piece together that Chen Ping'an had launched 13 copper coins, injuring 13 fierce men to extricate her from peril. Ping'an, when did you become so formidable? You actually wielded hidden weapons. Yang Siki inquired, her face a portrait of intrigue. Well, I might say I acquired this skill just last night. Do you believe me? He replied, not a chance. I spoke with you before bed, and just after dawn, I sought you out. You had barely risen from your room and hadn't tea left at all. How could you possibly have learned such a skill? Even if you had gone out to learn, mastering hidden weaponry in a single night is implausible. It typically takes years. Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss to convince her. Then let your doubts linger. You will understand in due time. Now, let us continue our revelry on the lower floors. All right, we've arrived at the 24th floor, the Nightshade Bar. Are you brave enough to drink? Yang Siki raised her chin defiantly, her head held high as she addressed him. Clearly, this was a provocation, a demonstration of disdain. Yet it also conveyed trust and encouragement. A woman would only venture to a bar with a man under the veil of trust. It was imbued with encouragement. For drinking in a bar often leads to uninhibited revelry, and intoxication renders one easily manipulable. Chen Ping'an smiled knowingly. He understood that Yang Siki preferred the latter interpretation. However, he regrettably would not allow her to succeed in that regard. Nevertheless, he would undoubtedly accompany her to the bar for drinks, without question. A woman willing to lend him 800,000 yuan, risking her job, and without hesitation driving to the lumber factory to inform him of her decision. This friendship was not to be taken lightly. Of course, it was not love. It was merely a bond between a man and a woman. Although she did not perceive it that way, she was waiting, perpetually awaiting the emergence of opportunity. The fortuitous coincidence. Isn't it just drinking? What is there to fear? Let us go. They embarked on a spontaneous drinking rendezvous, which filled Yang Siki with a sense of delight. Upon entering, they discovered the interior cloaked in darkness, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of magical lights, obscuring visibility and leaving them uncertain whether the ground was level or had steps. After a brief interval, they discerned a semicircular stage at the center, surrounded by over 20 tables, while sofas and tables were positioned against the walls and windows. In the center of the stage, a striking woman with purple hair, tall and graceful, skillfully maneuvered around a steel pole, spiraling downwards. The pole adhered to her body as she descended gracefully. The patrons of the bar erupted into fervent cheers, some extending their right pinkies into their mouths, whistling loudly in a piercing manner. Others rushed onto the stage, pulling out crisp 100 yuan bills from their pockets and tucking them into the scant clothing of the performer. What package would you two like to order? The tall waitress led them to the sofa against the wall, presenting a small menu with a gentle tone as she inquired about their orders. She handed the menu to Chen Ping'an, ready for him to make a selection. The waitress, trained to be perceptive, adhered to a specific protocol. If two men entered, she would offer the menu to the one who arrived first, as it demonstrated sincerity during business discussions. If two women entered, she would present the menu to the more loquacious one, believing that a talkative companion in a bar setting is less likely to refuse. In the case of a man and a woman, the menu would invariably go to the man, for he had brought her there with a particular intention. Thus, he would know how to balance the order, ensuring ample drinks were included. As was customary, the waitress patiently awaited Chen Ping'an's order, remaining silent unless addressed. Siki, why don't you order? I can't hold my liquor well, so don't get too much, he suggested, passing the menu to Yang Siki. The waitress was puzzled, realizing that his approach was quite different from the norm, indicating a more intricate dynamic. Yang Siki accepted without hesitation, feeling a thrill at the prospect. The B2 set, please. with the robust yen beer. She declared, "Oh, splendid. I'll take care of that immediately." The waitress beamed before turning away, her expression shifting to one of disdain once her back was turned. She mused that this young couple was unique. The man was employing a strategy of retreat to advance, while the woman was all attack, leaving no room for defense. It seemed a case of a spirited woman captivated by a domineering figure. The domineering type often engaged in familial alliances, seeking matches of equal standing or courting female stars with a blend of persuasion and subtlety, while the spirited woman, possessing striking beauty, aspired to reform her ways and marry into wealth, dreaming of a life free from labor. Before long, 2 female waitresses arrived, each carrying a tray laden with 6 dishes, totaling 12 delectable offerings: golden beans, fava beans, peanuts, gluten, mango cubes, cherry tomatoes, apple cubes, watermelon cubes, and popcorn. A third waitress followed, each hand grasping a bucket of canned yen beer, filled with ice that rattled softly with movement. "Here you are, 2 cases of 24 cans each, all set for you esteemed guests." Chen Ping'an chuckled. "A whole bucket of 24 cans? Siki, are you trying to drown me?" "Not at all. Just 48 cans in total. You handle 24, and I'll tackle the other 24. It's merely a trifle." She confidently believed her capacity matched 24 cans, intending to drink heartily while coaxing Chen Ping'an to share her burden, thereby ensuring he too would succumb to intoxication. Otherwise, had she ordered less, he might have intervened, thwarting their revelry. Thus, the B2 set was aptly named, the 2 signifying 2 buckets of 24 cans of yen beer. Such a quantity for a single woman was undeniably impressive and audacious. Chen Ping'an offered a few compliments, causing Yang Siki to display a bashful expression, tinged with a hint of shyness and a touch of guilt from having fallen into the trap. Women are often prone to feelings of insecurity, and Yang Siki was no exception. "In my years at work, I may not have mastered much, but I certainly have indulged in my fair share of alcohol, a necessity of my profession. One must be cautious of being too ostentatious, lest one's confidence spill over." With a sudden burst of laughter, Yang Siki unexpectedly spewed a mouthful of beer. Fortunately, she managed to hold it back for a second, turning her head to spray it against the wall, narrowly missing Chen Ping'an's face. "You are truly incorrigible." How so?" Chen Ping'an inquired, puzzled. "You know exactly what I mean, humph. Let us have a drink." Yang Siki, not one to mince words, immediately took the offensive. "I've already had breakfast this morning and indulged in a buffet barbecue on the 35th floor. I doubt my stomach can handle more alcohol right now. Let us have some fruit first, enjoy the performance, and then see about drinking." At that moment, the stage transitioned to a new act. A woman entered a cage, confining herself within. The cage, constructed of upright steel bars, featured only a small door, with a 15-centimeter gap between the bars. While her head could easily extend out, her body could not. A woman of slender build might effortlessly slip through, yet a woman with a more voluptuous figure would find herself unable to escape. The performer in the cage was indeed stunning, dressed in rather revealing attire, rendering her unable to emerge. "You want me to watch this performance?" Yang Siki Laoget. Chen Ping'an cast a glance at the stage, swiftly withdrew his gaze, and refrained from mentioning the performance again, opting instead to down an entire can in one go. It was a slip of the tongue. Undoubtedly, a slip of the tongue. Chapter 54. The moving monastery. Yang Siki followed closely behind, her drinking resolute and unabashed. 3 hours later, both had made numerous trips to the restroom. "I'm not drunk. I want to compete with you, to intoxicate you, and then, let you know my prowess." With hazy eyes, Yang Siki clutched her 25th can of beer, beginning to ramble incoherently. Their drinking was purely for the sake of drinking. After they had each consumed 24 cans, Chen Ping'an remained sober while Yang Siki teetered on the brink of inebriation. Like water at 0 degrees, she was neither ice nor liquid, or perhaps she was both. A slight increase in temperature would transform her into genuine water, while a diminutive decrease would solidify her into ice. Similarly, with just one more sip of beer, Yang Siki would plunge into the realm of drunkenness. Now, she was thoroughly intoxicated, resembling a cat that had yet to awaken from slumber, swaying unsteadily. She kicked at the air, her hands tugging at her silk stockings, even grazing the large earrings dangling from her earlobes. Chen Ping'an genuinely worried that she might inadvertently tear the earrings away, leaving her earlobes marred. All right, let us continue this. I am fully aware of your capabilities and have experienced them firsthand. Shall we head back? Yes, let us keep going. You drink with me, and I'll drink with you. One can at a time. Let's finish another barrel of beer. All right, back to the room. We shall indulge until dawn, until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Carrying her on his back, Chen Ping'an secured her thigh with his left hand while effortlessly holding her high-heeled shoes with his right. Returning to the Vidorna Hotel, Yang Siki lay alone on the bed, air conditioning humming, covered by a thin blanket. She snored loudly, blissfully unaware. If she were to awaken and realize she had snored in front of Chen Ping'an, her delicate visage would surely be a source of embarrassment. Chen Ping'an chuckled as he poured her a glass of water, placing it by her bedside, and locked the door before leaving with a sense of relief. After returning to his own room and cleansing himself thoroughly, he felt it was time to rest. As dusk fell swiftly into night, he soon slipped into slumber, entering a dreamscape of another world. Awakening, Chen Ping'an found himself atop the Boya Tower. The highest point of the Phoenix Temple was the Boya Tower, an 8-story edifice tapering in diameter from the base upward, with the lowest level spanning 8 meters in width, while the 8th level fell to less than 3 meters. The weathered green bricks and tiles bore the marks of time. A wooden walkway was precariously laid outside the tower, quivering in the breeze. Brother Abbot, have you climbed so high to admire the scenery of Yunding County? Yunding County? ISNT, our Phoenix Temple, located in Xianfeng County? The abbot's brother replied. What you may not know is that our Phoenix Temple is a mobile monastery. Just the day before yesterday, it was situated on the slopes of Phoenix Mountain in Xianfeng County, and now it has relocated to the summit of Lingshao Mountain in Yunding County. This revelation left Chen Ping'an incredulous. Gazing into the distance, he saw mountains shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal quality akin to Jiuhua. Through the haze, he could look up towards the sky and down to behold the diminutive peaks below. How can it move? That defies the principles of tectonic movement. The abbot's brother remarked in astonishment. Tectonic movement? I have never heard of such a phenomenon. Is it a movement between people? For several decades, I have devoted myself to the practice at the Phoenix Temple, and through my research, I have discerned that the temple has relocated multiple times. Approximately 30 years ago, it moved to Zhoushan, nestled by the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea. 25 years prior, it transitioned to the northern desert, a realm of desolation. 2 decades ago, it found refuge in the icy domain of the Tian Shan Mountains. After a 2-decade period of stillness at Phoenix Mountain, the abbot has returned from his travels, and the temple is once again on the move. Chen Ping'an pondered briefly and began to grasp the situation. The temple appears to shift in accordance with the abbot's whereabouts. Previously, it resided on the slopes of Phoenix Mountain while he was in Xianfeng County. The mentioned locations of Zhoushan, the desert, and the snowy realm correspond to the abbot's former paths. In other words, in his mind, he's been reborn within the abbot's essence, accompanied by a wandering monastic temple. This temple conceals myriad secrets and unknowns. It is not merely an inanimate structure, but rather a living entity. If it possesses life, it must also have consciousness. Regrettably, there is currently no direct means of communication with it. The voice that once echoed in his mind has since vanished, like a fleeting shadow, leaving no trace behind. How much more do you know about the temple? Returning to the abbot, there is nothing more. Ping Kong maintained his serious demeanor, a stoic expression on his face. I have mastered the art of the money dart. Do you possess any skills that could assist me? Chen Ping'an's purpose here is to acquire additional skills, enabling him to seek vengeance against the crow upon his return, thereby enhancing his chances of success. Abbot, I have exhausted all my skills, and I am left with none. Ping Kong sealed his lips, palms together, standing resolutely in the center of the tower, akin to a golden rooster standing proud in the wind, unperturbed. Chen Ping'an sensed an utter void of skills within him, as if no further abilities could be extracted. Is that truly so? Chen Ping'an discerned that the old man was withholding something. A normal person would typically inquire about the desired skills, assessing whether they could offer assistance. Yet Ping'an's outright denial of any skills raised suspicion. As the saying goes, too much directness can be counterproductive. A direct refusal can evoke doubt. Consider a scenario where a suitor musters the courage to ask a lady if she harbors any affection for him. If she retorts, "What kind of affection are you referring to?" the suitor might feel too embarrassed to continue and dismiss the inquiry. However, if she directly responds with a flat no, and her demeanor seems a bit peculiar, it is indeed a sign of hidden feelings. This is akin to the saying, "There is no silver here, despite 300 taels." If the lady has feelings and the gentleman has intentions, they should not delay further and should hasten to the Bureau of Civil Affairs to obtain their marriage certificate. Ping'an insisted, "There truly are none." Chen Ping'an summoned his status panel, scrutinizing the details for any mention of skills. Skills: 3 styles of the Overlord Spear, 6 techniques of the Silver Spear, Dance of the Celestial Demon, Bone-Breaking Palm, Fierce Dragon's Tail, Sichuan Money Dart, Heavenly Soundbreak. By heavens, what an astonishing array of over 60 skills, yet he has only imparted 2 to Chen Ping'an, the 3 styles of the Overlord Spear and the Sichuan Money Dart. To claim there are no skills, what a crafty old man. Ping'an maintained an air of calmness, exhibiting no signs of turmoil, as if he were indeed justified in his assertion that he possessed no skills. He bore a demeanor of indifference, resembling a dead pig unperturbed by scalding water, radiating a sense of righteous fortitude, unafraid of any form of severe punishment. What is the crippled tendon and bone palm? It is a vicious martial art that must not be practiced, as it has long since disappeared from the martial world. Oh, how do you know this? Well, cough, cough. It is simply too malevolent to learn. Ping'an offered no further explanation, merely laying down the final verdict. Chen Ping'an chuckled. What about the Celestial Soundbreak? That name is quite peculiar. It is a skill for discerning sounds within a 10-meter radius, regardless of the direction from which a hidden weapon strikes. One's ears can accurately identify it, allowing the body to adjust its position and evade danger. I wish to learn it. Teach me immediately. Master brother, if you have something to say, then speak freely. Why the hesitation? In response, Master brother, Celestial Soundbreak was taught to me before I renounced the world, in the Peony Pavilion of Luoyang. A certain woman once mentioned that to master this skill, one must be female. If a man wishes to learn, he must spend 3 days and nights in the Peony Pavilion. Chapter 55. Banish your arrogance. To remain in the brothel for 3 days and nights? Indeed, such a request is not excessive. Ping'an, how did you spend 3 days and nights in the Peony brothel back in the day? Chen Ping'an's eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager for Ping'an's candid confession. Ping'an, standing still, momentarily transformed his serious demeanor into one of fervor, only to quickly regain his composure. A faint blush lingered behind his ears. Speak up. You have already renounced the secular world, dedicating your entire being to the Buddha. What is there that you cannot divulge? Even matters that are difficult to articulate, the Buddha will embrace with compassion, forgiving your unorthodox ways. Chen Ping'an pressed on. Witnessing a seemingly respectable person engaging in disreputable activities is one of life's great pleasures. I, a humble monk, have committed the same errors that all men inevitably make. Ping'an clasped his hands again, closed his eyes, and softly murmured Ba. Isn't it sufficient for you to teach me directly without my visiting the peony brothel? After all, that woman is 2,000 miles away and will never learn of this affair. Chen Ping'an paused, then continued, besides, that was decades ago. She may well have passed away, meeting the Tathagata Buddha. No, she will never grow old. She will never die. Ping'an shouted, without any prior indication. Chen Ping'an was taken aback, nearly tumbling from the 8th floor of the Boya Tower into the nameless little pond below. He thought to himself, goodness, what man has not been young? What monk is devoid of past experiences? All mortals inevitably age. This is an undeniable truth. Although there was a past, it should not warrant such obsession. Why must you be so agitated? What purpose do you serve as a monk? Hurry and teach me the heavenly soundbreak. I wish to learn this skill. No, you must first spend 3 days and nights at the peony brothel. If after that you are still brimming with spirit, then you may learn. What a stubborn fool. Can't you be a bit more flexible? I'm not learning anymore. Recitation. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. The sky was brightening. He had learned no martial arts the previous night, returning empty-handed. Cloud Peak County is 2,000 miles from Luoyang. Even by high-speed train, it takes 7 to 8 hours. The issue is that there is no high-speed train between Cloud Peak County and Cloud Middle County. One must travel to Lunan City to catch a high-speed train. The only option is to take a slow train, which takes nearly 26 hours, rendering one utterly exhausted without accomplishing anything. If one were to travel to Luoyang by sheer will, the quickest route would be to ride a horse, without rest, which would still take several days and nights. Moreover, he could not ride. Not knowing how to ride in the Qing dynasty is akin to lacking a motorcycle license in modern times. One could be stopped at any moment by temporary workers at the post station. The C&D routes are four-wheeled and three-wheeled, equivalent to driving a horse-drawn carriage in ancient times, capable of carrying multiple people. Only in modern times can one travel to Luoyang. Thus, the monk's temple moving to Luoyang would be the fastest method. In the Ming Sheng tea house of Chihe Town, 2 women were savoring tea. Nearby, a person was responsible for brewing the tea, not using an electric stove or alcohol burner, but rather employing pear wood for the fire. The pear would have been cut into slender pieces, roughly the size of chopsticks. The cooking apparatus resembles a stove reminiscent of the hot pot stoves from the late 80s and 90s, adorned with the words, "Firewood boils intentions." The fragrance of tea wafts delicately throughout the tea house. Sister Wen has already ascertained that this young man is neither a local nor a scion of wealth. A bureaucrat's offspring? No, he shares a similar disposition with your family as Crow. What? Yes, a scoundrel who abandons his family. Much like the Crow? Sister Wen realized she had spoken out of turn, cleared her throat twice, and tapped her fingers on the tea table. The woman who had been brewing tea approached to refill her cup. Not quite. I meant to say he is like the Crow in terms of being a live-in son-in-law. Continue. Due to privacy concerns, Haicheng did not disclose this information initially, but later, out of respect for Sister Wen, revealed that his name is Chen Ping'an and he hails from Yunzhong County. He entered the Tan family as a live-in son-in-law half a month ago, his father-in-law being the deputy minister of the Z Department, Tan Huaishe. Thus, Tan Huashan could be considered his uncle. Indeed, by this account, he is quite an impressive individual. Unfortunately, he has fallen victim to a ruthless act by Zhang Qijuan. How come I have no inkling about Zhang Qijuan's involvement? I must warn you, do not lose your temper. Speak. According to the information from Haicheng, your man, the Crow, has been rather double-dealing. As a result, after the truth came to light, he received 400,000. For reasons unknown, Chen Ping'an did not perish and resurfaced in Yunding County, possessing remarkable skills. Sister Wen's hair bristled with agitation, yet her complexion remained quite agreeable. Meanwhile, the tea-brewing woman, sensing the strange atmosphere, lowered her gaze. Focused solely on her task of preparing tea. Completing this pot of tea is her only responsibility. Is this truly the case? Absolutely certain. Zhang Qijuan has reached an accord with the Tan family, and tomorrow the two families will become engaged, formalizing their union on the 15th of next month. Sister Wen leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially to her close friend. Very well, Sister Wen, a masterful maneuver indeed. I shall make arrangements immediately. We are in for an exciting spectacle. Within half an hour, a woman arrived at Chen Ping'an's door. She was graceful and elegant, her beauty striking. Upon opening the door, Chen Ping'an shook his head vigorously. It's you? I have no need for your services. Please leave for elsewhere. It turned out that the woman knocking was one of the pair who had come in 2 nights prior. She was a versatile individual, skilled in repairing motors and plumbing, capable of making appointments. Handsome, don't be so quick to dismiss me. If you knew the news I have for you, you would not be so eager to send me away. The woman lightly tapped her small hammer on Chen Ping'an's shoulder. I am aware of your plumbing skills. However, I have no need for them, as I am a married man. A married man and a married woman are inherently a pair, are they not? The woman gently pushed past Chen Ping'an, closed the door behind her, and directly seated herself upon the bed. This prompted Chen Ping'an to regard her with a newfound interest. What do you wish to inform me? Patience, please. Wash my feet, and I shall divulge the information you seek. Why such an odd request? We are strangers. You enter my room and ask me to wash your feet? Madam, I fear you may have entered the wrong chamber and mistaken me for someone else. Chen Ping'an, who initially regarded her with curiosity, now suspects she is engaging in a deceptive ploy. It is quite possible that the man from before is waiting outside. Should there be the slightest hint of irregularity within the room, he would undoubtedly storm in, demanding extortion. Chen Ping'an, age 24, is the son of Chen Jujin from Qinjia village, having married into the Tan family, with his wife being Tan Xiaomei. Am I not correct in my assertions? The woman elevated the tips of her toes, encased in a layer of sheer stockings, revealing her delicate and fair feet. Chen Ping'an felt perplexed. He and Yang Siki had traversed the floating bridge, encountering nothing but strangers along the way. The hotel did not require identification, and in Haicheng, one could simply use a card for virtual transactions. How could anyone possibly recognize him? Ah, the bill. It must have been when he settled the charges that Yang Siki's information was inadvertently exposed. I have never washed anyone's feet, and I find your request exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Not even for my wife, Tan Xiaomei, have I performed such an act. What more for others? It is precisely because I recognize your lofty pride that I have proposed this act of humility, to temper your arrogance. Let us see if you remain so self-important. Should you refuse, you may very well regret it for the rest of your life. Chapter 56. Chen Jujin seeks his son. Do I harbor a grudge against you? Chen Ping'an merely refused them the night before last. It hardly qualifies as enmity. When confronted by a salesperson, is one at fault for declining to purchase their wares? There exists no animosity. Our leader has sent me to temper your arrogance. What is the matter? Are you not going to kneel and wash my feet? The woman raised her toes higher, her intentions unmistakable. Without the promise of foot washing, she would divulge no information. You need not exert yourself. I shall not wash anyone's feet. Do you not wish to hear about Tan Xiaomei? Should you miss this information, she may well become someone else's wife, no longer yours. Xiaomei fainted at that moment. Officer Liao Zhengsheng has stationed forces around the perimeter. She will be unharmed now. Chen Ping'an intended to venture into the city, taking the high-speed train to Luoyang, to linger in the imagined peony pavilion for 3 days and nights, then master the heavenly soundbreak before returning to Yunzhong County to exact revenge. However, the woman's assertion that Xiaomei would become another wife piqued Chen Ping'an's curiosity. Very well, I shall wash your feet. No matter how high one holds their head, if the price is right, one may bow down. Chen Ping'an knelt and extended his right hand toward the woman's delicate foot. Tan Xiaomei continued her despondency today, wishing to see no one, to go nowhere, desiring only to remain in tranquil solitude. Lying upon her bed, she retrieved her cell phone, the first gift from Chen Ping'an, which she firmly believed would not be the last. Although the screen had been damaged by that scoundrel Zhang Xiaofa, it was repaired the same afternoon. She had even earned a profit of 55,000 yuan. Reflecting upon this, a faint smile graced her lips as she immersed herself in the memories of the past fortnight of marriage. Every detail felt achingly real: his voice, his smile, his tall and handsome stature, his tenderness toward her, never treating her roughly. Even on their wedding night, he had been gentle. Yet now he was absent, and she remained uncertain of his fate, left to weep alone at home. Her parents, preoccupied with power, showed no concern for her happiness. She felt immense anger, enraged at her birth into the Tan family, with no options to choose from. She refrained from calling Chen Ping'an, for her phone was under the watch of the police. According to her mother's information, the union of the Zhang and Tan families meant that even if Chen Ping'an survived, he would face adversity. She resolved to visit Chen Jujin. At this moment, her sorrow was likely mirrored by her father, Chen Jujin. After a refreshing wash and getting dressed, Tan Xiaomei rode her electric scooter to the Chen residence. Before long, she arrived at the entrance, the door wide open, a large hole carved into the iron gate. She parked her scooter outside and walked in, only to find the courtyard in disarray, farming tools strewn haphazardly across the ground. The old yellow dog's nest had been overturned, straw scattered everywhere. A bag of ammonium carbonate lay upturned, its contents spilling out, a pungent odor permeating the air. Granules of urea littered the ground, crunching underfoot. Inside the living room, the table was overturned and the cabinet had fallen. Chen Jujin lay sprawled on the floor. Father, what has happened to you? Tan Xiaomei hastily pushed aside the cabinet that was pinning Chen Jujin down and turned him over. Chen Jujin's chin and face bore traces of blood as he gasped for breath, slowly opening his eyes. Xiaomei, is that you? What has happened to Ping'an? Has he gotten into trouble? Ping'an sobbed. Tan Xiaomei burst into tears. Xiaomei, do not cry. Please tell me what has happened to Ping'an. Tan Xiaomei gradually calmed down, occasionally sobbing. Ping'an was injured by someone and is now missing. The G Bureau is searching everywhere, but there are no leads. Injured? He must have entangled himself with the wrong crowd. No wonder someone was peeping in from outside yesterday. A group came today, barged in, and started smashing things without anyone being able to stop them. Dad, I will deal with this matter. It's futile. I've already tried. The G Bureau won't take action, insisting we resolve it ourselves. They refuse to enter the village. Chen Jujin spoke with resignation. Tan Xiaomei was taken aback. The G Bureau was commanded by her uncle, and if they were refusing to act, it was undoubtedly by his directive. It was also closely related to Zhang Qijuan. The assailants need not be speculated upon. They must have been instigated by Zhang Xiaofa. Dad, I am so sorry. Silly child, why do you say that? Tan Xiaomei wept uncontrollably, recounting how she was kidnapped and the kidnappers extorted 400,000 from Chen Ping'an, the conflict at the lumber factory, and the transaction between Zhang Qijuan and Tan Huaixuan, pouring everything out to Chen Jujin without reservation. After hearing this, Chen Jujin remained silent, his expression unchanged. He supported himself with the floor, slowly standing up, and pulled out some tobacco from his pocket, rolling a cigarette and smoking it alone. This is not your fault. You're a good child. But it is my son Ping'an who has suffered. The path of a son-in-law is never smooth. Dad, regardless of whether Ping'an is alive or dead, I will not change my mind. I will not divorce him or remarry. If my parents force me, I would rather die, Tan Xiaomei declared with resolve. Yet, this did not stir any emotions within Chen Jujin. Suddenly, a series of firecrackers exploded, followed by the clatter of pots and pans. It must be a celebration for someone in the village. The culprits were none other than Chen Jujin's neighbor, Chen Lima. Wonderful, they have all returned. Chen Lima stood at the gate, welcoming his 4 sons back home. The eldest, the second, and the third all returned from the hospital today. The youngest informed everyone, including the villagers, that Chen Ping'an had provoked the underworld and was utterly finished. Pu Rubing, more delighted than anyone, yelled loudly towards the neighboring wall. Jujin, did you hear? Your son has gotten mixed up with the underworld and is done for. Tang Xian, you died too early and have missed a day, haha. Let them continue. Let them finish off all 3 rolls of firecrackers. The louder they are, the more exhilarating it is for me. Chen Lima commanded his sons to keep setting off firecrackers. The boisterous sounds echoed throughout Qinjia village. Dad, I'm going out to scold them. They're going too far. Tan Xiaomei rushed out. Chen Jujin said nothing, quietly smoking his cigarette. With his son absent, arguing with others seemed utterly meaningless. He felt an exhaustion he had never known before. Yet, even in his weariness, he knew he must find a way forward. He stepped out of the house, casting not a single glance at Chen Limo's residence. Nor did he approach to retrieve Tan Xiaomei. Instead, he ventured forth alone towards Taojiang. The bureau was unable to locate his son, thus he resolved to seek him out himself. If one is to live, one must encounter the living. If one is to die, one must confront the corpse. It was inconceivable to simply vanish into thin air. He held steadfastly to the belief that his son was still alive, without a doubt. Dad, wait for me. Tan Xiaomei entered the house, shut the door, and pursued him on her electric scooter. As Chen Ping'an's hand reached out to touch the woman's delicate foot, she deftly shifted it aside. I promised to wash your feet. Must you toy with me so? Reluctantly, he stepped aside and crouched once more, attempting to grasp her foot. Handsome, there's no need to wash now. Our objective has been achieved. The woman lowered her foot, elegantly lifting her high heel with her toes, her face etched with jealousy. No washing? Chen Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The intricacies of a woman's mind were perplexing. One moment she demanded he wash, the next she rescinded her request. One moment she sought to humble his pride, the next she declared their goal accomplished. It left him utterly bewildered. Our leader instructed me to inform you that Tan Xiaomei and Zhang Xiaofei are to be engaged tomorrow, with a formal marriage set for 2 weeks hence. The crows have been nesting on the 4th floor of the royal palace, and all of this was orchestrated by Zhang Qijuan along with Tan Huaishuan and Tan Huaishu. Chapter 57. You wooden fool. After the woman finished speaking, her gaze fixated on Chen Ping'an, eager to witness his astonished expression, as well as his urgency to rush back to the clouds. Any normal man would find it intolerable for his wife to marry another, especially without a divorce. The imminent humiliation of the man, akin to a fool, would undoubtedly evoke a sense of frantic anxiety. The leader's predictions had proven consistently accurate. Following the leader's directives required little mental exertion. One merely had to comply. The woman could not help but admire the leader more and more. He was simply a divine figure, possessing an uncanny ability to foresee events and understand people. Who is your leader? Chen Ping'an inquired calmly, devoid of any visible emotion. Why are you so composed? The woman was taken aback, perplexed by his tranquility, which contrasted sharply with her expectations. Was it possible that his relationship with his wife was not as solid as it appeared, perhaps fraught with cracks, presenting as a couple while secretly pursuing other affairs? Surprised yet resolute, she retorted, I want to tell you who my leader is. You still have time to prevent their engagement. Go. Chen Ping'an remained impassive. If you go, we can assist you, drive you back to Yunzhong County, right to your love nest beneath your 3-story house. No rush. Chen Ping'an replied with an air of nonchalance. He felt no need for urgency, as he was confident that Tan Xiaomei would not agree to the engagement. Her heart was solely his. Not in a hurry. Our leader instructed me to convey this crucial information and offered assistance, yet you remain unperturbed? The woman awaited his response. While the emperor may be unhurried, the eunuchs are not. She hoped he would implore her for every possible convenience, eager to rush to her aid, perhaps even borrowing some money from her. I, Chen Ping'an, can handle my own affairs and know precisely how to proceed. I do not require your guidance, he stated, opening the door and gesturing for her to leave. This was a clear dismissal. He had acquired the information regarding Tan Xiaomei, and, since she was unwilling to divulge the identity of her leader, further inquiry was unnecessary. After all, individuals who manipulate from the shadows possess such formidable capabilities that they would not remain in obscurity for long and would inevitably resurface in subsequent events. Chen Ping'an decided to take the contrary approach and usher the woman out. After all, she had been acting ostentatiously, shrouded in mystery. Unappreciative of the favor. Without her leader's assistance, you would achieve nothing and exact no revenge. The woman, in her high heels, carrying a small basket, tossed her hair as she swayed her hips out the door. Undeniably, she was beautiful and considerate, at least for the moment, as she was helping him. However, Chen Ping'an felt no attraction towards her. Besides his wife, Tan Xiaomei, the only woman capable of captivating him might be that enchanting figure from the peony brothel in Luoyang. He was merely curious about the extent of her power, which could make him linger for decades, still unwilling to allow others to speak ill of her. She would never age. She would never die. The words spoken were so assertive, so resolute, that they bordered on admiration and even reverence. Deep within Ping Kong's heart, it was evident that this woman was far from ordinary. Consequently, Chen Ping'an felt a profound curiosity and intended to meet her. However, he had a matter of great importance to attend to, one that could not be postponed. He knocked on the door of the adjacent room belonging to Yang Siki. Knock, knock, he thought. Surely, she must be sober by now. The scene within Yang Siki's room was chaotic. The thin bedspread lay tossed on the floor, a cup spilled, creating a large damp stain. A small round table had been shoved in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Its contents, a pack of tissues, had been torn apart and crumpled, scattered across the table. The curtains hung in disarray, allowing the sunlight to stream in unimpeded. She was curled up beneath the bed, her posture languid, reminiscent of a bold calligraphy stroke, akin to the ink-washed landscapes of Tang Bohu. Where am I waking up from this night of revelry? By the willow bank, in the morning breeze, beneath the waning moon. Who is it? I just finished my shift and need to sleep. Yang Siki instinctively called out. Chen Ping'an found this quite amusing. Finish your shift? Do you still think you're working night duty at the Imperial MZ Center? You're no longer a technician. We are now consumers here in Haicheng, ready to indulge ourselves extravagantly. He reminded her. Yang Siki abruptly opened her eyes, feeling a throbbing in her head. She glanced down at herself, instantly frozen in shock. Where are my clothes? Looking around, she spotted her garments hanging on the corner of the wall-mounted television. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet, tiptoeing to retrieve her clothes and put them on. She strained to recall the events of the previous day, muttering to herself, yesterday, I was in high spirits, possessed by the spirit of Li Bai, easily intoxicating Ping'an. I think I was the one who helped him back to the hotel, ushered him into the room, and he wouldn't let me leave. What did he do to me? How do my clothes end up here? Why am I sleeping on the floor? Goodness, all the tissues are crumpled. Then, shaking her head, she realized she was indeed in her own room. After dressing, she rose and opened the door. Ping'an, come in. Upon seeing the disarray, Chen Ping'an thought to himself, she must have gone on a drunken rampage last night. Well, you were quite intoxicated yesterday, so I laid you down on the bed, covered you with a blanket, poured you a glass of water, and then returned to my own room. It seems you are in good spirits now. You appear completely sober. Chen Ping'an recounted his actions from the previous night to prevent any misunderstandings. Intoxicated individuals are prone to hallucinations and vivid dreams, often mistaking dreamscapes for reality upon waking. Oh, I see now. Waking up this early, are you planning to continue the revelry in Haicheng? I received a message today that Zhang Xiaofa and Xiao Mei are getting engaged tomorrow. I plan to return to Yincheng today. Will you accompany me back or stay here? Whether you go, I go. Whether you stay, I stay. All right, since my funds have yet to arrive and you have no pressing matters here, come with me. For now, let us visit an internet CAF to indulge in some surfing. Oh yes, that sounds delightful. In a gaming CAF, let us reserve a private room where we can engage in gaming, assaulting Shabak, or perhaps enjoy a film together. Chen Ping'an, what is she thinking? You indulge in gaming while I shall attend to some pressing matters on the computer first. Very well. I shall take a shower to cleanse the scent of alcohol from my body. Please wait for me in the room, and do not dare engage in any mischief while I am bathing. Chen Ping'an. Mischief? With her bathing and him in the room, the conditions certainly exist for untoward actions. One must not witness, hear, speak, or act inappropriately. There are distinctions between genders. Let us hasten. I will return to my room, and you may join me once you have finished. With that, Chen Ping'an pulled open the door and strode out with purpose. Yang Siki was taken aback. Her thoughts were not as he presumed. Oof, how infuriating. Yang Siki clutched her clothes, kicked open the bathroom door, and turned the tap to its maximum, opting for a cold shower. In the office of the account manager at Yinjing Securities, Ouyang Deju prepared a cup of coffee, with a pack of handcrafted Furong Wang on the table. As the 9:15 bidding phase approached, he was ready to make a significant move. He sat up straight and entered 60060 Inhu Resources. Good heavens, a delisted stock. What utter nonsense. Ouyang Deju was immediately engulfed in despair and rage. Having lent Chen Ping'an 400,000, in addition to purchasing 4 Apple devices and topping up with 22,600 yuan. After considerable effort, he had managed to acquire a delisted stock. Damn it all. Chapter 58. Bottom fishing in Inha Resources. Ouyang Deju extracted a stick of Furong Wang cigarettes, holding it between his lips without any intention of lighting it. The smoke served merely to invigorate him, yet could not assist in making his judgments. At this moment, he required not stimulation, but rather a precise assessment. Why had this stock faced delisting? Why had Chen Ping'an recommended it? Chen Ping'an was on the verge of death. It was inconceivable that he would jest with him using a stock devoid of promise. A buzzing in his mind insisted that this stock was far more complex than merely being a delisted one. Ouyang Deju accessed the official information of Inha Resources to uncover the truth. On August 31, 2005, the company engaged in financial fraud, leading to significant violations in information disclosure and triggering delisting conditions, thus entering a period of reorganization. On November 12, 2006, according to regulations, it transitioned to the third board system. In June 2007, the Qing Province Management Office assumed capital control, empowering state assets. In 2008, Inha Resources acquired the province's top 10 potassium salt enterprises, addressing upstream production capacity issues, and became the largest producer and seller of potash fertilizers in Daxia. In 2009, leveraging the background of the management office, Qing Province penetrated the African market, swiftly becoming Daxia's largest exporter of potash fertilizers. In 2010, the company invested $700 billion in the research and development of lithium iron phosphate batteries and collaborated with Ning Wang to establish a production line. In February 2011, the company applied to transition from the third board to the main board, seeking further financing to expand production and resolve cash flow issues. Ouyang Daiju's eyes widened, and he murmured to himself, "Good heavens, how impressive! It's a transformation from a chrysalis to a butterfly, venturing into the realm of new energy. What a magnificent stock! Such an extraordinary opportunity. I surely miss my chance to invest. Surely, someone placed orders last night." Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have begun his endeavors the previous evening instead of indulging at the MZ Club. Over the weekend, Ouyang Daiju gathered several bank cards, transferring all his funds into his childhood friend's account. Additionally, he borrowed $200,000 from several acquaintances to invest entirely. Due to market regulations, he was prohibited from opening a trading account, as were his immediate relatives and spouse. Thus, he was left with no choice but to trade through another's account. Despite having courted several women, and many having shown interest in him, he had never placed his trust in them. His faith lay solely with his childhood friend, Jia Yuding. Throughout their lives, Jia Yuding had never betrayed his trust nor sought financial assistance from him. He was a man worthy of reliance, possessing grand ambitions and dreams, always encouraging Daiju to pursue his aspirations with fervor. At this moment, Jia Yuding's stock account was nearing 600,000, with a tenfold leverage that amounted to 6 million in available funds. What an exhilarating prospect! Ouyang Daiju's eyes fixated on the screen, his left hand resting on the desk while his right gripped the mouse, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Manager Ouyang, a client has arrived to open an account and wishes to discuss commission." The client, Jasmine, peeked her head in to convey the client's demands. "Discuss what? Let them open or not. I am too busy making substantial profits to be bothered. Please leave me be." Ouyang Daiju bellowed. "Stock trading is paramount. What accounts to open and what commissions to discuss. Only the newly arrived novices concern themselves with commissions. The seasoned investors have been thoroughly trounced, deeply ensnared, and hardly engage in trading. It matters little whether commissions are negotiated or not." He continued, "I shall inform clients that the standard commission for account opening at the present brokerage is 1. Hey, do as you please." Jasmine, observing Ouyang Daiju's indifference, pondered what was amiss with him. Such agitation is characteristic of women. He, as a man, should not be so muddled. She dismissed her curiosity, withdrew her head from the door, and shut it behind her. In a dual room of the fishing net CAF on the 16th floor of the Haiqing International Entertainment Center, Ping exclaimed, "Come on, we belong to the same guild. Let me lead you into the battle for Shabak." After Yang Siki entered the room, she closed the door and secured the latch. The entire 16th floor was dedicated to the Internet CAF, with a portion designated as the exclusive zone for the Me Team S subdivision, featuring computers worth 31,000 each, equipped with top-tier specifications. Another section was set up with a square platform to host offline competitions, while the remainder comprised a surfing area for the general public and various private rooms, including 4-person rooms, couple rooms, and single VIP rooms. Yang Siki occupied a 2-person room. "Play on your own for now. I have matters to attend to." Once Chen Ping'an powered on the computer, he promptly installed the desktop trading system of Indian Securities. Noticing his lack of engagement, Yang Siki immersed herself in the game Legend of Blood, donning her headset and connecting online. Chen Ping'an accessed the stock system and opened his holdings. He recalled that Jin Chong Technology surged from 36 points underwater to 44 points above the surface on its first day, reached its price limit on the second day, and today, the third trading day, oscillated between 1 and 4 points. Following this was a sustained bullish trend. Therefore, today represented an optimal selling opportunity. He swiftly placed a sell order for all 500 shares of Xianfeng Technology at a price of 52 yuan. After the sale, his total assets amounted to 229 35 yuan, starting with an initial investment of 780,000 yuan, purchasing the first stock of Xianfeng shares and earning over 580,000 yuan. His capital swelled to 369 million. Now, with the sale of the second stock, Xianfeng Technology, his funds exceeded 336 million, quadrupling his investment. A smile graced Chen Ping'an's lips as he glanced at Yang Siki, who was engrossed in her game, contemplating whether to return her 800,000 yuan. For now, he decided against it and continued utilizing the funds. Steal a glance at me, and you still smile? Hurry and join the fray. You're not done yet, continue battling, and I shall return. All right, damn it, the judgment was snatched by someone else. What a pig teammate. Without a moment's pause, Chen Ping'an immediately checked the leverage options in his financing account. Various multiplier options appeared alongside his funds. 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x, up to 10x. All available for selection. Brother Daiju is truly reliable. Chen Ping'an opted for the maximum 10x leverage, combining his funds with the financing, allowing him access to a total of 362,293. 5 yuan. Over 30 million. Let us get started. He distinctly recalls the stock of Inhu Resources plummeting by 17 shortly after the market opened, reaching the day's lowest point at 547 yuan. Currently, it has declined by 8, with an additional 9 points left to fall. Swiftly, he allocated his entire capital of over 30 million, placing a buy order at 547 yuan. This allowed him to acquire a total of 600 shares. Once the order was successfully executed, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Today, this stock experienced a maximum decline of 17, only to surge dramatically by the close, achieving an impressive increase of 388. The following day, it opened with a 3 gain, but then descended, ultimately closing at the maximum decline of 10. On the third trading day, it continued to hit the limit down for 5 consecutive trading days. Subsequently, it embarked on a downward trajectory for 4 years, returning to the initial listing's lowest price of 547 yuan. This stock has undergone numerous reviews and discussions in its past, making the K-line trends, as well as the highest and lowest prices on the opening day, abundantly clear. Thus, the buy-in price of 547 yuan represents a bottom price, having captured the low for the subsequent 4 years. How delightful! Chapter 59. A rise to fame. Chen Ping was in high spirits. Relishing the fact that there was nothing left for him to do, the entrusted trade would execute automatically. Let fall just a little more, and I shall make my purchase. During the bidding phase, Ouyang Daiju observed the stock surging with a 166 increase. Contemplating that the price was excessively high, there was no way he would chase it. After all, novices are the ones who chase after rising prices and panic sell. He was no novice. At 9:20 a.m., a substantial order of over 10 million, boasting a 166 increase, was abruptly withdrawn, causing the rise to plummet to 2. He chuckled to himself, convinced that after the market opened, there would be a significant drop, and once it fell, he would buy in at the lowest point to maximize his profits. Thus, within mere minutes of the market's opening, the stock descended by 10. Yet, he remained convinced that it had not yet hit rock bottom, as the trend showed no signs of stabilizing. He refrained from setting a specific price for purchasing, otherwise, he would risk being outpaced. According to the current exchange regulations, stocks returning to the main board after secondary financing have no limits on fluctuations on their first day. Whether they soar to the heavens or plunge to the depths, anything goes. The next day, the normal 10 rise and fall would resume. Ouyang Daiju believed that as long as he was at his computer, he could buy at any moment without needing to place an order. Trading stocks was as simple as having hands. Drop to -17, how extraordinary. If you dare to plunge to -18, I will buy in with all I have. Suddenly, he noticed a substantial order exceeding 30 million had been executed. The presence of such a large order indicated a fierce battle between bulls and bears, suggesting further declines were imminent. Let it drop another point, and I will buy it entirely. This time, he was serious, igniting a meticulously crafted cigarette. Taking a small puff, he mused that aside from the exquisite packaging, he failed to discern any difference from other cigarettes. His reasoning felt sound. Non-smokers could not sense the difference. Indeed, there was some truth in the notion that higher prices must reflect greater value. After this battle, he vowed to smoke daily. No longer did he require judgment. He merely needed to stay alert. As long as he maintained his focus and monitored the market until it reached -18. Coupled with his dexterous hands, victory was assured. The triumph seemed imminent as he propped his legs on the desk, reclining comfortably in his chair, blissfully savoring his cigarette. The smoke curled around him, an undeniably pleasurable experience. Coughing, he felt the strong hit of the smoke in his throat. Good tobacco must be savored slowly. He spent a full 10 minutes with his cigarette, leaving only the stub, which burned his fingers painfully. The heat made him chuckle and shake his head, embodying the essence of laughter and joy. Just then, his gaze drifted to the computer screen. What? It's in the green? Ouyang Daiju abruptly straightened up, flicking the cigarette but across to the opposite sofa. The stock surged by 30, triggering the trading halt mechanism at the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. The market froze, and trading would not resume for an hour. I haven't even made my purchase, and it's already halted? Damn it. He checked the transaction details, noting that the lowest price had stabilized at 5.47, with a drop of -17. From that point, dozens of orders amounting to millions began to execute, and the price climbed continuously. In less than 10 minutes, it reached the halt price of 8.32 yuan. The screen was awash with vast purple orders, and the intraday chart was even more astounding, with a single red line soaring skyward, a magnificent bullish candlestick standing tall. All of this transpired while Ouyang Daiju was indulging in a cigarette. Alas, why was I not granted an opportunity? I had not yet entered my purchase. Merely a point away. Damn it, what is this nonsense? Ouyang Daiju seized the remaining 19 unlit cigarettes and flung them away in frustration. It was all due to this packet of cigarettes. Now, he could only wait, powerless, biding his time until trading resumed an hour later. However, a 30 surge seemed rather steep. Had I only bought at the -17 dip just moments ago, I would now be sitting on a profit of 47, leveraging tenfold, and I would have made a staggering 3 for a million. There are no what-ifs in the stock market. Every transaction is broadcast live, devoid of fast-forward or replay options. Ouyang Daiju was engulfed in despair, akin to an ordinary investor, lost in self-reassurance, forever fantasizing about purchasing at lower points after missing out, only to engage in mental gymnastics. The same applied when he sold prematurely. He constantly aspired to buy at the lowest and sell at the highest, maximizing profits, while others seemed to consistently buy at the peak and sell at the trough. Alas, Ouyang Daiju could not escape this curse. After an hour, the temporary suspension was lifted and trading resumed. Ouyang Daiju regrouped and clicked to buy at the current price. To his dismay, the transaction failed. He attempted to buy 3 times, each time to no avail, forced to cancel the trades. It was over, utterly over. Another temporary suspension ensued. The price surged to 100, triggering a second halt, lasting until 5 minutes before market close. The current price reached 12.80 yuan, a staggering 234 increase from the lowest point of 5.47. Ouyang Daiju had completely lost his composure, howling at the computer screen. He had missed out on a stellar stock, a fortune-altering opportunity. The final chance lay within the last 5 minutes before closing. Time was up. The suspension vanished. This time, Ouyang Daiju did not fragment his purchases. He invested the full 6 million yuan in one go, raising his bid to 13.80 yuan, nearly 8 above the current price, ensuring execution. He was brimming with confidence. Unfortunately, he still could not secure the purchase. The price rose too swiftly. The closing price was 20.30 yuan, an astonishing 388 increase. The 13.80 yuan bid had no opportunity to execute, as the price gapped up, bypassing that level entirely. Ouyang Daiju was left empty-handed, staring in disbelief at the frozen market. seething with rage, gripping his hair in frustration like a maddened bull, thrashing about uncontrollably. Huh. Well, the matter is settled. Siki, I shall join you in your game. We are to conquer Shabak, correct? Here I come. After setting his by order, he joined Yang Siki's gaming guild and began a play. Not even glancing to see if his order had been filled. He was certain it would execute, and he would not wait. His experiences from a previous life reveal that those who obsessively monitor the market are, without exception, akin to chives, merely chives. The only distinction lies in whether they are fresh or aged, large or small. Such classifications do not alter the essence of being chives. Bestow upon me your treasures. He exclaimed, you must deliver. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the relentless nature of the game, where there was no respite for sustenance nor the luxury of a meal. His head set firmly in place, joining others in their fervent exclamations until the midday break. Only then did he remember to check his account. Switching pages, he accessed his holdings, which revealed a market value of 112,677, 180 yuan. He mentally counted 1,000,000, over 100 million. Quite satisfactory now. He possessed over 100 million in assets. In Yunzhong County, this classified him as affluent. He felt immense gratitude towards Ouyang Deju for assisting him with the payment of over 20,000 yuan for his phone and for unhesitatingly lending him 400,000 yuan to redeem Tan Xiaomei, even risking danger to escort him to the lumber factory. This favor was etched in Chen Ping'an's heart. He intended to repay it and elevate Ouyang alongside him. Thus, even in the face of a severe wound to his neck, blood flowing profusely, he relayed information regarding Yinhu resources and their code to him. Surely, Ouyang's assets had surpassed 100 million as well. Excellent. This favor has been repaid. Internally, he muttered, I detest owing favors. Such debts linger for a lifetime. Thankfully, this time I earned 100 million, clearing all debts, and I shall not take him along in the future. After the game concluded, Yang Siki was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of emptiness and desolation, as if life itself had been ravaged. The emotional highs and conflicts within the game stood in stark contrast to the burdensome reality outside. Silently, she closed the game window and led Chen Ping'an away from the 16th floor in search of sustenance. Once they had feasted, Yang Siki gathered her thoughts, pondering, shall we set off now, or wait until nightfall? Let us depart after dark, Chen Ping'an replied, finishing his glass of draft beer. Its taste was slightly bitter, yet tangy, invigorating his palate. He added, to the dynasty, I shall vanquish that damned crow. The crow is formidable, commanding a substantial following. It seems we may not stand a chance against him. Yang Siki expressed her concerns, secretly wishing to remain in Yunzhong County, cherishing the time spent with him. Even if nothing significant occurred, it brought her joy and contentment. Fear not, what do numbers matter? They're merely minor adversaries, providing us with experience. With the mastery of the money escort technique, there is no cause for worry. Very well, I am thoroughly familiar with the dynasty. I shall guide you within. Achoo! 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 The crow, tilting his head skyward, unleashed a series of resounding sneezes. The private room quickly filled with an unpleasant odor. Crow, it seems your sister-in-law has been speaking of you. Lu Qian's sharp voice pierced through, seemingly emerging from the ground itself. Brother, I have unspoken troubles. My relationship with your sister-in-law is not as harmonious as it appears. You may find it hard to believe, but despite having been under her roof for so long, I have yet to even touch her. What the hell? Lu Qian felt the crow had made an outrageous jest. Chapter 60. Eradicating the roots, Lu Qian wished to laugh, but felt a sense of embarrassment, stifling his amusement to produce a series of chuckles. This woman was indeed perplexing. She urged him to take initiative while endowing him with authority, yet she stubbornly refrained from yielding any tangible benefits. It was utterly confounding. The crow turned over, seeking comfort as the technician applied pressure to his back. So, you indulge in the opulence of the dynasty, treating it as your home? Indeed, one cannot allow a living person to be suffocated by their own needs. However, one must remain vigilant against unexpected inspections. Are you suggesting that I linger by your side, watching you relish in the services while I am left merely to gawk? He mused. Yes, once your sister-in-law arrives, I will swiftly roll out of bed, and you will, without hesitation, throw off the towel and leap onto the bed. Lu Qian refrained from elaborating further, for he intended to undertake some indiscreet actions towards the technician, providing cover for the crow to escape unscathed. In return, Lu Qian earned the crow's trust, allowing him to orchestrate affairs and devise plans. The crow had become a hands-off proprietor, uninterested in the processes as long as the outcomes were satisfactory, immersing himself entirely in personal indulgence. At the height of the crow's enjoyment during the massage, a subordinate knocked and entered to report, "Brother Crow, Chen Laosi has arrived to present you with a cigarette and wishes to meet with you." Chen Laosi? Who is that? The crow could not recall this individual. Chen Laosi was none other than Shan Guangtou, who had come last week vowing that Chen Ping'an lacked martial prowess. Otherwise, he would offer his own head as a toilet. "Let Chen Laosi in," Lu Qian instructed, permitting Chen Ping'an to enter the room. Brother Crow was typically taciturn, allowing Lu Qian to make all arrangements. The arrival of gifts was a welcome occurrence. Bowing slightly, Chen Ping'an timidly entered, presenting a cigarette to the crow. The crow glanced at it, but did not extend his hand nor utter a word. Chen Ping'an felt awkward, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Qian stepped forward, taking the cigarette and inquiring, "Chen Laosi, what do you intend by bringing a cigarette worth 5,000? In response, Chen Ping'an said, "You all dealt a severe blow to Chen Yujin, causing chaos in his household. Would it be possible for you to acquire his property and transfer it to me?" Chen Ping'an smirked slyly. Lu Qian scrutinized him, adjusting his glasses with a cold demeanor. "How did you know it was us? Within the county, aside from Brother Crow, I truly cannot conceive of anyone else capable of such audacity. Were it another, they would have undoubtedly been apprehended by the authorities." Chen Ping'an hastily flattered. The crow's expression softened slightly, yet he remained silent, winking at Lu Qian. Lu Qian promptly responded, "If you desire Chen Yujin's property, you are welcome to pursue it on your own. Why must we intervene? Brother Lu, should my family take action, the Chen family would inevitably intervene, and our strength would fall short. Thus, I must implore Brother Crow to assist my brother, no, my younger brother, with this matter. I am immensely grateful and shall remain loyal to Brother Crow. You seek to usurp Chen Yujin's property, effectively leaving Chen Ping'an and his son without refuge. What a cunning strategy." Lu Qian astutely discerned Chen Ping'an's ulterior motives. On the surface, Chen Ping'an appeared to exploit the influence of the crows to seize Chen Yujin's property. But in reality, he was merely a fox borrowing the tiger's might, ensuring that the Chen Ping'an family would never return to Chenjiakan. Henceforth, no one in the village would dare oppose his family. For anyone who dared to confront Chen Laosi, it would mean being banished from Chenjiakan, or worse, disappearing altogether. Chen Ping'an was a living testament to this. It was a case of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. The villagers believed that Chen Ping'an orchestrated Chen Ping'an's demise, while it was merely presented as a disappearance. Upon hearing Tan Xiaomei recount the events, Chen Yujin refused to accept that his son was dead and ventured alone to the lumber factory in search of him. After a day and night of searching, he found no trace of Chen Ping'an, only dry bloodstains. Chen Ping'an could not admit his true intentions. With a forced smile, he said, "Brother Lu, you jest. I harbor no such thoughts. I am just a simple man. If it comes to fighting, I can manage, but thinking is harder than taking my own life. You are like Zhuge Liang of our time. I beseech your assistance. 100,000. Pay up front, a penny less, and we shall not discuss it." Lu Qian immediately stated. He knew the crows well. They would stop at nothing for profit and would not let a business opportunity slip away. 100,000. Very well. I shall fetch it at once. Chen Ping'an considered that the property was worth at most 80,000, but an additional 20,000 would suffice. In due time, their families would demolish the buildings and construct a grand courtyard, a convenience that could not be achieved with merely 2,000. By the way, you previously swore that Chen Ping'an possessed no martial skills. If he did, you would offer your head to Brother Crow as a toilet. Do you recall this? Lu Qian interrogated. Indeed, I remember. Chen Ping'an was beaten by Xiao Bao and his gang at the lumber factory. If he had any martial prowess, how could they have bested him? Chen Ping'an positioned himself advantageously, ensuring his invulnerability. All right then, hurry and fetch the money, Lu Qian conceded. Chen Ping'an, sweating profusely, hastily exited the room, rushing to collect the funds. Brother Crow, is 100,000 too much? Not at all. In business, one must be ruthless. Without 100,000, how could one dare to act? I do not bother with deals below that amount. You're doing well. Brother Crow contemplated and then instructed Lu Qian, tomorrow, go to the Zhang family and inform them that Shun Jujin is obstinate, threatening to go to the city to accuse them of abducting his daughter-in-law. For the Zhang family's sake, we should eliminate this old fool, seize his property, and leave him with nowhere to turn. Demand 30,000 in cash on the spot. Brother Crow is truly formidable, seizing a house and demanding 10,000 from Chen Laosi, then conjuring 30,000 from Xiaozhong. They will have no choice but to comply. Are we truly going to deal with Chen Jujin? What else? We already dealt with his son. If we do not take advantage of the Zhang family's power to eradicate the root of the problem, will we leave ourselves a hidden danger? Understood. Brother Crow is magnificent. Lu Qian prostrated in admiration. Enough of that, you rascal. Prostrating oneself, what a creative thought. It sounds rather delightful, haha. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an and Yang Siki rented 2 motorcycles and stealthily entered Yunzhong County via the floating bridge from Chiha Town, avoiding the main road to evade identity checks. Their passage was unencumbered. The 2 individuals donned their helmets and rode their bicycles to the rear of the Royal Dynasty MZ Center. They then entered through the staff passage and ascended directly to the 4th floor. Siki, in which room is Crow? Please inform me of the room number so I can proceed. You should leave the Royal Dynasty to avoid any repercussions. I am unafraid. I wish to accompany you. I fear for your safety. Chen Ping'an replied, women and their myriad concerns. When I tell you to leave, you must do so and not hinder my actions. Very well, I shall depart. His room number is 4116. I will wait for you outside. If you do not emerge in due time, I shall come looking for you. Seizing an opportunity when Chen Ping'an was momentarily distracted, Yang Siki wrapped her arms around him from behind. Chen Ping'an was taken aback, as if electrified. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Siki swiftly released her embrace and dashed down the staircase. Chapter 61. Everyone attacks together. He could only smile and shake his head, tacitly acknowledging the events that had just transpired. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he glanced down the corridor to find a yellow-haired man squatting and smoking at the entrance of room 4116. Chen Ping'an approached and stood before him. Is Crow inside? Who the hell are you? You should be calling him Brother Crow. Then he must be in there. Stop babbling nonsense. Which town are you from? And what tribute do you bring for Crow? The yellow-haired man instinctively referred to Crow, though he remained oblivious to it. Tribute for him? Chen Ping'an was aware that Crow was indeed inside, brazenly accepting offerings from the local thugs, resembling a local emperor. Of course, anyone looking for Brother Crow brings fine cigarettes, premium liquor, exquisite tea, and generous cash to pay their respects and seek his assistance. If you don't have an excellent gift, you'd best scram. Suddenly, a copper coin flew through the air. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened, his lips quivered, and blood seeped from his mouth. Ah, my excellent front teeth, 2 gone. Damn it. He swung a fist in retaliation. Chen Ping'an felt irked by the yellow-haired man's incessant mention of excellent and decided to teach him a lesson by knocking out his 2 front teeth. However, reflecting on it now, he realized he had been mistaken. He must not act like a saint. Dodging the yellow-haired man's punch, he stepped back a few paces to create distance and unleashed another barrage of coins. In a flash, 3 coins were fired in rapid succession. One struck between the man's brows, another pierced his neck, and the last lodged in his belly button. The yellow-haired man's face was a portrait of shock and terror. He staggered 2 steps before collapsing before Chen Ping'an. The sound of blood gushing forth was akin to a ruptured pipe. With a swift kick, Chen Ping'an flung open the door to room 4116 and charged inside. What unfolded before him was utterly astonishing, bordering on the indescribable. A man was rising from the bed, towel in hand, while another leapt onto the bed, embracing a female technician, intent on engaging in illicit acts. Who the hell are you barging in here? Lu Qian shouted upon realizing the intruder was not his sister-in-law. Witnessing this, Crow scrambled off the floor, hastily wrapped in a large white towel, and plopped down into a nearby chair, muttering, "Damn it, you scared the life out of me. Almost wet myself. Thought it was the East River lion." Yet, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the man before him, though he could not place where he had seen him before. "Crow, your time is up." Chen Ping'an's gaze swept over the scene. Seated in the chair was a bald man, while a bespectacled, frail scholar stood atop the bed. The female technician, startled, clasped her legs and shielded herself from the unexpected intruder. Clearly, the bald man, with his brutish features, was Crow. "You speak so boldly. State which circle you hail from." Lu Qian bellowed once more. Having been in this line of work for some time, he understood the importance of discerning the opponent's background to avoid calamity. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the intruder seemed increasingly familiar. Suddenly, I recalled the man with dark skin who took photographs. It seemed indeed to be him. "Crows, you have swindled me out of 400,000 and kidnapped my wife. It is time to settle this account." With that, Lu Qian leaped off the bed, feeling at his waist and producing a knife measuring 20 centimeters in length. The Crow crossed his arms, observing the impending altercation with keen interest. At that moment, Chen Ping'an barged in, carrying a bag of money. "Brother Crow, I have retrieved 100,000, he exclaimed. "Oh, Chen Ping'an, why are you still alive? Do you wish for my demise?" "Ha, I merely heard rumors of your death. No ill intent was meant." Lu Qian stood beside the Crow and declared, "Chen Laosi, here's your chance to shine. Take down Chen Ping'an, and by tomorrow morning, I shall secure you Chen Eugene's property. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from striking." His earlier action had merely been a bluff to intimidate the opponent and buy time until reinforcements arrived. With the other hand, he discreetly grasped his phone, pressing the call button. In his estimation, Chen Ping'an was not easily vanquished. During the lumber factory incident, 6 had surrounded him, and only due to a dog-s injury had he managed to injure Chen Ping'an, contrary to Chen Ping'an's claims of being unskilled in martial arts. Once Xiao Bao and the others arrived, they could collectively overpower him. As for Chen Ping'an, Lu Qian had no expectation of him being a match for Chen Ping'an. He was merely a temporary distraction. "All right then, thank you, Brother Lu, for your guidance. Watch as I flatten him with a single punch." Chen Ping'an, stroking his bald head, turned to Chen Ping'an, grinning smugly. "You specialize in sneak attacks. Today, face to face, let us see how you'll ambush me. My punch is solid, and I have yet to find the opportunity to strike you. This time, your end is near." "Ambush," Chen Ping'an replied, perplexed. "When have I ever ambushed anyone?" Chen Ping'an brandished his right fist, rolling up his sleeves to build momentum. He believed one punch would suffice. It needed to convey strength and dominance. A grand display before the Crow. Should the Crow take notice of him, he could become his prized enforcer, enjoying a life of luxury and indulgence. He retracted his fist, focusing on Chen Ping'an's head, intent on landing a blow that would mar his handsome visage, ensuring he would remember the encounter. With a whoosh, his fist struck swiftly, creating a gust of wind. The Crow smirked, thinking Chen Laozi's punch has potential. I could recruit him for some highway robbery in the town, collecting a monthly fee of 50,000, thus significantly increasing my private funds. Suddenly, just as his fist was about to make contact with Chen Ping'an's charming face, he felt his knee strike an unseen object, causing him to lose his balance and drop to one knee, a sharp pain radiating through him. "My knee. Blood. Chen Ping'an, you're ambushing me again. I'll fight you to the death." He stood awkwardly, hopping on one leg, continuing to swing his fist. Suddenly, a copper coin was hurled forth. "Seeking death," Chen Ping'an coldly remarked. Chen Ping'an found himself kneeling, unable to rise despite his efforts, his eyes fixed on Chen Ping'an, filled with venomous resentment. Confusion washed over him. How could Chen Ping'an, rumored to be unskilled, suddenly wield such hidden weapons? He had underestimated him, desiring to seize my family's property. How audacious of you! With a swift motion, Chen Ping'an propelled his right foot forward, sending Chen Ping'an sprawling 3 meters away. The latter collided with the wall, dazed and disoriented, collapsing to the floor, oblivious to his fate. With his left hand, he clutched tightly onto a bag of cash. Chen Ping'an, feeling unsatisfied with the physical exertion, thought that employing a monetary projectile would prove far more gratifying. After dispatching Chen Ping'an, he turned his attention to the crow. "Brother Ping'an, let us speak amicably. There must be a misunderstanding between us." The crow asserted earnestly, a smile gracing his lips, entirely incongruous with his notorious reputation. Misunderstanding? Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss, bewildered by the crow's words. "Are you certain that the individuals who kidnapped you are my subordinates? I have always conducted myself with integrity. Despite my affiliations, I never prey upon the weak, the ill, or women. You must be mistaken. Indeed, our leader merely collects protection fees from rural towns, seeking wealth without inflicting harm. There is absolutely no connection to kidnapping." "You are undoubtedly being misled," Lu Qian added, echoing the crow's sentiments. The two engaged in a theatrical exchange, prompting Chen Ping'an to hesitate as he reached for his monetary projectile, only to halt abruptly. Lu Qian continued, "We are law-abiding citizens, a force for justice, registered with the authorities and possessing the necessary permits. We would never commit heinous acts." The crow pressed further. "We have no past grievances with you, nor any recent quarrels. We do not even know who your wife is, so why would we kidnap her? What benefit would that yield us?" Caught in a web of indecision, Chen Ping'an, however, remained steadfast in his belief in Yang Siqi's words. Convinced that the crow was orchestrating a scheme, the resolve in his grip returned. Regardless of their rhetoric, they could not alter the fate that awaited them. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. 7 or 8 individuals stormed into the room, with a dozen more blocking the entrance. Among them were Xiao Bao, Xiao Niu, Ali, and Xiao Go, along with Wang Kai, who had previously taken Tan Xiaomei hostage, and several unfamiliar faces. The once modest room now felt overwhelmingly cramped. "It's you. Your neck is still intact?" Xiao Bao stared incredulously at Chen Ping'an's unscathed neck, having expected to see a gaping wound where he had struck. It was clear to him that the blade had indeed plunged deeply, with blood flowing profusely. Surely, such a swift recovery would leave scars, wouldn't it? Upon witnessing these figures, Chen Ping'an realized that the crow had lied, deliberately stalling for time. The crow and Lu Qian stood side by side, wearing expressions of mockery and derision, as if to provoke him. "What could you possibly do? With our numbers, we are formidable. What will you do about it? Everyone, advance and dismantle him," the crow commanded. Xiao Bao wielded a large machete. Xiao Niu gripped 2 nunchaku. Ali twirled a small knife. And Xiao Go brandished a steel pipe as the 4 closed in. The remaining crowd, armed mainly with steel pipes, followed suit. "You have nowhere to escape. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 62, a small dog wielded a steel pipe, thrusting it forward with determination. Previously, Chen Ping'an had wielded a withered branch, which had magnified his weapon's effectiveness multiple times, granting him a significant advantage. This time, however, Chen Ping'an stood empty-handed, devoid of even a branch, prompting the small dog to feel confident in reclaiming the upper hand. Clang! A copper coin lodged firmly in the middle of the steel pipe. The small dog pulled back the pipe and examined it closely. The coin glimmered with a verdant patina. With his limited self-taught knowledge, he deciphered the inscriptions on the coin. "What is this?" "Hongwu Tongbao. I've struck gold. This is worth a fortune. At the village entrance, they pay 10,000 for one of these." Ah. The small dog forcefully extracted the coin, discarding the steel pipe on the ground, retreating with laughter and exiting the door. After all, fighting was merely a means to earn money. Why engage in combat when selling antiques could yield greater profits? Isn't that more enticing? Onlookers gazed in envy, their eyes filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy. A knife spun in Ali's palm, mesmerizing those who watched. Chen Ping'an had always felt that this fool playing with a knife might one day injure himself. Moreover, his ostentatious display was excessive. He spun it incessantly. "Spin away, you fool." Suddenly, a copper coin struck the tip of Ali's knife, altering its trajectory and embedding itself into his thigh. "Ouch! What has happened to my leg?" Ali howled in agony. Upon closer inspection, the 10-centimeter blade had completely vanished into the meatiest part of his thigh, leaving only the hilt visible. Just watching the scene evoked a sharp pang of sympathy. Ali grasped the hilt, too fearful to pull it out or to apply pressure, balancing on his toes against the wall, gasping for air. You idiot, doing it on purpose and stabbing yourself. You've got guts. Everyone get him, Lu Qian bellowed. A tall, slender man with glasses revealed a sinister visage, even more intimidating than the seemingly ferocious Xiao Bao and his companions. The crowd dare not linger, pressing forward in a dark mass. Ali struggled, fully aware that he was not the one to blame. Only a fool would stab himself. Who in their right mind would stab themselves 10 centimeters deep? I'd rather eat dirt. The nunchaku whirled, and the large knife swung, nearly simultaneously executing their strikes. Meanwhile, over a dozen steel pipes launched an all-out assault from every direction. Stab, chop, pull, cover, swing, thrust, various forms of attack converged around Chen Ping'an in a dense circle. As it appeared he was on the brink of being reduced to mere pulp, his right hand shot out with remarkable swiftness. The movement was so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible. Bang, bang, bang. The clattering of dozens of steel pipes echoed as they fell to the ground. Rolling aside, the numerous burly men who had been poised to attack now let their arms droop, lifeless and devoid of energy. The nunchaku snapped into two segments. One clutched in the right hand of Xiao, while the other vanished from sight, having fallen behind and striking a yellow-haired youth on the head, rendering him unconscious. The large knife shattered into 10 pieces, each fragment cascading to the ground. Xiao Bao clutched the hilt, disbelief etched on his face as he grappled with the surreal turn of events. What on earth just happened? How did my steel blade reduce to scrap? Impossible, utterly impossible. It's worthless. This large knife can only be sold as scrap metal. The formidable machete, valued at $1,990, is now reduced to mere scrap worth less than $2. This was the weapon that granted the notorious Xiao Bao his reputation, allowing him to traverse the industry without fear of confrontation. Now, stripped of his mighty blade, he resembles a balloon, inflated to an impressive size, only to be abruptly punctured by a minuscule needle, a sudden deflation rendering him as thin as a film. He hesitates to take another step forward, for his instincts warn him of Chen Ping'an's perilous nature. He is an exceedingly dangerous individual. The scene descends into utter chaos, particularly among the more than 10 individuals who have lost their steel pipes, their wrists now pierced by a copper coin. They scream in agony, tears streaming down their faces. Lu Qian stands dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. The crow, slightly reclined, reaches into the drawer of the table, gripping an object tightly. His mood instantly lightened. Wow, how impressive. The female technician, reclining on the bed, pays no heed to her exposed form. Upon witnessing Chen Ping'an's single strike that immobilizes over 10 men, she cannot help but express her admiration. His powerful and robust arms, his subtly melancholic gaze, his captivatingly handsome visage, and his sparse stubble, all exude an undeniable charm and masculinity. Chen Ping'an turns, disregarding the woman's admiring expression, and fixes his gaze on Lu Qian. It is your turn. Lu Qian casts a glance at his injured or dazed subordinates. Tightening his grip on the knife with renewed determination, a spark of battle spirit igniting on his face. The others sense that Lu Qian, the most formidable strategist among the Crow S ranks, is about to make his move. In their perception, Lu Qian is exceptionally skilled, yet they have never witnessed his martial prowess. Today, however, they anticipate a display of his abilities, eager for him to vanquish Chen Ping'an and avenge their fallen comrades. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Lu Qian kneels, raising the knife with its tip pointed skyward. This unexpected turn leaves everyone in stunned silence. What is this ploy? Is the strategist employing a scheme? Brother Ping'an, it was all the Crow's doing. He orchestrated the kidnapping of your wife and extorted you for 400,000. We were merely following orders. If you seek vengeance, direct it toward him. With that, he casts the knife aside and prostrates himself on the ground. Is this truly it? A massive question mark looms over Xiao Bao and the others. You dishonorable scoundrel, Lu Qian. The Crow has treated you well, and yet you betray us like this. Xiao Bao despises those who lack principles. Although he himself occasionally bends the rules, it is always out of necessity. You bastard. You have no loyalty. Do not dare to claim acquaintance with us henceforth. Humph. Once so arrogant, he now appears utterly pathetic. Cursed be this first-rate strategist of Yinchuan County. The tide recedes, revealing your nakedness. Chen Ping'an, finish him off. We support you in eliminating this scoundrel Lu Qian. A chorus of denunciations fills the cramped room. Chen Ping'an, however, pays no heed to the clamoring voices and turns his attention to the crow. This time, the crow must truly experience the sensation of a blade slicing into its neck. At least 10 golden darts must pierce in a line, like daggers penetrating its throat. Ah, this is dire. Haha, you are doomed. Unbeknownst to me, the crow's right hand clutched a pistol, while the left hand supported the wrist of the right. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at Chen Ping'an's head. It was a Colt M1903 pocket pistol, 33 caliber, capable of delivering a thrilling close-range shot. Chen Ping'an realized that this scoundrel had a trump card. No wonder he had remained so still. Firearms are strictly prohibited in the Great Xia, so how could he possess one? It seemed this pistol had seen better days. As Chen Ping'an shifted to the left, the muzzle followed suit. Aha, you've fallen for my ruse. I am merely buying time for my leader, diverting your attention. Ha! Lu Qian rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, a sly grin upon his face. Brother Lu is formidable. Brother Lu is impressive. The way Brother Lu played, that was truly masterful. I sensed something was amiss. How could our Brother Lu possibly surrender? It was merely a ploy to confuse the opponent. Truly, my Brother Lu, there is no one else like you. Brother Lu employs wit over brute force. Indeed, he is the contemporary Lu Bowen. Brother Lu, please accept my humble kneeling. Moments ago, they were vehemently criticizing, yet now they shower him with flattery. Chen Ping'an felt that this circle was utterly chaotic. Chapter 63. Drawing the gun, what era is this? Resorting to copper coins to inflict harm? Are you out of your mind? The crow remarked with a mocking expression. Indeed, does one consider themselves to be the little leaf flying dagger? What nonsense! A copper coin can only cause injury, not death. What purpose does it serve? Lu Qian slowly settled down, lifting the towel to cover his thighs. After kneeling and prostrating for a while, he nearly let the towel slip to the ground. The female technician closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Chen Ping'an being shot. Xiao Bao and others gradually stepped back, maintaining a safe distance to avoid being caught in the crow's crossfire. This weapon is deadly. Even the most foolish individual understands that. Chen Ping'an's palms were slick with sweat. No matter how swift the money dart, it could never outpace a bullet. At the moment he moved, it was highly probable that a bullet had already traversed his skull. He now comprehended the significance of the Tianyin Pe. If what Ping Kong stated was accurate, Tianyin Pe is a skill that allows one to discern the direction of sound. Within 10 meters, regardless of the angle from which a hidden weapon strikes, the ears can accurately identify it, enabling one to adjust their position and evade danger. Bullets, like money darts, are classified as hidden weapons, differing only in their speed. Ancient concealed weapons relied on wrist strength, such as money darts and the little leaf flying dagger, or mechanisms like the sleeve crossbow demonstrated by Ping Kong in the monastery. Modern concealed weapons, however, harness the explosive force of gunpowder to generate propulsion. Pistols, submachine guns, machine guns, and cannons. All these fall under the category of concealed weapons. Mastering Tianyin Pe would allow one to immediately determine the direction of an incoming attack and evade it. Truly impressive. Evading bullets, dodging cannons? Brother Crow, fire your weapon, eliminate this nuisance. Kill him. This lad has a beautiful wife. We could visit his home and have our fun. Let us go find his wife tonight, haha. Ouyang Diju felt disheartened at the prospect of missing out on such a lucrative opportunity. His dreams of financial freedom slipping away, leaving him weary and despondent. He had never married. Although he had courted several women, none had ever truly captured his heart, rendering it impossible for any to share his life. Thus, he sought solace in the Imperial MZ Center. He recognized that this was merely a fleeting escape, ultimately of little consequence in the grand scheme of things. Yet, he had no better alternatives or destinations. This time, he opted not for the second-floor foot massage nor the third-floor sauna, but instead headed straight for a private room on the fourth floor. Indulging in luxury once a year is quite understandable, especially for someone like him, burdened by pressure and discontent, harboring fantasies of overnight wealth as a single man. Just as he was immersing himself in pleasure, he heard hurried footsteps echoing from the corridor. He cracked the door open slightly, peering out, only to discover individuals brandishing large machetes, some wielding nunchaku, while others carried steel pipes. The atmosphere suggested a potential brawl. After a while, noticing that no security personnel from the Imperial had arrived, it seemed this group had reached an unspoken agreement with the establishment, allowing them to engage in their scuffle freely. Moments later, he spotted a young man with yellow hair, arms raised high, clutching a copper coin, shouting excitedly that it was an antique and that he had struck it rich as he dashed past the doorway in the corridor. An antique? Ouyang Deju consumed half a gene of ergo-2, his head swirling in a haze, easily susceptible to intoxication. He lost track of the female technician and stealthily made his way inside. Peering through the door, he was met with an unsightly scene. Two men barely wrapped in towels and a woman sprawled across the bed. Such outrageous behavior. Then he spotted Chen Ping'an. "Damn, you little rascal, I finally caught you," he exclaimed. "Strange. How are you still alive? That day, I had no choice but to abandon you and flee. How come you're unscathed?" "Well, if you could just provide me with a lucrative stock tip, I would buy in at once, soaring to the heavens. With you reigning supreme." In a bid to advance, he picked up a steel pipe from the ground, feigning the demeanor of a thug as he approached. The bystanders, unfamiliar with him, mistook him for a newly arrived brother and chose not to engage. They found him rather gallant, while others were retreating due to injuries. He boldly pressed forward, demonstrating audacity and camaraderie, truly a formidable character. Upon noticing Lu Qian kneeling on the ground and hearing the collective outrage from the crowd, he intended to step forward and acknowledge the valiant brother. However, he soon realized that a gun was aimed at Chen Ping'an. At this critical juncture, stepping forward to recognize a brother would only lead to disaster. He needed to devise a plan to ensure Chen Ping'an's safety, an undeniable responsibility for a brother such as himself. Trouble. The G Bureau is fully armed and charging in. "Everyone run!" Ouyang Deju shouted at the wall. The crowd was startled and hurriedly rushed towards the exit. The crow was momentarily stunned. What was the G Bureau doing here? This was outside their jurisdiction. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity and rolled backward. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. The crowd assumed it was fired by the G Bureau and quickened their pace, leading to a stampede at the door. The crow missed a shot, and, as the gun was momentarily pointed away, Chen Ping'an slipped into the throng. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots echoed, taking down 3 burly men. "Ouyang Deju, grab Chen Ping'an and come with me," Ouyang Deju urged. Upon recognizing him, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of relief, grateful for the reliability of his brother in this critical moment. Others fled upstairs while Ouyang Deju and Chen Ping'an rushed downward. For only Ouyang Deju knew that there were no G Bureau personnel below, if not now in. Emerging from the small staircase, they discovered Yang Siki seated on one of the motorcycles, while another was already revving, awaiting a rider. "Ping'an, hop on my bike. I'll take care of the rest." "All right." Chen Ping'an accepted without hesitation, swinging his leg over the bike, allowing Yang Siki to take the reins. Vroom vroom. The 2 motorcycles sped off along the narrow path, heading east, crossing the floating bridge and arriving in Yunding County. In room 4116 of the Royal MZ Center, the crow remained bound with a white towel, reclining with his legs crossed, savoring a fine Shenlong cigarette while gazing at the ceiling. Before him knelt a multitude, dark and foreboding. Lu Qian was at the forefront, followed by Xiao Bao and others, with a lackey wielding a steel pipe behind them. One was severely injured, 12 had broken wrists, and 3 bore gunshot wounds. Lu Qian even bowed before them, expressing his disappointment. "You have truly let me down," the crow muttered to himself. No one dared to utter a word, for the crow spoke the truth. More than 20 individuals could not match the prowess of Chen Ping'an alone. Had it not been for the crow brandishing a firearm, survival in this place would have become impossible, particularly for Lu Qian, who knelt in utter submission, prostrating himself in a desperate attempt to buy time, believing he could deceive others, but not the crow. Who is the crow? He is his superior, and one cannot easily pull the wool over his eyes. Throughout this ordeal, the personnel from the G Bureau never made an appearance. Look at your pathetic state. What are you all doing running to the rooftop? Are you contemplating a leap? The crowd remained in profound silence. Lu Qian relayed a message to Zhang Qijuan. Inform him that Chen Ping'an, armed with a firearm and concealed weapons, infiltrated the dynasty to exact revenge. Fortunately, our brothers fought valiantly to repel him, ultimately leading to his defeat. We initially entangled ourselves with Chen Ping'an by kidnapping the fiancée of his son, which provoked his wrath. Thus, it is only reasonable that we demand 200,000 for medical expenses. Additionally, advise him that Chen Ping'an has escaped from the dynasty and may be lurking around the county. His next target could very well be General Xiao Zhang. Ask him if he requires our assistance in safeguarding General Xiao Zhang. Should he need our support, we shall not hesitate, but we must appropriately request a remuneration of 1 million. Ahem. Let us emphasize that Chen Ping'an is formidable. Not only is he an expert marksman, but he also excels in using copper coins as concealed weapons. Of course, we must also highlight our superiority. Only we possess the capability to bring down Chen Ping'an. Indeed, Brother Crow, the sum of 1.2 million is inadequate. We should demand no less than 1.5 million. Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Chapter 64. Extortion at the door. Xiao Bao. Take some men and capture Chen Jiujin. Find a place to lock him up. The next time Chen Ping'an comes looking for trouble, we can use him as a shield. Brother Wu Ya, Chen Jiujin is just an old man. We suffered because of Chen Ping'an. There is no need to capture his father, right? Morally, Xiao Bao insisted on his so-called principles. Wu Ya, not waiting for Xiao Bao to elaborate on morality, seized a slipper and hurled it at Xiao Bao, shouting, "Morality, my foot. If I tell you to do it, just do it. If not, get lost. Those who dwell in darkness, what is there to discuss about morality? Is your head filled with nothing but filth? Fine, I'll do it. I won't speak of morals. I'll arrange it right away." Xiao Bao led Ali and Xiao Go out, while the others remained kneeling, awaiting orders and reprimands. With Xiao Bao in the lead, Xiao Go in the middle, and Ali bringing up the rear, Ali exclaimed, "Slow down. Damn it. Watch out for the injured." When they assaulted Chen Ping'an, Ali had been wielding a knife, only for the blade to be struck by a copper coin, embedding itself over 10 centimeters into his thigh. As everyone rushed to the rooftop, he limped along, the knife handle swaying painfully against his leg, causing him to yell out atop the building. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any officials appearing, they returned to the private room on the 4th floor. Enduring the pain, Ali followed them down. The others urged him to seek medical attention, but gritting his teeth, he pulled out the knife himself, applied potassium permanganate solution, and pressed a bandage against it, deeming it sufficient. The group stared at him in awe, calling him brave. At that moment, he felt quite valiant. Believing it was no big deal, the pain would eventually subside. However, now he could hardly walk. "You were too reckless back then. Why did you charge ahead?" Xiao Go asked with a smile. "Hey, you can't blame me for being fierce. I was at the front of the line, and everyone behind kept pushing forward. It was either move or get crushed," Ali replied, shaking his head. Xiao Bao nodded, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Still, Xiao Go, your quick thinking really saved you. You snatched the copper coin and fled. Did you really exchange it for 10,000? Do you think it is possible?" Xiao Go retorted. Xiao Bao fell silent. Xiao Go interjected, "You acted it out too convincingly. I can't help but believe you. Walking on the edge of a blade doesn't come without peril. One could die too swiftly. Brother Bao, are we really going to capture Chen Jiujin?" Xiao Go whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. "Yes, with so many people earlier, why did you only select the 2 of us? What does that imply?" Ali voiced his confusion. Capturing someone is a significant undertaking, requiring at least 5 or 6 individuals. Previously, when apprehending Tan, Xiao, Mei, 6 people were involved, complete with a driver and clear division of labor, enabling them to come and go without a trace, subtly impacting their surroundings. But now, what could 3 accomplish? Xiao Bao placed his index finger to his lips, searching for a suitable place to speak. Meanwhile, Chen Jiujin remained at home, with no means of finding Chen Ping'an. He could not disclose this matter to his 2 daughters, lest they become embroiled in it. Their lives were already difficult and could not withstand further turmoil. Furthermore, Xiao Qian was nearing her due date, her labor imminent. It was best to keep this hidden. Even if you were to tell them, what could be done? Two ineffectual sons-in-law, merely seeking to benefit from others, are of no use when trouble arises. Tan Xiaomei found herself with nowhere to turn. She truly did not wish to return home, nor did she feel inclined to go to work. With her husband gone, what was the point of working? Thus, she remained in Chen Jujin's house, occupying the room previously used by Chen Ping'an, reluctant to depart. In her heart, she repeatedly pondered, "Ping'an, where have you gone? Are you alive or dead?" Crash! The front door was kicked open. Tan Xiaomei hurried to the living room to see. Chen Limo, along with his eldest, second, and third sons, entered the yard carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher lay Chen Ping'an, his eyes closed. "Chen Jujin, come out here!" Chen Limo bellowed. Chen Jujin observed the 5 members of the family enter the courtyard, wondering what was amiss. "Yesterday, Chen Ping'an injured my 4th son. Do you think we should settle this privately or report it to the authorities?" Tan Xiaomei and Chen Jujin's eyes lit up. Chen Ping'an was still alive? He was capable of injuring Chen Ping'an? Please elaborate on the matter. Once we have clarity, we shall discuss whether to settle privately or involve the authorities. Chen Limo and the others set down the stretcher. "Fourth son, speak up. Ensure they compensate us. If we do not receive 500,000, do not expect us to retract our case." The eldest, Chen Ping'an, counted on his fingers, having decided on the amount before their arrival. Chen Ping'an recounted the events from the previous night at the foot massage city, emphasizing only those aspects that favored him while omitting the demand for Chen Jujin's house. Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an could utilize hidden weapons, Tan Xiaomei felt both joy and confusion. Joyful that Chen Ping'an was unharmed, yet perplexed that after sharing a bed for over half a month, she had been unaware of his skills. Chen Jujin, with many doubts, chuckled. "Chen Laosi, you are speaking nonsense. My Ping'an suffered a deep cut on his neck. You claim he is unscathed and capable of using hidden weapons? You are fabricating tales without a script. No falsehood exists. Indeed, there are no knife marks on his neck, and he appears quite spirited. I was the one he injured. Do not deny it. Enough of your nonsense. Just 2 days ago, the G Bureau apprehended individuals wielding knives, and the assailants have confessed to the neck wound, with blood gushing forth. There are testimonies at the G Bureau. If you doubt it, go inquire there. You think you can come here, having caused trouble, and extort me? Not a chance." Chen Jujin's reasoning was astute, and he remained entirely unperturbed. Tan Xiaomei added, "That is correct. My uncle was handling this case, and the evidence and testimonies were obtained promptly. You may seek verification from Deputy Bureau Chief Liao Zhengsheng. A seriously injured individual capable of inflicting harm upon you and subduing 20 of Wu Ya's men, wielding a Hongwu coin, should truly consider a career in comedic performance. For it will be a shame to waste such talent." Her words left Chen Limo and the others scratching their heads in confusion, casting bewildered glances at Chen Ping'an as if questioning him about the situation. Chen Ping'an, overwhelmed with rage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Compensation, 500,000, not a cent less, or you shall face dire consequences," Chen Ping'an shouted. "Indeed, 500,000. Hand over the money, and we shall take our 4th son to the doctor." Chen Ping'an echoed. Chen Jujin replied. Tan Xiaomei retorted furiously, "Not a single penny. You are slandering us. If you do not leave, I shall call the authorities." Chen Limo contemplated for a moment, then decided, "Let us first take Lao Si to the hospital, and later we shall seek them out. If it is indeed Chen Ping'an's doing, none of them shall escape." With urgency, the 4 lifted Chen Ping'an and departed. Just as they exited, Xiao Bao and his companions stepped through the doorway. "It is you. You are the ones who kidnapped me and harmed my husband. I shall not let this go." Tan Xiaomei exclaimed, picking up a hoe from the ground and advancing toward them. Unaccustomed to agricultural work, she struggled with the hoe, nearly striking herself in the chin. Xiao Bao chuckled. "If you cannot wield the hoe, then set it down. We have come to speak with old Chen. You may listen or depart, as you wish." "What has happened to my son?" Chen Jiujin inquired directly. "Your son is quite well, unharmed. It is we who are in trouble." You must leave Yunzhong County at once. If you linger, someone may come to apprehend you and threaten Chen Ping'an. He is truly unscathed? His neck is not injured? Yesterday, he appeared fine, yet we suffered injuries to over 20 of our brothers. Old Chen, our leader intends to capture you, but we bear no grudge against Chen Ping'an. We wish you no harm. Please leave swiftly. Do not complicate matters for us. We are men of principle. I have nowhere to go. I shall not leave. If you wish to capture me, then do so. Chapter 65. Compensation. This old man. How obstinate he is. His son is much more agile, unable to evade the bullets. He knew immediately to flee. Truly, this old man is as stubborn as a mule. Xiaomei began to comprehend the situation. Dad, they make a valid point. I believe you should leave at once and return after a while. Very well then. I shall gather my belongings and depart immediately. But I am uncertain of where to go. What a hassle. Hurry up and pack. We will drive you to the neighboring county, swiftly, urged Xiao Bao, shaking his head. Chen Jiujin returned to his room. There was little to take, only 2 sets of clothes, his identification card, bank card, and over 1,000 yuan in cash. Tan Xiaomei entered the room, pressed the bank card into Chen Jiujin's hand, and whispered, "There are over 60,000 on this card, Dad. Take it. The password is 110119. Easy to remember. The first part is for police, the latter for fire emergencies. If you see Ping'an, tell him I will be waiting for him. I shall not marry anyone else." All right. Chen Jiujin accepted the card, exited the room, and departed with Xiao Bao and the others. Only she remained in the house, with no intention of leaving, nor desire to go anywhere. A wry smile crossed her face as she thought, are these 3 not the kidnappers? Yet they act as good Samaritans, defying their leader to help conceal Chen Jiujin. Is there truly no distinction between good and evil? Her mind swirled in confusion as she lay on the bed, pondering nothing. Xiaomei, where are you? Zhao Qiyue inquired over the phone. At Chen Ping'an's home. Come back. The Zhang family relatives are arriving shortly to present the betrothal gifts. Your absence would be quite impolite. Mom, I only wish to be with Ping'an. Please do not pressure me. It is not us who are pressuring you. It is the realities of life. You are my daughter. Do you think I do not care? Mom, I heard that Ping'an is still alive and unscathed. I will wait for him to find me. I'm not going anywhere. Oh dear, how can you be so unreasonable? I have always listened to you. This time, I wish to make my own decisions and live for myself. Sigh. Chen Ping'an and his companions checked into a hotel after showering. It was already 3 in the morning, and they headed to a nearby barbecue stall. As a large chicken leg was brought to the table, Ouyang Deja bit into it, taking a swig of cold beer. My brother, you are truly ferocious. One man against an empire. Chen Ping'an shook his head. Ferocious? If I had truly been fierce, how could I have hidden here? Outmatched, I can only retreat with my tail between my legs. Yang Siki, gnawing on a chicken leg, curiously asked Ping'an. Dawn marks the engagement day of Tan Xiaomei and Zhang Xiaofa. What are your plans? She understood the urgency of their situation. They could not communicate over the next few days lest they be pinpointed by the G Bureau. It was likely that at dawn, he would head to Yunzhong County again. An engagement is not a marriage. Xiaomei will be fine. Besides, she has a formidable father and uncle. No one would dare harm her. As long as I avoid being caught by Zhang Xiaofa's men or the G Bureau, my father will be safe. I will make a trip to Luoyang and return promptly to deal with the crows. Chen Ping'an downed an entire bottle in one go. Yang Siki quickly followed suit, her abdomen swelling almost immediately. I will accompany you to Luoyang. It is a perfect opportunity to see the Terracotta Army. I did not take a leave of absence. I must continue working. If I do not work, I shall be bereft of funds and impoverished, lamented Ouyang Deju. Chen Ping'an discerned the underlying implications of his words and inquired, Brother Deju, yesterday, when you heeded my advice and invested in Yinaziyuan, without even leveraging, your assets must have at least quadrupled, correct? With a resounding clap, a glass was slammed onto the table, causing the barbecue platter atop it to tremble. What nonsense is this? What is going on? Deju exclaimed, his frustration palpable. It's a long story. I was waiting for a further decline to make my purchase, but when it skyrocketed, I couldn't chase after it. Now I find myself with an empty portfolio. Why hesitate? Just invest directly. Do not dwell on acquiring at the lowest point. Only naive novices entertain such fantasies. Chen Ping'an smirked inwardly, thinking it served Daiju right for missing out on the lucrative stock and failing to make a profit. My brother, how much did you invest? Daiju asked. Not much. Merely over 3 million, came the reply. 3 million is indeed a modest amount. I leveraged my 60,000 to over 6 million. Chen Ping'an continued. With 300,000 as your principal, buying in after a 17 dip, and closing at a 388 rise. Do the math. Ouyang Daiju's body tensed. His mouth agape as he calculated. 300,000 leveraged tenfold amounts to over 30 million. With a fourfold increase, that would yield over 120 million. Subtracting the initial investment, I would profit 1 billion. If I had operated with 60,000 in the same precise manner, my earnings could have reached 20 million, ensuring I would never need to work again. Alas, what a profound pity. He gasped in disbelief and immediately straightened, bowing in reverence, clutching Chen Ping'an's leg. My brother, you are truly my kin. Share a portion with me. Chen Ping'an responded. Share? How could you even suggest such a thing? Money is never merely divided. He continued. Brother Daiju, I borrowed 400,000 from you, and there's also 22,600 for the phone bill, which I will repay in the coming days. I will provide you with 500,000. What do you think? Last time he had visited the lumber factory, Daiju had helped him borrow money, and now he was grateful for his assistance in navigating perilous circumstances. This sum was merely a token of appreciation. No sharing, never any sharing. This is compensation, a rightful remuneration. Thus, Ouyang Daiju would feel justified in accepting it, and in the future, he would be willing to brave any challenges, knowing substantial rewards awaited him. Brother, you are exceedingly generous. I shall gladly accept. To refuse would be impolite. Daiju exclaimed, his smile wide and uncontainable. Chen Ping'an helped him to his feet. Knowing he could not provide him with the funds immediately, he would need to sell stocks the next day and could only withdraw funds by the day after. He turned to the silent Yang Siki and asked, Siki, should I borrow from you? No, do not give me 100 million. I would prefer to keep it with you and simply earn interest. Yang Siki shouted. This left Chen Ping'an stunned. When had he ever suggested giving her 100 million? Ouyang Daiju was equally bewildered. Do you even comprehend the value of 100 million? The profits on stocks are merely numbers on paper. Only cash in hand counts as real money. In my view, it would be foolish to forego such wealth. With just 400,000, I could secure 500,000, while she, with 800,000, could at least claim 10 million. However, her audacious mention of 100 million left him utterly astounded. Could it be that he had offered her a mere 5 million? Yang Siki harbored no such thoughts. Rather, she fervently wished for Chen Ping'an to suffer catastrophic losses in stock trading, losing everything down to his undergarments. In such a scenario, he would be unable to repay the 800,000, thereby significantly increasing her chances of binding him to her. As for any form of compensation beyond that, it was still under contemplation. Thus, even if he were to offer her 100 million, she would refuse. The money must remain with him, for that would serve as her trump card. Very well, let it accumulate interest here, enough for you to never finish consuming it. At dawn, we shall venture to an internet CAF. I will sell the stocks and then take the high-speed train to Luoyang. No need for the CAF. You may operate through my phone. Yang Siki handed him her mobile device, a pink smartphone with a large screen, adorned with acrylic diamonds and embellished with a small heart. It was evident that this was the possession of a pure-hearted young girl. Very well then, let us continue with the drinks. Chapter 66. He finally gained insight unbeknownst to her. Yang Siki had consumed an astonishing 24 bottles of peak wine. Observing that Chen Ping'an was on the verge of inebriation, she realized that with just a little more effort, she could easily conquer him. To scale a mountain 9 fathoms high only to falter at the last hurdle? In her lexicon, it was inconceivable to fall short by even a handful of soil. Boss, another case for this technician. Ouyang Daiju's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixed his gaze on Chen Ping'an for an extended period before exclaiming, Sister-in-law is drunk? Chen Ping'an. Yang Siki. Once again, Yang Siki was assisted by Chen Ping'an into her room. Ouyang Daiju, ever perceptive, discreetly retreated to his own quarters, pretending to have seen and heard nothing. This time, Yang Siki was even more disheveled than before. In the end, she clutched the bottle and drank without aiming for her mouth, instead inserting it askew into her neck. The beer cascaded down her throat, offering a chilling sensation. Though her body was cooled, her mind remained in a daze, insisting that she must bring Chen Ping'an to his knees. Chen Ping'an placed her gently onto the bed, reluctant to depart immediately. The pungent aroma of stale beer clung to her, and he hesitated to change her clothes or clean her body, fearing that the beer would sour overnight, rendering her unclean even after a morning shower. To act or not to act, this dilemma reverberated profoundly within him. Had he yet to marry, succumbing to temptation would have posed little consequence. At most, they could begin as friends, transition to a romantic relationship, and if things blossomed, perhaps marriage would follow. However, now that he was wed to Tan Xiaomei, harboring thoughts for another woman felt rather inappropriate. Noticing remnants of beer foam lingering at her collar, he steeled himself to assist her. As dawn began to break, Chen Ping'an slept deeply, indicating a night of sound slumber, untouched by the burdens of the world. Meanwhile, Ouyang Deju was sprawled on the floor, performing push-ups with fervor. He had already completed 99 without any intention of stopping, lost in contemplation amidst his exertion. He pondered his future career path. Should he return to Yinjing Securities, continuing to earn a meager salary while scraping by on paltry commissions? This seemed a reasonable choice, returning to the familiar routine of a 9-to-5 existence, living a life of complacency, eschewing marriage and children. Alternatively, he could leverage $5 million to purchase several apartments in the county, refurbish them, and seek a female occupant for the properties. Yet, this notion felt too mundane and did not align with his aspirations in life. What if he followed Chen Ping'an instead? This thought flickered in his mind, initially fleeting, yet it took root and burgeoned rapidly within him. Within his understanding, Chen Ping'an possessed the uncanny ability to predict stock market trends by aligning himself with him. As long as he executed his strategies with care, financial success would surely follow. Moreover, the compensation was generous, over 400,000, and in just a few days, he had offered a staggering $5 million. It felt excessively generous. Was he merely naive with money? Or did Chen Ping'an have ulterior motives in offering such a sum as a mere lure? Lost in his musings, he continued to push himself, completing over 300 repetitions, oblivious to his own actions. With a bold gamble in mind, Ouyang Deju resolved to skip work and journey to Luoyang with his companions. After making this decision, he swiftly turned over, rose, and headed to the washroom to freshen up before seeking out Chen Ping'an. Meanwhile, Yang Siki awoke in the morning, tugged at her bedsheet, and noticed something unusual. Upon lifting it, she was momentarily taken aback, but then an expression of profound contentment spread across her face, accompanied by a flush of crimson at the nape of her neck. Internally, she felt an exhilarating rush, murmuring to herself, "He has finally awakened to his potential." After washing up, she discovered that the clothes she had worn the previous day were neatly wrung out and hanging on the iron rack in the washroom. Although they had air-dried, they bore no creases, appearing impeccably clean and devoid of any stains. She mused to herself that this fellow was indeed meticulous. Chen Ping'an descended to the hotel lobby, taking a seat on the sofa to await their arrival. Given that last night was not suitable for any actions, he decided to call the front desk from the bedside phone, requesting a female staff member to assist Yang Siki with changing and freshening up. However, the female staff member who answered the phone, adhering to the hotel's service guidelines, promptly declined his request without hesitation. Left with no choice, he resorted to his extraordinary abilities. $1,000. Get done pronto, he declared. There is no issue that cannot be resolved with sufficient funds. If there is, it simply indicates that the offered amount was inadequate. Ouyang Deju exited the elevator and jogged over. "My brother, I have a decision to make and hope for your support." "Brother Deju, I will support you in whatever you choose to do," Chen Ping'an replied courteously, indifferent to the nature of the decision, merely responding out of politeness. "I've decided to quit my job. Will you support me?" Ouyang Deju exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he looked at Chen Ping'an with eager anticipation. "Support? I shall do nothing but trade stocks." "Well, that is fine." Chen Ping'an found himself a loss for words and could only continue to express his approval. There are many who pursue stock trading professionally. What executive does not indulge in it? However, Ouyang Daiju's temperament was rather volatile, prone to the ups and downs of market fluctuations. It was likely that witnessing his own stock yielding profits had ignited his primal ambition, yearning to emulate Chen Ping'an and amass a fortune in a single day. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Ping'an felt a pang of concern, realizing he had led a promising career manager, an aspiring youth, astray. Normally, I would indulge in leisure alongside you, but when you have stock tasks, I'll leverage tenfold, buying and selling alongside you. Though such actions were against regulations, with a slight time difference and minor price variations, it was plausible that neither would speak of it, rendering it undetectable. We shall operate within legal bounds. Haha. Life is splendid. Ouyang Daiju envisioned a future filled with financial promise and the freedom of time. Chen Ping'an observed him as if he had consumed something extraordinarily sweet. When the world could be so advantageous. His previous promise to take him along was merely in consideration of the money he had lent. To let him accompany him, with every stock yielding profit, would be an entirely different matter. The Z Association utilizes big data to discern the timing and pricing of account transactions. When the discrepancies are minimal, such activities are placed under stringent scrutiny. Consequently, regardless of whether one suffers losses or gains, there exists a significant likelihood of being apprehended and penalized for disrupting the financial market. In a previous instance, an individual, despite incurring substantial losses amounting to millions, was nonetheless deemed criminal by the Z Association. This person felt deeply wronged. It was not as if they were profiting, yet they faced repercussions for their losses. Such a situation breeds immense frustration. Dear brother, the stock market is fraught with risks. If I follow your lead, buying when you buy and selling when you sell, what risk remains? My own purchases carry risks as well. This time, fortune smiled upon me, but next time I might lose everything. Yet, I am resolute in my decision to follow you. Ouyang, steadfast and unyielding, clung tightly to this course, leaving Chen Ping'an with little choice but to laugh in response. Chapter 67. Introducing Yang Siki to him, Yang Siki approached with her chest held high and a radiant smile, exuding a gentle fragrance of osmanthus and sandalwood. In her delight, she had adorned her face and neck with the exquisite dance of flowers perfume, a luxury she typically reserved for special clients. Today, her most significant client was Chen Ping'an, and for him, the expense was entirely justified. My brother, my sister-in-law has arrived, Ouyang Daiju exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Daiju, please call me Ping'an. I am not accustomed to being addressed as brother, Chen Ping'an replied. All right then, I shall call you brother Ping'an. Yang Siki knelt slightly, then gracefully settled onto the sofa. Please hand me the room card. I will check out, have breakfast, and then take a taxi into the city. She glanced at Chen Ping'an, her cheeks slightly flushed. In her heart, a significant question lingered. Today marked the engagement of Zhang Xiaofa and Tan Xiaomei, yet he was heading to Luoyang. Was this avoidance? She chose not to voice her doubts, rationalizing that a trip to Luoyang could offer a reprieve, a chance to relax and escape the daily strain. Perhaps, by visiting Luoyang, her feelings for Tan Xiaomei would diminish, and with her companionship, the situation might evolve favorably for her. What could be the harm in that? Very well. Chen Ping'an and Ouyang Daiju replied as they handed her the room card. In the blink of an eye, the trio found themselves aboard the high-speed train. Chen Ping'an and Yang Siki sat together, while Ouyang Daiju occupied a separate row behind, next to a young couple, still feeling the effects of yesterday's indulgence. She found it easy to succumb to sleep, leaning her head against the wall after handing him her phone. Before long, she drifted into slumber, and, as the train swayed, her head gently rested upon Chen Ping'an's shoulder. Moments later, her head slid down to rest comfortably on his lap, where she continued to sleep soundly. Chen Ping'an shook his head, letting her be, and took the opportunity to attend to some business using her phone. Her device lacked stock trading software, so he downloaded it first. Once logged in, he noted that the market had just opened, with Inhu resources fluctuating down about 5 He anticipated a rise of approximately 3 today, but knew better than to sell at the peak to ensure complete transactions. Thus, he set a sell order for his entire holdings at 2.98. With the settings in place and feeling somewhat idle, he began browsing her photo gallery, discovering an array of her selfies, each showcasing exaggerated expressions, seemingly taken solely for the sake of self-portrayal. He was surprised to find this fascination in her. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a rather inappropriate photo, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He thought to himself, "It is now 2011. Photographs are not automatically uploaded to cloud storage, making selfies relatively safe. However, in a few years, capturing images and speaking freely would become perilous, as any utterance could lead to immediate news coverage." After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to delete the photograph. What purpose could a girl have for such an image? Should he repair his phone and be spotted by others? It would undoubtedly lead to an embarrassing scandal, leaving him at a loss for how to face people in the future. Yet, he felt that such actions were unjustifiable. After all, it was not his phone, and he possessed no authority to delete anything from it. Reluctantly, he refrained from erasing anything and continued to search for similar photographs. Within an album, he stumbled upon images of himself, which took him by surprise. One captured the moment he approached her for a loan, while others depicted their outings for a meal together and several instances of their visit to a foot massage parlor, where they were scantily clad. How intriguing were these candid shots! One particular photo of his silhouette bore an inscription that read, "Longing for someone, my soul entwined in dreams. Unrequited love, a source of great pain." Chen Ping'an was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. He quietly exited the album, closed his eyes, regulated his breath, and quelled the tumult within. He was aware that Yang Siki harbored feelings for him, albeit expressed only verbally. On the day he borrowed 800,000 yuan, he sensed her kindness towards him, which surpassed mere friendship, but did not quite reach the depths of romantic love. Now, faced with this photograph and its poignant words, his heart stirred. Her feelings were intensely fervent, akin to a blazing ember, igniting both herself and him. He couldn't help but ponder, "Chen Ping'an, what merit do you possess to receive such profound affection from this woman?" Alas, it was not truly him, but merely this corporeal vessel. He had reincarnated into the body of someone named Chen Ping'an, a case of soul transference rather than genuine rebirth. Though he could sense her emotions, he could not fully immerse himself in them. Had he encountered a woman as remarkable as Yang Siki in his past life, even amidst career failures and dire circumstances, he would not have plummeted from the 29th floor. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since he had transmigrated to 2011, it implied that in his previous life, he was of the same age and at that moment pursuing a graduate degree, set to graduate in 6 months. What if he introduced Yang Siki to his former self, who was a graduate student? What a splendid idea. Yet, he wondered if his past self had felt any attraction towards Yang Siki. In his previous life, he had been an academic enthusiast, engrossed in financial texts day and night, rebuffing the advances of several female classmates who had shown interest. He questioned whether Yang Siki could fall for his former self after all, since she was enamored with the present-day Chen Ping'an. He contemplated ways to bridge the gap between Yang Siki and his past self, to create an ambience conducive to romance. Familiarity breeds affection. After all, yes. Once he arrived in Luoyang and settled affairs, if time permitted, he would take her to the provincial capital of Jingbei, allowing them a chance encounter. Should things progress favorably, Yang Siki would find a sense of belonging, rooted in his previous life, a character he could fully trust. Moreover, resolving his past solitude would be a twofold victory. With a clear direction in mind, Chen Ping'an logged into his stock trading account. The transaction was executed at a price of 20.91 yuan, with a total asset value of 116,063,000 yuan. Chen Ping'an clicked to repay the leverage funds, and his total assets transformed into 88.74 million. Strangely, the withdrawable funds also amounted to 88.74 million, which was unlike his previous life. In his past existence, selling stocks required a day of freezing before the funds could be withdrawn the next day. However, he did not dwell on this for long. Thus, he decided to withdraw 30 million. He would transfer 5 million to Ouyang Daeju, fulfilling his promise to him. Furthermore, 20 million would be allocated to Yang Siki, enabling her to strategize for the investment company. The aim was to establish the company and then attract individuals from his previous life to join. He would retain 5 million for personal use. Chen Ping'an logged into online banking using Yang Siki's phone and swiftly transferred 20 million into her account. He then beckoned Ouyang Daeju to provide his bank card details in order to transfer 5 million to him. Ouyang Daeju relayed his account number, but a nearby young couple spoke loudly, prompting him to hand his phone page over to Chen Ping'an for clarity. My family requires a dowry of 100,000 and insists on a car, a house, and savings, which seems unattainable for your family, the girl expressed with a melancholic tone to her partner. The boy, patting his chest, boasted that's nothing. My father has plenty of money. Such arrogance. You don't even own a car, and your house is old. With your parents' modest salaries, it would take at least another 20 years to save enough. Don't underestimate my family. My dad embezzled 1 million recently. He could easily spare 100,000 for the dowry, another 200,000 for a house, and still have savings left over. The young man wore a proud expression, oblivious to the many gazes that had turned towards him in the vehicle. Ouyang Daeju scoffed, clearly disdainful. When did embezzlement become a topic of pride? Ding dong. 500 million has been credited to your account. Ouyang Daeju's phone erupted with a loud notification. The young couple fell silent, their eyes fixated on Ouyang Daeju in astonishment. The girl laughed. See, this uncle finds your boasting quite unimpressive. Yet his notification tone is so extraordinary. I shall set mine to be even more impressive, directly alerting me of 100 million. Chapter 68. If today were the last day of life indeed, I could easily conjure up billions. After all, it is not an unfamiliar feat. A young man gazed alluringly at a woman beside him. Leave, sighed Ouyang Daeju nearby, lamenting the lack of decorum among today's youth. Yang Siki continued to rest her head on Chen Ping'an's knee, a trickle of drool escaping her lips and sliding down his leg, eliciting a warm sensation in him. Brother Ping'an, which stock shall we operate on today? I am fully prepared and can launch at any moment. Ouyang Daeju's face radiated anticipation. With 5 million in hand, leveraging it would amount to 50 million. Combined with the 600,000 remaining in his account, they could easily push a small-cap stock to its limits. Who needs a main force? I'm a main force. No, let's take a break for a few days, Chen Ping'an responded nonchalantly. He recalled no particularly promising stocks recently. A mere 1 or 2 percentage point increase was not worth the effort. In a few days, there will be a stock with great potential. Let us hold our positions and await the right moment. Remaining in cash can be a wise strategy as well. At that moment, Ouyang Daeju entirely believed that Chen Ping'an's choices were the most prudent, whether fully invested or holding cash. I'm not overthinking it. I'm just tired and need a rest. Suddenly, the high-speed train jolted, followed by a series of bumps. Ping'an, what is happening? Are we derailing? Yang Siki looked up at Chen Ping'an, her hands firmly grasping his thigh, showing no intention of moving away. Unlikely, the train is not going to derail. What would you do if it did? Chen Ping'an was taken aback by her question. In his previous life, he might have resorted to jumping off a building. However, now, he understood that such foolishness was no longer an option. Regardless of the debt, as long as one is alive, there remains a chance for repayment. One must be true to oneself, to family, and to the clients who entrusted their money to him. If given the chance to return to his past life, he would choose to live on, to rise again from where he had fallen. The essence of life is certainly not to end it. Regrettably, he had lacked this awareness in his previous life. He had liberated himself, but failed to provide liberation for his parents and clients. Emerging from debts of 180 million, he had yet to escape the cage of his mind. Ping'an, if today were the last day of your life and we were to perish in a train derailment, would you accept me? Yang Siki fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes intensely focused. As the train entered a tunnel, a powerful roar reverberated in their ears, dimming the interior. The crowd in the carriage stirred restlessly. Chen Ping'an felt a soft, elastic pair of lips brush against him, accompanied by a hint of moisture. As the train emerged from the tunnel, the noise gradually subsided, alleviating the pressure in his ears. He He gazed into Yang Siki's gentle expression and her longing eyes, replying softly, I am a married man. In the future, I shall entrust my career to you, even helping you find the most suitable match. Please have faith in me. Of course, this match was an echo from his past life in northern Jing province, where he had been charming, talented, and a stock market aficionado. It matters not if one is unimpressive. This lifetime will aid the previous one, transforming it into a remarkable figure, a wealthy magnate. However, I am merely a delicate woman, and my aspirations in my career do not encompass my ultimate ideals. I yearn instead to share serene moments with someone I cherish. Yang Siki withdrew her hand, placing it upon her thigh, leaning back to calm her tumultuous emotions. Did he not feel the kiss we just shared? Oh, Ping'an, if I were you, and today were the last day, I would surely embrace Yang Siki and indulge in whatever we desired. Ouyang Daiju, noticing Chen Ping'an's indecision, interjected. The young couple beside them appeared perplexed by Yang Siki's inquiry. If today were the final day of their lives, what should they do? They ceased to regard the opinions of onlookers and began to act boldly. Daiju, cease your foolishness. I am a married man. Although my wife is not present, I must not betray her. How noble of you, how admirable. Ouyang Daiju turned away, witnessing the audacious behavior of the youth, and simply closed his eyes. 7 hours passed, and as dusk fell, they arrived in Luoyang. Tan Xiaomei stood on the third-floor balcony, her left foot dangling precariously over the edge. A mere tilt of her body would lead to a fall, likely fatal or resulting in severe injury. Do not force my hand. If you continue to press me, I shall end my life before your eyes. Inside the balcony, Zhao Qiyu paced anxiously, her feet stomping as she pleaded, Xiaomei, let us converse calmly. Do not frighten your mother. Indeed, Xiaomei, if you disagree, let us clarify matters. Please step back inside. Zhao Qixi, Tan Xiaomei's aunt, urged gently. Life is but once. Do not inflict suffering upon yourself. Happiness awaits. Xiaomei, come inside. Zhao Qimin, another of her aunts, stepped back a pace. Today marks an engagement. Zhang Xiaofai's 4 uncles arrived in a Porsche 911, beaming with joy as they carried a porcelain plate containing a staggering 660,000 yuan in red bills, coming to celebrate the engagement at the Tan residence. They were elated to be partaking in their nephew's engagement, and more importantly, they anticipated a substantial bidding contract soon, perhaps amounting to 10 million yuan. With only 1 million in costs, they would transfer 7 million back to their sister's account, leaving 2 million as pure profit. A mere formality, enough to cover expenses for a year or two. How comfortable that would be. The 4 were joyfully welcomed into the Tan home. However, Tan Xiaomei was absent, prompting Tan Huaishir to drive to Chen Yujin's home to bring her back. Tan Xiaomei's 2 aunts had arrived early, eager not to waste time. They had initially intended to negotiate the 660,000 to 320,000 yuan, insisting on 2 vehicles, one for daily use and another for display. Yet, they observed that Tan Huaishir remained silent, while Zhao Qiyu wore a genuine smile, compelling them to refrain from pressuring Zhang's 4 uncles. Zhao Qiyu called them over, indicating that both parties had reached an agreement, merely proceeding through the motions. To everyone's surprise, Tan Xiaomei was displeased. Initially, they presumed this was the modest demeanor expected of a young woman, believing it would soon pass. After all, which girl in the world does not yearn for power and wealth? Or who does not aspire to step into a noble family and live as a lavishly extravagant matron? Although the Tan family has produced figures like Tan Huaishir and Tan Huaishan, they're still far from being considered a prominent family. True affluent families possess depth and heritage, while the Tan family resembles a newly rich clan, lacking any substantial foundation. Currently, Tan Xiaomei stands on the threshold of affluence. As long as she casts aside her modesty as a woman, whether it be her first or second marriage, and regardless of any burden she may carry, she can unlock a life of wealth and luxury. I only seek peace. Remarriage is out of the question. You all get away from me. Just leave. Tong Xiaomei screamed in desperation. No one understood her. Only she comprehended her own feelings. Having shared a bed with Chen Ping'an for more than half a month, the two had become one, thoroughly intertwined. Everything that needed to be fulfilled had been fulfilled. Even what should not have been filled was filled. She was uncertain whether she carried a child, only vaguely sensing discomfort in her abdomen. Thus, remarriage was simply impossible. Chapter 69. The court guard nun. Everyone was on edge, hesitant to provoke Tan Xiaomei, and they gently urged her to remain calm. Only Tan Huaisher sat quietly, brewing tea. Master, you should say something. Xiaomei usually listens to you. Zhao, Qiyu exclaimed. She does not heed my words. Rather, she fears me. She is unwilling to contemplate the future, preferring to indulge in her own pleasures. Let everything be as it may. With that, Tan Huaisher stood up and descended the stairs without a backward glance. As a father, he completely disregarded his daughter's threat to jump from the building and simply left the scene. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, unable to process the surreal turn of events. Chen Ping'an inexplicably felt a shiver run through him, startling Yang Siki beside him. Ping'an, what is wrong with you? Have you caught a chill from the high-speed train? I am not chilled. Perhaps I am merely too vigorous, having not engaged in a proper battle for quite some time. How dull. Always dreaming of glorious affairs. Ouyang Deju interjected, Ping'an, how about we unwind at the largest establishment in Luoyang later? After all, we are now wealthy individuals. Yang Siki shot Ouyang Deju a disapproving look. It's all your influence. You, who is a securities manager, spend your days thinking of extravagant client entertainment. How utterly distasteful. Ouyang Deju laughed heartily, unfazed by any sense of shame. Distasteful? You dare say that? I have seen your skills over the years as a female technician at the Royal Dynasty. Room 66. Your technique is renowned far and wide, huh? Chen Ping'an chuckled along. He thought to himself that Yang Siki's prowess was indeed exceptional. The last time he visited the Royal Dynasty with Ouyang Deju, he had specifically requested her services. Nevertheless, he sighed, when I mention a vigorous long run of 40 kilometers, why do you both conjure such base thoughts? In my previous life, I lived alone, devoid of wife or children, dedicating my entire being to my financial career. Occasionally, for work, I would, like Ouyang Deju, take clients to indulge in extravagant spending at the Royal One. Yet, the majority of my time was spent in solitary pursuits of long-distance running. When I think of running, what do these two envision? Their minds are truly impure. Running? After knowing you for so many years, I have never seen you partake in long-distance running. Do not deceive me. Yang Siki expressed her disbelief, glancing at his legs to assess their fitness. Ouyang Deju, though skeptical, chose to trust Chen Ping'an. Whatever he said must be true. Next time you run, count me in. The trio arrived at Laojun Mountain, opting not to book a hotel, but instead renting a wooden house by the Luo River. The house bore a resemblance to the stilted dwellings of the south, constructed on a sloped riverbank with numerous wooden posts extending into the water, and wooden planks forming the floor. It was a two-story structure, topped with gray-tiled roofs sloping on either side. Such architecture was rare in the northern regions and along the Yellow River, where steel and concrete predominated, often imitating antiquated styles in shades of gray and bronze. Shortly after dinner, they each retreated to their rooms. The sound of flowing water from the Luo River echoed in his ears, hinting at an unsettling feeling. Today marked the engagement of Zhang Xiaofa and Tan Xiaomei, yet he had ventured over 2,000 kilometers away. He was no reckless man, without the means to evade gunfire. Pursuing Tan Xiaomei would only lead to his demise, failing to resolve any pressing issues. His journey to Luoyang was solely for the purpose of mastering the Tianyin break. He hoped that Xiaomei would endure, holding steadfast until his return. In the recitation hall, the resonant voices of the Diamond Sutra filled the air. The final phrase sounded intriguing, almost pretentious, prompting him to inquire, who leads the recitation? What scripture is being chanted? The response came, this humble monk, known as Juneng, recites the Diamond Sutra. What does the scripture convey? Chen Ping'an found himself perplexed, abandoning the articulate Juneng and the bewildered novice monk to make his exit alone. Pingtong, come forth. Brother Abbot, I think therefore I am. I await your command. Now that he was within the territory of Luoyang, he insisted, take me to the Peony Theater. The monk hesitated, revealing a psychological aversion to the idea. I prefer to send another disciple with you. If you refuse, you may leave. Do not linger in the temple. Lacking a semblance of respect, he dared to defy. Pingtong felt a wave of embarrassment and fear emanating from Chen Ping'an, pressing upon him. Very well, I shall go. The oppressive aura dissipated. Pingtong led the way, with Chen Ping'an following closely. Does the abbot imply we should not walk? If it can be avoided, I refuse to walk. You make the arrangements. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage appeared on the temple's sacred path. Chen Ping'an nodded in approval. This ancient carriage was akin to a modern sedan, allowing one to rest inside, shielded from the sun, far superior to walking or riding a horse. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated in his mind. Within the temple, all is under your dominion. Once you leave, you become a mere mortal, easily harmed, perhaps even dissipated. The voice was crystal clear, resonating in Chen Ping'an's consciousness. What difficulty is this? We shall add some guards. He promptly instructed Pingtong to gather 20 men for protection. In no time, 20 robust young monks appeared beside the carriage. Pingtong ascended to the driver's seat and steered the carriage down the mountain. Chen Ping'an sat within the carriage, feeling as if he walked on solid ground, lifting the curtain to find the carriage gliding seamlessly down the steps without a hint of turbulence. How extraordinarily peculiar. The 20 monks flanked the carriage, 10 on each side. In the blink of an eye, they descended the mountain, speeding along the main road, with pedestrians gradually coming into view. Chen Ping'an lowered the curtain and turned his head, only then noticing a long-haired woman inside the carriage. She was simply dressed in a gray garment, resembling a dress, yet with pant legs. Dressed in a pair of flat canvas shoes, her petite feet appeared to be around size 36, a standard pair for a woman. She sat directly across from Chen Ping'an, smiling at him. Who are you? I have never seen you before. Chen Ping'an inquired with curiosity. My name is Benny Jiuechen, dedicated to providing the abbot with delightful visual experiences, the woman replied with a smile. Her eyes resembled a clear spring, shimmering with autumnal waves. Chen Ping'an found himself perplexed, as it shattered his previous notions of a monk's temple. To his astonishment, there was a female monk present, sporting long hair and a graceful appearance. The phrase delightful visual experiences emanating from a nun felt somewhat irreverent. Yet, her beaming smile conveyed sincerity, as if she were not jesting. Abbot? Am I your abbot? He queried. Indeed, beneath the Ping generation is the Xi generation, followed by the Z generation, and then comes my generation, Ju. Thus, you may refer to me as your abbot. Is it merely visual enjoyment? Chen Ping'an pondered, sensing that having a nun in the carriage entailed more than just a visual feast. Monks are outwardly perceived as individuals of pure and simple desires. However, this seemed excessively redundant. Along the journey, I shall provide certain services for the abbot. What services? Fetching water, pouring tea, cooking meals, washing dishes, and dusting. Chapter 70. The leading lady, Qingzhu Jiuechen, remained remarkably composed, displaying neither shyness nor discomfort upon his countenance. Chen Ping'an, intrigue, inquired, do you reside within the temple or outside its confines? In accordance with the words of the abbot, I dwell within the Longsue Temple, situated behind the Buddha Hall. There, I am not alone. I share my abode with 9 other nuns of similar age. Longsue Temple? Chen Ping'an was taken aback, recognizing it as the very hermitage of Miaoyu from Dream of the Red Chamber. How could it possibly exist within a Buddhist monastery? He had not previously heard of 10 female nuns residing there, nor had they been introduced openly. The 10 nuns do not chant scriptures or visit the Dharma Hall. Indeed not. We are few in number. We merely strike the wooden fish and recite sutras within Longsue Temple. The Dharma Hall is a space designated for men, and we prefer to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Monks and nuns are all practitioners of Buddhism, devoted to cultivating their hearts. What is there to avoid? There is a distinction in bodies, and likewise, a distinction in hearts, Jiuechen replied with conviction. Chen Ping'an regarded Jiuechen thoughtfully, a hint of elegance gracing his features. He could not help but remark, the Heart Sutra states, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Emptiness is not separate from form. Form is not separate from emptiness. If you perceive a division between the genders in your heart, it will inevitably dictate your actions. when you release your body and mind. Daring to be bolder, more avant-garde, and open, the concept of form dissipates. All is emptiness. All is void. Jiuechen appeared contemplative, murmuring, emptiness is not separate from form. Form is not separate from emptiness. Does the abbot imply that we nuns may visit the Dharma hall, disregarding the sight of our bare-chested brothers? If you wish to disregard, then disregard. Chen Ping'an articulated, emphasizing not idealism, but rather the mastery of one's inner self. After a journey of over an hour, the carriage halted beneath the grand archway of the peony tea house. 20 bald monks stood at either side, led by an elderly monk named Ping'an, distinguished by his white eyebrows. The congregation of monks drew the attention of passers-by, who regarded them with curious glances. Jiuechen assisted Chen Ping'an down from a carriage, exhibiting a trace of reserved propriety between the sexes. Chen Ping'an, however, remained untroubled, recognizing the challenge for a woman of antiquity to swiftly transcend such boundaries. Abbot, this is the incense money from the temple's offerings, sufficient to sustain us at the tea house for 3 days and nights. Jiuechen shall accompany you inside, while I stand guard outside. Ping'an offered a pouch, bulging with coins. Jiuechen accepted the money bag. Since Ping'an was unwilling to enter, Chen Ping'an refrained from pressing the issue further. The reunion with an old companion would likely hinder Ping'an's tranquility in his spiritual pursuits. His absence would render the temple less vibrant. An elderly monk, accompanied by 20 robust brethren, all shaven-headed, stood beneath the arch, while an elegantly attired nun attended to a young gentleman of dubious demeanor. The arch bore 4 gilded characters, Peony Tea House, glimmering in the warm golden light of the setting sun. It emanated a unique allure, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil besieging the land, remaining a place where people lingered and reveled. Increasing numbers of individuals were drawn to Ping'an and his entourage. Among them were industrialists, their faces etched with urgency, and farmers passing by, wielding hoes and rolled-up trousers, amidst the season of harvesting corn and soybeans. There were also refugees, their eyes filled with humility. In the south, there were the Taiping Army. In the north, the Nian Army. In the southwest, the Heaven and Earth Society and the Small Knife Society. And in the northwest, the Hui Rebellion. Luoyang lay at the throat of the Central Plains, besieged by waves of refugees. Their garments were tattered, despite the late autumn chill. They wore but a single pair of ragged, filthy trousers, short enough to expose their thighs, now stained a grimy black-gray. Their faces bore deep cracks, lips chapped, and their eyes seemed devoid of light, fixated solely on the desire for food. The majority were women and children, half sitting by the roadside, at shop entrances, beneath archways, and beside ditches. Chen Ping'an beheld this scene in utter disbelief. It was his first time leaving the monk's temple. Bystanders pointed and chattered. "Oh, the monk has come to the pleasure house. He must be here to listen to music." Indeed, a monk is a person of austere practice. What else could he be doing but listening to music? Why can't he do anything else? He is not a palace eunuch. True, all the components are present, triggered automatically, unrelated to a heart of purity and simplicity. In this chaos, where one cannot find enough to eat, wear, or have a stable place to dwell, how can a monk afford to visit a pleasure house? Of course he can. It is us, the unfortunate, who are left hungry, while the wealthy fear death. Seeking divine favor daily, surely their offerings cannot be scant. The founding emperor of the previous dynasty began his rise as a monk. Let us also seek refuge in the monk's temple, not to fantasize about revelry, but simply to secure a bowl of rice. Chen Ping'an was not a man of this era and could not comprehend the words of the refugees, so he made his way towards the archway. Inside, many elegantly adorned women approached him, clad in sheer skirts. With their left hands, they held colorful ribbons, and in their right they waved fans. The designs on the fans were profound, depicting both men and women, with a unique artistic style that immediately resonated with the essence of the pleasure house. "Young master, please come in. Is this your first visit, or are you here to rekindle an old acquaintance?" One of the more seasoned women inquired. She pressed her left hand against Chen Ping'an's arm while using her right to fan him. A rich fragrance enveloped him, not the fresh and delicate scent of nature, but rather reminiscent of industrial perfumes. It is my first visit. With a first time, there will surely be a second. Please, come inside. We shall soon reveal our depth to you. The woman appraised Chen Ping'an from head to toe, noting his handsome stature, yet uncertain of his wealth. Seizing the moment, she brushed against his waist and wide sleeves, finding nothing amiss, only sensing a hard object at his side. The shape was neither silver nor coin, nor was it a banknote. It was then that Zhu Chen waved a bag at her, and the woman finally relaxed her brow. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with large red lanterns hanging from the ceiling and pink fabric curtains cascading down the walls. The hall was suffused with an array of enticing aromas. The women in skirts moved gracefully, their hems and ribbons dancing in the air. To the left, a woman played the guzheng, while a blind man strummed in nearby. To the right, two women performed a dance subtly enchanting. In the foreground, several patrons stood before a painting of a solitary fisherman on a cold river, offering their critiques. To the right front, a young lady engaged in poetic games with a patron. The ambience surrounding Chen Ping'an exudes an air of elegance, rich with the atmosphere reminiscent of ancient brothels. It stands in stark contrast to the vulgarity of the imperial courts and the coastal city, as well as the ostentation of the Prince Hotel in Guangxing, not to mention the extravagant Royal No. 1 in Zheng City. Madam, summon the unengaged ladies to meet the young master. No need. I am here solely to meet Qingzhu. Picong informed Chen Ping'an that the woman who comprehended the essence of Tianyin was named Qingzhu, her surname unknown, her familial ties a mystery, and her age an enigma. Dear sir, it is quite difficult to arrange a meeting with Miss Qingzhu. She is our star attraction, having remained unparalleled for 30 years. The queue of gentlemen wishing to meet her stretches 5 years into the future. If you wish to see her now, I fear it may not be feasible. The woman chuckled, shaking her head. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. 30 years, unchanging? If she debuted at 18, she must have started even younger, at least 16. How could she be a minimum of 46 years old and still maintain her position as the leading lady? A waiting list extending 5 years into the future, implying she would be over 51. Such a notion was preposterous. Could it truly be, as Picong suggested, that she would never age, nor ever perish? Money is not an issue. I can offer a higher price. Chen Ping'an gestured. Juechen placed a bag of silver coins on the table. The courtesan shook her head, laughing. Young master, you misunderstand. It is not a matter of wealth. The gentlemen in line do not need to pay a single coin. And why is that? Miss Qingzhu is quite extraordinary. She offers her beauty, but never her body. Those who come to admire her are always welcomed. She meets but one suitor a day, seeking only fate. As for what kind of fate, we sisters remain oblivious. Hearing this, Chen Ping'an was further perplexed. Not selling her body while seeking fate in a brothel. It seemed utterly absurd. Chapter 71. Beautiful images and seeking destiny. It seems that my visit today will not grant me the pleasure of meeting Qingzhu. Chen Ping'an lamented the absence of any connection with Qingzhu, knowing only that Picong had once spent 3 days here. Was Picong also a part of a long-anticipated line? Surely, at that time, Qingzhu had far fewer admirers. Indeed, fate is something one can encounter but cannot demand. My dear sir, do take a look at the other young ladies. Do not confine yourself to a single tree. The woman graciously suggested. Guests are to be welcomed, not turned away. No visitor departs empty-handed. One must leave behind a token of appreciation. Ideally, all the silver one carries should remain within the establishment, for that is the ultimate aspiration of the women here. There is no rush. I shall observe for now, and should I find something of interest, I will notify you. Very well, I shall attend to the other patrons. Please, make yourself comfortable. The woman rose, her skirt swirling, leaving a lingering fragrance in the air. Juchen stood by, resembling a servant tending to her master, serving tea to Chen Ping'an and wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Juchen, please sit and rest. There is no need to serve me. Chen Ping'an tilted his head, evading her handkerchief. Such intimate gestures were reserved solely for his wife, Tan Xiaomei. There was no room for a third party. Master Abbot, I am but a junior. It is my duty to serve my elders. The nuns of the Longsue Temple are all unfortunate women, subservient to the Phoenix Temple. As you hold the esteemed position of abbot, one could say you are my master, and it is our honor to attend to you. Zhu Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Chen Ping'an, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Longsue Temple, could not fully grasp her words. Nonetheless, in his mind, he held no concept of master and servant. All are born equal. Please sit down. There is no distinction between us. We both carry a head upon our shoulders, and I have merely been fortunate enough to become the abbot. All are born equal. From now on, you shall sit alongside me. Born equal? How profoundly impactful are the words of the abbot. I have never heard of a servant sitting alongside her master. Zhu Chen felt a wave of astonishment. Her ancestors have been engaged in the ironworking trade since the time of Nurhasai's entry into the capital. From that moment forth, it was decreed that her family would be bound to this profession for generations. Men could only forge iron, and women were destined to marry into ironworking families. Prohibited from pursuing affections with men from other trades or mingling with other races. The people she encountered were all determined by ancestral decree, lacking the power of choice or the capacity for change. And now, she had witnessed something remarkable. Chen Ping'an coaxed Zhu Chen to sit, surveying the surroundings with casual interest. He noticed a painting on the wall to his right. It was a map of Xinjiang, adorned with mountains, lakes, and national borders. Chen Ping'an approached the map, examining it closely. From east to west, it marked Turpan, Dabin City, and Almaty. From north to south, several lakes lay along the periphery. Chen Ping'an looked right and downward toward the map. His understanding of future maps suggested that this one was considerably larger than the Great Xia Era map. Goodness! He was taken aback. The northeast featured vast territories extending to the seashore, with Sakhalin Island prominently included within the map scope. The southern frontier directly connects to Southeast Asia, encompassing the territories of Malaya, Cochinchina, and the island nations of Luzon. To the north, Inner and Outer Mongolia are unified, with the northernmost point being the Tanuyuriankai. The western region features the Ili River Valley, which juts out significantly, resembling a portion of what would later become the territory of Kazakhstan, along with several other Stan nations. It is difficult to fathom that such a detailed map could exist in the second year of Xianfeng's reign. The cartographer must possess extraordinary knowledge and insight. This map undoubtedly originates from court officials, for how else could it be so precise? Court officials are typically preoccupied with ornate and superficial artistry. It is unlikely they could create a map of such geographical significance. Rumor has it that a foreign missionary entered the Imperial Academy, specifically to enlighten the emperor about Western wonders. This map may very well be attributed to such a missionary. The Western perspective is unbound by traditions like foot binding or the use of longevity ointments, allowing them to depict the landscape of our Qing dynasty with such flair. It is said that this artwork was created in response to a couplet, the upper line reading, "If it benefits the nation, life and death are of no concern." As more individuals gathered to discuss the painting, a woman approached, her voice resonant. This piece is titled Complete Map of Xinjiang. If you're interested, please step inside for a more detailed discussion. Upon hearing her, the crowd dispersed. Chen Ping'an detained one person, inquiring, "My good fellow, you spoke so eloquently just now. Why do you hesitate to join us inside?" The man looked up at Chen Ping'an and replied quietly, "You may not be aware, but the western regions lie on the frontier, with the Russian Empire casting a covetous eye, inciting insurrections among lawless elements year after year, rendering the populace in despair. A few years ago, Lin Gong was exiled to Xinjiang after burning opium, repeatedly threatened and intimidated by the Russians, enduring several assassination attempts. The authorities have issued a decree forbidding the common people from discussing the Northwest. With that, the man hastened toward the guzheng to listen to the music. There are many wealthy individuals, yet they are all cowards. The woman scoffed, sighing, "Let us go. I wish to take a closer look." Chen Ping'an proceeded into the inner room, with Zhu Chen following closely behind. It was not merely the woman's words that stirred him. Rather, the map itself captivated his gaze, igniting a keen curiosity to uncover all its secrets. After navigating through 2 corridors, they arrived at a room. The woman opened the door, gesturing for Chen Ping'an to enter while simultaneously blocking Zhu Chen from following. The interior was quite simple, furnished with a tea table and 2 chairs, devoid of any other adornments. As Chen Ping'an settled into one of the chairs, he realized it was a room without an exit. Entry and exit both occurred through the same door. What is your perspective on the complete map of Xinjiang? A woman's voice drifted in from outside, melodious and delicate in tone. Chen Ping'an discerned the voice came from behind, rather than from the direction he had previously heard. What aspect do you refer to? He asked. The Russian Empire has coveted Xinjiang for many years, repeatedly instigating conflicts. Lin Gong poured his heart and soul into crafting this map. Upon hearing the woman's words, Chen Ping'an began to understand. Lin Gong referred to Lin Zexu, who famously incited the Opium War by destroying opium and targeting opium dens, thereby infringing upon the interests of the British Empire. The British Empire, in collusion with the French Empire, launched an assault on the Qing dynasty, marking the inception of the Opium War. Subsequently, the Qing dynasty suffered defeat in the war, resulting in the demotion of Lin Zexu and his exile to the northwestern frontier. Chen Ping'an further recalled that later, the Russian Empire stationed troops in Ili, compelling the Qing to sign the Treaty of Delimitation of the northwestern boundary, thereby usurping vast territories from the Qing. It appears that during his exile, Lin Zexu had already discerned the ambitions of the Russian Empire, meticulously crafting a detailed and precise map for future generations. Thus, Chen Ping'an declared emphatically, the Russian Empire's ambition to annex Xinjiang is glaringly evident. Lin is a national hero. This map is of utmost significance, and it should not be displayed any longer. A conflict between the Qing and the Russian Empire is inevitable. This Xinjiang map could serve as a strategic guide for military maneuvers. After a prolonged silence, Chen Ping'an poured himself a cup of tea and consumed it in one swift motion. Savoring tea was not his indulgence. The refreshing experience of a single gulp greatly pleased him, reminiscent of a delightful encounter. Chapter 72. The Red Dragon Pattern. Lord Lin once proclaimed, I am old. I possess the ambition to guard against Russia, yet I shall never see the day of accomplishment. What are your thoughts, young master? The woman's voice resonated once more as she posed her second inquiry. Chen Ping'an pondered her words, questioning her intent. Lord Lin is a national hero, the backbone of the Qing dynasty. As long as he existed, the Russians could not encroach upon Xinjiang. However, the burdens of his worries and the repeated attempts on his life by the Russians took their toll, and he has departed from this world for 2 years now. Huh? Lord Lin has passed away? Chen Ping'an's understanding of this historical period was limited to the cursory knowledge gleaned from high school history textbooks. He vaguely knew that Lin Zexu was a close friend of Wei Yuan, the first to open his eyes to the world, who authored a record of the maritime kingdoms and advocated the notion of learning from the strengths of foreign powers to counter them. Lin Zexu oversaw the destruction of opium at Human, but was subsequently exiled to Xinjiang. However, the precise date of his demise was not mentioned in the textbooks. Indeed, Lord Lin has departed. This complete map of Xinjiang is the fruit of his labor over more than a decade, a lifelong aspiration to find like-minded individuals to jointly resist the Russians. Regrettably, he died before his great ambitions could be fulfilled. The woman could not help but shed tears. Although Lord Lin has passed, his unwavering concern for the nation remains. Young master, you are a person of ambition, worthy of inheriting Lord Lin's legacy. What? Chen Ping'an trembled, both his heart and body shaken. When did I become a person of ambition? Inheriting Lin Zexu's legacy. He considered himself merely a financial practitioner of the 21st century, a failure who sought liberation by jumping from the 29th floor and felt utterly unworthy to be compared to the national hero Lin Zexu. Miss, I am but a humble individual. How could I dare to speak of Lord Lin's aspirations? It is beyond my capability. Chen Ping'an had a modicum of self-awareness. You must not be overly modest. From my years of observing people, I can discern that you possess a dignified appearance, an impressive bearing, and a discourse of great depth and knowledge, unafraid to discuss the Northwest despite official prohibitions. Today, I present you with the complete map of Xinjiang, hoping you will inherit Lord Lin's aspirations. The woman's words flowed melodiously, yet remained earnest and solemn. This was both a request and a charge. Chen Ping'an hesitated. He had come to Luoyang's Penny Pavilion solely to learn the Tianyin break and then seek revenge on the crows, followed by a quiet life with his wife, Xiaomei. Now, to inherit Lin Zexu's legacy and resist the Russians. It felt utterly unattainable. Nevertheless, the importance of the complete map of Xinjiang was undeniable. Hanging in the pavilion, it was vulnerable to dirt, damage, or even destruction by fire. It needed to be placed in a secure location. After much contemplation, Chen Ping'an concluded that placing it in a monastery until he encountered a like-minded individual to entrust it to would honor Lord Lin's spirit. Very well, I shall accept this precious map. Thank you, young master. On behalf of Lord Lin, I express my gratitude. At that moment, the left wall of the door suddenly descended, revealing an elegantly dressed woman who stood with a graceful bow. No need for thanks. It is but a trifling matter. Chen Ping'an remarked that accepting the complete map of Xinjiang was a trivial affair, rather than inheriting Lord Lin's legacy. You are truly noble. After the woman performed her bow, she presented the meticulously rolled map to Chen Ping'an with both hands. Chen Ping'an quickly bent down to receive the map, feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. He pondered that since Shi Dakai would eventually suffer defeat at Jade River, it might be prudent to hand over the map to him for an offensive against Xinjiang. That region was distant and poorly guarded by the Qing troops, and free from the constraints of Hong Xiuquan, allowing for the potential to carve out an independent sphere of influence, which seemed far preferable to a grim fate at Jade River. I wish to meet Qing Zhu. Please consider introducing me. Chen Ping'an seized the opportunity to voice his request. The woman looked at him with a satisfied expression, revealing that she was Qing Zhu. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. This was indeed the Qing Zhu he had heard about. Her skin was tender and elastic, her face smooth and radiant, with slender arms and legs, and a figure that belied any signs of aging, resembling a youthful girl of 17 or 18. What wisdom do you impart upon me? Young master, I desire you to teach me Tianyin Pa. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping'an found it hard to believe that the woman before him could possess such knowledge. Since you have inherited the will of Lord Lin and fulfilled my wish, I shall naturally respond to all your needs. Now, remove your clothing and remain so for 3 days and nights. What? Disrobe? Absolutely not. I am a married man. I cannot engage in such lewd acts. To shed all garments is the custom. Tan Xiaomei halted her steps, refraining from advancing further. One more step would send her tumbling from the 3rd floor, resulting in certain death or grievous injury. She entered the room and sat down in a daze. Just as she felt the impulse to leap, an unusual sensation gripped her abdomen, as if a pair of tiny hands were preventing her from jumping. Could it be that there was something within her? After sharing a bed with Chen Ping'an for more than half a month, it was merely a single cell, far from resembling a human form. Regardless, she could not determine the fate of that cell within her. Thus she stepped inside, patting her continuously, her eyes glancing towards the others. Zhao Qixi promptly declared, "All right, Xiaomei has agreed to the engagement. Leave the betrothal gifts and car keys, and I will take you all to dine at a restaurant." Yes, yes, yes. Let's go to the newly opened roast chicken palace. Zhao Qimin chimed in. Zhang Xiaofa's 4 uncles were eager to depart swiftly, wishing to avoid any blunders in the proceedings. They all laughed. Good, we shall proceed to dine, Xiaomei. You rest at home. The keys to the Porsche 911 and 660-000 in cash were neatly arranged, and the crowd dispersed quickly as if to avoid a plague. Only Tan Xiaomei and her mother remained in the room. Xiaomei, try to be more open-minded. We are considering your future happiness. After a while, without seeing Chen Ping'an, your feelings will fade, and you will gradually forget him. Marrying Zhang Xiaofa, living as true partners, and having children will render all past relationships mere trivialities. Mehr Vorteil für casual conversation. Embrace a more liberated mindset, be more avant-garde, and do not confine yourself too tightly. Your father and I feel our hearts bleed watching you like this. As Zhao Qiwei spoke passionately, tears streamed down her cheeks. Tan Xiaomei wept silently, saying nothing at all. In his heart, he silently murmured, "Ping'an, where are you? Why haven't you contacted me? Are you aware that I am waiting for you?" Yet, Chen Ping'an remained oblivious, as he was currently unclothed, undergoing an examination by Qing Zhu. Why must you inspect everyone's body? Such a peculiar habit is rather undesirable, he thought. Alas, regulations are set in stone. Why must you examine that particular area? Among all the men in the world, how could one possibly possess a red dragon pattern? A red birthmark, perhaps for during childbirth, a slight oversight may lead to various birthmarks appearing, which is a natural occurrence. But to demand a dragon pattern? How could one possess such a thing? It is not akin to painting. One cannot simply conjure a dragon at will. Nor is it a sticker that can be affixed however one desires. And you, the tadpole-sized dragon pattern on your rear, do you not feel compelled to explain? Qing Zhu, holding a bamboo stick, poked at Chen Ping'an's posterior. What? I have a dragon pattern? Are you jesting? Throughout my life, I have been devoid of any birthmarks or tattoos. Qing Zhu, you cannot be serious. Chen Ping'an distinctly recalled that in his previous life, his body was indeed immaculate. Chapter 73. The Dragon Clan in a Past Life. There were no dragon markings, the body remained unblemished, and no marriage had ever taken place, thus sparing one from physical and emotional torment. In this life, the soul transmigrated into the body of Chen Ping'an, becoming a part of the Tan family and uniting with Tan Xiaomei in matrimony. Had there been a red dragon marking on his posterior, Tan Xiaomei would surely have informed him, for since their wedding night, they had been utterly open with one another, leaving no room for secrets. While certain matters of the heart may have been concealed, there were no physical deceptions. It is evident that in this life, Chen Ping'an bore no red dragon markings either. Could it be? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the abbot of the monastery, Feng Kong, bore the dragon marking? In his mind, he had become the abbot, yet he had not encountered the real Ping'an. Instead, he was recognized by Feng Kong as the abbot who had been wandering for 2 decades. The implications were chilling. This was not merely a transmigration of the body, nor a soul transfer, but a conceptual transcendence. My lord, there is indeed a dragon marking upon your posterior. This is an undeniable truth. Allow me to illuminate it for you with a copper mirror, Qing Zhu declared, showing no hesitation as she produced 2 copper mirrors. One was held at a distance, angled to reflect the entirety of the dragon marking on Chen Ping'an's rear, while the other was positioned before him, capturing the image from the first mirror. In the reflection, a vivid depiction of a dragon emerged, 3-legged with 5 toes. Resembling a tadpole, its mouth agape, it exuded an air of arrogance, with dragon feathers fluttering upon its back, so lifelike that it seemed ready to leap forth and take a bite. Qing Zhu, if I were to tell you this is the first time I have encountered a dragon marking, would you believe it? Perhaps yes, and perhaps no, Qing Zhu replied enigmatically. Why so? Chen Ping'an could not resist inquiring. How can it be both? This is a unique symbol of the dragon clan, from the moment of one's birth. The presence of a dragon marking is predetermined. For some, it is overt. For others, it remains subtle, only revealing itself in adulthood. Your previous unawareness indicates that the marking had yet to manifest, and now it serves as proof of your belonging to the dragon clan. Chen Ping'an grew increasingly perplexed. This was his first encounter with dragon markings, and he had never heard of such a clan among the 56 ethnic groups. Then, might you teach me the Tianyin break? He asked. The matter of the dragon marking can be explored gradually, as it pertains to the entanglement between the abbot and the dragon clan. For now, I only wish to practice the Tianyin break. Certainly, a member of the dragon clan may learn the Tianyin break at any time and can bestow it upon others without the need to remain in the brothel for 3 days. Excellent. I wish to begin immediately. Please, Miss Qing Zhu, make haste. With that, Qing Zhu pushed Chen Ping'an down and, extending her right index finger, pressed forcefully upon the dragon marking. In an instant, the marking sprang to life, exhaling a plume of white smoke. Chen Ping'an felt a rush of energy coursing through him, entering his body through his posterior and spreading to his limbs and bones, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Simultaneously, he sensed the emergence of a unique sinew, enabling him to manipulate seldom used organs. His ears could move back and forth, his eyebrows could bend whimsically, his tongue could curl into a pancake. and his eyeballs could spin ceaselessly in circles. Within the confines of a human body, the liver possesses the remarkable ability to shift positions. The heart can venture from the left side to the right, and the kidneys may ascend above the liver. Astonishingly, even the two testicles can freely traverse in and out of the groin. How extraordinary! Why does this mosquito fly so sluggishly? Chen Ping'an casually extends his hand, grasping the mosquito's wing. The mosquito, rendered immobile, flutters its tiny legs against his fingers. My lord, I have infused the skill of Tianyin Pa into your being. Now, even the swiftest of movements will appear to you as if in slow motion. Qingzhu's fingers withdrew from the dragon pattern, resting on her forehead as beads of sweat formed upon her nose. Chen Ping'an released a mosquito, which then buzzed away. So this is how it is. Even a bullet can be dodged in the blink of an eye, leaving one unscathed. Thank you immensely. You seem weary. Please, take a moment to rest. No witties. If my lord can inherit the will of Lord Lin, then I have fulfilled my mission and can depart in peace. Qingzhu flashed a radiant smile at Chen Ping'an. Gradually, her face, hands, and body became translucent. Chen Ping'an, taken aback by the unfolding scene, instinctively reached out to grasp her. However, upon contact, there was no resistance, only the sensation of air. It was impossible to touch her. She was utterly intangible. A faint voice echoed, "My lord, I am the righteous daughter of Lord Lin, long departed from this world. This fragment of my soul awaits the one destined to inherit Lord Lin's will. The day his will is fulfilled shall mark my resurrection, to serve as a maid or a servant at your command." Qingzhu dissipated entirely. Her final words reverberated through the air like an echo, urging and urging. The entire room began to fade away. The entire peony pavilion vanished without a trace. Chen Ping'an found himself standing atop a precipice. One step further would plunge him into the abyss of swirling white clouds. Behind him lay crumbling ruins, shattered walls interspersed throughout. From a distance, Juechen and over 20 monks looked on in astonishment, bewildered by the spectacle. With hands clasped together, they silently chanted Amit Ba, accepting that what is destined to come will indeed arrive, and what is meant to depart shall inevitably leave. What is happening? Chen Ping'an stood dazed at the edge of the cliff, sensing a twinge of astonishment. Initially indifferent to whether he belonged to the dragon lineage Qingzhu spoke of, her sudden disappearance, along with the rapid transformation of the Luoyang Peony Pavilion into ruins, genuinely shocked him. Could this be a trap? Qingzhu had long awaited someone trustworthy to share the entirety of Xinjiang's map, yet she was merely a fragment of a soul. The ability to touch the dragon pattern upon him, to transfer Tianyin Pa into his being, and to entrust physical items to her. This was undoubtedly more than just a spectral presence. It resembled the essence of a living individual. Qingzhu had stated, "The day Lord Lin's will is fulfilled shall be the day of my resurrection, to serve my lord." When would that day arrive? What precisely is Lord Lin's will? Is it to rally allies against the Russian Empire, or to quell the various factions within Xinjiang? Or perhaps it is simply to pass the map to those truly worthy of it. The simplest course would be to hand it over to Shi Dakai. As sworn brothers with different surnames, Chen Ping'an could plot a path for him, and he would likely weigh the decision to heed his counsel. Ping Song, have you heard of the Dragon Clan? Among those present, Ping Song is the eldest and most knowledgeable, having shared 3 days and nights with Qingzhu, making her the most reliable source for consultation. "I have never heard of it," Ping Song replied with an air of nonchalance. Judging by his composed demeanor, Chen Ping'an held no significant doubts. Either Ping Song truly was unaware, displaying a natural calmness, or he had prior knowledge, unwilling to delve deeper, thus feigning tranquility. Qingzhu mentioned to me that she is the adopted daughter of Lin Zexu. What is your perspective? Implicitly, it suggests that during your 3-day and night stay here, before your monastic life, how could you not know she is Lin's adopted daughter? In response to the abbot's senior brother, Ping Song stated, "Before my ordination, my life revolved solely around killing. I never inquired into the names of women. I truly had no knowledge that Qingzhu was the adopted daughter of Lin." Ping Song remained as composed as ever. Chen Ping'an chose not to press further. Qingzhu is but a wisp of a soul. Having spent 3 days and nights with her, how could Ping Song not perceive their interactions? It is also plausible that Ping Song is merely a fragment of his soul himself. Never mind, I shall not pry further. If you wish to keep Qingzhu's secret, let it remain concealed forever. She has already imparted to me the heavenly soundbreak. Remaining here serves no purpose. Let us return to the temple. Very well. Ping Song's countenance brightened considerably as he gathered 20 young monks to carry the palanquin to the cliff's edge. Chen Ping'an stepped onto the palanquin, signaling for Juechen to join him. The palanquin traversed the ruins, passed through the refugee area, and proceeded towards the Luoshui River. Chapter 74. The Slaying of Flies. Ping'an, rise and join me for breakfast. At the break of dawn, Yang Siki rapped on Chen Ping'an's door, her voice ringing out like a scorned wife urging a slothful husband to labor. Chen Ping'an shook his head, bemused by the increasing volume of her voice, which thwarted any hope of a leisurely awakening. Between men and women, despite familiarity, there exists an inherent distinction. They are not akin to brothers. This distinction, however, is not the one that Zhu Chun perceives, but rather a gender difference founded on the principle of equality among all individuals. Reflecting on this, he found it rather pleasant. Having someone to prompt his rise from slumber was certainly preferable to the indifference of solitude. Coming, Chen Ping'an got up, hurried to the washroom to freshen up, and, after a brief grooming, emerged from his room with a confident stride. Ouyang Daiju, his head drooped, appeared rather haggard. Daiju, what ails you? You look utterly dispirited. Were you up to no good last night? Not at all. The sound of water beneath the floorboards was so pronounced that I kept imagining a spirit or ghost from the Luo River would leap up and seize me. I simply could not sleep. How curious that you would envision spirits and ghosts. Why not monsters and male specters? Yang Siki teased, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Chen Ping'an chuckled in response. As the day is filled with thoughts, so the night is filled with dreams. Inez, Ping'an claims that if you think of women during the day, you shall dream of them at night. Do I dream of women? It was clearly a ghost or a spirit, which bears no relation to a woman. They're all female entities, are they not? What nonsense are you spouting? As they conversed, the trio made their way to the common area of the stilt house. The small establishment provided breakfast, sparing the guests the need to seek out a dining venue. The table was adorned with 6 large pancakes, 3 bowls of fried noodles, a pot of mutton soup, a plate of pickled cabbage and pickled green beans, alongside a few cloves of raw garlic. Please enjoy. The proprietor of the small shop briefly introduced the fare before clutching his abdomen and bustling away. The mutton soup. What an overwhelming odor. It's nearly inedible. Ouyang Daiju was the first to protest, pinching his nose and pushing a large bowl of soup towards the center of the table. With ginger, scallions, and star anise added. It shouldn't be too pungent. Give a taste. Yang Siki disregarded Ouyang Daiju's complaint and addressed Chen Ping'an. I enjoy it. It's quite palatable. Chen Ping'an naturally grasped the bowl of mutton soup, taking generous gulps while tearing off pieces of the pancake. Having mastered the technique of Tianyin Po the previous night, he now perceived the world in slow motion, and the sight of flies flitting about the table filled him with revulsion. He swiftly grasped a pair of chopsticks and lunged forward. Smack, smack, smack. A series of sounds erupted as over 20 flies lay sprawled across the table and floor. Yang Siki leaned in, scrutinizing the scene, momentarily stunned. Ping'an, all of them are missing their right hind legs. How did you accomplish this? Ouyang Daiju, upon hearing this, promptly bent down to examine the flies, verifying Yang Siki's observation. Good heavens, Ping'an, you are remarkable. Your coin technique leaves me in awe. I never imagined you had a penchant for dispatching female flies. Chen Ping'an confirmed that the Tianyin technique could indeed be applied in reality, transcending mere thought. In other words, the crow's pistol before him had ceased to be lethal, always within reach of evasion. What does it mean to specifically target female flies? Are you certain that all of these are female flies? Ouyang Daiju replied earnestly. Male and female flies have distinctly defined roles. Typically, a single male fly will accompany a group of female flies. The female flies are responsible for foraging, laying eggs, and nurturing, while the male fly. What does the male fly do? Yang Siki inquired curiously. Aside from these responsibilities, what else do you suppose the male fly occupies itself with? It seems he provided an answer, yet left it ambiguous. Chen Ping'an chuckled and gave Ouyang Deju a thumbs up. Yang Siki, grasping her hair, pondered for a long time, struggling to conceive what other role could possibly exist. Upon noticing Chen Ping'an's gesture of approval towards him, she felt something was amiss, or perhaps inappropriate, but could not articulate it at that moment. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. "Ah, you two rascals. You specifically bully me because I am a woman. It's quite cruel," Yang Siki exclaimed. Ouyang Deju, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, reflecting on life in the nest. "Where do your thoughts wander, Yang Siki? Flies, much like humans, possess consciousness and must strategize for the future, of course. They must contemplate their existence." "Oh no, I meant their fly life." Yang Siki was rendered speechless. She felt as though she had been led astray by Ouyang Deju, yet could not articulate how. Initially unclear whether she had fallen into a trap or if she had voluntarily spoken up, thus willingly leaping into a pit, with no one coercing her. I truly believe what Deju said is quite accurate. His knowledge of insects is extensive, truly at a professor's level. Chen Ping'an complimented him, alleviating Yang Siki's embarrassment. Ouyang Deju relished the praise, his lips curling upwards, tossing his head back in a gesture, though his short hair could not dramatically swish. Yet it did not diminish his display of bravado. Naturally, during my university years, I specialized in insect ecology, and my understanding of insects far surpasses that of the average person. Knowledge of flies is merely child's play. If I were to introduce you to the more thrilling subject of lions, with a single male lion leading hundreds of lionesses across the vast grasslands, you would undoubtedly be astounded by such leadership. Furthermore, the intricacies of lion reproduction and the survival of cubs could fill days and nights of discussion. You two, a man and a woman, shall fill in the narrative and process yourselves. Yang Siki began to blush. She thought this fellow speaks too bluntly, almost as if he were illustrating a diagram for her. He treats Chen Ping'an and Yang Siki as if they were not outsiders at all. What surprised her was that she found his words surprisingly comforting, and she delighted in Ouyang Deju linking her with Chen Ping'an. As long as it pertained to Chen Ping'an, she felt joy and was more than willing to listen. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Siki rested her chin on her hands, eagerly anticipating Ouyang Deju to continue his earnest ramblings. "You two carry on. I shall take a stroll," Chen Ping'an said with a smile. He could no longer endure the conversation. If he listened any longer, even someone unembarrassed would find themselves blushing. In his heart, there exists only Tan Xiaomei. No other woman can find space within it, not even Yang Siki. After uttering these words, he rose and stepped outside, making his way to the banks of the Luo River, where he traversed the gray-yellow earthen embankment, heading east against the current. Chapter 75. A blaze of fury 3 days later at the largest tea house by the Tao River in Xianfeng County. The proprietor bowed respectfully while brewing tea for 2 ladies. One of the women spoke. Sister Wen, the lumber mill was hijacked, and the crow clandestinely pocketed Zhang Xiaofa's reward of 400,000. Subsequently, Chen Ping'an, acting alone, boldly infiltrated the imperial stronghold, injuring several of our men, only to be ultimately repelled by the crow's gunfire. The crow has demanded 200,000 for medical expenses from Zhang Qijuan, and under the guise of protecting Zhang Xiaofa, he has set a price of 1,000,000. Those who court disaster shall meet their fate. Sister Wen appeared unfazed, cradling her cup of tea, savoring its warmth, and continued, "Zhang Qijuan is the foremost authority in Yinchuan County, wielding significant power and possessing an extraordinary background. He is not easily extorted. Indeed, the crow is becoming increasingly unrestrained. Should we reach out to Zhang Qijuan to clarify this matter?" Sister Wen remained silent. Her interest piqued as she inquired, "What of Chen Ping'an's whereabouts?" The woman, discarding the remnants of her tea, pushed her cup forward and smiled. "Chen Ping'an took the high-speed train to Luoyang the day before yesterday. He should be on his way back now. He is accompanied by a woman named Yang Siki, the stunning figure we encountered in Haicheng, who is devotedly following him. It is highly likely that she will seize an opportunity." "An opportunity?" Sister Wen casually probed. Chen Ping'an's wife is not by his side. They've been married for barely over half a month and have yet to indulge in marital bliss. Yang Siki is an unmarried woman who has worked at the MZ Center for many years and is quite liberal regarding romantic affairs. Like dry tinder, even the slightest spark could ignite a roaring inferno. The woman spoke while keenly observing Sister Wen's reaction. Let it burn fiercely. Sister Wen remarked with an air of indifference, not displaying any surprise. The woman's face was etched with confusion, struggling to fathom her friend's intent. Their bond, termed as sisterhood, was more akin to a hierarchy, defined by obedience and execution rather than strategic planning and tactical maneuvers. Sister Wen, what remains after the blaze? Can Chen Ping'an withstand such intense flames? The woman probed further, testing the waters. Unless the flesh and bone are consumed, he will never comprehend the essence of a good woman. Have you not heard the words of Su Kaizi? What words? Only after being intoxicated does one recognize the depth of wine. Only after experiencing love does one understand its weight. Sister Wen set her cup down, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes, reminiscent of a wisp of smoke curling into the air. The woman, observing the subtle shift in her demeanor, hesitated. Words caught in her throat. This was a change only discernible to those who have lived through such experiences. And only those who have been wounded could truly understand and appreciate its depth. The crow has taken Chen Ping'an's father, Chen Jiujin, as a human shield, forcing Chen Ping'an into a precarious position. From what I have gathered, Xiao Bao has already transported him to Huajiang County. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaomei has accepted Zhang Xiaofa's proposal. Chen Ping'an's return may very well lead him to his demise. Sister Wen listened patiently, her expression inscrutable, and simply replied, Demise? I wouldn't be so certain. I have a feeling that Chen Ping'an's journey to Luoyang is not merely for leisure, but rather to enhance his strength. Assign someone to follow Chen Jiujin and provide protection when necessary. Enhance his strength? What possibilities exist for enhancing combat capabilities? They ventured to the Longmen Grottos, admired the blooming peonies, yet remained within the confines of the Luoshui River. How could they possibly augment their strength? It seems to me that they are merely indulging in leisurely sightseeing. Just wait and see. This individual's Achilles heel lies in Chen Jiujin and Tan Xiaomei. By seizing this vulnerability, one can easily manipulate him. Capturing him should be straightforward. No? Capture? Some individuals fear not death. And can you truly threaten them with demise? We are well into the 21st century. Our methods must evolve with the times. Appeal to their emotions, reason with them, and instill a sense of gratitude, so they will wholeheartedly serve my interests. Sister Wen imparted a valuable lesson to her friend. The woman appeared enlightened, exclaiming, No wonder your business flourishes. It is indeed you. Patience leads to greater rewards. Ha. On the 4th floor of the MZ Center, after the previous battle, Crow opted for a new room, no longer positioned centrally, but rather at the farthest end, away from the staircase. This choice would extend the time before a surprise attack could occur, should any disturbance arise. He would have ample time to prepare, avoiding a hasty draw of his weapon. The gun was his trump card, albeit with only 7 bullets. He held great confidence in his marksmanship. Should he aim true, 1 kill would suffice. Even if he couldn't deliver a fatal blow immediately, a mere injury would suffice. And then a collective assault would ensure that no matter Chen Ping'an's prowess, he would ultimately yield. Now, reclining on the massage table, he gazed at the spread of 2 million in cash, a joy he could scarcely contain. The protection fee for an entire township over 6 months had never amounted to such a sum, and yet now, in less than a week, he had effortlessly amassed 400,000 and secured another 2 million. There is nothing more lucrative than extortion. Crow reveled in his grand success. Lu Qian chuckled in agreement, stating, It's all thanks to your brilliant strategy, brother. We don't call this extortion. We refer to it as providing security services, exclusively for those who are wealthy and powerful, yet unwilling to risk their lives. If Sister Wen were to discover your intellect, she would undoubtedly entrust you with a portion of her family's power. You're absolutely right. Providing security to those who fear death. Let us seize opportunities with the wealthy merchants in the county, create some trouble, and then offer them our personal services. The fees will undoubtedly be higher. The rich merchants are far more fearful of losing their lives than the officials in charge. Indeed, you speak wisely, brother. Distribute a little to the brothers, a token sum of 5,000 each to start, and once we have dealt with Chen Ping'an, grant each one an additional 10,000. The remaining funds should be kept hidden from my wife. Yes, brother, I will make arrangements at once. Lu Qian departed the room, carrying 2 million in 2 full bags. Meanwhile, in the Z Department Coordination Office, Tan Huaisher sat in the executive chair, his eyes half closed, finding this chair rather unremarkable, even less comfortable than his previous deputy position. Historically, deputy roles entailed handling the specifics, laboring diligently on the front lines, shouldering all burdens, receiving no credit for successes, yet bearing the blame for failures. Now, seated in the rightful position, he could enjoy all the accolades. Awaiting him is a grander stage and a brighter future. His vision is no longer confined to Yunzhong County. It has expanded to the municipal level. Soon, after another electoral cycle, he shall undoubtedly ascend to the city bureau. The cost of this ambition is the disregard for his daughter, Tan Xiaomei's wishes, depriving her of the right to choose her own partner. However, as her father, he possesses both the authority and the capability to secure a suitable future for her. Previously, even a momentary lapse allowed her to stealthily take the household registration book and privately pledge her life to Chen Ping'an. The youthful indiscretions of a young are a source of his eternal anguish. This time, he must keep a vigilant watch over her, preventing any reckless actions. For the next 2 weeks, she must not encounter Chen Ping'an, not even once, absolutely not. By December 15th, when his daughter weds into the Zhang family, everything shall be resolved. The offspring of mice shall continue to burrow, while he, as a tiger, will ensure his lineage reigns supreme. Should Chen Ping'an dare to instigate trouble, he shall face severe consequences, even to the point of vanishing from the earth entirely. His elder brother, Tan Huaishuan, has already laid down an intricate net to ensure Chen Ping'an has no opportunity to cause mischief. In time, his daughter will come to understand the sincere intentions of both him and her uncle. All that is accumulated in this life cannot be taken beyond the grave. It is a valuable inheritance bestowed upon his daughter. In room 408 of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital on the 4th floor in Yunzhong County, I began to feel abdominal pain, sensing that labor was imminent. Chun Xiaoqian placed her hand on her belly, hesitant to sit on a chair or lie on the bed. Pacing anxiously around the room, she felt a faint pain in her cervix, as if it were about to rupture. Beside her stood her husband, Mo Bin, along with his parents, her sister Chan San Mei, and her brother-in-law Gong Mingyuan. Why haven't your father or brother come? Do they not regard you as family? Mo Bin exclaimed, gripping the curtain and pulling it aside with a forceful rustle. Chapter 76. A transaction. Chun Xiaoqian, enduring the pain in her abdomen, spoke with indignation. A few days ago, my brother got into trouble, and you remained utterly indifferent? You are well aware of the peril he has attracted, provoking none other than the notorious gang leader, Crow. Is this not akin to a fragile egg challenging a boulder, courting disaster? Were it not for my father-in-law, I would scarcely bother to maintain any familial ties with him, unless, of course, he presents me with a car this time. Mo Bin, filled with resentment, reflected on the fact that Crow had dozens of henchmen. In his village, Pig Rake Mountain, there was a subordinate of Crow named Ali, who was adept with knives, and no one dared to provoke him. Mo Bin himself was not brave enough to confront Ali. Every time he witnessed Ali's knife skills, a chill would run down his spine, compelling him to take a different path. The tale of Chen Ping'an's audacious solo venture into the royal court had spread throughout the county. Mo Bin, upon hearing this news, feared that Crow would send Ali to seek revenge at his doorstep, wishing fervently to distance himself from Chen Ping'an. After several days had passed without Ali appearing, he felt a slight sense of relief. Considering that his wife was about to give birth, her family would need to present gifts. Previously, they had offered 2 iPhone 4S. And now, as Chen Ping'an assumed the role of uncle, and Chen Jujin that of grandfather, it was only fitting that they provide a small car. Mo Bin began to contemplate his options. German cars were of excellent quality and well-constructed, yet they were notorious for their fuel consumption. A Buick priced over 100,000 would be an acceptable compromise. Alternatively, he might consider a domestic vehicle from Daxia, albeit its lesser renown could invite scrutiny on the road. Or perhaps a Tesla, an electric marvel rumored to cost over $2 million. While undeniably expensive, it would certainly bestow a certain prestige. Mo Bin then recalled that Chen Ping'an might not possess such wealth. However, he was unconcerned about that. His wife, Tan Xiaomei, undoubtedly held substantial resources, being the daughter of the deputy minister of the Z department. Surely, she must have some family wealth. Otherwise, would he have married into their family? This opportunity to gain a substantial benefit from the childbirth could not be missed. After all, a single hair plucked from a cow is hardly an unreasonable request. My family is in dire straits, unable to even build a proper home. My brother entered the Tan family to seek a better life. Where the funds for a car come from? Lack of funds was a thing of the past. Prior to the marriage, there was none, and I had never sought a car. But now, everything belonging to the Tan family is at his disposal. His father-in-law is a high-ranking official, and any promotion or demotion within the county would pass through his hands. Tens of thousands of dollars coming in is not trivial. Mo Bin's reasoning was clear and compelling. Bin Zi is right. Money from the maternal side does not need to be repaid. Let us extract what we can. The more, the better. Xiao Qian, your brother has married into the Tan family. With a mere gesture, he can help us rise above our struggles and live a better life. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Ugit Montak bin's Fata, Montak Daka. Indeed, what did your brother marry into the Tan family for, if not to ensure a better life for us sisters? Now that you are giving birth, seize this opportunity to demand generously. You will surely prevail. Oh no, you will certainly succeed, encouraged Mo Bin's mother, CMAU. Chen Xiaoqian gently caressed her abdomen with her left hand while her right hand supported her against the wall, lost in contemplation. When she initially chose Mo Bin, it was primarily due to his family's relatively stable circumstances. Both of his parents were in good health and capable of providing assistance in raising a child. Unbeknownst to her, her elder brother had managed to marry into the esteemed Tan family. Had she known of his capability earlier, she would have reconsidered her choice of Mo Bin, perhaps opting for a man with a modest financial background. However, she believed her brother was not foolish enough to marry into the Tan family merely for the allure of Tan Xiaomei's beauty and enticing figure. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Since Chen Ping'an gifted her an Apple phone, her conviction solidified. The Tan family was affluent. Their wealth amassed through her father's corrupt dealings, an unfathomable sum. She was eager to find an opportunity to request a bit from Chen Ping'an. Fortunately, as she was about to give birth, she had a legitimate reason to ask him. After all, he had no children. Had he had any, she would have felt too bashful to make such a request as an aunt. She must ask. It was only natural that her brother's earnings should be spent on his sister. She resolved to contact her brother, ensuring he would procure a vehicle for them. Her uncle was not to be trifled with. Without a gift, there would be no chance of seeing his nephew. Upon hearing her sister's words, Chen Sanmei's expectations immediately soared, though she felt somewhat embarrassed to take advantage of her brother's misfortunes. Her husband, Gong Mingyuan, grew anxious. Why should her brother-in-law be able to secure a vehicle while they could not? They were both brothers-in-law to Chen Ping'an. If Mo Bin had one, so should he. It was only fair. Yes, they must have one too. Sanmei, we need a car as well. It need not be extravagant. Just something akin to what her brother had. You should proactively demand that our elder brother arrange for 2 vehicles at once. Ideally, like the last time with the phones. He should procure 4 cars so that everyone would have one to drive. What a splendid sight it would be, enhancing the prestige of both her elder brother and father-in-law. Her brother-in-law's suggestion was sound, eliciting laughter from Mo Bin in agreement. In room 408, there were 4 beds occupied by expectant mothers, and simultaneously, 4 relatives stood by. The elderly relative in the adjacent bed, filled with envy, murmured, "Marrying into a family is quite advantageous. It could save one 2 decades of toil." Another old man shook his head, saying, "One ascends to the heavens, while the rest follow like mere chickens and dogs." Chen Ping'an and his companions disembarked the high-speed train, hiring a vehicle to enter Yinchuan County, where they stopped behind the royal dynasty. "Ping'an, do you truly not require our assistance?" Yang Siki asked, concern evident in her expression. "No need. Once you and Ju exit the car, pretend you do not know me. Go about your business," he replied. "All right. I happen to be returning home. I haven't contacted my family in days, and they might think I've been reassigned to provide services on the 4th or 5th floor." Cough, cough. Yang Siki realized her slip of the tongue and hastily ceased speaking, casting a furtive glance at Chen Ping'an to see if he had caught on. Chen Ping'an feigned ignorance and turned to Ouyang Diju, saying, "Diju, there are no target acquisitions at the moment. I will inform you when I am ready to make a purchase." "Understood. With this sudden influx of funds, I am contemplating whether to buy a property first. Haha." As Chen Ping'an opened the door and exited the vehicle, he made his way directly through the rear entrance of the royal dynasty. The car departed swiftly, seeking to distance itself as much as possible, for both Yang Siki and Ouyang Diju were acutely aware that trouble was imminent. As Chen Ping'an stepped into the corridor of the imperial building, he was immediately intercepted by an individual. "Chen Ping'an, it has been quite a while." Upon closer inspection, Chen Ping'an recognized him as Liao Zhengsheng. "Deputy Director Liao, have you been waiting for me?" "Indeed, from the moment you entered Yunzhong County, I had already marked you as my target. 50 officers have been deployed. Do you truly believe you can escape? Even if you manage to eliminate the crow, do you think you can withdraw unscathed?" With a snap of his right hand, 6 individuals emerged from the corridor. 3 brandished shields, while the other 3 aimed rifles at him. At this moment, Chen Ping'an felt no fear of bullets. He was undeterred by their weapons. Realizing that Liao Zhengsheng had something to communicate, he understood that the deputy director would not have obstructed him in the corridor without reason. "Deputy Director Liao, please speak plainly." Liao Zhengsheng waved his hand, and the 6 men retreated from sight, leaving only him and Chen Ping'an in the corridor. "I have heard of your martial prowess. You can wield a staff and inflict harm with coins. I wish to propose a transaction. I, Chen Ping'an, am not fond of making deals. I fear you have little choice. Once my men engage you in combat, the crow will undoubtedly flee, and you will have no means to seek revenge. This transaction would be effortless for you, yielding only benefits without any detriment. Moreover, I can assist you in meeting Tan Xiaomei sooner." Chapter 77. Give me death. Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Early meeting with Tan Xiaomei? Who would dare to harm her? Her father, Tan Huaishi, held a prominent position as the minister of the Z Department, and her uncle had long been the head of the G Bureau. Who among the living would risk their life to touch her? Chen Ping'an was astonished internally, yet he maintained an air of calmness, concealing his surprise. He merely remarked, "With Tan Xiaomei's father and uncle wielding such power, which fool would be reckless enough to provoke them? The very individuals who would dare to harm her are, ironically, her father and her uncle. Those closest to us often inflict the deepest wounds. You may disregard my words, but I assure you, unless these 2 are brought down, they will surely prevent you from being with Tan Xiaomei," Liao Zhengsheng stated solemnly. Chen Ping'an suddenly comprehended. Despite all his calculations, he had overlooked this crucial detail. He pondered to himself, the Tan family truly possessed a heart of stone, even using their own daughter as a pawn. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs, he thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, he could not afford to relinquish any leverage. Agreeing to a deal with Liao Zhengsheng could lead to entanglements in the future. Furthermore, it appeared that Liao Zhengsheng intended to target Tan Huaishuan and Tan Huaishi, causing harm to Tan Xiaomei's closest kin, which was, under any circumstances, quite unacceptable. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from making any agreements for the time being. You may be unaware, but Tan Huaishuan has already set a trap, and your time is running out. Apart from the G Bureau forces stationed here, are there contingents elsewhere as well? Certainly. This place is the first net. The second is your new residence, and the third is naturally our G Bureau headquarters. To be frank, Tan Xiaomei is already in our headquarters, and she is currently sharing a room with Zhang Xiaofa. Liao Zhengsheng spoke calmly, demonstrating his seriousness and professionalism. Having handled countless cases, he was well-versed in employing both soft and hard tactics, and there were numerous instances of coerced confessions or forged signatures that resulted in ironclad cases, even those deemed unsolvable. Thus, he was a seasoned veteran in this domain. Do I have no room for negotiation? At present, it appears you have none. Your only options are annihilation or helplessly watching as Zhang Xiaofa takes Tan Xiaomei. Now, elaborate on this transaction. With no alternative, Chen Ping'an reluctantly listened to Liao Zhengxing's proposition. I will withdraw the forces from the imperial dynasty, and you will eliminate the crow. Afterward, you shall proceed to the Ji Bureau headquarters. I will permit you entry, and we will collaborate to take down Tan Huaishuan. Will you strike, or shall I? You will take action. Chen Ping'an ascended to the 4th floor. With a swift motion, he launched a gold coin towards the window. A muffled thud was followed by an eerie silence. At the entrance of the innermost room, a yellow-haired man wielding a steel pipe prepared to shout for help upon seeing Chen Ping'an in the hallway. However, he found himself unable to utter a sound. He looked down at his chest, where a copper coin had embedded itself, leaving only a thin slit. Blood began to seep from an arrow wound, and only then did he feel the piercing pain in his heart. His mouth gaped open in shock, his body slumped to the ground until he collapsed. Crash! The door to the room was forcefully kicked open. The crow had already drawn his gun, aiming it at the intruding Chen Ping'an. With the short blade in hand, Lu Qian extended his arms, ever prepared to strike. The last time I failed to kill you, you dare to return. What force grants you such audacity to court death? The crow grinned menacingly. To him, Chen Ping'an was already a dead man. Today was different from 3 days prior. The gun's muzzle was now aimed squarely, free from any interference. A single shot would end his life. None could survive beneath his aim. Having failed to extinguish his life last time, this round would ensure he perished twice. Courting death? The word death suits you well. As Chen Ping'an spoke, his right hand simultaneously launched 3 copper coins, aimed directly at Lu Qian's throat. Bang! 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 Following the 3 gunshots, one fell while 2 remained standing. How is this possible? How did you manage it? My throat. Lu Qian shook his head, disbelief etched across his face. He lay on the ground, rolling over. His throat was embedded with 3 coins, each positioned 2 centimeters apart. Blood gushed forth from the coins. The crow stood in shock. The earlier 3 shots had clearly been aimed at Chen Ping'an's head, intended for a triple headshot. Yet, he merely tilted his head, and the bullets went astray. What was this? Could Chen Ping'an truly evade bullets? Bang! Bang! 2 more shots were fired. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted, sensing those bullets moving towards him like slugs, slowly creeping closer. The moment felt agonizingly protracted, as if time had been drawn out. Once again, Chen Ping'an tilted his head. The bullets grazed past his ears, not a single hair harmed. He emerged unscathed. It was time for retribution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds echoed. The crow's 2 knees, along with his left elbow, were struck simultaneously. He was forced to kneel, his left arm hanging limply, clearly rendered useless. Bang! Bang! The crow fired a 3rd time, expending all 7 bullets. Yet, Chen Ping'an remained untouched. The bullets possessed no lethal power against him. Chen Ping'an unleashed over 50 copper coins in rapid succession, each one finding its mark upon the crow's body. Chest, waist, groin, abdomen, thighs. None were spared, each coin firmly embedded. Chapter 78. The demise of the crow, though injured in numerous places, none of his wounds were fatal. Chen Ping'an intended to make him suffer slowly, allowing him to experience the torment of impending death. It was he who had kidnapped Tan Xiaomei, and he who had nearly severed his own neck with a large knife. Additionally, he owed a debt of 400,000 borrowed from Ouyang Deju. While the mastermind was not him, his despicable methods warranted a fate worse than death. Thus, the copper coin struck his vital point, not too deep, yet not shallow enough to allow him peace. If you kill me, you shall never see Chen Jiujin again. The crow taunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chen Ping'an withdrew the copper coin, rendering it invisible. Observing the crow's threatening demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate and remarked, "You truly deserve a beating." Clenching his fist, he unleashed a series of punches, left hook, right hook, until the pain in his hands forced him to pause and wipe the blood from his palms with a tissue. The crow, battered and bruised, with 4 front teeth missing, sneered through his disfigured visage. "Go on, kill me. Why have you stopped? Ha! Tell me, what has happened to my father?" "Nothing much," Chen Ping'an replied coolly. He is merely under the control of my men. If you wish for your father to live, you must surrender and allow me to do as I please. As soon as the crow finished speaking, a group of yellow-haired thugs crowded the hallway, their eagerness palpable. Yet none dared to enter the room. This time, they had learned from past mistakes and refrained from recklessly charging in. Especially Xiao Bao, Ali, and Xiao Go, who had heard the commotion but pretended to be oblivious, squinting their eyes as if napping. Only when the yellow-haired thugs surged forward did they reluctantly follow behind. Surrender? Don't make me laugh. With a mere tremor of my hand, you are as good as dead. Chen Ping'an refused to be manipulated by the crow. He had encountered such threats frequently. Once one submits, they are essentially finished. The best course of action was to resist capitulation. Whoosh! 2 gold coins whizzed past the crow's ears, severing his earlobes, which fell to the ground. This is your final chance. Hand over my father now, or I shall remove both your ears. You are not following the rules. You're truly ruthless. With a swift motion, Chen Ping'an sent a copper coin slicing through the air, cleanly severing the crow's right ear. The severed ear, neatly cut, fell to the floor like a piece of tender meat, soft and lifeless. You talk too much. The crow, now stripped of his bravado, felt the chilling absence of half an ear, the pain exacerbating his despair. Xiao Bao, get in here, he cried, slumping against the wall in agony. Xiao Bao quickly navigated through the crowd, reaching the crow's side. I'm here, Brother Crow. Bring Chun Jujin here, and give him a good slap. The crow commanded. I can't take on you, Chen Ping'an, but surely I can deal with your father. Brother Crow, bullying an old man is utterly dishonorable. I refuse to partake in such actions, Xiao Bao asserted, maintaining his principles. Damn it, where is he? I have informed him to leave Yuncheng County and return only once the matter is settled. Ah, indeed, it was I along with Ali and the little dog, who drove to escort him out of Yuncheng County. You treacherous wretch. The crow seethed with anger, his face suffused with a purplish hue. The little leopard clasped his hands before Chen Ping'an and said, Chen Ping'an, we, as brothers, uphold principles of righteousness and would never bully your father. I kindly ask you to show mercy and not to make things difficult for us. His earnest demeanor struck Chen Ping'an as rather comical. The little leopard, though he had turned against the tide, did not betray his comrades, thus preserving the safety of the younger brothers. They were well aware that the crow, even armed, could not contend with Chen Ping'an,